Checkmate. I was going to Turin by way of Corsica. At Nice I took ship for Bastia, and as soon as we were out at sea I saw a charming, quietly dressed young woman sitting on the bridge. She was looking out to sea. Ah, I said to myself, there's my friend for the voyage. I took a seat opposite her and looked at her, my mind filled with the questions that leap into any man's mind when he sees an unknown and interesting woman. What was her class, her age? What sort of a woman was she? Then, from what he can see, he speculates on what he can't see. Eye and mind peer through the bodice and under the gown. He observes the line of the bust when she is seated, he tries to catch a glimpse of her ankle, he notes the texture of her hand, which reveals the fineness of the rest of her limbs. And the shape and size of her ear, which is a truer indication of birth than a birth certificate, that must always be open to dispute. He tries to hear her speak, to get at the character of her mind and the tenderness of her heart through the tones of her voice. For, to the experienced observer, the pitch and all the subtle gradations of the spoken word reveal the mysterious structure of the soul, difficult though it may be to grasp it. There is always perfect accord between thought itself and the organ of its expression. So I observed my neighbor with grave attention, watching the signs, analyzing her movements, keeping my eyes open for the revelations her every attitude would make. She opened a small bag and took out a newspaper. I rubbed my hands. Tell me what you read, and I will tell you what you are. She began at the leading article with the air of a person savoring a delicate pleasure. The name of her paper leaped to my eyes, Echo de Paris. I was puzzled. She was reading one of Scholl's scandalous commentaries. Devil take her, she read Scholl. Scholl. She began to smile, a pointed jest. So she was not a prude, or an innocent. So much the better. A reader of Scholl, yes, a lover of our native wit, its fine shades, and its salt, even its pepper. A good sign. I thought, let us try her on another tack. I went and sat near her, and began to read, no less attentively, a volume of poetry that I had bought for the journey, the Chanson d'amour by Felix Frank. I observed that she had snatched up the name on the binding with one rapid glance, like a bird on the wing snatching up a fly. Several passengers, men, walked past us to look at her. But she seemed to think of nothing but her column of town scandal. When she had finished it, she laid her paper down between us. I bowed and said, "May I glance through your paper?" "Certainly." "Do you care to look at this volume of verse in the meantime?" "Yes, certainly." "Is it amusing?" The question puzzled me slightly. It is not usual to ask if a collection of verse is amusing. I answered, "It's better than that, it's charming, delicate, and the work of an artist." "Give it to me, then." She took the book, opened it, and began to glance through it with a vaguely surprised air that made it clear she rarely read verse. Some of it seemed to move her, some made her smile, but a different smile from the one she had worn when reading her paper. I asked her suddenly, "Do you like it?" "Yes, but I like amusing things myself, very amusing things, I'm not sentimental." We began to talk. I learned that she was the wife of a captain of dragoons, stationed at Ajaccio, and that she was going to join her husband. I very soon guessed that she had little love for this husband of hers. She did love him, but with the mild affection a woman retains for a husband who has not fulfilled the hopes roused in courting days. He had drifted from garrison to garrison, through a number of small, dull towns, such very dull towns. Now he was stationed in this island, which must be very gloomy indeed. No, everyone's life was not amusing. She would rather have gone on living at Lyons with her parents, for she knew everyone in Lyons. But now she had to go to Corsica. The minister was not inclined to favor her husband, who had, nevertheless, an excellent service record. And we discussed the places where she would have liked to live. "Do you like Paris?" I asked. "Oh," she cried, "do I like Paris? How can you ask such a question?" And she began talking about Paris with such ardent enthusiasm, such wild envy, that I thought, this is the right string to touch. She adored Parisse from afar, with a passion of repressed gluttony. With the exaggerated longing of a provincial and the maddened impatience of a caged bird who all day looks at a wood from the window where he hangs. She began to question me, stammering in an agony of impatience. She wanted to be told everything, in 5 minutes. She knew the names of all the famous people, and of many others whom I had never heard mentioned. How is M. Gounod? And M. Sardou? Oh, how I love M. Sardou's plays! How amusing and witty they are! Every time I see one, I dream of it for a week. I've read a book of M. Daudet's, too, which I enjoyed enormously. Sappho, do you know it? Is M. Daudet nice-looking? Have you seen him? And M. Zola, what is he like? If you only knew how Germinal made me cry. Do you remember the little child who dies in the dark? How terrible that is. It nearly made me ill. There's nothing to laugh at in that, my word. I've read a book of M. Bourget's, too, Cruel Enigme. I have a cousin who was so excited about this novel that she wrote to M. Bourget. I thought the book too romantic. I like something humorous better. Do you know M. Grevin? And M. Coquelin? And M. Damola? And M. Roquefort? They say he's a great wit. And M. de Cassagnac? Is it true that he fights a duel every day? Somewhere about the end of an hour, her stock of questions began to run low, and having satisfied her curiosity by the wildest flights of imagination, I was able to talk myself. I told her stories about the doings of society, Parisian society, real society. She listened with all her ears and all her heart. She must indeed have gathered a pretty picture of the fair and famous ladies of Paris. There was nothing but love affairs, assignations, speedy conquests and impassioned defeats. She kept asking me, "Oh, is real society like that?" I smiled as one who knows. Of course. It's only the middle-class women who lead a dull, monotonous life for the sake of their virtue, a virtue for which no one thanks them. And I set myself to undermine virtue with tremendous strokes of irony, philosophy, and nonsense. I made magnificent and graceful fun of the poor wretches who let themselves grow old without ever having known the good things of life, the sweet, tender, gallant things that life offers. Without ever having savored the delicious pleasure of long, burning stolen kisses, and all just because they have married a worthy dolt of a husband, the reserve of whose marital embraces allows them to go to their graves in ignorance of all the refinements of sensual pleasure and all the delicate ecstasies of love. Then I cited further anecdotes of cabinets particulars, intrigues which I swore were common knowledge. And the refrain of all my tales was a discreet, veiled eulogy of swift, secret love, of sensations snatched in passing, like fruit, and forgotten as soon as enjoyed. Night fell, a calm, warm night. The big ship, shaken from stem to stern by its engines, glided over the sea, under the vast roof of the wine-dark sky, starred with fire. The little provincial was not talking now. She drew slow breaths and sometimes sighed. Suddenly she rose. "I'm going to bed," said she. "Good night, monsieur." She shook hands with me. I knew that on the following evening she would have to take the coach that runs from Bastia to Ajaccio across the mountains, making the journey by night. I answered, "Good night, madam." And I too betook myself to the bunk in my cabin. First thing next day, I took 3 places inside the coach, all 3 places, for myself. As I was climbing into the old carriage that was going to leave Bastia at nightfall, the conductor asked me if I would not agree to give up one corner to a lady. I asked brusquely, "To what lady?" "To the wife of an officer going to Ajaccio." "Tell the lady that I shall be glad if she will occupy one of the seats." She arrived, having, she said, been asleep all day. She apologized, thanked me and got in. The coach was a sort of hermetically sealed box, into which light entered only through the 2 doors. So there we were shut up together inside. The carriage proceeded at a quick trot, then began to follow the mountain road. A fresh, powerful scent of aromatic herbs drifted in through the lowered panes, the heady scent that Corsica so pours out into the surrounding air that sailors passing out at sea smell it. A pungent scent like the smell of bodies, like the sweat of the green earth impregnated with perfumes drawn out by the ardent sun and given to the passing wind. I began to talk of Paris again, and again she listened to me with feverish attention. My stories grew daring, subtly décolleté. I used elusive, two-edged words, words that set the blood on fire. The night was on us. I could see nothing now, not even the white patch that had been the girl's face. Only the coachman's lantern flung a ray of light over the 4 horses that were climbing the road at a walking pace. Sometimes for a little while, until it died away in the distance behind us, we heard the sound of a torrent dashing over the rocks, and mingling with the sound of little bells. Gently I stretched out my foot and met hers, which was not withdrawn. Then I sat still, waiting, and suddenly, changing my tune, I talked tenderly, affectionately. I had reached out my hand and touched hers. She did not withdraw that either. I went on talking, nearer her ear, very near her mouth. Already I felt her heart beating against my breast. It was beating quickly and loudly, a good sign. Then, slowly, I pressed my lips on her neck, sure that I had her, so sure that I would have wagered any money on it. But all at once she started as if she had awakened, started so violently that I reeled to the other end of the coach. Then, before I was able to understand, to reflect, to think at all, I first of all received 5 or 6 staggering slaps, then a shower of blows rained on me, sharp, savage blows that struck me all over, unable as I was to parry them in the profound darkness that covered the struggle. I put out my hands, trying vainly to seize her arms. Then, not knowing what else to do, I turned sharply round, and presented my back to her furious attack, hiding my head in the corner of the panels. She seemed to guess, perhaps from the sound of her blows, this despairing maneuver, and abruptly ceased to beat me. A few seconds later she was back in her corner and had begun to cry, and she sobbed wildly for an hour at least. I had seated myself again, very distressed and very much ashamed. I would have liked to speak to her, but what should I say? I could think of nothing. Apologize? That would be absurd. What would you have said? No more than I did, I'll take my oath. She was crying softly now, and sometimes uttering deep sighs that filled me with grief and compassion. I would have liked to comfort her, to caress her as if she had been an unhappy child, to ask her pardon, kneel to her. But I did not dare. These situations are too stupid. She grew quiet at last, and we remained each in our own corner, still and silent, while the carriage rolled on, stopping now and then for fresh horses. We both shut our eyes very quickly at these halts, to avoid seeing one another when the bright light of a stable lantern shone into the coach. Then the coach set out again. And all the time the pungent, scented air of the Corsican mountains caressed our cheeks and our lips, and went to my head like wine. Christ, what a glorious journey it would have been if my companion had not been such a little fool. But gradually light filtered into the carriage, the pale light of early dawn. I looked at my neighbor. She was pretending to be asleep. The sun, risen behind the mountains, filled with its radiance a vast blue gulf set around with great granite-crested peaks. On the edge of the bay a white town came into sight, still lying in shadow. Then my neighbor pretended to wake, she opened her eyes, they were red, she opened her mouth as if she were yawning and had been asleep a long time. She hesitated, blushed and stammered. "Shall we be there soon?" "Yes, madam, in an hour or so," she added, gazing into space. "It is very tiring to spend the night in a carriage." "Yes, it breaks one's back. Especially after a crossing." "Yes. Is not that Ajaccio in front of us?" "Yes, madam. I wish we were there." "I am sure you do." Her voice sounded a little troubled, her manner was rather awkward, her glance did not meet mine very readily. But she seemed to have forgotten the whole episode. I admired her. What instinctive intriguers these bitches are. What diplomatists. We did indeed arrive in another hour, and a tall dragoon, with the figure of a Hercules, was standing in front of the office. He waved a handkerchief as the coach came in sight. My neighbor flung herself wildly into his arms, and kissed him at least 20 times, repeating, "Are you all right? How I have been aching to see you again." My trunk was handed down from the roof and I was discreetly withdrawing when she cried, "Oh, you are going away without saying goodbye to me." I stammered, "Madam, I did not wish to intrude on your happiness." Then she said to her husband, "Thank this gentleman, darling, he has been most kind to me on the journey. He even offered me a place in the coach which he had reserved for himself. It is nice to meet with such friendly companions." The husband shook my hand and thanked me warmly. The young wife watched us with a smile. I must have looked a rare fool. Joseph. They were both tipsy, quite tipsy, the little Baroness André de Fraisiers and the little Comtesse Noémie de Gardens. They had dined alone together in the many-windowed morning room looking out over the sea. Through the open windows came the soft breeze of a summer evening, warm and cool at once, a breeze with the tang of the sea in it. The two young women, lying at full length in their long chairs, were now sipping chartreuse and smoking cigarettes, and regaling one another with intimate confidences. Confidences that only their charming and amazing intoxication could bring to their lips. Their husbands had returned to Paris that afternoon. Leaving them alone at the deserted little seaside place they had chosen in order to avoid the attentions of the floating crowd of gay young men at the fashionable resorts. Away 5 days out of 7, the two men feared the country excursions, the picnic lunches, the swimming lessons, and the rapid acquaintances that spring up in the holiday atmosphere of seaside towns. Dieppe, Étretat and Trouville thus seemed places to be shunned, and they had taken a house, built and abandoned by some eccentric man, in the valley of Roqueville, near Fécamp, and had buried their wives there for the whole summer. They were tipsy. Unable to think of any amusement, the Baroness had proposed to the Countess that they should have a special dinner, with champagne. To begin with, they had amused themselves vastly by cooking the dinner with their own hands, then they had eaten merrily and drunk hard to appease the thirst induced by the heat of the kitchen range. Now they were engaged in a chorus of frivolous nonsense, smoking cigarettes and using chartreuse as a mouthwash. And they really did not know what they were saying. The Countess, her legs in the air on the back of a chair, was even further gone than her friend. To round off this sort of evening, she was saying, "We ought to have lovers. If I'd only foreseen it earlier, I'd have sent to Paris for a couple and let you have one of them." "Oh, I can always find them," replied the other. "Even this evening, if I wanted one, should have one." "What? At Roqueville, my dear? It must be a peasant, then." "No, not exactly." "Tell me all about it." "What do you want me to tell you about?" "Your lover." "My dear, I couldn't live without being loved. If no one were in love with me, I should think I was dead." "So should I." "Yes, it's true, isn't it?" "Yes. Men don't understand that, our husbands least of all." "No, they don't understand in the least. But can you expect anything else? The sort of love we need is an affair of amusing episodes, attentions and gallantries. They are the food of our hearts, indispensable to our lives, quite indispensable. Yes, indispensable. I must feel that someone is thinking of me, always, everywhere. When I am going to sleep, or waking up, I must know that someone somewhere is in love with me, dreaming of me, desiring me. Without it I should be miserable, utterly miserable, so miserable I should be crying all the time. I feel just the same. It could not be otherwise. When a husband has been kind for 6 months, or a year, or 2 years, he is bound to become a brute in the end, yes, a real brute. He gets absolutely shameless and inconsiderate, he shows himself in his true colors, he makes scenes about the bills, about every single one. You can't love a man you're living with all the time. That's very true. Yes, isn't it? Now where was I? I can't remember. You were saying that all husbands are brutes. Yes, so they are, all of them. True. And after that? What do you mean, after that? What was I saying after that? How do I know? You never said it. But I had something to tell you. Yes, I remember now, wait. Wait. Ah. I've got it. Go on, I'm listening. I was saying that I can find lovers anywhere. How do you do it? I'll tell you. Follow me closely. When I arrive at a strange place, I take notes and make my choice. Make your choice. Yes, of course. I take notes first. I get all the information. A man must be discreet, rich, and generous before all, mustn't he? Yes, that's true. And then, he must be pleasing to me as a man. Of course. Then I angle for him. Angle? Yes, like catching fish. Have you never done any fishing? No, never. What a pity, you should. It's great fun. And instructive too. Well, I angle for him. How? Don't be silly. A woman catches the man she wants to catch, doesn't she? As though they had any choice in the matter. And the poor fools still think it is they who choose. But it is we who choose, always. Women like us, who are not ugly, and no fools, have all men for our suitors, all without exception. We pass them all in review from morning till night, and when we've picked one out we angle for him. But you're not telling me how you do it. How do I do it? Why, I do nothing. I just let myself be looked at. You let yourself be looked at? Yes. It is quite sufficient. When you've let yourself be looked at several times running, a man promptly finds you to be the prettiest and most attractive of women. Then he begins to pay court to you. I let him understand that he's not such a bad sort, but of course I don't actually say anything, and he falls at my feet. I've got him. It depends on his character how long it lasts. And do you get all the men you want like that? Almost all. Then there are some who hold out against you. Sometimes. Why? Why? There are 3 reasons which make a man a Joseph. Because he is very much in love with another woman, because he is extraordinarily timid, or because he is, how shall I put it, incapable of carrying the conquest of a woman to its end. Oh, my dear. Do you think? Yes. I'm sure of it. There are many, very, very many of the last kind, far more than you'd think. Oh. They look like everyone else, they are dressed like the rest, they parade up and down like peacocks. When I say peacocks, I'm wrong, they couldn't spread their tails. Really, dear. As for the timid ones, their folly is sometimes invincible. There must be men who can't undress, even when going to bed by themselves, if they have a mirror in their rooms. With these, you have to take strong measures, and use your eyes and your hands. Even that is sometimes no use. They never know how or where to begin. When you faint in their presence, as a last resort, they try to revive you. And if you delay returning to your senses, they go and fetch help. I prefer men who are other women's lovers. I carry them off at the point of the bayonet, my dear. That's all very well, but what do you do when there are no men, as here, for instance? I find them. But where? Oh, anywhere. Why, that reminds me of my story. 2 years ago now, my husband sent me off to spend the summer at his place at Bougrolles. There's absolutely nothing there, nothing whatever. There are a few revolting bumpkins in the nearby houses, they spend their lives hunting fur, shooting feather, and live in houses with no bathrooms. They perspire, and then sleep with it all, and you couldn't improve them because their principles are fundamentally filthy. Guess what I did? I can't. Ha. Ha. I'd just been reading a pile of novels by George Sand, written in praise of the man of the people, books in which the workmen are sublime and all the gentlemen are criminals. In addition to that, I'd seen Ruy Blas that winter, and it had impressed me frightfully. Well, one of our farmers had a son, a good-looking lad of 22 who had been trained as a priest, but had left the seminary in disgust. Well, I engaged him as a servant. Oh. And what then? Then, my dear, I treated him very loftily, and showed him a great deal of my person. I did not angle for the country lad, I just inflamed him. Oh. André. Yes, and very good fun it was, too. They say servants don't count. Well, he didn't. I rang for him to get his orders every morning when my maid was dressing me, and every evening when she was undressing me. Oh. André. My dear, he flamed up like a thatched roof. After that, at table, during meals, I spoke of nothing but clean livers, the care of the body, douches and baths. And it was so effective that at the end of a fortnight he was bathing in the river, morning and evening, and using so much scent that he was fairly poisoning the house. I was obliged to forbid him the use of scent, and told him, with an air of being in an awful temper, that men should never use anything but eau de cologne. Oh. André. Then I got the idea of organizing a country library. I sent for several hundred moral novels, and lent them all to our farm laborers and to my servants. Into this collection there had slipped a few books, poetical books, the sort of book that disturbs the souls of schoolboys and undergraduates. I gave them to my footman. They taught him life, a queer sort of life. Oh. André. Then I began to grow familiar towards him, and address him in intimate terms. I had named him Joseph. My dear, he was in such a state, in an awful state. He grew as thin as a cock, and his eyes were quite wild. I was frightfully amused. It was one of the best summers the first ever spent. And after that? Yes. Well, one day, when my husband was away, I told him to harness the wicker chaise and take me to the woods. It was very hot indeed. That's all. Oh. André, do tell me all about it. It's so interesting. Have another glass of chartreuse, or I shall finish the decanter by myself. Well, after that, I was taken ill on the way. How did that happen? How stupid you are. I told him I was going to be ill and that he must carry me on to the grass. And when I was on the grass I gasped for breath and told him to unlace my stays. And when my stays had been unlaced, I fainted. Fainted right away? Oh, no, not at all. Well? Well, I had to stay unconscious nearly an hour. He could not find a remedy. But I was patient, and I never opened my eyes again until after his fall. Oh. André. And what did you say to him? Nothing. How could I know anything about it, if I was unconscious? I thanked him. I told him to put me back in the chaise, and he took me home. But he nearly upset us, turning in at the gate. Oh. André. And is that all? That's all. You only fainted once? Yes, only once, of course. I didn't want to make the clodhopper my lover. And did you keep him long afterwards? Oh. Yes. I still have him. Why should I have dismissed him? I had nothing to complain of. Oh, André. And does he still love you? Of course. Where is he? The Baroness extended her arm and touched the electric bell. The door opened almost at once, and a tall footman entered, spreading round him a strong scent of eau de cologne. "Joseph, my boy," said the Baroness, "I'm not feeling very well. Go and fetch my maid." The man stood motionless, like a soldier in the presence of an officer, and fixed his burning eyes upon his mistress, who added, "Hurry up, you great booby. We're not in the woods today, and Rosalie will look after me better than you." He turned on his heel and left the room. "And what will you tell your maid?" asked the startled countess. "I shall say I'm better. No, I think I'll have my stays loosened all the same. It will be a relief, I can't breathe. I'm drunk, my dear, so drunk I should fall right over if I tried to stand up." Finis. As the Count of Lourmarin finished dressing, he cast a parting glance at the large mirror which occupied a whole panel in his dressing room, and smiled. He was really a fine-looking man, although quite grey. Tall, slight, elegant, with a small moustache of a doubtful shade that might be called fair, he had a presence, distinction, an aristocratic bearing, a chic, in short. That indefinable quality that makes a greater difference between two men than the possession of millions of money. He murmured, "Lourmarin is still alive," and entered the big room where his correspondence awaited him. On his table, where everything had its place, the work-table of a gentleman who never works, some dozen letters were lying beside 3 papers representing different political opinions. With a single touch he spread the letters out like a gambler giving the choice of a card, and he scrutinized the handwriting, a habit he indulged in every morning, before opening the envelopes. This was the moment of delightful expectancy, of inquiry, and of vague anxiety. What were these sealed, mysterious letters bringing to him? What pleasure, happiness, or sorrow did they contain? He surveyed them with a quick glance, recognized the writing, picked them out, sorted them into 2 or 3 bundles according to what he expected from them. Here were the friends. There those that were indifferent, and, farther on, the unknown correspondents. The last always caused him a slight uneasiness. What could they want? What hand had traced those curious characters, full of thought, of promises, or of threats? That day one letter in particular caught his eye. There was nothing unusual in its appearance, but he looked at it uneasily with a kind of chill at his heart. He thought, from whom can it be? I certainly know the writing, and yet I can't identify it. He picked it up, holding it gingerly in his fingers, trying to read through the envelope, unable to make up his mind to open it. Then he smelt it, took up a little magnifying glass to study the peculiarities of the writing. He felt unnerved. From whom is it? I know the handwriting very well. I must have read it often, very often. But it must be very, very old. Who the devil can it be from? Pshaw! A request for money. He tore open the envelope and read. My dear friend. You must have forgotten me, for we have not met for 25 years. I was young, I am old. When I said goodbye I was leaving Paris to follow my husband, my old husband, whom you called my hospital, into the provinces. Do you remember? He has been dead 5 years and now I am returning to Paris to marry my daughter, for I have a daughter, a lovely girl of 18, whom you have never seen. I sent you word of her birth, but I am sure you paid little attention to so insignificant an event. You are still the handsome Lourmarin, so I am told. Well, if you still remember little Lise, whom you called Lyson, come and dine with her this evening, with the elderly Baroness de Vance, your ever-faithful friend, who, full of emotion and very happy, holds out a devoted hand which you may clasp, but no longer kiss, my poor Jacqueline. Lise de Vance. Lourmarin's heart began to beat rapidly. He remained sunk in his armchair, the letter on his knees, staring straight in front of him, shrinking from the stab of bitter sweetness that brought the tears to his eyes. If he had ever loved any woman in his life, it had been her, little Lise de Vance, whom he called Flower of Ashes because of her curious color hair and her pale grey eyes. Oh! What a dainty, pretty, charming creature this frail Baroness had been. The wife of the old gouty pimply Baron who had abruptly carried her off to the provinces, shut her up, kept her in seclusion, and all for jealousy of the handsome Lourmarin. Yes, he had loved her and he had been loved in return, so he believed. She had an adorable way of calling him Jacklet. 1,000 forgotten memories crowded upon him, far off, and sweet, and full of sadness they were. One evening she had called on him on her way home from a ball and they had gone for a stroll in the Bois de Boulogne, she in her ball dress, and he in his dressing jacket. It was springtime and the weather was mild and the fragrance from her frock and skin scented the warm air. It was a divine night. When they reached the lake, as the moon was dipping into the water over the branches she began to cry. Rather taken aback, he asked the reason and she replied, "I don't know. The moon and the water always affect me. Every time I see anything beautiful it plucks at my heartstrings, and I cry." He had smiled, for he too was infected with the beauty around him. He thought the susceptibility of this poor, distractedly emotional little woman both stupid and charming. And he had embraced her passionately, murmuring, "My little Lise, you are delightful." What a charming love affair, short-lived and dainty, it had been. So soon over too, cut short in the midst of its ardor by that old brute of a baron who had carried off his wife, and never shown her to anyone again. To be sure, Lourmarin had forgotten her at the end of 2 or 3 weeks. In Paris one woman soon drives out another, when one is a bachelor. No matter, he had kept a little altar for her in his heart, for she had been his only love. Very clearly now he recognized that. He got up and said aloud, "Certainly, I'll go and dine there this evening." And instinctively he turned toward the mirror to inspect himself. He reflected, she must have aged considerably, more than I have, and felt pleased to think that he would appear to her still handsome, still vigorous, and surprise her, perhaps. Soften her heart and make her regret the bygone days, so far away. He returned to his other letters, which were of no importance. The whole day he kept thinking of this ghost of the past. What would she be like? How strange to meet again after 25 years. But would he recognize her? He dressed himself as carefully as a woman would have done, put on a white waistcoat which suited him better with his swallowtails than a black one. Sent for the hairdresser to give his hair a touch with the tongs, for his hair was still thick, and set off early to show how eager he was to meet her again. The first thing he saw on entering the newly furnished, charming drawing-room, was his own portrait, an old faded photograph dating from the days of his triumph, hanging on the wall in a dainty old brocade frame. He sat down and waited. At last a door opened behind him, he rose hurriedly and, turning round, saw an old lady with white hair, holding both hands out to him. He seized them, kissing first one, then the other, then raised his head to gaze at his old friend. Yes, she was an old lady, a strange old lady who wanted to cry, but nevertheless smiled. He could not help murmuring, "Is it you, Lise?" She replied, "Yes, it is I, truly it is I. You would not have recognized me, would you? I have had so much sorrow, so much. Grief has eaten into my life. Here I am, look at me, or, rather, no, don't look at me, but how handsome you still are, you, and young too. If I had met you accidentally in the streets, would have called out at once, 'Jacklet.' Now sit down and let us have a chat first. Then I'll call my daughter, my grown-up daughter. You'll see she's very like me, or, rather, I was very like her. No, that's still not right, she is just like the Amable of former days, you'll see. But I wanted to be alone, just at first. I was afraid I might break down. Now it's all right, it's over. Do sit down, old friend." He sat beside her, holding her hand, but he did not know what to say. He did not know this woman. He felt that he had never seen her before. What was he doing in this house? What could he talk about? Of the past? What had the two of them in common? He forgot all that had been, in the presence of this grandmother. All the nice, sweet, tender, heart-wringing things he had felt so intensely when he was thinking of that other woman, little Lise, the dainty flower of ashes. What had become of her, of this former sweetheart, this well-beloved. She of the far-off dream, the blonde with grey eyes, the young girl who had so sweetly called him Jacklet? They remained quite still side by side, feeling awkward, unhappy and ill at ease. As they were only exchanging commonplaces and that with difficulty, she rose and pressed the bell push, saying, "I am going to call René." First there was the sound of a door opening, then the rustle of skirts, and then a young voice exclaiming, "Here I am, mother." Lourmarin looked as scared as if he had seen a ghost, and stammered, "Good afternoon, mademoiselle," and, turning towards the mother, said, "Yes, it's you." It was indeed she, the girl of the past, the Lise who had vanished and who had now returned. He had found her again, exactly as she had been when taken from him 25 years ago, though this girl was even younger, fresher, more of a child. He felt a wild desire to open his arms, to clasp her again to his heart and whisper in her ear, "Good morning, Lyson." A manservant announced, "Dinner is served, madam." And they proceeded to the dining room. What happened during dinner? What was said to him and what replies did he make? He was in one of those curious dreamlike states bordering on insanity. He looked at the two women, obsessed by an idea, the diseased idea of a madman, which is the real one. Smiling all the time, the mother repeated over and over again, "Do you remember?" But it was the girl's bright eyes which revealed the past to him. At least 20 times he was going to say, "Do you remember, Lyson?" Quite forgetting the white-haired woman who was tenderly looking at him. And yet there were moments when he felt uncertain, when he lost his head completely. He saw that the girl of today was not exactly like the girl of long ago. The other, the former love, had something in her voice, her look, her whole being which he missed, and made an enormous effort to recapture what was escaping him. The something that this resuscitated love did not possess. The Baroness said, "My dear friend, you have lost your old vivacity," to which he replied, "I have lost many other things, too." But his heart was in a ferment, he felt his old love springing to life again, like a wild beast ready to tear him to pieces. The young girl chatted away, and he recognized tricks of the voice, familiar phrases used by the mother, which she had taught him, the way of thinking and speaking. The resemblance in mind and manner that comes from living together, these all combined to torment him body and soul. All these memories of the past took possession of him, making a bleeding wound in his awakened passion. He left early and went for a stroll on the boulevard. But the young girl's image followed him, haunting him, crystallizing his feelings and inflaming his blood. Separated from the two women, he now saw only one, the young one, the old one back again, and he loved her as he had loved her in the past. He loved her more passionately after the interval of 25 years. He went home to reflect on the strange and terrible thing that had happened and to think over what could be done. But as, candle in hand, he passed in front of the looking-glass, the big looking-glass in which he had looked at and admired himself before he started, he caught sight of an elderly man with grey hair, and suddenly remembered what he had been like in the old days, the days of little Lise, and he saw himself young and charming again. As in the days when he had been loved. Then, holding the candle nearer, he looked at himself more closely, much as one examines some strange object through a magnifying glass. Tracing the wrinkles and recognizing the frightful wreckage that he had never noticed before. He sat down opposite his reflection, crushed at the sight of his wretched appearance, murmuring, "Finis, Lourmarin. The Hairpin." I will not record the name either of the country or of the man concerned. It was far, very far from this part of the world, on a fertile and scorching sea-coast. All morning we had been following a coast clothed with crops and a blue sea clothed in sunlight. Flowers thrust up their heads quite close to the waves, rippling waves, so gentle, drowsing. It was hot, a relaxing heat, redolent of the rich soil, damp and fruitful, one almost heard the rising of the sap. I had been told that, in the evening, I could obtain hospitality in the house of a Frenchman, who lived at the end of a headland, in an orange grove. Who was he? I was still in ignorance. He had arrived one morning, 10 years ago, he had bought a piece of ground, planted vines, sown seed, he had worked, this man, passionately, furiously. Then, month by month, year by year, increasing his domain, continually fertilizing the lusty and virgin soil, he had in this way amassed a fortune by his unsparing labor. Yet he went on working, all the time, people said. Up at dawn, going over his fields until night, always on the watch, he seemed to be goaded by a fixed idea, tortured by an insatiable lust for money, which nothing lulls to sleep. And nothing can appease. Now he seemed to be very rich. The sun was just setting when I reached his dwelling. This was indeed built at the end of an outthrust cliff, in the midst of orange trees. It was a large plain-looking house, built foursquare, and overlooking the sea. As I approached, a man with a big beard appeared in the doorway. Greeting him, I asked him to give me shelter for the night. He held out his hand to me, smiling. "Come in, sir, and make yourself at home." He led the way to a room, put a servant at my disposal, with the perfect assurance and easy good manners of a man of the world. Then he left me, saying, "We will dine as soon as you are quite ready to come down." We did indeed dine alone, on a terrace facing the sea. At the beginning of the meal, I spoke to him of this country, so rich, so far from the world, so little known. He smiled, answering indifferently. "Yes, it is a beautiful country. But no country is attractive that lies so far from the country of one's heart." "You regret France?" "I regret Paris." "Why not go back to it?" "Oh, I shall go back to it." Then, quite naturally, we began to talk of French society, of the boulevards, and people, and things of Paris. He questioned me after the manner of a man who knew all about it, mentioning names, all the names familiar on the vaudeville promenade. "Who goes to Tortoni's now?" "All the same people, except those who have died." I looked at him closely, haunted by a vague memory. Assuredly I had seen this face somewhere. But where? But when? He seemed weary though active, melancholy though determined. His big fair beard fell to his chest, and now and then he took hold of it below the chin and, holding it in his closed hand, let the whole length of it run through his fingers. A little bald, he had heavy eyebrows and a thick mustache that merged into the hair covering his cheeks. Behind us the sun sank in the sea, flinging over the coast a fiery haze. The orange trees in full blossom filled the air with their sweet heady scent. He had eyes for nothing but me, and with his intent gaze he seemed to peer through my eyes, to see in the depths of my thoughts the far-off, familiar, and well-loved vision of the wide shady pavement that runs from the Madeleine to the Rue Drouot. "Do you know Boutrel?" "Yes, well." "Is he much changed?" "Yes, he has gone quite white." "And La Ridamie?" "Always the same." "And the women?" "Tell me about the women." "Let me see. Do you know Suzanne Werner?" "Yes, very stout." "Done for." "Ah." "And Sophie Estier?" "Dead." "Poor girl." "And do you know?" But he was abruptly silent. Then in a changed voice, his face grown suddenly pale, he went on. "No, it would be better for me not to speak of it any more, it tortures me." Then, as if to change the trend of his thoughts, he rose. "Shall we go in?" "I am quite ready." And he preceded me into the house. The rooms on the ground floor were enormous, bare, gloomy, apparently deserted. Napkins and glasses were scattered about the tables, left there by the swart-skinned servants who prowled about this vast dwelling all the time. 2 guns were hanging from 2 nails on the wall, and in the corners I saw spades, fishing lines, dried palm leaves, objects of all kinds. Deposited there by people who happened to come into the house, and remaining there within easy reach until someone happened to go out or until they were wanted for a job of work. My host smiled. "It is the dwelling, or rather the hovel, of an exile," said he, "but my room is rather more decent. Let's go there." My first thought, when I entered the room, was that I was penetrating into a second-hand dealer's, so full of things was it, all the incongruous, strange, and varied things that one feels must be mementos. On the walls 2 excellent pictures by well-known artists, hangings, weapons, swords, and pistols, and then, right in the middle of the most prominent panel, a square of white satin in a gold frame. Surprised, I went closer to look at it and I saw a hairpin stuck in the center of the gleaming material. My host laid his hand on my shoulder. "There," he said, with a smile, "is the only thing I ever look at in this place, and the only one I have seen for 10 years. Monsieur Prudent declared, this saber is the finest day of my life. As for me, I can say, this pin is the whole of my life." I sought for the conventional phrase. I ended by saying, "Some woman has made you suffer?" He went on harshly. "Put it that I suffer like a wretch. But come on to my balcony." A name came to my lips just now, that I dared not utter, because if you had answered dead, as you did for Sophie Estier, I should have blown out my brains, this very day. We had gone out onto a wide balcony looking towards 2 deep valleys, one on the right and the other on the left, shut in by high somber mountains. It was that twilight hour when the vanished sun lights the earth only by its reflection in the sky. He continued. "Is Jean de Limars still alive?" His eye was fixed on mine, full of shuddering terror. I smiled. "Very much alive, and prettier than ever." "You know her?" "Yes." He hesitated. "Intimately?" "No." He took my hand. "Talk to me about her." "But there is nothing I can say. She is one of the women, or rather one of the most charming and expensive gay ladies in Paris. She leads a pleasant and sumptuous life, and that's all one can say." He murmured, "I love her," as if he had said, "I am dying." Then abruptly, "Ah, for 3 years, what a distracting and glorious life we lived. 5 or 6 times I all but killed her. She tried to pierce my eyes with that pin at which you have been looking. There, look at this little white speck on my left eye. We loved each other. How can I explain such a passion? You would not understand it. There must be a gentle love, born of the swift mutual union of 2 hearts and 2 souls. But assuredly there exists a savage love, cruelly tormenting, born of the imperious force binding together 2 discordant beings who adore while they hate. That girl ruined me in 3 years. I had 4 millions which she devoured quite placidly, in her indifferent fashion, crunching them up with a sweet smile that seemed to die from her eyes onto her lips. You know her? There is something irresistible about her. What is it? I don't know. Is it those grey eyes whose glance thrusts like a gimlet and remains in you like the barb of an arrow? It is rather that sweet smile, indifferent and infinitely charming, that dwells on her face like a mask. Little by little her slow grace invades one, rises from her like a perfume, from her tall slender body, swaying a little as she moves, for she seems to glide rather than walk. From her lovely drawling voice that seems the music of her smile, from the very motion of her body, too, a motion that is always restrained, always just right, taking the eye with rapture. So exquisitely proportioned it is. For 3 years I was conscious of no one but her. How I suffered! For she deceived me with everyone. Why? For no reason, for the mere sake of deceiving. And when I discovered it, when I abused her as a light o' love and a loose woman, she admitted it calmly. "We're not married, are we?" she said. "Since I have been here, I have thought of her so much that I have ended by understanding her. That woman is Manon Lescaut come again. Manon could not love without betraying. For Manon, love, pleasure, and money were all one." He was silent. Then, some minutes later, when I had squandered my last sou for her, she said to me quite simply, "You realize, my dear, that I cannot live on air and sunshine. I love you madly, I love you more than anyone in the world, but one must live. Poverty and I would never make good bedfellows. And if I did but tell you what an agonizing life I had lead with her, When I looked at her, I wanted to kill her as sharply as I wanted to embrace her. When I looked at her, I felt a mad impulse to open my arms, to take her to me and strangle her. There lurked in her, behind her eyes, something treacherous and forever unattainable that made me execrate her, and it is perhaps because of that that I loved her so. In her, the feminine, the detestable and distracting feminine, was more puissant than in any other woman. She was charged with it, surcharged as with an intoxicating and venomous fluid. She was woman, more essentially than any one woman has ever been. And look you, when I went out with her, she fixed her glance on every man, in such a way that she seemed to be giving each one of them her undivided interest. That maddened me and yet held me to her the closer. This woman, in the mere act of walking down the street, was owned by every man in it, in spite of me, in spite of herself, by virtue of her very nature. Although she bore herself with a quiet and modest air. Do you understand? And what torture! At the theater, in the restaurant, it seemed to me that men possessed her under my very eyes. And as soon as I left her company, other men did indeed possess her. It is 10 years since I have seen her, and I love her more than ever. Night had spread its wings upon the earth. The powerful scent of orange trees hung in the air. I said to him, "You will see her again?" He answered, "By God, yes. I have here, in land and money, from 700,000 to 800,000 francs. When the 1,000,000 is complete, I shall sell all and depart. I shall have enough for 1 year with her, 1 entire marvelous year. And then goodbye, my life will be over." I asked, "But afterwards?" "Afterwards, I don't know. It will be the end. Perhaps I shall ask her to keep me on as her body servant." The secret. The little Baroness de Grangerie was drowsing on her couch, when the little Marquise of Renaudin entered abruptly, looking very disturbed, her bodice a little rumpled, her hat a little on one side, and dropped into a chair, exclaiming, "Alf, I've done it." Her friend, who had never seen her anything but placid and gentle, sat bolt upright in amazement. She demanded, "What is it? What have you done?" The Marchioness, who did not seem able to remain in one place, got to her feet, and began to walk about the room. Then she flung herself on the foot of the couch where her friend was resting and, taking her hands, said, "Listen, darling, promise me never to repeat what I am going to tell you." "I promise." "On your immortal soul." "On my immortal soul." "Well, I have just revenged myself on Simon." The other woman exclaimed, "Oh, you've done right." "Yes, haven't I? Just think, during the past 6 months he has become more intolerable than ever, beyond words intolerable. When I married him, I knew well enough how ugly he was, but I thought that he was a kindly man. What a mistake I made. He must certainly have thought that I loved him for himself, with his fat paunch and his red nose, for he began to coo like a turtle dove. You can imagine that it made me laugh. I nicknamed him Pigeon for it. Men really do have the oddest notions about themselves. When he realized that I felt no more than friendship for him, he became suspicious, he began to speak bitterly to me, to treat me as if I were a coquette or a fast woman, or I don't know what. And then it became more serious because of, it's not very easy to put it into words. In short, he was very much in love with me, very much in love, and he proved it to me often, far too often. Oh, my dearest, what torture it is to be made love to by a clown of a man. No, really, I couldn't bear it any longer, not any longer at all. It is just like having a tooth pulled every evening, much worse than that, much worse. Well, imagine among your acquaintances someone very ugly, very ridiculous, very repellent, with a fat paunch, that's the frightful part, and great hairy calves. You can just imagine him, can't you? Now imagine that this someone is your husband, and that, every evening, you understand. No, it's loathsome, loathsome. It made me sick, positively sick, sick in my basin. Really, I can't bear it any longer. There ought to be a law to protect wives in such cases. Just imagine it yourself, every evening. Pah, it's beastly. It's not that I have been dreaming of romantic love affairs, not ever. There aren't any nowadays. All the men in our world are like stable boys or bankers. They care for nothing but horses or money. And if they love women, they love them only as they love horses, just to display them in their drawing rooms as they show off a pair of chestnuts in the Bois. Nothing else. Life today is such that romantic feelings can play no part. We should show ourselves merely as matter-of-fact and unemotional women. Intercourse is now no more than meetings at stated times, at which the same thing is always repeated. Besides, for whom could one feel any affection or tenderness? Men, our men, are generally speaking only correct tailors' dummies altogether wanting in intelligence and sensibility. If we look for any intellectual graces, like a person looking for water in a desert, we call the artists to our side, and we behold the arrival of intolerable poseurs or underbred bohemians. As for me, like Diogenes, I have been looking for a man, one real man in the whole of Parisian society. But I am already quite convinced that I shall not find him, and it will not be long before I blow out my lantern. To return to my husband, since it fairly turned my stomach to see him coming into my room in his shirt and drawers, I used all means, all, you understand me, to alienate him and to disgust him with me. At first he was furious, and then he became jealous. He imagined that I was deceiving him. In the early days he contented himself with watching me. He glared like a tiger at all the men who came to the house, and then the persecution began. He followed me everywhere. He used abominable means to take me off guard. Then he never left me alone to talk with anyone. At all the balls, he remained planted behind me, poking out his clumsy hound's head as soon as I said a word. He followed me to the buffet, forbidding me to dance with this man and that man, taking me away in the very middle of the cotillion, making me look foolish and ridiculous, and appear I don't know what sort of a person. It was after this that I ceased to go anywhere. In this intimacy, he became worse still. Would you believe that the wretch treated me as I daren't say it, as a harlot? My dear, he said to me one evening, whose bed have you been sharing today? I wept and he was delighted. And then he became worse still. The other week he took me to dine in the Champs-Élysées. Fate ordained that Bobignac should be at the neighboring table. Then, if you please, Simon began to tread furiously on my feet and growl at me over the melon. You have given him a rendezvous, you slut. Just you wait. Then, you could never guess what he did, my dear. He had the audacity to pull my hatpin gently out and he drove it into my arm. I uttered a loud cry. Everybody came running up. Then he staged a detestable comedy of mortification. You can imagine it. At that very moment I said to myself, I'll have my revenge, and before very long, too. What would you have done? Oh, I would have revenged myself. Very well, that's what I've done to him. How? What? Don't you understand? But, my dear, still, well, yes. Yes, what? Gracious, just think of his head. Can't you just see him, with his fat face, his red nose, and his side whiskers hanging down like dog's ears? Yes. Well, I said to myself, I shall revenge myself for my own pleasure and Marie's, for I always intended to tell you, but never anyone but you, mind. Just think of his face and then remember that he is. What, you've... Oh, darling, never, never tell a soul, promise me again. But think how funny it is, think. He has looked quite different to me since that very moment, and I burst out laughing all alone, all alone. Just think of his head. The Baroness looked at her friend, and the wild laughter that welled up in her breast burst between her lips. She began to laugh, but she laughed as if she were hysterical, and with both hands pressed to her breast, her face puckered up, her breath strangled in her throat. She leaned forward as if she would fall over on her face. Then the little marquise herself gave way to a stifling outburst of mirth. Between two cascades of little cries she repeated. Think, do think, isn't it funny? Tell me, think of his head, think of his side whiskers, of his nose, just think, isn't it funny? But whatever you do, don't tell anyone, don't tell about it, ever. They continued for some minutes very nearly suffocated, unable to speak, weeping real tears in their ecstasy of amusement. The Baroness was the first to recover her self-control, and still shaking. Oh, tell me how you did it, tell me, it's so funny, so funny. But the other woman could not speak, she stammered. When I had made up my mind, I said to myself, now, hurry up, you must make it happen at once. And I did it, today. Today. Yes, right at once, and I told Simon to come and look for me at your house for our especial amusement. He's coming, at once, he's coming. Just think of his head when you see him. The Baroness, a little sobered, panted as if she had just finished running a race. She answered. Oh, tell me how you did it, tell me. It was quite easy. I said to myself, he is jealous of Bobigwac, very well, Bobigwac it shall be. He is as clumsy as his feet, but quite honorable, incapable of gossiping. Then I went to his house, after breakfast. You went to his house. On what excuse? A collection, for orphans. Tell me the whole tale, me, quickly, tell me the whole tale. He was so astounded to see me that he could not speak. And then he gave me 2 louis for my collection, and then as I got up to go away, he asked news of my husband. Then I pretended to be unable to contain my feelings any longer, and I told him everything that was on my mind. I painted him even blacker than he is, look you. Then Bobigwac was very touched, he began to think of ways in which he might help me, and as for me, I began to cry, but I cried as a woman cries, when she is crying on purpose. He comforted me, he made me sit down, and then, as I didn't stop, he put his arm round me. I said, oh, my poor friend, my poor friend. He repeated, my poor friend, my poor friend. And he went on embracing me, all the time, until we reached the closest embrace of all. There. When it was over, I made a terrible display of despair and reproaches. Oh, I treated him as if he were the lowest of the low. But I wanted to burst out laughing madly. I thought of Simon, of his head, of his side whiskers. Imagine it, just imagine it. I've done it to him. Even if he comes in this minute, I've done it to him. And he was so afraid of it happening. Come wars, earthquakes, epidemics, even if we all die. I've done it to him. Nothing can ever prevent it now. Think of his head, and say to yourself that I've done it to him. The Baroness, who was almost choking to death, demanded. Shall you see Bobigwac again? No, never. Certainly not. I've had enough of him, he's no more desirable than my husband. And they both began to laugh again so violently that they reeled like epileptics. The ringing of a bell silenced their mirth. The Baroness murmured. It's he, look closely at him. The door opened, and a stout man appeared, a ruddy-faced man with thick lips and drooping side whiskers. He rolled incensed eyes. The 2 young women regarded him for a moment. Then they flung themselves wildly down on the couch, in such a delirium of laughter that they groaned as if they were in the most dreadful agony. And he repeated in a stupefied voice, upon my word, are you mad, mad, are you mad? My 25 days. I had just taken possession of my room in the hotel, a narrow slip between 2 papered partitions through which I could hear everything my neighbors were doing, and was arranging my clothes in the wardrobe when I opened the middle drawer and noticed a roll of paper. I straightened it out and read the title. My 25 days. It was the diary of a visitor at the watering place, of the last occupant of my cabin-like room, forgotten at the last moment. These notes may be of interest to the wise and healthy who never leave their homes. It is for their benefit that I am making this copy without altering a single line. Châtel-Guyon, July 15. At the first glance this country is not gay. However, I am going to spend 25 days here for the good of my stomach and my liver, and to get thinner. The 25 days of anyone who takes the waters are very like the 28 days of the reservist. They are spent entirely in drudgery, and at its worst. I have done nothing today except settle down, meet the doctor, and look around. Châtel-Guyon consists of a stream of yellow water flowing between several low hills dotted about with a casino, houses, and stone crosses. On the bank of the stream at the end of the valley there is a square building with a small garden. This is the bathing establishment round which sad-faced beings, the sick, wander. A great silence reigns in the walks shaded by trees, for this is not a pleasure resort, but a real health center where you make a business of taking care of yourself, and you get cured, so it seems. Those who know even affirm that the mineral waters work miracles, but no votive offerings hang in the cashier's office. Occasionally men and women go up to the slate-covered pavilion which shelters a sweet, smiling woman, and where a spring bubbles in a cement basin. No words are exchanged between the invalid and the custodian of the healing water. The latter hands a little glass in which air bubbles sparkle in the transparent liquid, to the visitor, who drinks and departs with solemn steps to resume the interrupted walk under the trees. There is no sound in the little park, no breath of air in the leaves, no voice passing through the silence. A notice should be put up, no one ever laughs here, care of the health is the only diversion. Those who do talk look like the dumb who move their lips in imitation of speech, for they are afraid of allowing their voices to be heard. In the hotel the same silence reigns. It is a big hotel where you dine solemnly between well-bred folk who have nothing to say to each other. Their manners show good breeding, and their faces reflect the conviction of a superiority that it would perhaps be difficult for some of them to justify. At 2 o'clock I go up to the casino, a little wood hut perched on a hillock reached by a goat path, the view from which is magnificent. Châtel-Guyon is situated in a very narrow valley right between the plain and the mountain. To the left I can see the first big rolling waves of the mountain range of Auvergne covered with trees, and extensive grey patches dotted about here and there, hard masses of lava. For we lie at the foot of the old volcanic craters. To the right through the narrow cut of the valley I can see a plain vast as the sea, bathed in a bluish mist that leaves one to guess at the presence of villages, towns, fields gold with ripe corn, and the green stretches of meadowland lying in the shadow of apple trees. It is Limagne, an immense fertile plain always enveloped in a light mist. Night has fallen, and after dining alone I am writing this beside the open window. From the other side of the road I can hear the little orchestra of the casino playing tunes like a stupid bird singing its lonely song in the desert. Now and then I hear a dog bark. The great stillness does one good. Good night. 16 July, nothing. I took a bath and after that a shower bath. I drank 3 glasses of water and I have tramped the paths in the park, allowing 15 minutes between each glass and half an hour after the last. I have begun my 25 days. July 17th. I noticed 2 pretty women who take their baths and their meals when all the others have finished. 18 July, nothing. 19 July, again saw the 2 pretty women. They have style and an indescribable air that fills me with pleasure. 20 July, long walk in a charming, wooded valley as far as the hermitage of Sans-Souci. The country is delightful although melancholy, it is so peaceful, so sweet, so green. On the mountain roads you meet narrow wagons laden with hay, slowly drawn by 2 cows or curbed with great difficulty by their heads, which are yoked together, when going down the slopes. A man wearing a big black hat leads them with a thin stick by tapping either their flanks or their heads. And often with a simple, energetic, grave gesture he brings them to a halt when the over-heavy load pushes them down the very steep slopes. The air is refreshing in these valleys and when it is very hot the dust has a faint, vague odor of vanilla and cow byres. For so many cows are pastured on these routes that you are reminded of their presence all the time. And this odor is a perfume, whereas it would be a stench if it came from any other animal. July 21st. Excursion to the valley of Enval, a narrow gorge enclosed between superb rocks at the foot of the mountain, with a stream running in and out of the piles of stones. As I was reaching the bottom of the ravine I heard women's voices, and caught sight of the two mysterious ladies of the hotel, seated on a boulder, talking. It seemed a good opportunity, so I introduced myself without hesitation. My advances were received quite naturally and we returned together to the hotel. We talked about Paris. Apparently they know many people I know too. Who can they be? I shall see them again tomorrow. There is nothing more amusing than such meetings. July 22nd. Spent nearly the whole day with the two unknown. They are, indeed, very pretty, the one dark, the other fair. They say they are widows. I suggested taking them to Royat tomorrow and they have accepted the invitation. Châtel-Guyon is not so melancholy as I thought when I arrived. 23 July, spent the day at Royat. Royat is a collection of hotels at the bottom of a valley near to Clermont-Ferrand. Lots of people. A big park full of life. A superb view of the Puy de Dôme seen at the end of a series of valleys. My companions attract a great deal of attention, which is flattering to me. The man who escorts a pretty woman thinks he is crowned with a halo, all the more so, then, when he is accompanied by two pretty women. Nothing is so pleasant as to dine in a well-frequented restaurant with a woman friend that everybody stares at. Besides which nothing is more likely to raise a man in the estimation of his neighbors. To drive in the bois behind a broken-down horse or to walk in the boulevard accompanied by a plain woman are the two most humiliating things in life to anyone sensitive about public opinion. Of all luxuries, woman is the rarest and the most distinguished, the one that costs the most and that is the most envied, therefore the one that we prefer to exhibit to the eyes of a jealous world. To appear in public with a pretty woman on your arm arouses all the jealousy of which man is capable. It means, see, I am rich because I possess this rare and costly object. I have taste because I discovered this pearl, I may even be loved by her, that is to say, if she is not deceiving me, which, after all, would only prove that others consider her charming, too. But what a disgrace to be seen with an ugly woman. How much humiliation it implies. On principle she is supposed to be your wife, for you can't admit that you have an ugly mistress? A real wife may be ill-favored but her ugliness is the cause of all kinds of disagreeable incidents. To begin with, you are taken for a notary or a magistrate, the two professions that hold the monopoly of grotesque, well-dowered wives. Well, is that not painful for a man? Besides, it seems like shouting aloud that you have the appalling courage, and even are under legal obligation, to caress that ridiculous face and that misshapen body. And that doubtless you will be so lost to shame as to make this undesirable being a mother, which is the very height of absurdity. 24 July, I never leave the two unknown widows, whom I am beginning to know quite well. This country is delightful and our hotel is excellent. A good season. The treatment is doing me an immense amount of good. 25 July, drove in a landau to the lake of Tazenat. An unexpected, exquisite treat, decided upon at lunch. Hurried departure on leaving the table. After a long drive through the mountains we suddenly caught sight of a lovely little lake, very round and very blue, as clear as glass, tucked away at the bottom of an extinct crater. One side of this immense basin is arid, the other is wooded. There is a little house surrounded by trees, where a man lives who is both lively and kind, a wise soul who spends his life in this Virgilian spot. He made us welcome. An idea came into my head, and I exclaimed. Supposing we bathe? Yes, but, what about costumes? Bah! We are in the desert. So we bathed. If I were a poet I would describe the unforgettable vision of the two young, naked bodies in the transparent water. The shelving, upright cliff enclosed the still waters of the lake, round and shining like a silver coin. The sun poured into it a flood of warm light, and by the rocks the blonde swimmers glided about apparently suspended in the air, by the hardly visible waves. Their movements were reflected on the sand at the bottom of the lake. 26 July. Some of the people seemed to regard my rapid friendship with the two widows with disapproval and condemnation. There are evidently people so constituted that they think the right thing in life is to be bored. Everything that appears amusing at once becomes either a breach of good manners or of morality. For them duty is subject to rigid and deadly gloomy rules. I would like to point out with all humility that the standard of duty differs for the Mormons, Arabs, Zulus, Turks, the English or the French, and that good people are to be found amongst them all. I will give an example. In regard to women, a sense of duty is developed at the age of 9 in England, whereas in France it does not exist until the age of 15. As for me, I take a little from each country, the result being on the lines of the teaching of the saintly King Solomon. 27 July, good news. I have lost over a pound in weight. Excellent, this Châtelgayen water. I am taking the widows to dine at Rouen, a melancholy town whose anagram makes it an undesirable neighbor to Healing Springs, Rouen, Maury. 28 July, crash. Bang. 2 men have come to fetch my 2 widows. 2 widowers, of course, they are leaving this evening, they wrote to tell me. 29 July, alone. Long excursion on foot to the extinct crater of Natura. Superb view. 30 July, nothing. Am following the treatment. July 31st. Ditto. 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 This beautiful country is full of disgusting streams. I am drawing the careless town council's attention to the abominable sewer which poisons the road in front of the hotel. All the kitchen refuse of this place is thrown into it. It makes a good breeding ground for cholera. 1 August, nothing. Treatment. August 2nd. Lovely walk to Châteauneuf, center for rheumatic patients where everybody is lame. Nothing could be funnier than this population of people on crutches. 3 August, nothing. Treatment. 4 August, ditto. Ditto. 5 August, ditto. Ditto. 6 August, despair. I have just been weighed and have put on over half a pound. Well, what then? 7 August, over 66 miles drive in the mountains. I won't mention the name of the country out of respect for its women. This excursion had been suggested to me as beautiful and uncommon. I reached a rather pretty village on the bank of a river, surrounded by a lovely wood of walnut trees after a 4 hours' drive. Hitherto I had never seen so extensive a walnut forest in Auvergne. Moreover, it constitutes all the wealth of the district, for it is planted on common land. Formerly this land was nothing but a bare hillside covered with brushwood. The authorities tried in vain to get it cultivated, it barely sufficed to feed a few sheep. Today it is a superb wood, thanks to the women, and has a curious name, it is called the Sins of the Cure. It must be acknowledged that the women of this mountain district have the reputation of being loose in character, more so than those of the plain. A boy who meets one anywhere owes her at least 1 kiss, and if he does not take more he is a fool. To be quite frank, this is the only reasonable and logical way of approaching the question. Since it is recognized that woman's natural mission is to please man, whether the woman be town or country bred, the least man can do is to show her that she does please him. If he refrains from any display of feeling, it means that he considers her ugly, which amounts to an insult. If I were a woman I would never receive a man a second time who had not been wanting in respect at the first meeting. I would consider that he had failed to appreciate my beauty, my charm, my essential womanhood. So the bachelors of the village X often proved to the women of the district that they found them to their taste, and the cure, who could not succeed in preventing these gallant and perfectly natural demonstrations, decided to turn them to some profit. So every woman who made a slip had to do penance by planting a walnut on the common land, and, night after night, lanterns might be seen twinkling on the hillside like will-o'-the-wisps. For the guilty were not anxious to make atonement in broad daylight. In 2 years' time there was no more room on the land belonging to the village. And there are now said to be over 3,000 magnificent trees whose foliage conceals the belfry that calls the faithful to prayer and praise. These are the sins of the cure. A way to reafforest France has been sought for so eagerly that the administration of forests might come to an understanding with the clergy and use the simple method invented by this humble cure. 7 August, Treatment. August 8. I am packing up and bidding farewell to this charming spot, so peaceful and silent, to the green mountain, the quiet valleys. The deserted casino from whence you can see the immense plain of Limagne, always veiled in its light, bluish mist. I shall leave tomorrow. There the manuscript stopped. I will add nothing to it, my impressions of the country not being quite the same as my predecessors, for I did not find the 2 widows there. A madman. He died a high court judge, an upright magistrate whose irreproachable life was held up to honor in every court in France. Barristers, young peon judges, greeted with a low bow that marked their profound respect, his thin white impressive face, lighted up by 2 fathomless gleaming eyes. He had given up his life to the pursuit of crime and the protection of the weak. Swindlers and murderers had had no more formidable enemy, for he seemed to read, in the depths of their souls, their most secret thoughts, and penetrate at a glance the dark twistings of their motives. He had died, in his 82nd year, everywhere honored, and followed by the regrets of a whole nation. Soldiers in scarlet trousers had escorted him to his grave, and men in white ties had delivered themselves round his coffin of grief-stricken speeches and tears that seemed sincere. And then came the strange document that the startled solicitor discovered in the desk where he had been accustomed to keep the dossiers of famous criminals. It had for title, "Why? June 20, 1851. I have just left the court. I have condemned Blondel to death. Why did this man kill his 5 children? Why?" Often, one comes across people to whose temperaments the taking of life affords a keen physical pleasure. Yes, it must be a physical pleasure, perhaps the sharpest of all, for is not killing an act more like the act of creation than any other? To make and to destroy. In these 2 words is contained the history of the universe, the history of all worlds, of all that exists, all. Why is it so intoxicating to kill? June 25. To think that there is a living being in there, loves, walks, runs. A living being. What is a living being? This thing possessed of life, bearing within itself the vital power of motion and a will that orders this motion. It is kin to nothing, this human being. Its feet do not belong to the ground. It is a germ of life wandering over the earth, and this germ of life, come I know not whence, can be destroyed at will. Then nothing, forever nothing. It decays, it is ended. June 26. Then why is it a crime to kill? Yes, why? It is, on the contrary, a law of nature. The ordained purpose of every being is to kill, he kills to live, and he kills for the sake of killing. To kill is in our nature, we must kill. The beasts kill continually, every day, at every moment of their existence. Man kills continually to feed himself, but as he must also kill for sheer sensual satisfaction, he has invented sport. A child kills the insects that he finds, the little animals that come his way. But that does not satisfy the irresistible lust for wholesale killing, which is in us. It is not enough to kill beasts, we must kill men too. In other days, we satisfied this need by human sacrifice. Today the necessities of living in a community have made murder a crime. We condemn it and punish the assassin. But since we cannot live without yielding to the innate and imperious instinct of death, we assuage it from time to time by wars in which one whole race butchers another. War is a debauch of blood, a debauch in which the armies sate themselves and on which not only plain citizens are drunken, but women. And the children who every evening read under the lamp the hysterical recital of the massacres. One would have imagined that scorn would be meted out to those destined to accomplish these slaughterings of men. No. They are heaped with honors. They are clad in gold and gorgeous raiment. They wear feathers on their heads, decorations on their breasts, and they are given crosses, rewards, honors of all kinds. They are haughty, respected, adored of women, acclaimed by the mob, and solely because their mission in life is to shed human blood. They drag through the streets their instruments of death, which the black-coated passerby regards with envy. For killing is the glorious law thrust by nature into the profoundest impulse of our being. There is nothing more lovely and more honorable than to kill. June 30th. To kill is the law. Because nature loves immortal youth. She seems to cry through all her unconscious acts, hasten. 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 As she destroys, so she renews. July 2nd. Being, what is being? All and nothing. For thought, it is the reflection of all things. For memory and for science, it is an epitome of the world, the tale of which it bears within itself. Mirror of things, and mirror of deeds, each human being becomes a little universe within the universe. But travel. Look at the people swarming everywhere, and man is nothing now, nothing now, nothing. Get into a ship, put a wide space between yourself and the crowded shore, and you will soon see nothing but the coast. The infinitesimal speck of being disappears, so tiny it is, so insignificant. Traverse Europe in a swift train and look out through the window. Men, men, always men, innumerable, inglorious, swarming in the fields, swarming in the streets. Dull-witted peasants able to do no more than turn up the earth, ugly women able to do no more than prepare food for their men, and breed. Go to India, go to China, and you will see scurrying about more thousands of creatures, who are born, live, and die without leaving more trace than the ant crushed to death on the road. Go to the country of black men, herded in their mud huts. To the country of fair-skinned Arabs sheltered under a brown canvas that flaps in the wind, and you will understand that the solitary individual being is nothing, nothing. The race is all. What is the individual member of a wandering desert tribe? And men who are wise do not trouble themselves overmuch about death. Man counts for nothing with them. A man kills his enemy, it is war. That, in the old days, was the way of the world, in every great house, in every province. Yes, journey over the world and watch the swarming of the innumerable and nameless human beings. Nameless? Aye, there's the rub. To kill is a crime because we have enumerated human beings. When they are born, they are registered, named, baptized. The law takes charge of them. Very well, then. The man who is not registered is of no account. Kill him in the desert, kill him in the hills or in the plain, what does it matter? Nature loves death, she will not punish it. What is verily sacred, is the social community. That's it. It is that which protects man. The individual is sacred because he is a member of the social community. Homage to the social state, the legal god. On your knees. The state itself can kill because it has the right to alter the social community. When it has had 200,000 men butchered in a war, it erases them from the community, it suppresses them by the hands of its registrars. That is the end of it. But we who cannot alter the records of the town halls, we must respect life. Social community, glorious divinity who reigns in the temples of the municipalities, I salute you. You are stronger than nature. Ah! Ah! July 3rd. To kill must be a strange pleasure and of infinite relish to a man. To have there, standing before him, a living thinking being, to thrust in him a little hole, only a little hole, to see pouring out that red stuff which we call blood, which makes life. And then to have in front of one only a lump of nerveless flesh, cold, inert, emptied of thought. August 5th. I who have spent my life in judging, condemning, in killing by uttered words, in killing by the guillotine such as have killed by the knife, I. If I did as do all the assassins whom I have struck down, who would know it? August 10th. Who would ever know it? Who would suspect me, especially if I chose a creature in whose removal I have no interest? August 15th. The temptation. The temptation has entered into me like a worm that crawls. It crawls, it moves, it roves through my whole body, in my mind, which thinks only of one thing, to kill. In my eyes which lust to see blood, to see something die, in my ears, where there sounds continually something strange, monstrous, shattering, and stupefying, like the last cry of a human creature. In my legs which tingle with desire to go to the spot where the thing could come to pass, in my hands which tremble with lust to kill. What a glorious act it would be, a rare act, worthy of a free man, greater than other men, captain of his soul, and a seeker after exquisite sensations. August 22nd. I could resist no longer. I have killed a small beast just to try, to begin with. Jean, my man, had a goldfinch in a cage hung in a window of the servant's room. I sent him on an errand and I took the little bird in my hand where I felt the beating of his heart. He was warm. I went up to my room. From time to time, I clutched him harder, his heart beat faster, it was frightful and delicious. I all but choked him. But I should not have seen the blood. Then I took the scissors, short nail scissors, and I cut his throat in 3 strokes, so cleverly. He opened his beak, he struggled to escape me, but I held him fast, oh, I held him. I would have held a mad bulldog, and I saw the blood run. How beautiful blood is, red, gleaming, clear. I longed to drink it. I wetted the end of my tongue with it. It was good. But he had so little of it, the poor little bird. I have not had time to enjoy the sight of it as I would have liked. It must be glorious to see a bull bleed to death. And then I did all that assassins do, that real ones do. I washed the scissors, I washed my hands, I threw out the water, and I carried the body, the corpse, into the garden to bury it. I hid it in the strawberry bed. It will never be found. Every day I shall eat a strawberry from that plant. In very truth, how one can enjoy life when one knows how. My man wept. He supposed that his bird had flown. How could he suspect me? August 25th. I must kill a man. I must. August 30th. It is done. What a simple thing it is. I went to take a walk in the Bois de Verns. I was thinking of nothing, no, of nothing. And there was a child on the road, a little boy eating a slice of bread and butter. He stood still to let me pass and said, "Good day, Monsieur le Président." And the thought came into my head, suppose I were to kill him? I replied, "Are you all alone, my boy?" "Yes, sir." "All alone in the wood?" "Yes, sir." The desire to kill intoxicated me like strong drink. I approached him stealthily, sure that he would run away. And then I seized him by the throat. I squeezed him with all my strength. He looked at me with terrified eyes. What eyes! Quite round, fathomless, clear, terrible. I have never experienced so savage an emotion, but so short. He clutched my wrists with his little hands, and his body writhed like a feather in the fire. Then he moved no more. My heart thudded, ah! The bird's heart. I flung the body in a ditch, then grasses over him. I went home again, I dined well. What an utterly simple affair. That evening I was very gay, light-hearted, young again. I spent the rest of the evening at the prefect's house. They found me good company. But I have not seen blood. I am calm. August 30th. The corpse has been found. They are searching for the murderer. Ah. September 1st. They have arrested 2 tramps. Proofs are lacking. September 2nd. The parents have been to see me. They wept. Ah. October 6th. They have discovered nothing. Some wandering vagabond must have struck the blow. Ah. If I had only seen the blood flow, I think I should now be quiet in my mind. October 10th. The lust to kill possesses my every nerve. It is like the furious passions of love that torture us at 20. October 20th. Yet another. I was walking along the river, after breakfast. And I saw, under a willow, a fisherman fast asleep. It was high noon. A spade was stuck, it might have been for the purpose, in a nearby field of potatoes. I took it, I came back. I lifted it like a club and, cutting through it with a single blow, I split the fisherman's head right open. Oh, how he bled! Crimson blood, full of brains. It trickled into the water, very gently. And I went on my way at a solemn pace. If anyone had seen me. I should have made an excellent assassin. October 25th. The affair of the fisherman has roused a great outcry. His nephew, who used to fish with him, has been accused of the murder. October 26th. The examining magistrate declares that the nephew is guilty. Everyone in the town believes it. October 27th. The nephew has put up a poor defense. He declares that he had gone to the village to buy bread and cheese. He swears that his uncle was killed in his absence. Who believes him? October 28th. The nephew is as good as condemned, so utterly have they made him lose his head. Justice. November 15th, crushing evidence accumulates against the nephew, who will inherit from his uncle. I shall preside at the assizes. January 25th. To death. To death. To death. I have condemned him to death. The Solicitor General spoke like an angel. Yet another. I shall go to see him executed. March 20th. It is done. He was guillotined this morning. He made a good end, very good. It gave me infinite pleasure. How sweet it is to see a man's head cut off. The blood spurted out like a wave, like a wave. Oh, if I could, I would have liked to have bathed in it. What intoxicating ecstasy to crouch below it, to receive it in my hair and on my face, and rise up all crimson, all crimson. Ah, if people knew. Now I shall wait, I can afford to wait. So little a thing might trip me up. The manuscript contains several more papers, but without relating any fresh crime. The alienists, to whom it was entrusted, declare that there exist in the world many undetected madmen, as cunning and as redoubtable as this monstrous maniac. Indiscretion. Before marriage, they had loved each other with a pure love, their heads in the stars. It had begun in a pleasant acquaintance made on a sea-front. He had found her entirely charming, this young girl, like a rose, with her transparent sunshades and her pretty gowns, drifting past the vast background of the sea. He had loved her, fair and delicately slender, in her frame of blue waves and illimitable sky. And he confounded the compassionate tenderness roused in him by this virginal child, with the vague powerful emotion stirred in his soul, his heart. His very veins by the sharp salt air and the wide countryside filled with sun and sea. The girl herself had loved him, because he wooed her, because he was young, rich enough, well-bred and fastidious. She had loved him because it is natural for young girls to love young men who speak to them of love. Then for 3 months they had spent their time together, eyes looking into eyes and hand touching hand. The mutual happiness that they felt, in the morning before the bath, in the freshness of a new day, and their farewells at night, in the shore, under the stars, in the soft warmth of the quiet night. Farewells murmured softly, very softly, had already the character of kisses, though their lips had never met. They dreamed of one another in the instant of sleep, thought of one another in the instant of waking, and, without a word exchanged, called to each other. And desired each other with all the force of their souls and all the force of their bodies. After their marriage, their adoration had come to earth. It had been at first a kind of sensuous and insatiable fury of possession, then an exalted affection wrought of flesh and blood romance, of caresses already a little sophisticated, of ingenious and delicately indelicate love-making. Their every glance had a lascivious significance, all their gestures roused in them thoughts of the ardent intimacy of their nights. Now, without acknowledging it, perhaps without yet realizing it, they had begun to weary of one another. They loved each other dearly, still. But there were no longer any revelations to share, nothing to do that they had not done many times, nothing to discover about one another, not even a new word of love, an unpremeditated ecstasy. An intonation that might make more poignant the familiar words, so often repeated. None the less they made every effort to feed the dying flame of their first fierce caresses. Every day they invented affectionate pretenses, artless or subtle little comedies, a whole series of desperate attempts to reawake the insatiable ardor of first love in their hearts, and the burning desire of the bridal month in their blood. Sometimes, by dint of exciting their passions, they enjoyed again an hour of unreal ecstasy, followed at once by a mood of fatigue and aversion. They had tried moonlit nights, walks under the trees in the gentle air of evening, the poetry of riversides veiled in mist, the excitement of public festivities. Then, one morning, Henrietta said to Paul, "Will you take me to dine in a cabaret?" "Of course, darling." "In a really well-known cabaret?" "Of course." He looked at her, with a questioning air, quite aware that she was thinking of something that she did not care to say aloud. She added, "You know, in a cabaret, how shall I put it? In a really gay cabaret, in the sort of cabaret where people arrange to meet each other alone?" He smiled. "Yes, I understand. In a private room of a fashionable café." "That's it. But a fashionable café where you are known, where you have perhaps already had supper, no, dinner, and don't you know, I should like, no, I'll never dare say it. Tell me, darling, what can anything matter, between you and me? We don't hide little things from each other." "No, I dare not." "Really now, don't pretend to be shy." "What is it?" Well. I would like to be taken for your mistress, and that the waiters, who don't know that you are married, should suppose me your mistress. And you too, that you should think me your mistress, for 1 hour, just in that room which must have memories for you. Don't you see? And I shall believe, myself, that I am your mistress. I shall be doing a dreadful thing. I shall be deceiving you, with yourself. Don't you see? It is very wicked. But I should like, don't make me blush. I feel myself blushing. You can't imagine how it would excite me to dine like that with you, in a place that's not quite nice, in a cabinet particulier where people make love, every evening. It is very wicked. I'm as red as a peony. Don't look at me." He laughed, very amused, and answered, "Yes, we'll go, this evening, to a really smart place, where I am known." About 7 o'clock they walked up the staircase of a fashionable boulevard café, he all smiles like a conqueror, she shy, veiled, delighted. As soon as they had entered a private room furnished with 4 armchairs and a vast couch of red velvet, the head waiter, black-clad, came in and presented the card. Paul offered it to his wife. "What would you like to eat?" "Oh, but I don't know what's the right thing to order here." So he read down the list of dishes as he took off his overcoat, which he handed to the footman. Then he said, "A very spicy dinner, potage bisque, poulet à la diable, rabble de livre, bombarde à l'américaine, salade de légumes bien épicés, and dessert. We will drink champagne." The head waiter turned a smiling regard on the young woman. He picked up the card, murmuring, "Will Monsieur Paul have sweet or dry?" "Champagne, very dry." Henrietta was delighted to observe that this man knew her husband's name. They sat side by side on the couch, and began to eat. They had the light of 10 wax candles. Reflected in a large mirror marked all over by thousands of names traced on it by diamonds, they flung over the gleaming crystal what looked like an immense spider's web. Henrietta drank steadily, to enliven her, though she felt giddy after the first glass. Paul, excited by his memories, kissed his wife's hand every moment. His eyes shone. She was oddly excited by this not very reputable place, disturbed, happy, a little wanton but very thrilled. Two grave silent footmen, accustomed to see all and forget all, to present themselves only when necessary, and to remove themselves at moments when emotions ran dangerously high, came and went swiftly and deftly. By the middle of dinner Henrietta was half drunk, more than half drunk, and Paul, very merry, was madly pressing her knee. She was babbling wildly now, impudently gay, with flushed cheeks and suffused burning eyes. "Now, Paul, own up, don't you know I simply must know everything?" "Well, darling? I daren't say it." "Say anything you want to. Have you had mistresses, many mistresses, before me?" He hesitated, a little dubious, not sure whether he ought to keep quiet about his triumphs or boast of them. She added, "Oh, I implore you, do tell me, have you had ever so many?" "Well, I've had several." "How many?" "Well, I really don't know, a man can't really be sure about these things, don't you know?" "You didn't keep count of them?" "Of course not." "Oh, so you must have had ever so many." "Of course." "But about how many, only just about?" "But I haven't the least idea, darling. Some years I had ever so many, and there were other years when I had very few." "How many a year, do you suppose?" "Sometimes 20 or 30, sometimes only 4 or 5. "Oh, that makes more than 100 women altogether." "Well, yes, about that." "Oh, it's revolting." "Why do you call it revolting?" "Because of course it is revolting, when you think of it, all those women, naked, and always the same thing." "Oh, how revolting it is, all the same, more than 100 women." He was shocked that she found it disgusting, and answered her with that superior manner which men assume to make women realize that they are talking nonsense. "Well, upon my word, that's a queer thing to say. If it's disgusting to have 100 women, it is just as disgusting to have one." "Oh, no, nothing of the kind." "Why not?" "Because one woman, that is a real union, a real love which holds you to her, while 100 women is just lust or misconduct. I don't understand how a man can press himself against all those dirty wenches. They're not, they are very clean. It's impossible for them to be clean, living the life they do. But, on the contrary, it is just because of the life they live that they are so clean. Oh, fie, when you think that only the night before they were doing the same thing with another man. It's shameful. It's no more shameful than drinking out of this glass which was drunk from this morning by goodness knows who, and which you may be sure has at any rate been well washed." "Oh, be quiet, you disgust me." "Then why did you ask me if I had had mistresses? Tell me, these mistresses of yours, were they all girls of that sort?" "No, no, of course not." "What were they, then?" "Well, actresses, some little shopgirls, and several society women." "How many society women?" 6. "Only 6? "Yes." "Were they pretty?" "Of course." Prettier than the girls? No. Which did you like best, the girls or the society women? The girls. Oh, what nasty tastes you have. Why? Because I don't care for amateur performers. Oh, horrible. You really are detestable, you know. But tell me, did it amuse you to go from one to the other? Of course. Very much? Very much. What is it that amused you? Aren't they all alike? Of course not. Oh, women are not all alike? Not at all alike. Not in anything? Not in anything. How odd. How do they differ? Altogether. In their bodies? Yes, of course, in their bodies. All over their bodies? All over their bodies. And what else? Well, in their way of making love, of talking, of saying even little things. And it is very amusing to have change? Of course. And do men, too, vary? I couldn't tell you that. You can't tell me? No. They must vary. Yes, no doubt. She sat sunk in thought, the glass of champagne in her hand. It was full, she drank it off at a gulp, then, placing it on the table, she flung both arms round her husband's neck, murmuring against his heart. Oh, my darling, I love you so. He took her in a passionate embrace. A waiter who was entering withdrew, shutting the door, and the serving of the courses was suspended for about 5 minutes. When the head waiter reappeared, solemn and dignified, carrying the sweet, she was holding another full glass between her fingers, and, peering into the tawny translucent depths of the liquid. As if she saw their strange imagined things, she was murmuring in a reflective tone. Yes, it must be very amusing, all the same. Mr. Belhomme's beast. The Havre stagecoach was just leaving Cricktot and all the passengers were waiting in the yard of the commercial hotel, kept by young Malandane, for their names to be called out. The coach was yellow, on wheels that once were yellow too, but now almost turned grey with accumulated layers of mud. The front wheels were quite small, those at the back, large and rickety, bore the well of the coach, which was unshapely and distended like the paunch of an animal. 3 white hacks harnessed in tandem, whose huge heads and large round knees were the most noticeable things about them, had to pull this conveyance, which had something monstrous in its build and appearance. Already the horses in front of this strange vehicle seemed to be asleep. The driver, Césaire Horleville, a corpulent little man but agile enough nevertheless, by virtue of continually mounting the wheels and climbing on to the roof of his coach. With a face reddened by the open air of the countryside, by rain and storm and many brandies, and eyes always blinking as if still under the lash of wind and hail, appeared at the door of the hotel, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Large round hampers, full of scared poultry, stood in front of the solid countrywomen. Césaire Horleville took these one by one and put them up on the roof of his vehicle. Then, more carefully, he put up those which were filled with eggs. Finally he tossed up from below a few little sacks of seed and small parcels wrapped in handkerchiefs, bits of cloth or paper. Then he opened the door at the back and, taking a list from his pocket, he called out from it, "The Reverend Father from Gorgeville." The priest came forward, a tall powerful man, broad, stout, purple in the face, and kindly. He lifted up his cassock to free his foot for stepping up, just as women lift up their skirts, and climbed into the rickety old coach. The schoolmaster from Rolbos-Glesgrinitz. The schoolmaster hurried forward, a tall and hesitating fellow, with a frock coat down to his knees, and disappeared in his turn through the open door. Mr. Poiret, 2 seats. Poiret takes his place, tall and stooping, bent with drudgery, grown thin through lack of food, bony, and with a skin all withered from neglected ablutions. His wife followed him, small and wizened, looking very like a tired jade, and clutching in both hands a huge green umbrella. Mr. Rabbit, 2 seats. Rabbit, by nature irresolute, hesitated. He asked, Was it me you were calling? The driver, who had been nicknamed Foxy, was going to make a joking reply, when Rabbit took a header towards the door of the coach, thrust forward by a shove from his wife. A tall buxom wench with a belly as big and round as a barrel, and hands as large as a washerwoman's beetle. And Rabbit slipped into the coach like a rat into his hole. Mr. Caniveau, a huge peasant, more beefy than a bull, summoned all his energy and was, in his turn, swallowed up inside the yellow well of the coach. Mr. Belhomme. Belhomme, a tall skeleton of a man, drew near, his neck awry, his aspect dolorous, a handkerchief applied to his ear as if he suffered from very severe toothache. All of them wore blue smocks over antique and peculiar jackets of black or green cloth, garments, worn on special occasions, which they would uncover in the streets of Havre. And their heads were covered with caps made of silk, as high as towers, the final elegance in that Norman countryside. Césaire Horleville shut the door of his coach, climbed onto his box, and cracked his whip. The 3 horses seemed to wake up, and, shaking their necks, made audible a vague murmur of tiny bells. Then the driver, bawling out, "Gee up," from the bottom of his lungs, lashed the animals with a sweep of the arm. They were roused, made an effort, and set off along the road at a slow and halting jog-trot. And behind them the vehicle, jolting its loose panes and all the old iron of its springs, made an astounding jangle of tin and glassware, whilst each row of passengers, tossed and rocked by the jolts, surged up and down with every fall or rise of their uneven progress. At first silence reigned, out of respect for the parish priest, whose presence put a restraint on their loquacity. He made the first remark, being of a garrulous and friendly disposition. "Well, Mr. Caniveau," he said, "are you getting on all right?" The big countryman, whose similarity of build, appearance, and paunch formed a bond between the priest and himself, replied, smiling. "Much as usual, father, much as usual, and how's yourself?" "Oh, as for me, I can always get along." "And you, Mr. Poiret?" asked the reverend gentleman. "I'd be all right, except for the colzas which have had nothing at all of a crop this year, and in business it is by the crops of colza that we make up our losses, as a rule." "Well, well, times are hard." "Lord, yes, they're hard," declared Mr. Rabbit's hefty wife, in a voice like a policeman. As she came from a neighboring village, the priest knew nothing of her but her name. "Are you the Blondel girl?" he asked. "Yes, that's me. I married Rabbit." Rabbit, skinny, nervous, and complacent, saluted the priest with a smile. He saluted him by bowing his head deeply forward, as if to say, "Yes, this is really Rabbit, whom the Blondel girl has married." Abruptly, Mr. Belhomme, who kept his handkerchief over his ear, began to groan in a lamentable manner. He ground his teeth horribly, stamping his feet to express the most frightful suffering. "Your toothache seems to be very bad?" demanded the priest. The peasant stopped moaning for an instant to reply. "Not a bit of it, father. It's not my teeth, it's my ear, right down inside my ear." "What's the matter with your ear then? An abscess?" "I don't know whether it's an abscess, but I know it's a beast, a filthy beast, which got itself inside me when I was asleep on the hay in the loft." "A beast? Are you sure?" "Am I sure?" "As sure as heaven, father, seeing it's gnawing away the inside of my ear. It'll eat out my head, for sure, it'll eat out my head. Oh, gurrow, gurrow, gurrow." And he began stamping his feet again. His audience was roused to the keenest interest. Each of them proffered different advice. Poiret would have it that it was a spider, the schoolmaster that it was a caterpillar. He had seen such a case before at Campomuret, in the Orme county, where he had lived for 6 years. Though in this case the caterpillar had got into the head and come out through the nose. But the man had remained deaf in that ear, because the eardrum was split. "It must have been a worm," declared the priest. Mr. Belhomme, his head tilted on one side, and leaning it against the carriage door, for he had been the last to get in, went on groaning. Oh, ow, ow, I'm scared to death, it's an ant. A big ant, it's gnawing so. There, father, it's galloping and galloping, oh, ow, 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 it hurts like the devil. Haven't you seen the doctor? Demanded Caniveau. Lord, no. What for haven't you? Fear of doctors seemed to cure Belhomme. He sat up, without however removing his handkerchief. What for haven't I? You've got money to waste on them, have you, for them good-for-nothings? You take yourself to them, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. And for that, a couple of crowns of 100 sous apiece, 2 crowns at least. And you tell me what he'd have done for me, the good-for-nothing, you tell me what he'd have done. D'you know that? Caniveau laughed. Now how would I know? Where are you going anyway? I'm off to Havre to see Chambrelin. What Chambrelin? The healer, of course. What healer? The healer who cured my dad. Your dad? Yes, my dad, in his time. What was the matter with your dad? A great wind in his back, so as he could move nor foot nor leg. And what did your Chambrelin do for him? He kneaded his back as if he was going to make bread of it, with both his hands. And it was all right again in a couple of hours. Belhomme was quite sure in his mind that Chambrelin had also pronounced certain words over it, but he dared not say as much before the priest. Laughing, Caniveau persisted. How'd you know it's not a rabbit you've got in your ear? It might have taken that ear hole of yours for its burrow, seeing the undergrowth you've got growing outside. You wait. I'll make it run for its life. And Caniveau, shaping his hands into a speaking trumpet, began to imitate the crying of hounds hot on the scent. He yelped, howled, whimpered, and bayed. Everybody in the coach began to laugh, even the schoolmaster who never laughed. However, as Belhomme appeared irritated at being made fun of, the priest turned the conversation, and speaking to Rabbit's lusty wife, said, I dare say you have a big family? Yes, indeed, father. And how hard it is to rear them. Rabbit nodded his head, as if to say, oh, yes, it's hard to rear them. How many children have you? She stated magisterially, in a harsh deliberate voice. 16 children, father. 15 of them by my good man. And Rabbit's smile broadened, as he knuckled his forehead. He managed 15 children all by himself, he, Rabbit. His wife said so. And there was no doubting her. He was proud of it, by George. By whom was the 16th? She did not say. Probably it was the first. Perhaps everyone knew about it, for no one was surprised. Even Caniveau remained unmoved. But Belhomme began to groan. Oh, ow, 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 it fair tears me to bits. Hell. The coach drew up outside the Café Paulite. The priest said, if we were to drop a little water in your ear, it might bring the thing out with it. Would you like to try it? For sure. I'm willing. Everyone got down to assist at the operation. The priest called for a basin, a napkin, and a glass of water. And he ordered the schoolmaster to hold the patient's head well over to one side, and then, as soon as the liquid should have penetrated into the passage, to swing it rapidly over the other way. But Caniveau, who had straightway applied himself to Belhomme's ear to see whether he could not discover the beast with his naked eye, cried out. God bless my soul, what a sticky mess. You'll have to get that out, my boy. No rabbit could get out through that conglomeration of stuff. He'd stick fast with all 4 feet. The priest examined the passage in his turn and realized that it was too narrow and too stuffed with wax to attempt the expulsion of the beast. It was the schoolmaster who cleared the path with a match and a bit of rag. Then, amid general anxiety, the priest poured down this scoured channel half a glass of water which ran over Belhomme's face and hair and down his neck. Then the schoolmaster turned the head sharply back over the basin, as if he were trying to unscrew it. A few drops fell out into the white vessel. All the travelers flung themselves upon it. No beast had emerged. However, Belhomme announcing, "I can't feel anything," the priest, triumphant, cried, "It is certainly drowned." Everyone was pleased. They all got back into the coach. But hardly had they got under way again when Belhomme burst out with the most terrible cries. The beast had wakened up and had become quite frantic. He even swore that it had now got into the head, that it was devouring his brain for him. He accompanied his howls with such contortions that Poiret's wife, believing him possessed of the devil, began to cry and make the sign of the cross. Then, the pain abating a little, the afflicted man related that it was now careering round his ear. He described with his finger the movements of the beast, seeming to see it, and follow it with a watchful eye. "Look at it now, there it goes up again, ow, 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 oh, hell." Caniveau lost patience. "It's the water has sent it crazy, that beast of yours. Likely it's more used to wine." His listeners burst out laughing. He added, "As soon as you and me reach the Café Bourbou, give it a small brandy and I'll warrant it'll worry you no more." But Belhomme could no longer endure his misery. He began to cry out as if his very inside was being torn out. The priest was obliged to support his head for him. His companions begged Césaire Horleville to stop at the first house on the way. It turned out to be a farm, lying near the roadside. Belhomme was carried to it, then they stretched him out on the kitchen table to begin the operation again. Caniveau persisted in advising Membu brandy with the water, in order to make the beast either tipsy or drowsy, or perhaps kill it outright. But the priest preferred vinegar. This time they poured in the liquid drop by drop, so that it would reach the farthest corner, then they left it for some minutes in the inhabited organ. Another basin having been brought, Belhomme was turned bodily over by that lusty pair, the priest and Caniveau, while the schoolmaster banged with his finger on the healthy ear. The better to empty out the other. Césaire Horleville himself, whip in hand, had come in to watch. All at once they saw in the bottom of the basin a small brown speck, no bigger than an onion seed. It was moving, however. It was a flea. Cries of surprise burst forth, then shouts of laughter. A flea! Oh, this was rich, this was very rich. Caniveau slapped his thigh, Césaire Horleville cracked his whip, the priest burst into guffaws like the braying of an ass, the schoolmaster gave vent to a laugh like a sneeze. And the two women uttered little cries of merriment like nothing but the clucking of hens. Belhomme was sitting on the table, and, resting the basin on his knees, he contemplated with grave intentness, and a gleam of angry joy in his eye, the vanquished beastie which turned and twisted in its drop of water. He grunted, "So there you are, you swine," and spit at it. The driver, beside himself with amusement, repeated, "A flea, a flea. Oh, look at it, the little devil of a flea, the little devil of a flea." Then, his exuberance wearing off a little, he cried, "Come now, let's be off. We've wasted enough time." And the travelers, still laughing, made their way to the coach. But Belhomme, last to come, declared, "I'm off back to Cricktot. I've nowt to do at Havre." The driver told him, "Never mind that, pay your fare. I don't owe no more than half, seeing I've not done half the journey. You owe as much as if you'd done the lot." And a dispute began which very soon became a furious quarrel. Belhomme swore that he would pay no more than 20 sous, Césaire Horleville declared that he would have 40. They shouted at each other, thrusting their faces close together and glaring into each other's eyes. Caniveau clambered out of the coach. "In the first place you owe 40 sous to the priest, d'ye hear, and then drinks round to everyone, that makes it 55, and out of that you'll have to give Césaire 20. How's that, Foxy?" The driver, delighted at the idea of Belhomme's having to screw out 3 francs 75, replied, "Right you are. Now then, pay up." "I'll not pay." The priest's not a doctor, anyhow. If you don't pay, I'll put you back in the coach with Césaire and take you to Havre. And seizing Belhomme round the waist, the giant lifted him up as if he had been a child. The other realized that he would have to give in. He drew out his purse and paid. Then the coach set off again for Havre, while Belhomme turned back towards Cricktot, and all the travellers, silent now, watched his blue peasant smock rolling along on his long legs down the white road. The Woodcocks. My dearest, you ask me why I do not come back to Paris, you are amazed, and you are almost angry. The reason that I am going to offer will doubtless disgust you. Can a sportsman return to Paris at the beginning of the woodcock season? Assuredly, I understand, and I am fond of the life of the town, which revolves between house and street, but I prefer a free life, the simple autumn life of the sportsman. In Paris I feel as if I were never in the open air, for the streets are, after all, no more than vast public apartments, without ceilings. Is a man in the open air, held between two walls, his feet on stone or wooden pavements, his outlook everywhere bounded by buildings, without any prospect of meadow, plain, or wood? Thousands of fellow creatures elbow you, push you, greet you, and talk to you. And the mere fact of receiving the rain on an umbrella when it rains is not enough to give me the impression and the sense of space. Here I remark very sharply and delightfully the distinction between inside and outside. But that is not what I want to say to you. It is the woodcock season. I must tell you that I live in a big Norman house, in a valley, near a little stream, and that I get some shooting almost every day. Other days, I read just the books that Parisians have no time to know, very serious, very profound, very strange, books written by a brilliant and inspired scientist. A foreigner who has spent the whole of his life in studying the one problem, and has observed all the facts relative to the influence on our minds of the functioning of our physical organism. But I want to tell you about the woodcock. My two friends, then, the d'Orgemel brothers and I, live here during the shooting season, waiting for the first frost. Then, as soon as it freezes, we set out for their farm at Canotot, near Fécamp, because there is a delightful little wood, a divine little wood, where all the woodcocks halt in their flight. You know the d'Orgemels, both of them giants, both real early Normans, both of them men of that old powerful race of conquerors who invaded France, took and held England, settled themselves along every coast of the old world, built towns everywhere, passed like a wave over Sicily, leaving behind the monuments of a marvelous art, pulled down kings, pillaged the proudest cities, engaged popes in priestly intrigues and, craftier than those Italian pontiffs, beat them at their own game. And, more important to the world than all, left children behind them in the beds of every race. The d'Orgemels are two Normans of the purest and oldest stock. They have every Norman characteristic, voice, accent, manner, fair hair, and eyes the hue of the sea. When we are together, we talk in the dialect, we live, think, and act like Normans, we become landed Normans more peasant-like than our farmers. Well, 15 days we have been expecting the woodcock. Every morning Simon, the eldest, says to me, "Hullo, the wind's coming round to the east, it'll freeze. They'll be here in 2 days." The younger, Gaspard, more cautious, waits until the frost comes to announce its arrival. Well, last Friday, he came into my room at daybreak, shouting, "It's come, the ground is covered with white. 2 more such days, and we go to Canotot." 2 days later, as a matter of fact, we do set out for Canotot. You would have laughed to see us. We move in a strange hunting coach which my father had constructed some time ago. Construct is the only word I can use to speak of this traveling tomb, or rather this moving earthquake. It contains everything, holds for the stores, holds for the weapons, holds for the trunks, boxes with peepholes for the dogs. Everything is in shelter, except the human passengers, perched on railed seats outside as high as a 3-storied house and carried on 4 gigantic wheels. You scramble up there as best you can, using feet, hands, and even teeth on occasion, for no ladder gives access to that erection. Very well, the 2 Diorgemals and I reached this mountain, rigged out like Laplanders. We are clad in sheepskins, we wear enormous woolen stockings over our breeches, and gaiters over our woolen stockings, we have black fur caps and white fur gloves. When we are installed, Jean, my man, throws us up 3 basset hounds, Piff, Paf, and Moustache. Piff belongs to Simon, Paf to Gaspard, and Moustache to me. They are like 3 small hairy crocodiles. They are long, low, hollow in the back, and bow-legged, and so shaggy that they look like yellow bushes. Their black eyes are hardly visible under their eyebrows, or their white teeth under their beards. We never shut them in the rolling kennels in the coach. Each of us keeps his own dog under his feet for the sake of warmth. And so we set off, shaken almost to pieces. It is freezing, freezing hard. We are happy. We arrive about 5 o'clock. The farmer, Monsieur Picot, is waiting for us in front of the door. He is a jovial fellow, not very tall, but plump, thick-set, active as a mastiff, cunning as a fox, always smiling, always happy and very sharp after the money. It is a fine holiday for him, in the woodcock season. The farm is immense, an old building in an orchard, encircled by 4 rows of beech trees which struggle the year round against the sea wind. We enter the kitchen, where a monstrous fire is blazing in our honor. Our table is set close to the lofty fireplace, where in front of the limpid flames a plump bird is turning and roasting, while the juice drips into an earthen plate. The farmer's wife greets us now, a tall silent woman, always busied with household cares, her head full of deals and calculations, of sheep and cattle. She is a methodical woman, level-headed and austere, highly respected in the district. Along the end of the kitchen runs the big table where will shortly seat themselves the hired men and women of every class, certain ploughmen, laborers, farm wenches, shepherds. And all those folk eat in silence under the quick eye of the mistress and watch us dine with Farmer Picot, who lets off jests that make us all laugh. Then, when all her household has been fed, Madame Picot will take, alone, her hasty and frugal meal on a corner of the table, keeping an eye on the servant girl meanwhile. On ordinary days, she dines with her household. The 3 of us, the Diorgemals and I, sleep in a white room, bare, whitewashed, and containing only our 3 beds, 3 chairs, and 3 basins. Gaspard always wakes first and sounds a ringing reveille. And in half an hour everyone is ready and we set off with old Picot, who shoots with us. Monsieur Picot prefers me to his masters. Why? Doubtless because I am not his master. Then you may see us both making for the wood from the right, while the 2 brothers advance on it from the left. Simon has the dogs in his charge, leading them, all 3 held at the end of a cord. For we are not out after woodcock but rabbits. We are convinced that we must not look for woodcock, but just come across them. We stumble on them and kill them, don't you know? When you want especially to find them, you never set eyes on one. It is a strange and lovely thing to hear in the clear morning air the sharp report of the gun, then Gaspard's thunderous voice filling the whole countryside and roaring, "Woodcock, here they come." I am wily. When I have brought down a woodcock, I call out, "Rabbit." And I rejoice exceedingly when we lay out the bag at lunch. There we are, old Picot and I, in the little wood where the leaves fall with a soft ceaseless murmur, a harsh murmur, a little sad, they are dead. It is cold, a thin sharp cold that pricks eyes, nose, ears, and has powdered the edges of the grass and the brown ploughed fields with a fine white moss. But we are warm in all our limbs, under the thick sheepskin. The sun sparkles in the blue air, it has little or no warmth, but it sparkles. It is good to shoot over the woods on a keen winter morning. Yonder a dog breaks into a shrill barking. It is Piff. I know his thin voice. Then, silence. Now another outburst, then another. And Paf gives tongue in his turn. But what is Moustache doing? Ah, there he goes whimpering like a chicken whose neck is being wrung. They have started a rabbit. Now, Farmer Picot. They draw apart, then close in, separate again, then run back. We follow their haphazard goings, running along narrow paths, every sense on the alert, fingers on the triggers of our guns. They make back towards the common, we make back too. Suddenly a grey streak, a shadow crosses the path. I bring my gun to my shoulder and fire. The faint smoke clears away in the blue air, and I see on the grass a morsel of white fur that moves. Then I shout at the top of my voice, "Rabbit, rabbit! Here it is!" And I show it to the 3 dogs, to the 3 shaggy crocodiles, who congratulate me with wagging tails. They then go off in search of another. Old Picot has rejoined me. Moustache begins to yelp. The farmer says, "That's surely a hare, let's go to the edge of the common." But just as I emerged from the wood, I saw, standing 10 paces from me, Gargan, the deaf-mute, Monsieur Picot's herdsman, wrapped round in a voluminous yellowish cloak, with a woolen bonnet on his head, and knitting away at a stocking, as do all the shepherds of these parts. "Good morning, shepherd," I said, as we always do. And he lifted his head in greeting, although he had not heard my voice, but he had seen my lips moving. I have known this shepherd for 15 years. For 15 years I have seen him every autumn, standing on the edge or in the middle of a field, his body motionless and his hands ceaselessly knitting. His flock follow him like a pack of hounds, seeming to obey his eye. Old Picot grasped my arm. "You know that the shepherd has killed his wife?" I was dumbfounded. "Gargan? The deaf-mute?" "Yes, this last winter, and he was brought to trial at Rouen. I will tell you about it." And he drew me into the copse, for the herdsman was able to pick up the words from his master's lips as if he had heard them. He understood no one else. But, face to face with him, he was no longer deaf. And his master, on the other hand, read like a wizard every meaning of the mute's dumb show, all the gestures of his fingers, the wrinklings of his cheeks, and the flashes of his eyes. Listen to this simple story, a melancholy piece of news, just such a one as happens in the country, time and again. Gargan was the son of a marl digger, one of those men who go down into the clay pits to dig out that sort of soft stone, white and viscous, that we scatter on the fields. Deaf and dumb from birth, he had been brought up to keep the cows along the roadside ditches. Then, employed by Picot's father, he had become a shepherd at the farm. He was an excellent shepherd, zealous and honest, and he could set dislocated limbs, though he had not been taught anything of the kind. When Picot came into the farm in his time, Gargan was 30 years old and looked 40. He was tall, thin, and bearded like a patriarch. Then, just about this time, Martel, an honest country woman, died, leaving a young girl of 15, who had been nicknamed Wee Drop, because of her immoderate liking for brandy. Picot took in this ragged young wretch and employed her in light tasks, feeding her without paying her wages, in return for her work. She slept in the barn, in the cattle shed or in the stable, on straw or dung, any place, no matter where, for no one bothers to find a bed for these ragamuffins. She slept anywhere, with anyone, perhaps with the carter or the laborer. But it soon came about that she attached herself to the deaf-mute and formed a more lasting union with him. How did these 2 poor wretches come together? How did they understand each other? Had he ever known a woman before this barn rat, he who had never talked to a soul? Was it she who sought him out in his rolling hut and seduced him at the edge of the road, a hedgeside eve? No one knows. It only became known, one day, that they were living together as man and wife. No one was surprised. And Picot even found this union quite natural. But now the parish priest learned of this union without benefit of clergy, and was angry. He reproached Madame Picot, made her conscience uneasy, menaced her with mysterious penalties. What was to be done? It was quite simple. They were taken to the church and the town hall to be married. Neither of them had a penny to his name. He not a whole pair of trousers, she not a petticoat that was all of a piece. so nothing hindered the demands of state and church from being satisfied. They were joined together, before mayor and priest, within 1 hour, and everything seemed arranged for the best. But would you believe that, very soon, it became a joke in the countryside, forgive the scandalous word, to cuckold poor Gargan? Before the marriage, no one thought of lying with the wee drop. And now, everyone wanted his turn just for fun. For a brandy she received all comers, behind her husband's back. The exploit was even so much talked of in the district round that gentlemen came from Goderville to see it. Primed with a pint, the wee drop treated them to the spectacle with anyone, in a ditch, behind a wall, while at the same time the motionless figure of Gargan was in full view 100 paces away, knitting a stocking and followed by his bleating flock. People laughed fit to kill themselves in all the inns in the countryside. In the evening, round the fire, nothing else was talked about. People hailed each other on the roads, asking, "Have you given your drop to the wee drop?" Everyone knew what that meant. The shepherd seemed to see nothing. But then one day young Poirot from Cesseville beckoned Gargan's wife to come behind a haystack, letting her see a full bottle. She understood and ran to him, laughing. Then, hardly were they well on the way with their evil work when the herdsman tumbled on them as if he had fallen from a cloud. Poirot fled, hopping on one leg, his trousers about his heels, while the mute, growling like a beast, seized his wife's throat. People working on the common came running up. It was too late. Her tongue was black and her eyes starting out of her head, blood was running out of her nose. She was dead. The shepherd was tried by the court at Rouen. As he was dumb, Picot served him as interpreter. The details of the affair were very amusing to the audience. But the farmer had only one idea, which was to get his herdsman acquitted, and he went about it very craftily. He told them first the whole history of the deaf-mute and of his marriage. Then, when he came to the crime, he himself cross-examined the murderer. The whole court was silent. Picot said slowly, "Did you know that she was deceiving you?" And at the same time, he conveyed his question with his eyes. The other made a sign, no, with his head. "She was lying in the haystack when you found her?" And he gesticulated like a man who sees a revolting sight. The other made a sign, yes, with his head. Then the farmer, imitating the gestures of the mayor performing the civil ceremony and of the priest uniting them in the name of God, asked his servant if he had killed his wife because she was joined to him before man and God. The shepherd made a sign, yes, with his head. Picot said to him, "Now, show us how it happened." Then the deaf-mute himself acted the whole scene. He showed how he was sleeping in the haystack, how he had been awakened by feeling the movement of the straw, how he had looked round carefully, and had seen the thing. He was standing stiffly between two policemen, and all at once he imitated the obscene actions of the criminal pair clasped together in front of him. A great shout of laughter went up in the court, then stopped dead. For the shepherd, his eyes wild, working his jaws and his great beard as if he had been gnawing something, his arms stretched out, his head thrust forward, repeated the ghastly gesture of a murderer who is strangling a person. And he howled horribly, so maddened with rage that he imagined himself still grasping her, and the policemen were forced to seize him and push him forcibly into a seat to quiet him. A profound and agonized shudder ran through the court. Then Farmer Picot, placing his hand on his servant's shoulder, said simply, "He has his honor, this man before you." And the shepherd was acquitted. As for me, my dearest, I was listening with deep emotion to the end of this strange affair that I have told you crudely enough, so as not to alter the farmer's way of telling it, when a gunshot rang out in the middle of the wood. And Gaspard's great voice roared through the wind, like the thunder of a cannon. "Woodcock! Here they come!" And that is how I spend my time, watching for the arrival of the woodcock while you two go out to watch the first winter dresses arrive in the bois. Monsieur Parent. Little Georges, on all fours on the path, was making sand castles. He shoveled the sand together with both hands, heaped it up into a pyramid, and planted a chestnut leaf on the top. His father, seated on an iron chair, was watching him with concentrated and loving attention, and had no eyes for anyone else in the small crowded park. All along the circular path which runs past the lake, encircles the lawn, and comes back again by way of the Church of the Trinity, other children were thus busied. Like young animals at their sport, while the bored nursemaids gazed into the air with their dull stupid eyes, or the mothers talked together, casting incessant, watchful glances on the troop of youngsters. Nurses walked gravely up and down, 2 by 2, trailing behind them the long bright ribbons of their caps, and carrying in their arms white objects wrapped in lace. While little girls in short dresses revealing their bare legs held grave conversations between 2 hoop races, and the keeper of the garden, in a green tunic, wandered through this crowd of children, constantly stepping aside lest he should demolish the earthworks and destroy the ant-like labors of these tiny human larvae. The sun was sinking behind the roofs of the Rue Saint-Lazare, and throwing its great slanting rays upon the myriad-hued crowd of children. The chestnut trees were lit up with gleams of yellow, and the 3 cascades in front of the lofty portals of the church looked as though they ran liquid silver. Monsieur Parent watched his son squatting in the dust. He followed lovingly his slightest gestures, and seemed to throw kisses from his lips to Georges' every movement. But raising his eyes to the clock on the steeple, he discovered that he was 5 minutes slow. Thereupon he rose, took the little boy by the arm, shook his earthy garments, wiped his hands, and led him away towards the Rue Blanche. He hastened his steps, anxious not to reach home later than his wife, and the youngster, who could not keep up with him, trotted along at his side. His father accordingly took him in his arms and, quickening his pace still more, began to pant with exhaustion as he mounted the sloping pavement. He was a man of 40, already grey, somewhat stout, and he bore uneasily before him the round jolly paunch of a gay bachelor rendered timid by circumstances. Some years earlier he had married a young woman whom he had loved tenderly, and who was now treating him with the insolence and authority of an all-powerful despot. She was incessantly scolding him for everything he did, and everything he omitted to do, bitterly upbraiding him for his slightest actions, his habits, his simple pleasures, his tastes, his ways, his movements, the rotundity of his figure, and the placid tones of his voice. He still loved her, however, but he loved yet more the child she had given him, Orge, now 3 years old, the greatest joy and the most precious burden of his heart. Possessed of a modest income, he lived on his 20,000 francs a year without having to work, and his wife, who had had no marriage portion, lived in a state of perpetual fury at her husband's inaction. At last he reached his house and, setting the child down on the first step of the staircase, wiped his forehead and began to ascend. At the second story, he rang the bell. An old servant who had brought him up, one of those servant mistresses who become family tyrants, came and opened the door. "Has Madame come in yet?" he asked in an agony of fear. The servant shrugged her shoulders. "When has Monsieur ever known Madame to be in by 6:30?" she answered. He replied with some embarrassment. "That's good, so much the better, it gives me time to change my clothes, for I'm very hot." The servant stared at him with angry and contemptuous pity. "Oh, yes, I can see that," she grumbled, "Monsieur is streaming with perspiration, Monsieur has been running, carrying the little one, very likely, and all in order to wait for Madame till 7:30. As for me, no one will ever persuade me to be ready to time, now. I get dinner for 8 o'clock, and if people have to wait, so much the worse for them, a joint must not be burnt." Monsieur Parent pretended not to listen. very good," he murmured. "Georges' hands must be washed, he's been making sand castles. I will go and change. Tell the maid to give the little one a thorough cleaning." And he went to his room. Once there, he thrust home the bolt, so as to be alone, quite alone. He was so accustomed by now to seeing himself bullied and ill-used that he only judged himself safe when under the protection of a lock. He no longer even dared to think, to reflect, or to reason with himself, unless he felt secure against the eyes and imaginations of others by the turn of a key. He collapsed into a chair in order to get a little rest before putting on a clean shirt, and realized that Julie was beginning to be a new peril in the house. She hated his wife, that was plainly to be seen. Above all, she hated his chum Paul Limousin, who had continued to be that rare thing, an intimate and familiar friend in the home, after having been the inseparable comrade of his bachelor life. It was Limousin who acted as oil and buffer between Henriette and himself, who even defended him with vigor and sternness against the undeserved reproaches, the painful scenes, all the miseries which made up his daily existence. For nearly 6 months now, Julie had been constantly indulging in malicious remarks and criticisms of her mistress. She was perpetually condemning her, declaring 20 times a day, "If I were Monsieur, I wouldn't let myself be led by the nose like that." Well, there it is, everyone according to his own nature. One day she had even insulted Henriette to her face, who had been contented with saying to her husband that night, "You know, the first sharp word I get from that woman, out she goes." She seemed, however, to be afraid of the old servant, though she feared nothing else. And Parent attributed this meekness to her esteem for the nurse who had brought him up and had closed his mother's eyes. But this was the end. Things could not go on any longer, and he was terrified at the thought of what would happen. What was he to do? To dismiss Julie seemed to him a decision so formidable that he dared not let his thoughts dwell upon it. It was equally impossible to admit her right and his wife wrong. And before another month had gone by, the situation between the two of them would become insupportable. He sat there, his arms hanging down, vaguely searching his mind for a method of complete conciliation, and finding none. "Luckily I have Georges," he murmured. "Without him I should be utterly wretched." Then the idea came to him to ask Limousin for his advice. He decided to do so, but immediately the remembrance of the enmity between his servant and his friend made him fear that his friend would suggest her dismissal. And he fell once more into an agony of indecision. The clock struck 7. He started. 7 o'clock, and he had not yet changed his shirt. Scared and panting, he undressed, washed, put on a white shirt, and hurriedly dressed again, as though he were being awaited in the next room on a matter of urgent importance. Then he went into the drawing-room, happy to feel that he needn't be afraid of anything now. He glanced at the newspaper, went and looked into the street, and came back and sat down on the sofa. But a door opened and his son came in, washed, his hair combed, and smiling. Parent took him in his arms and kissed him with passionate emotion. He kissed him first on the hair, then on the eyes, then on the cheeks, then on the mouth, and then on the hands. Then he made him jump up in the air, lifting him up to the ceiling, at the full stretch of his arms. Then he sat down again, tired by these exertions, and, taking Georges on his knee, he made him play, ride a cock-horse. The child laughed with delight, waved his arms, and uttered shrieks of joy, and his father laughed as well, and shrieked with pleasure, shaking his great paunch, enjoying himself even more than the little boy. This poor, weak, resigned, bullied man loved the child with all his kind heart. He loved him with wild transports of affection, with violent, unrestrained caresses, with all the shamefaced tenderness hidden in the secret places of his heart that had never been able to come into the light and grow, not even in the first few hours of his married life. For his wife had always been cold and reserved in her behavior. Julie appeared in the doorway, her face pale and her eyes gleaming, and announced, in a voice trembling with exasperation, "It is 7:30, monsieur." Parent threw an anxious and submissive glance at the clock, and murmured, "Yes, it certainly is 7:30. Well, dinner's ready now." Seeing the storm imminent, he tried to dispel it. "But didn't you tell me, when I came in, that you would only have dinner ready at 8? At 8? Why, you can't be thinking what it means. You don't want to give the child his dinner at 8. One says 8, but, Lord, that's only a manner of speaking. Why, it would ruin the child's stomach to make him eat at 8. Oh, if it were only his mother that was concerned. She takes good care of her child. Oh, yes, talk of mothers, she's a mother, she is. It's downright pitiful to see a mother like that. Parent, positively quivering with anguish, felt that he must cut short this threatening scene. Julie, he said, I will not have you speak of your mistress like that. You hear, don't you? Don't forget for the future. The old servant, breathless with astonishment, turned on her heel and went out, pulling the door to with such violence that all the crystals on the chandelier jingled. For a few seconds a sound like the soft murmurous ringing of little invisible bells fluttered in the silent air of the drawing-room. Georges, surprised at first, began to clap his hands with pleasure, and, puffing out his cheeks, uttered a loud boom with all the strength of his lungs, in imitation of the noise of the door. Then his father began to tell him stories. But his mind was so preoccupied that again and again he lost the thread of his narrative, and the child, no longer understanding, opened his eyes wide in amazement. Parent's eyes never left the clock. He fancied he could see the hand moving. He would have liked to stop the clock, to make time stand still until his wife returned. He did not blame Henriette for being late, but he was afraid of her and Julie, afraid of everything that might happen. 10 minutes more would suffice to bring about an irreparable catastrophe, revelations, and scenes of violence that he dared not even imagine. The mere thought of the quarrel, the sudden outbursts of voices, the insults rushing through the air like bullets, the two women staring into one another's eyes, hurling bitter remarks at one another, made his heart beat and his mouth feel as dry as if he were walking in the sun. It made him as limp as a rag, so limp that he lost the strength to lift up the child and make him jump upon his knee. 8 o'clock struck, the door reopened and Julie reappeared. She no longer wore her air of exasperation, but an air of cold, malicious resolution still more formidable. Monsieur, she said, I served your mother till her last day. I brought you up from your birth to this very day. I may say that I'm devoted to the family. She awaited a reply. Why, yes, my good Julie, stammered Parent. You know very well, she continued, that I've never done aught for the sake of money, but always in your interests, that I've never deceived you or lied to you. That you've never had any fault to find with me. Why, yes, my good Julie. Well, monsieur, this can't go on any longer. It was out of friendship for you that I never spoke, that I left you in your ignorance, but it is too much. The neighborhood is making too merry at your expense. You can do what you like about it, but everybody knows, and I must tell you too, though it goes sore against the grain. If Madame comes home at these absurd hours, it's because she's doing abominable things. He sat there bewildered, not understanding. He could only stammer. Be silent. You know I forbade you. She cut him short with ruthless determination. No, monsieur, I must tell you all now. For a long time now Madame has been deceiving you with Monsieur Lemousin. More than 20 times I've caught them kissing behind doors. Oh, don't you see? If Monsieur Lemousin had been rich, it would not have been Monsieur Parent that Madame married. If Monsieur would only remember how the marriage came about, he would understand the business from beginning to end. Parent had risen, livid, stammering. Be silent. Be silent, or... No, she continued, I will tell you all. Madame married Monsieur for his money, and she has deceived him from the very first day. Why, Lord a mercy, it was an understood thing between them, a minute's thought is enough to realize that. Then, as Madame was not pleased at having married Monsieur, whom she did not love, she made his life a burden to him, such a burden that it broke my heart to see it. He advanced 2 steps, his fists clenched, repeating. Be silent. Be silent, for he could find no reply. The old servant did not draw back, she looked ready to go to any lengths. But Georges, at first bewildered, then frightened by these harsh voices, began to utter shrill cries. He stood there behind his father, and howled, with his mouth wide open and his face puckered up. Parent was exasperated by his son's uproar, it filled him with courage and rage. He rushed upon Julie with uplifted arms, prepared to smite with both hands, and crying, "You wretch! You'll turn the child's brain." His hands were almost on her, she flung the words in his face. "Monsieur can strike me if he likes, me that brought him up, it won't stop his wife deceiving him, nor her child not being his." He stopped dead, and let his arms fall to his sides. And stood facing her, so astounded that he no longer understood what she was saying. "You've only to look at the little one to recognize the father," she added. "Why, Lord a mercy, he's the living image of Monsieur Lemousin. You've only to look at his eyes and his forehead. Why, a blind man wouldn't be deceived." But he had seized her by the shoulders and was shaking her with all his strength, muttering, "Viper, viper! Out of here, viper! Be off, or I'll kill you! Be off! Be off!" With a desperate effort he flung her into the next room. She fell upon the table set for dinner, and the glasses tumbled and smashed. Then she got up again and put the table between herself and her master, and while he pursued her in order to seize her again, spat hideous remarks at him. "Monsieur has only to go out, this evening, after dinner, and come back again at once. He will see if I have lied. Let Monsieur try, he will see." She had reached the door of the kitchen and fled through it. He ran after her, rushed up the back stairs to her bedroom, where she had locked herself in, and, beating on the door, cried out, "You will leave the house this instant." "You may be sure I shall," she replied through the panel. "Another hour, and I'll be gone." At that he slowly descended the stairs again, clinging to the banisters to keep from falling, and went back to the drawing-room where Georges was crying, sitting on the floor. Parent collapsed into a chair and stared dully at the child. He could not understand anything now, he was no longer conscious of anything. He felt dazed, stupefied, crazy, as though he had just fallen onto his head. He could scarcely remember the horrible things his servant had told him. Then, little by little, his reason, like a turbid pool, grew calm and clear, and the revolting secret he had learned began to turn and twist in his breast. Julie had spoken so clearly, with such vigor, certainty, and sincerity, that he did not question her good faith, but he persisted in questioning her perspicacity. She might well have been mistaken, blinded by her devotion to him, impelled by an unconscionable hatred of Henriette. But the more he tried to reassure and convince himself, 1,000 little facts awakened in his memory, remarks made by his wife, glances of Lemousin's, a host of trifles, unnoticed, almost unperceived, departures late at night, simultaneous absences, even gestures, almost insignificant, but strange, movements he had not been able to see or understand, and which now assumed vast importance in his eyes, and became evidence of complicity between them. Everything which had occurred since his wedding rose up suddenly in a memory sharpened by pain. It all recurred to him, the strange intonations, the suspicious attitudes. The slow mind of this quiet, kindly man, harassed now with doubt, displayed to him as certainties things which could not as yet be more than suspicions. With furious pertinacity he rummaged amid the 5 years of his married life, striving to recall everything, month by month, day by day. And each disturbing fact he discovered pierced his heart like a wasp's sting. He gave no thought to Georges, who was quiet now, lying on his back on the carpet. But, seeing that no attention was being paid to him, the child began to cry again. His father started up, seized him in his arms, and covered his head with kisses. His child, at any rate, remained to him. What did the rest matter? He held him, clasped him, his mouth buried in the fair hair, comforted, consoled, murmuring, "Georges, my little Georges, my dear little Georges." But suddenly he remembered what Julie had said. Yes, she had said that he was Lemousin's child. Oh, it was not possible, it couldn't be possible. No, he could not believe it, could not even suspect it for one moment. This was one of the odious infamies that germinate in the mean minds of servants. "Georges," he repeated, "my dear Georges." The boy was silent again now, under his caresses. Parent felt the warmth of his little breast penetrate through the clothes to his own. It filled him with love, with courage, with joy. The child's sweet warmth caressed him, strengthened him, saved him. Then he thrust the beloved head with its curly hair a little further from him, and gazed at it passionately. He stared at it hungrily, desperately, the sight of it intoxicated him. "Oh, my little one, my little Georges," he repeated over and over again. Suddenly he thought, supposing he were like Limousin, all the same. The thought was a strange cruel thing entering into him, a poignant, violent sensation of cold through his body, in all his limbs, as though his bones were suddenly turned to ice. Oh, if he were like Limousin, and he continued to gaze at Georges, who was now laughing. He gazed at him with wild, distressed, haggard eyes. And he searched his features, the brow, the nose, the mouth, the cheeks, to see whether he could not find in them something of Limousin's brow, nose, mouth, or cheeks. His thoughts wandered, like the thoughts of a man going mad, and the face of his child altered beneath his eyes, and took on strange appearances and preposterous resemblances. Julie had said, a blind man would not be deceived. There must be something striking, something quite undeniable. But what? The brow? Yes, perhaps. But Limousin's brow was narrower. The mouth, then? But Limousin wore a full beard. How could one establish a resemblance between the child's fat chin and this man's hairy one? Parent thought, I cannot see it, I cannot look at it any longer, I am too distressed, I could not recognize anything now. I must wait, I must look properly tomorrow morning, when I get up. Then he thought, but if he were like me, I should be saved, saved. He crossed the room in 2 strides, in order to examine his child's face side by side with his own in the mirror. He held Georges seated on his arm, in order that their faces might be close together, and spoke out loud, so great was his bewilderment. Yes, we have the same nose, perhaps. I'm not sure, and the same eyes. No, his eyes are blue. Then. Oh, my God, my God, my God. I'm going mad. I will not look any more. I'm going mad. He fled from the mirror to the other end of the room, fell into an armchair, set the child down in another, and burst into tears. He wept with great, hopeless sobs. Georges, frightened by the sound of his father's moans, began to cry too. The front door bell rang. Parent bounded up as though pierced by a bullet. There she is, he said. What am I to do? He ran and shut himself up in his room, so as to have time at least to wipe his eyes. But after some moments, another peal at the bell gave him a second shock, then he remembered that Julie had left and that the housemaid had not been told. So no one would go and open the door. What was to be done? He went himself. Suddenly he felt brave, resolute, able to play his own part and face the inevitable scene. The appalling shock had matured him in a few moments. And, besides, he wanted to know, he wanted the truth with the fury of a timid man, with the obstinacy of an easygoing man come to the end of his patience. Nevertheless, he was trembling. Was it with terror? Yes. Perhaps he was still afraid of her. Who knows how much goaded cowardice has gone to the making of a bold move. He stopped behind the door that he had reached with furtive steps, and listened. His heart was beating furiously, and he could hear nothing but the sound of it, great dull blows in his chest, and the shrill voice of Georges still crying in the drawing-room. Suddenly the noise of the bell ringing over his head shook him like an explosion, at that he seized the door handle and, panting, fainting, turned the knob and opened the door. His wife and Limousin were standing facing him, on the staircase. So you are opening the door, now, she said with an air of astonishment in which a trace of irritation was apparent. Then where is Julie? His throat was contracted and his breathing hurried, he strove to answer, unable to utter a word. Have you gone dumb? She continued. I asked you where Julie was. At that he stammered. She She has gone. His wife was beginning to be angry. What, gone? Where? Why? He was gradually regaining his balance, and felt stirring in him a mordant hatred of this insolent woman standing before him. Yes, gone for good. I dismissed her. You have dismissed her? Julie? You must be mad. Yes, I dismissed her because she was insolent, and because she ill-treated the child. Julie? Yes. Julie. What was she insolent about? About you. About me? Yes, because dinner was burnt and you had not come in. She said offensive things about you, which I could not listen to. What things? It is of no use to repeat them. I want to know. She said that it was very sad for a man like me to marry a woman like you, unpunctual, with no sense of order, careless, a bad housekeeper, a bad mother, and a bad wife. The young woman had entered the hall, followed by Lemousin, who remained silent before this unexpected situation. She shut the door abruptly, threw down her coat on a chair, and walked up to her husband, stammering in exasperation. You say that I'm. He was very pale, very calm. I say nothing, my dear, he replied, I am only telling you what Julie said, because you wanted to know. And I want you to realize that it was precisely on account of these remarks that I dismissed her. She trembled with her violent desire to tear out his beard and rend his cheeks with her nails. She felt his revulsion from her in his voice, in his expression, in his manner, and she could not outface it. She strove to regain the offensive by some direct and wounding phrase. Have you had dinner? She asked. No, I waited. She shrugged her shoulders impatiently. It is stupid to wait after 7:30. You ought to have known that I was detained, that I was busy, engaged. Then, suddenly, she felt the need to explain how she had passed the time, and related, in short, haughty words, that, having been obliged to get some articles of furniture a long way off. A very long way, in the Rue de Rennes, she had met Lemousin, after 7 o'clock, in the Boulevard Saint-Germain, on her way home. And had asked him to come in with her and have something to eat in a restaurant which she did not like to enter by herself, although she was faint with hunger. That was how she came to have dinner with Lemousin, if it could be called a dinner, for they had only had soup and half a chicken, they were in such haste to get home. But you were quite right, replied Parent simply, I was not blaming you. Then Lemousin, who had remained silent hitherto, almost hidden behind Henriette, came up and offered his hand, murmuring. You are well? Yes, quite well, replied Parent, taking the outstretched hand and shaking it limply. But the young woman had seized upon a word in her husband's last sentence. Blame, why do you say blame? One might think you meant. No, not at all, he said, excusing himself. I simply meant to say that I was not at all uneasy at your lateness and was not trying to make a crime of it. She took it haughtily, seeking a pretext for a quarrel. My lateness? Anyone would think it was 1 o'clock in the morning and I had been out all night. No, my dear, I said lateness, because I had no other word. You should have been home by 6:30, and you come in at 8:30. That is lateness. I quite understand. I'm not even surprised. But, it is difficult for me to use any other word. But you pronounce it as though I had slept away from home. No, not at all. She saw that he meant to go on yielding the point and was about to enter her room when at last she noticed that Georges was crying. What is the matter with the child? She asked, with a troubled look on her face. I told you that Julie had been rather rough with him. What has the creature been doing to him? Oh, hardly anything. She pushed him and he fell. She was eager to see her child, and rushed into the dining room, then stopped dead at sight of the table covered with spilt wine, broken bottles and glasses, and overturned salt cellars. What is the meaning of this scene of destruction? Julie. But she cut short his utterance in a rage. This is too much, the last straw. Julie treats me as though I were a dissolute woman, beats my child, breaks my crockery, and turns my house upside down, and you seem to think it perfectly natural. No, I don't. I dismissed her. Really? You actually dismissed her? Why, you ought to have put her in charge. The police are the people to go to on these occasions. But, my dear, he stammered, I couldn't very well, there was no reason. It was really very awkward. She shrugged her shoulders in infinite contempt. Ah, well, you'll never be anything but a limp rag, a poor, miserable creature with no will of your own, no energy, no firmness. Your precious Julie must have been pretty outrageous for you to have made up your mind to get rid of her. How I wish I could have been there for a minute, just a single minute. She had opened the drawing-room door, and ran to Georges, lifted him up, and clasped him in her arms, kissing him and murmuring, Georgie, what's the matter, my lamb, my little love, my duck? He stopped crying, at his mother's caresses. What's the matter, she repeated. The frightened eyes of the child perceived that there was trouble. It was Zully, who beat Daddy, he replied. Henriette turned to her husband, bewildered at first. Then a wild desire to laugh woke in her eyes, quivered on her thin cheeks, curved her lip, curled the outer edges of her nostrils. And finally issued from her mouth in a clear bubbling rush of merriment, a cascade of gaiety, as melodious and lively as the trill of a bird. Ha! 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 She repeated, with little malicious cries that escaped between her white teeth and inflicted a biting agony on Parent. She beat you. Ha! 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 How funny! How funny! Do you hear, Limousin? Julie beat him, beat him. Julie beat my husband. Ha! 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 How funny! No! No, stammered Parent. It's not true, it's not true. It was I, on the contrary, who flung her into the dining room, so hard that she knocked the table over. The child couldn't see. It was I who beat her. Tell me again, Ducky, said Henriette to her son. It was Julie who beat Papa? Yes, it was Zully, he replied. Then, passing suddenly to another thought, she went on. But hasn't the child had his dinner? Haven't you had anything to eat, darling? No, Mummy. At that she turned furiously upon her husband. You're mad, absolutely crazy. It's 8:30 and Georges has not had his dinner. He made excuses, hopelessly lost in the scene and his explanation, crushed at the utter ruin of his life. But we were waiting for you, my dear. I did not want to have dinner without you. You always come in late, so I thought you would come in any moment. She threw her hat, which she had kept on until this point, into an armchair and broke out in a tone of exasperation. Really? It's intolerable to have to deal with people who can't understand anything or guess anything or do anything for themselves. If I had come home at midnight, I suppose the child would not have had anything to eat at all. As if you could not have understood, when it was 7:30, that I'd been hindered, delayed, held up. Parent was trembling, feeling his anger getting the upper hand. But Limousin intervened, and, turning to the young woman, remarked. You are quite unjust, dear. Parent could not guess that you would be so late, for you never have been. And, besides, how could he manage everything by himself, after dismissing Julie? But Henriette had thoroughly lost her temper, and replied. Well, he'll have to manage somehow, for I won't help him. Let him get out of the mess as best he can. And she ran into her room, having already forgotten that her son had had nothing to eat. Limousin became suddenly strenuous in aiding his friend. He gathered up and removed the broken glass with which the table was covered, put the knives and forks back, and settled the child in his little high chair. while Parent went in search of the housemaid and told her to serve dinner. She arrived in some surprise. She had been working in Georges' room and had heard nothing. She brought in the soup, an overcooked leg of mutton, and mashed potatoes. Parent had sat down beside his child, his brain in a whirl, his reason undermined by the catastrophe. He gave the little boy his food, and tried to eat himself. He cut up the meat, chewed it, and swallowed it with an effort, as though his throat were paralyzed. Then, little by little, there awoke in his soul a wild longing to look at Limousin, who was sitting opposite him, rolling little pills of bread. He wanted to see if he were like Georges. But he dared not raise his eyes. He made up his mind, however, and looked abruptly up at the face he knew so well, although it seemed to him that he had never studied it, so much it differed from his imagination of it. Time and again he cast a swift glance over the man's face, trying to recognize the faintest lines and features and their significance. Then, instantly, he would look at his son, pretending that he was merely giving him his food. 2 words roared in his ears: his father. His father. His father. They hummed in his temples with every beat of his heart. Yes, that man sitting calmly on the other side of the table, was perhaps the father of his son, Georges, his little Georges. Parent stopped eating. He could not eat any longer. A frightful pain, the sort of pain that makes a man cry out, roll on the ground, and bite the furniture, tore at the very depths of his body. He longed to take his knife and plunge it into his belly. It would be a relief, it would save him, all would be over. For how could he go on living now? How could he live, get up in the morning, eat his meals, walk along the streets, go to bed in the evening, and sleep at night, with this thought drilled into him, as with a gimlet: Limousin. Georges' father? No, he would no longer have strength to walk one step, put on his clothes, think of anything, speak to anyone. Every day, every hour, every second, he would be asking himself that question, seeking to know, to guess, to surprise the horrible secret. And the child, his dear child, he could no longer see him without enduring the fearful agony of this uncertainty, without feeling himself torn to the bowels, tortured to the marrow of his bones. He would have to go on living here, stay in this house, side by side with the child he would love and hate. Yes, assuredly he would end by hating him. What torment! Oh, if only he were certain that Limousin was the father, perhaps he might succeed in growing calm, in falling asleep amid his misery, his grief. But not to know was intolerable. Not to know, always to be trying to find out, always suffering, and every moment embracing the child, another man's child, taking him for walks in the town, carrying him in his arms. Feeling the caress of his soft hair against his lips, adoring him, and endlessly thinking, perhaps he is not mine? Would it not be better to see no more of him, to abandon him, lose him in the streets, or flee far away, so far that he would never again hear anyone speak of anything? He started, as the door opened. His wife came in. "I'm hungry," she said. "Are you, Limousin?" "Yes, by Jove, I am," replied Limousin with some hesitation. She had the mutton brought back. "Have they had dinner?" Parent wondered, or were they late because they've been love-making? Both were now eating with an excellent appetite. Henriette, quite calm, was laughing and joking. Her husband kept her under observation too, looking quickly at her and as quickly away again. She wore a pink tea gown trimmed with white lace, and her fair hair, her white neck, and her plump hands emerged from the pretty, dainty, scented gown as from a sea-shell edged with foam. What had she been doing all day long with that man? Parent saw them kissing, murmuring passionate words. How was it possible for him not to know, not to guess, seeing them thus side by side, facing him? How they must be mocking at him, if he had been their dupe since the very first day. Was it possible that a man, a good man, should be thus tricked, merely because his father left him a little money? Why were such things not visible in the sinners' souls? How was it possible that nothing revealed the deceit of the wicked to the upright heart, that the same voice should lie and adore? And the sly eyes of deceit look the same as the eyes of truth? He watched them, waiting for a gesture, a word, an intonation. Suddenly he thought, I will surprise them this evening. My dear, he said, as I have just dismissed Julie, I must start today to try and find another servant. I'm going out directly, so as to get someone for tomorrow morning. I may be back rather late. Very well, go, she replied, I shan't move from here. Limousin will keep me company. We will wait for you. And, turning to the housemaid, she added. Put Georges to bed, then you can clear the table and go to bed yourself. Parent had risen. He was swaying upon his legs, dazed, tottering. See you again presently, he murmured, and reached the door by dint of leaning against the wall, for the floor was heaving like a ship. Georges had gone off in the arms of the maid. Henriette and Limousin passed into the drawing-room. Are you mad, he said, as soon as the door was shut, that you bully your husband so? She turned to him. You know, I'm beginning to find your long-established habit of setting up Parent as a martyr rather trying. Limousin sat down in an armchair and, crossing his legs, replied. I'm not setting him up as a martyr in the least, but I do think that, as things are, it's preposterous to defy the man from morning to night. She took a cigarette from the mantelpiece, lit it, and answered. But I don't defy him, on the contrary, only he irritates me by his stupidity, and I treat him as he deserves. What you are doing is extraordinarily silly, replied Limousin impatiently, but all women are alike. Here you have an excellent fellow, too good, idiotic in his faith and goodness, who in no way annoys us, does not for one instant suspect us, and leaves us as free and easy as we could wish. And you do all that you can to make him lose his temper and ruin our lives. You disgust me, she said, turning towards him. You're a coward, like all men. You're afraid of the fool. He sprang up, and burst out furiously. If it comes to that, I should very much like to know how he has treated you, and what possible grudge you can have against him. Does he make you unhappy? Does he beat you? Does he deceive you? No, it really is too much to make that poor chap suffer just because he's too kind, and have a grudge against him simply because you are deceiving him. She went up to Limousin and, staring into his eyes, answered. And it is you who blame me for deceiving him, you? Must you be utterly beastly too? He defended himself, rather shamefacedly. But I don't blame you at all, my dear, I only ask you to treat your husband with a little consideration, because we both of us need his trust. I thought you would realize that. They were standing close to one another, he, tall and dark, with drooping whiskers, and the rather vulgar carriage of a good-looking fellow very pleased with himself. She, dainty, pink and fair, a little Parisian, half cocotte and half suburban young woman, born in the back room of a shop, brought up to stand on its doorstep and entice customers with her glances. And married off, by the happy chance of this accomplishment. To the innocent passer-by who fell in love with her because he saw her standing there at the door every day as he went in the morning and came home in the evening. But, you great booby, she said, you don't understand that I hate him just because he married me, because he bought me, in fact. Because everything that he says, everything that he does, everything that he thinks, gets on my nerves. Every instant he exasperates me by the stupidity you call his kindness, by the dullness you call his trust, and, above all, because he is my husband, instead of you. Although he hardly troubles us, I feel him between us. And then? And then? No, he really is too big a fool to suspect anything. I wish he were at least a little jealous. There are moments when I long to shout at him, can't you see anything, you ass? Don't you realize that Paul is my lover? Limousin burst out laughing. In the meantime you would do better to keep your mouth shut, and leave our existence untroubled. Oh, I won't trouble it. There is nothing to fear from that imbecile. But it really is incredible that you should not realize how hateful he is to me, how he grates on my nerves. You always seem to love him, to shake hands frankly with him. Men are extraordinary creatures at times. One must know how to dissemble, my dear. It's not a question of dissimulation, dear, but of feeling. When you men deceive another man, anyone would think you immediately began to like him better. We women hate him from the very moment that we have deceived him. I don't in the least see why a man should hate a good sort of fellow whose wife he's taking. You don't see, you don't see. All you men are lacking in decent feeling. Well, it's one of those things one feels and cannot express. And, anyhow, I oughtn't to try. No, it's no use, you wouldn't understand. You've no intuition, you men. She smiled, the gay, malicious smile of a wanton, and set her hands upon his shoulders, holding up her lips to his. He bowed his head to hers as he caught her in his arms, and their lips met. And as they were standing in front of the mirror on the mantelpiece, another couple exactly like them embraced behind the clock. They had heard nothing, neither the sound of the key nor the creaking of the door, but suddenly Henriette uttered a shrill scream and thrust Lemousin away with both arms. And they saw Parent watching them, livid, with clenched fists, his shoes off, and his hat over his brow. He looked at them, first at one and then at the other, with a quick movement of the eyes, without turning his head. He seemed mad. Without uttering a word he rushed at Lemousin, took him in his arms as though to stifle him, and flung him into the corner of the drawing-room with such a furious onslaught that the other, losing his footing and clawing the air with his hands, struck his head roughly against the wall. But when Henriette realized that her husband was going to murder her lover, she threw herself on Parent and seized him by the throat. With the strength of a madman she sent her thin pink fingers into his flesh, and squeezed so tightly that the blood spurted from beneath her nails. She bit his shoulder as though she wanted to rend it to pieces with her teeth. Parent, choked and stifling, let go of Lemousin in order to shake off the woman clinging to his throat. Putting his arms round her waist he hurled her with one mad effort to the other end of the room. Then, with the short-lived rage of the easygoing and the quickly spent strength of the weak, he remained standing between the two of them, panting, exhausted, not knowing what he ought to do. His brutal fury had escaped in this effort like the froth of an uncorked bottle, and his unwanted energy ended in mere gasping for breath. "Get out," he stammered, as soon as he could speak. "Get out, both of you, at once." Lemousin remained motionless in his corner, huddled against the wall, too bewildered to understand anything as yet, too frightened to move a finger. Henriette, her hands resting on a table, her head thrust forward, her hair disheveled, and her dress torn so that her bosom was bared, was waiting, like an animal about to spring. "Get out at once," repeated Parent more loudly. "Get out." Seeing that his first fury was calmed, his wife plucked up courage, stood up, took 2 paces towards him, and said, in a voice already almost insolent, "Have you lost your wits? What's the matter with you? Why this unjustifiable assault?" He turned on her, raising his fist as though to strike her down. "Oh! Oh!" he faltered. "This is too much, too much. I heard all, do you understand, all? You vile creature, you vile creature. You are both vile. Get out, both of you. At once. I could kill you. Get out." She realized that it was all over, that he knew, that she could no longer play the innocent, but must give way. But all her impudence had come back to her, and her hatred for the man, doubled now, urged her to boldness, and woke in her an impulse to defiance and bravado. "Come, Lemousin," she said in a clear voice, "since I am to be turned out, I will go home with you." But Lemousin did not move. Parent, attacked by a fresh access of rage, cried, "Clear out, then. Get out, you vile creatures, or else. He snatched up a chair and whirled it above his head. Henriette rapidly crossed the drawing-room, took her lover by the arm, dragged him away from the wall, to which he appeared to be fixed, and led him to the door, repeating, "Come along, dear. Come along. You can see that the man is mad, come along. In the doorway she turned to her husband, trying to think what she could do, what she could imagine, that would wound him to the heart, as she left the house. And an idea came to her, one of those venomous deadly ideas in which the sum of feminine treachery ferments. I want to take my child away, she said firmly. Your child? Stammered Parent in bewilderment. You dare to speak of your child, after. Oh. It is too much. You dare? Clear out, you scum. Clear out. She went up to him, almost smiling, almost revenged already, and defied him at close quarters, face to face. I want my child, and you have no right to keep him, because he's not yours. Do you hear? He's not yours. He's Limousin's. You're lying, wretch, you're lying, cried Parent desperately. You idiot, she replied, everyone knows it except you. I tell you that man there is his father. You've only to look in order to see. Parent recoiled before her, tottering. Then suddenly he turned round, snatched up a candle, and dashed into the next room. He came back almost immediately, carrying little Georges wrapped in his bedclothes. The child, awakened with a start, was crying with terror. Parent flung him into his wife's hands and, without adding a word, thrust her roughly out onto the staircase where Limousin was prudently awaiting her. Then he shut and double-locked the door and thrust home the bolts. He had scarcely regained the drawing-room when he fell full length upon the floor. Chapter 2. Parent lived alone, entirely alone. During the first few weeks following his separation, the strangeness of his new life prevented him from thinking much. He had resumed his bachelor life, his loafing habits, and had his meals at a restaurant, as in the old days. Anxious to avoid scandal, he made his wife an allowance regulated by their lawyers. But, little by little, the remembrance of the child began to haunt his thoughts. Often, when he was alone at home in the evenings, he would imagine that he suddenly heard Georges cry, "Daddy." In a moment his heart would begin to beat and he would promptly rise and open the front door, to see if by any chance the little boy had returned. Yes, he might have come home again as dogs and pigeons do. Why should a child have less natural instinct than an animal? Then, realizing his error, he would return and sit down in his armchair, and think of the child. He thought of him for whole hours, whole days. It was no mere mental obsession, but a yet stranger physical obsession as well, a need of the senses and the nerves to embrace him, hold him, feel him, take him on his knee and dandle him. He grew frantic at the feverish remembrance of past caresses. He felt the little arms clasping his neck, the little mouth pressing a great kiss on his beard, the little hair tickling his cheek. The longing for these sweet vanished endearments, for the delicate, warm, dainty skin held to his lips, maddened him like the desire for a woman beloved and departed. He would suddenly burst into tears in the street as he thought that he might have had fat little Georgie trotting along beside him on his little legs, as in the old days when he took him for walks. Then he would go home and sob till evening, his head between his hands. 20 times, 100 times a day, he asked himself this question: was he, or was he not, Georges' father? But it was chiefly at night that he gave himself up to interminable speculation on this subject. As soon as he was in bed, he began, every evening, the same series of desperate arguments. After his wife's departure he had at first had no doubts, the child was assuredly Limousin's. Then, little by little, he began to hesitate again. Henriette's statement certainly had no value. She had defied him in an attempt to make him desperate. When he came coolly to weigh the pros and the cons, there was many a chance that she was lying. Limousin alone, perhaps, could have told the truth. But how was he to know it, to question him, to get him to confess? Sometimes Parent would get up in the middle of the night, resolved to go and find Limousin, to beseech him, to offer him anything he wanted, if he would only put an end to his abominable anguish. Then he would return hopelessly to bed, reflecting that doubtless the lover would lie too. It was positively certain that he would lie in order to hinder the real father from taking back his child. Then what was he to do? Nothing. He was heartbroken that he had precipitated events like this, that he had not reflected or been more patient, had not had the sense to wait and dissemble for a month or two. Until his own eyes might have informed him. He ought to have pretended to have no suspicions, and have left them calmly to betray themselves. It would have been enough for him to have seen the other man kiss the child to guess, to understand. A friend's kiss is not the same as a father's. He could have spied on them from behind doors. Why had he not thought of it? If Limousin, left alone with Georges, had not promptly seized him, clasped him in his arms, and kissed him passionately, if he had left him to play without taking any interest in him, no hesitation would have been possible. It would have meant that he was not the father, did not believe himself or feel himself to be the father. With the result that parent could have turned out the mother and kept his son, and he would have been happy, perfectly happy. He would go back to bed, perspiring and tormented, ransacking his memory for Limousin's behavior with the child. But he could remember nothing, absolutely nothing, no gesture, no glance, no word, no suspicious caress. Nor did the mother take any notice of her child. If he had been the fruit of her lover, doubtless she would have loved him more. He had been separated from his son, then, out of revenge, out of cruelty, to punish him for having surprised them. He would make up his mind to go at dawn and ask the magistrate to give him the right to claim Georgie. But he had scarcely formed this resolve when he would feel himself overcome by a certainty of the contrary. From the moment that Limousin had been Henriette's lover, her beloved lover from the first day, she must have given herself to him with the passionate ardent abandon that makes a woman a mother. And was not the cold reserve which she had always brought to her intimate relations with himself an obstacle against the likelihood of his having given her a child? So he was about to claim, take home, and perpetually cherish another man's child? He could never look at him, kiss him, hear him say, "Daddy," without being struck and torn by the thought, he is not my son at all. He was about to condemn himself for all time to this torture, this miserable existence. No, better to dwell alone, live alone, grow old alone, and die alone. Every day and every night were renewed these abominable uncertainties and sufferings that nothing could assuage or end. Above all he dreaded the darkness of the falling dusk, the melancholy of twilight. It was then that there fell upon his heart with the darkness a shower of grief, a flood of despair, drowning him, maddening him. He was afraid of his thoughts, as a man fears criminals, and he fled before them like a hunted animal. Above all he dreaded his empty dwelling, so dark and dreadful, and the streets, also deserted, where here and there a gas lamp glimmers. And the lonely passer-by heard in the distance is like a prowling marauder, and your pace quickens or slackens as he follows you or comes towards you. In spite of himself, Parent instinctively sought out the main streets, well lighted and populous. The lights and the crowds attracted him, occupied his mind and dulled his senses. When he was weary of wandering idly through the throng, when the passers-by became fewer and the pavements emptier, the terrors of solitude and silence drove him to some large café full of customers and glare. He would rush to it like a moth to the flame, sit down at a little round table, and order a bock. He would drink it slowly, disturbed in mind by every customer who rose to leave. He would have liked to take him by the arm, to hold him back, to beg him to stay a little longer. So afraid was he of the moment when the waiter would stand in front of him and remark with a wrathful air, "Closing time, monsieur." For, every evening, he was the last to go. He saw the tables carried inside, and, one by one, the gas jets turned down, all except two, his own and the one at the counter. Miserably he would watch the cashier count the money and lock it up in the drawer, and he would depart, thrust out by the staff, who would mutter, "There's a limpet for you." Anyone might think he had nowhere to sleep. And as soon as he found himself in the street once more, he would begin to think of little Georges again, ransacking his tortured brain to discover whether he was or was not the father of his child. In this way he caught the beer-house habit. There the perpetual jostling of the drinkers keeps you familiar but silent company, and the heavy smoke of the pipes quiets uneasy thoughts, while the heavy beer dulls the mind and calms the heart. He lived in these places. As soon as he got up, he went off thither to find his eyes and his thoughts. Then, out of laziness, he soon took to having his meals there. At about midday he would rap his saucer on the marble table, and the waiter would speedily bring a plate, a glass, a napkin, and that day's lunch. As soon as he had finished eating, he would slowly drink his coffee, his eyes fixed on the decanter of brandy which would soon give him an hour of blessed sottishness. First of all he would moisten his lips with the brandy, as though to take the taste of it, merely culling the flavor of the liquor with the tip of his tongue. Then he would pour it into his mouth, drop by drop, letting his head fall back. He would let the strong liquor run slowly over his palate, over his gums, over the membrane of his cheeks, mingling it with the clear saliva which flowed freely at its contact. Then, refreshed by the mixture, he swallowed it unctuously, feeling it run all the way down his throat to the pit of his stomach. After every meal he would spend more than an hour in sipping thus 3 or 4 glasses, which numbed his brain little by little. Then he would sink his head onto his chest, close his eyes, and doze. He would wake up in the middle of the afternoon and promptly reach for the bock which the waiter had set before him while he was asleep. Then, having drunk it, he would sit up straight on the red velvet seat, pull up his trousers and pull down his waistcoat so as to cover up the white line which had appeared between them. Shake his coat collar, pull down his cuffs, and then would take up the papers he had already read in the morning. He went through them again from the first line to the last, including the advertisements, the situations wanted column, the personal column, the stock exchange news and the theater programs. Between 4 and 6 he would go for a walk along the boulevards, to take the air, as he used to say, then he would come back to the seat which had been kept for him and order his absinthe. Then he would chat with the regular customers whose acquaintance he had made. They would comment on the topics of the day, the news items and the political events. This led up to dinner. The evening passed like the afternoon, until closing time. This was for him the terrible moment when he had to go home in the dark to his empty room, full of terrible memories, horrible thoughts and agonizing griefs. He no longer saw any of his old friends, any of his relations, anyone who might remind him of his past life. But as his lodgings became a hell to him, he took a room in a big hotel, a large room on the ground floor, so that he could see the passers-by. He was no longer alone in this vast public dwelling place, he felt people swarming round him, he heard voices behind the partitions. And when his old grief harassed him too cruelly, between his bed with the sheet drawn back and his lonely fireside, he would go out into the broad passages and walk up and down like a sentry. Past all the closed doors, looking sadly at the pairs of boots in couples before each of them, the dainty boots of the women squatting beside the strong ones of the men. And he would reflect that all these people were happy, no doubt, and sleeping lovingly, side by side or in each other's arms, in the warmth of their beds. 5 years went by in this fashion, 5 mournful years with no events but an occasional 2 hours of bought love. One day, as he was going for his customary walk between the Madeleine and the Rue Drouot, he suddenly noticed a woman whose bearing struck him. A tall man and a child were with her. All 3 were walking in front of him. Where have I seen those people? He wondered, and all of a sudden he recognized a gesture of the hand. It was his wife with Limousin and with his child, his little Georges. His heart beat so that he was almost stifled, but he did not stop. He wanted to see them, and he followed them. Anyone would have said that they were a family party, a decent family of decent middle-class people. Henriette was leaning on Paul's arm, talking softly to him and occasionally looking at him from beside him. At these times Parent saw her profile, and recognized the graceful line of her face, the movements of her mouth, her smile, and the caress of her eyes. The child in particular drew his attention. How big he was and strong. Parent could not see his face, but only the long fair hair which fell upon his neck in curling locks. It was Georges, this tall bare-legged boy walking like a little man beside his mother. As they stopped in front of a shop, he suddenly saw all three. Limousin had gone grey, older, and thinner. His wife, on the contrary, was younger than ever, and had put on flesh. Georges had become unrecognizable, so different from the old days. They set off again. Parent followed them once more, then hurried past them in order to turn back and see their faces at close quarters. When he passed the child, he felt a longing, a mad longing to seize him in his arms and carry him off. He touched him, as though by chance. The child turned his head and looked angrily at this clumsy fellow. At that Parent fled, struck, pursued, wounded by his glance. He fled like a thief, overcome by the horrible fear that he had been seen and recognized by his wife and her lover. He raced to his beer-house and fell panting into his chair. That evening he drank 3 absinthes. For 4 months he bore the scar of that meeting on his heart. Every night he saw them all again, happy and carefree father, mother, and child, walking along the boulevard before going home to dinner. This new vision effaced the old one. It was a new thing, a new hallucination, and a new grief, too. Little Georges, his little Georges, whom he had loved so well and kissed so much in the old days, was vanishing into a distant and ended past, and he saw a new Georges, like a brother of the old one. A little boy with bare calves, who did not know him. He suffered terribly from this thought. The child's love was dead, there was no longer any bond between them, the child had not stretched out his arms at sight of him. He had given him an angry look. Then little by little his soul grew calm again, his mental torments grew less keen, the image which appeared before his eyes and haunted his nights became vague, rarer. He began to live more like the rest of the world, like all the men of leisure who drink their bocks at marble-top tables and wear out the seats of their trousers on the threadbare velvet seats. He grew old amid the pipe smoke, and bald in the gaslight, made quite an event of his weekly bath, his fortnightly haircut, the purchase of new clothes or a new hat. When he arrived at the beer-house wearing a new hat, he would contemplate himself in the mirror for a long time before sitting down, would take it off and put it on several times in succession. Would set it at different angles, and would finally ask his friend, the lady at the counter, who was looking at it with interest, "Do you think it suits me?" 2 or 3 times a year he would go to the theatre, and, in the summer, he would sometimes spend the evening at an open-air concert in the Champs-Élysées. He carried the tunes in his head. They sang in the depths of his memory for weeks, he would even hum them, beating time with his foot, as he sat at his bock. The years followed one another, slow and monotonous, and short because they were empty. He did not feel them slipping over his head. He advanced towards death without stirring, without exciting himself, sitting at a beer-house table. Only the great mirror against which he leaned a head that every day was a little balder, witness to the ravages of time, who runs swift-footed, devouring man, poor man. By this time he seldom thought of the terrible drama in which his life had been wrecked, for 20 years had gone by since that ghastly evening. But the life he had fashioned for himself ever since had worn him out, enervated him, exhausted him. Often the proprietor of the beer-house, the 6th proprietor since his first coming to the place, would say to him, "You need shaking up a bit, Monsieur Parent. You ought to get fresh air, go to the country. I assure you you've changed a great deal in the last few months." And as his client left, the man would pass on his reflections to the cashier, "Poor Monsieur Parent is in a bad way, staying in Paris all the time is doing him no good. Get him to go out into the country and have a fish dinner from time to time, he thinks a lot of your opinion. Summer's coming soon, it'll put some life into him." And the cashier, full of pity and kindly feeling for the obstinate customer, would every day repeat to Parent, "Now, monsieur, make up your mind to get into the open air. It's so lovely in the country when the weather's fine. If I only could, I'd spend all my life there, I would." And she would tell him her dreams, the simple and poetical dreams of all the poor girls who are shut up from one year's end to another behind the windows of a shop. And watch the glittering noisy stream of life go by in the street outside, and dream of the calm, sweet life of the fields, of life under the trees, under the radiant sun falling upon the meadows. The deep woods, the clear rivers, the cows lying in the grass, and all the various flowers, all the wild, free blossoms, blue, red, yellow, violet, lilac, pink, and white, so charming, so fresh, so sweet-scented, all the flowers of nature waiting there to be picked by the passer-by and heaped into huge bunches. She found pleasure in talking to him always of her perpetual longing, unrealized and unrealizable, and he, poor hopeless wretch, found pleasure in listening to her. He came and sat now beside the counter, so as to talk to Mademoiselle Zoe and discuss the country with her. Little by little a vague desire came over him to go and see, just once, whether it really was as nice as she said it was, outside the walls of the great city. One morning he asked her, "Do you know any place in the suburbs where one can get a good lunch?" "Yes," she replied, "go to La Terrasse at Saint-Germain. It's so pretty." He had been there long ago, when he was engaged to Henriette. He decided to go again. He chose a Sunday, for no particular reason, but merely because the usual thing is to go off for the day on a Sunday, even when the whole week is unoccupied. So one Sunday morning he went off to Saint-Germain. It was early in July, a hot, sunny day. Sitting in the corner of the railway carriage, he watched the passing of the trees and the strange little houses on the outskirts of Paris. He felt sad, annoyed with himself for having yielded to this new desire and broken his habits. The landscape, changing, yet always the same, wearied him. He was thirsty. He would gladly have got off at every station in order to sit down in the café that he saw outside, drink a bock or two, and take the next train back to Paris. And the journey seemed to him to be long, very long. He used to spend whole days sitting still with the same motionless objects before his eyes, but he found it enervating and wearisome to remain seated while moving about. To watch the country moving while he himself did not stir. He took some interest in the Seine, nevertheless, whenever they crossed it. Under the bridge at Chatou he saw skiffs darting along at the powerful strokes of bare-armed oarsmen, and thought, those chaps must be having a good time. The long ribbon of river that unrolls from both sides of the bridge of Pec aroused a vague desire in the depths of his heart to walk along the banks. But the train plunged into the tunnel which precedes Saint-Germain station and soon stopped at the arrival platform. Parent got out and, weighed down by fatigue, went off in the direction of La Terrasse, his hands behind his back. Having reached the iron railing, he stopped to look at the view. The vast plain was spread out before him, boundless as the sea, a green expanse dotted with large villages as populous as towns. White roads ran across this wide country, patches of forest wooded it in various places, the pools of the Vésinet gleamed like silver medals. And the distant slopes of Senoise and Argenteuil hovered behind the light bluish mist like shadows of themselves. The warm, abundant light of the sun was bathing the whole broad landscape, faintly veiled by the morning mist, by the sweat of the heated earth exhaled in thin fog, and by the damp vapors of the Seine, gliding endlessly like a serpent across the plains, encircling the villages, and skirting the hills. A soft breeze, laden with the odor of leaves and sap, caressed the skin, penetrated deep into the lungs, and seemed to rejuvenate the heart, ease the mind, and invigorate the blood. Parent, surprised, drank deeply of it, his eyes dazzled by the vast sweep of the landscape. "Yes, it's very nice here," he murmured. He walked forward a few steps, and stopped again to stare. He fancied he was discovering new and unknown things, not the things which his eyes saw, but those of which his soul foretold him, events of which he was unaware, glimpses of happiness. Unexplored pleasures, a whole view of life whose existence he had not suspected, suddenly revealed to him as he gazed at this stretch of boundless plains. All the appalling melancholy of his existence appeared to him, brilliantly illumined by the radiance flooding the earth. He saw the 20 years of café life, drab, monotonous, heartbreaking. He might have traveled like other men, gone hither and thither among strange peoples in little-known lands across the seas, taken an interest in everything that fascinates other men. in art and in science. He might have lived life in 1,000 forms, life the mysterious, delightful, agonizing, always changing, always inexplicable and strange. But now it was too late. He would go on swilling beer till the day of his death, without family, without friends, without hope, without interest in anything. Infinite wretchedness overwhelmed him, and a longing to run away, hide, go back to Paris, to his beer house and his sottishness. All the thoughts, all the dreams, all the desires slumbering in the sloth of a stagnant heart had been awakened, stirred to life by this ray of country sunlight. He felt that he would go out of his mind if he stayed any longer in this place, and hastened to the Pavilion Henri IV for lunch. To dull his mind with wine and spirits and at least to talk to someone. He chose a small table in one of the arbors, whence he could overlook all the surrounding country, chose his meal, and asked to be served at once. Other excursionists arrived and sat down at nearby tables. He felt better, he was no longer alone. In another arbor 3 persons were lunching. He had glanced at them several times without really seeing them, as one looks at strangers. Suddenly the voice of a woman gave him one of those thrills which penetrate to the very marrow. "Georges," said the voice, "will you carve the chicken?" "Yes, mother," answered another voice. Parent raised his eyes, he realized, guessed at once who these people were. He would never have known them again. His wife was very stout and quite white-haired, a grave, virtuous old lady. She thrust her head forward as she ate, for fear of staining her dress, although she had covered her bosom with a napkin. Georges had become a man. He had a beard, the uneven, almost colorless beard that lies like soft curling down upon the cheeks of youths. He wore a high hat, a white waistcoat, and a monocle, no doubt for fashion's sake. Parent stared at him in amazement. Was this his son Georges? No, he did not know this young man, there could be nothing in common between them. Limousin's back was turned towards him. He was busy eating, his shoulders rather bowed. Well, they all 3 seemed happy and contented, they had come to lunch in the country at a well-known restaurant. Their existence had been calm and pleasant, they had lived like a happy family in a nice, warm, well-filled house, filled with all the trifles that make life pleasant, all the delights of affection. All the tender words constantly exchanged by those who love each other. And it was thanks to him that they had lived thus, thanks to his money, after deceiving, robbing, and ruining him. They had condemned him, the innocent, simple, kind-hearted victim, to all the horrors of loneliness, to the revolting life he led between pavement and bar. To every form of moral torment and physical misery. They had made of him a useless, ruined creature, lost in the world, a poor old man without any possible happiness or expectation of it, with no hope left in anything or person. For him the earth was empty, for there was nothing on earth that he loved. He might pass through crowds or along streets, go into every house in Paris, open every room, but never would he find, on the other side of the door, a face beloved or desired. The face of a woman or child that would smile at the sight of him. It was this idea especially that worked upon his mind, the image of a door that one opens in order to find and embrace someone behind it. And it was all the fault of these 3 wretches. Of that vile woman, that treacherous friend, and that tall fair lad with his assumption of haughtiness. He bore as great a grudge now against the child as against the 2 others. Was he not Limousin's son? If not, would Limousin have kept him, loved him? Would not Limousin have speedily dismissed the mother and the child, had he not known full well that the child was his? Does anyone bring up another man's child? And there they were, the 3 malefactors who had made him suffer so much. Parent gazed at them, tormenting and exciting himself by the recollection of all his woes, all his agony, all the moments of despair he had known. He was exasperated, above all, by their air of placid self-satisfaction. He longed to kill them, to throw his siphon of soda water at them, to smash in Limousin's head, which every moment bobbed down towards his plate and instantly rose again. And they would continue to live in this fashion, free from care, free from any sign of uneasiness. No, no. It was too much. He would have his revenge, have it now, since he had them here at hand. But how? He ransacked his mind, dreaming of appalling deeds such as happen in sensational novels, but could think of nothing practical. He drank glass after glass, to excite and encourage himself, so that he should not let slip an opportunity that certainly would never return. Suddenly he had an idea, a terrible idea. He stopped drinking, in order to mature it. A smile creased his lips. "I've got them. I've got them," he murmured. "We shall see. We shall see." "What would monsieur like to follow?" asked a waiter. "Nothing. Coffee and brandy, the best." He watched them as he sipped his liqueur. There were too many people in the restaurant for his purpose. He would wait, he would follow them. They were sure to go for a walk on the terrace or in the woods. When they had gone some distance away he would join them, and then he would have his revenge. Yes, he would have his revenge. It was none too soon, after 23 years of suffering. Ah, they didn't suspect what was going to befall them. They were quietly finishing their lunch, chatting with no sense of anxiety. Parent could not hear their words, but he could see their calm gestures. The face of his wife was particularly exasperating to him. She had acquired a haughty air, the appearance of a fat and unapproachable nun, armor-plated with moral principles, casemate in virtue. They paid their bill and rose. Then he saw Le Mausin. He looked for all the world like a retired diplomat. He wore such an air of importance, with his handsome whiskers, soft and white, whose points fell to the lapels of his frock coat. They departed. Georges was smoking a cigar, and wore his hat over one ear. Parent promptly followed them. At first they walked along the terrace, regarding the landscape with the placid admiration of the well-fed. Then they went into the forest. Parent rubbed his hands and continued to follow them, at a distance, concealing himself so as not to rouse their notice too soon. They walked with short steps, basking in the warm air and the greenery. Henriette was leaning on Le Mausin's arm and was walking, very upright, at his side, like a wife sure and proud of herself. Georges was knocking leaves down with his cane, and occasionally leapt lightly over the ditches at the side of the road, like an eager young horse on the point of dashing into the foliage. Little by little Parent caught them up, panting with emotion and weariness, for he never walked now. Soon he came up with them, but a confused, inexplicable fear had seized hold of him, and he went past them, so as to turn round and meet them face to face. He walked on with a beating heart, feeling them now behind him, and kept saying to himself, "Come. Now is the time, courage, courage. Now is the time." He turned round. All three had sat down at the foot of a large tree, and were still chatting. At that he made up his mind, and went back with rapid steps. Stopping in front of them, he stood in the middle of the road and stammered in a voice broken with emotion. "It is I. Here I am. You were not expecting me, were you?" All three stared at the man, whom they thought mad. "Anyone might think you did not know me," he continued. "Look at me. I am Parent, Henri Parent. You were not expecting me, eh? You thought it was all over, that you would never see me again, never. But no, here I am again. Now we will have it out." Henriette, terrified, hid her face in her hands, murmuring, "Oh, my God." Seeing this stranger apparently threatening his mother, Georges had risen, ready to take him by the throat. Le Mausin, dumbfounded, was looking with terrified eyes at this man come from the dead, who waited for a few seconds to regain his breath and went on. "So now we'll have it out. The moment has come. You deceived me, condemned me to the life of a convict, and you thought I should never catch you." But the young man took him by the shoulders and, thrusting him away, said, "Are you mad? What do you want? Get along with you at once or I'll lay you out." "What do I want?" replied Parent. "I want to tell you who those people are." But Georges, furious now, shook him and raised his hand to strike him. Let go, he said. I am your father. Look and see if those wretches recognize me now. Horribly startled, the young man loosened his grasp and turned to his mother. Parent, freed, walked up to her. Well? Tell him who I am. Tell him that my name is Henri Parent, and that I am his father, since his name is Georges Parent, since you are my wife, since all three of you are living on my money. On the allowance of 10,000 francs which I have been giving you ever since I threw you out of my house. And tell him also why I threw you out of my house. Because I surprised you with that wretch, that scoundrel, your lover. Tell him what I was, I, a good man whom you married for his money, and deceived from the first day. Tell him who you are and who I am. He stammered and panted, overcome with rage. Paul, Paul, cried the woman in a piercing voice. Stop him, make him be silent. Stop him saying these things in the presence of my son. Limousin had risen in his turn. Be silent, he murmured in a very low voice. Realize what you are doing. I know what I am doing, replied Parent furiously. That is not all. There is one thing I want to know, a thing which has been tormenting me for 20 years. He turned towards Georges, who was leaning against a tree, bewildered. Listen, he continued. When she left my house, she thought it was not enough to have betrayed me, she wanted to leave me hopeless too. You were my only consolation. Well, she took you away, swearing that I was not your father, but that he was. Was she lying? I do not know. For 20 years I have been wondering. He went right up to her, a tragic, terrible figure, and, tearing away the hand with which she covered her face, cried. Well. I summon you today to tell me which of us is this young man's father, he or I, your husband or your lover. Come, tell me. Limousin flung himself upon him. Parent thrust him back. Ah! He sniggered furiously, you are brave today, braver than the day when you fled onto the staircase because I was going to strike you. Well, if she won't answer, answer yourself. Tell me, are you the boy's father? Come, speak. He turned back to his wife. If you will not tell me, he said, at least tell your son. He is a man now. He has a perfect right to know who his father is. I do not know, I never have known, never. I cannot tell you, my boy. He grew more and more furious, and his voice grew shrill. He waved his arms like a man in an epileptic fit. Now. Answer. She does not know. I'll wager she does not know. No, she does not know. By God. She slept with both of us. Ha. 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 Nobody knows, nobody, do people know these things? You will not know either, my boy, you will not know any more than I do, ever, ask her. Ask her. You will see that she does not know. Nor do I, nor does he, nor do you, nobody knows. You can take your choice, yes, you can take your choice, him or me. Choose. Goodbye, that is all. If she decides to tell you, let me know, won't you, at the Hôtel de Continence. I should like to know. Goodbye. I wish you every happiness. And he departed gesticulating, talking to himself, under the tall trees, in the cool, quiet air filled with the fragrance of rising sap. He did not turn round to look at them. He walked on, spurred on by fury, in an ecstasy of passion, his mind completely overturned by his obsession. Suddenly he found himself at the station. A train was starting. He boarded it. During the journey his anger cooled, he regained his senses, and arrived back in Paris amazed at his boldness. He felt crushed, as though his bones were broken. Nevertheless he went and had a look at his beer house. Seeing him come in, Mademoiselle Zoe, surprised, inquired. Back already? Are you tired? Yes, he replied, yes, very tired, very tired. You see, when a man's not used to going out. It's the end. I'll never go to the country again. I should have done better to stay here. From this time forward I'll never stir out. And she was unable to get him to tell her about his excursion, though she was very eager to hear. That evening, for the first time in his life, he got completely drunk, and had to be carried home. Ca Ira. I had alighted at Barville's only because I had read in a guide, I don't know which, fine gallery, 2 Rubenses, 1 Teniers, 1 Ribera. So I thought, let's go and see it. I will dine at the Hôtel de l'Europe, which the guide declares to be admirable, and set out again tomorrow. The gallery was closed, it was opened only when travelers asked to see it. It was open now at my request, and I could contemplate some obscure daubs attributed by a highly imaginative caretaker to the finest masters of painting. Then I found myself all alone, in the long street of a small town quite strange to me, built in the very middle of illimitable plains. And, having absolutely nothing to do, I walked the whole length of this artery. I investigated several uninteresting shops. Then, as it was only 4 o'clock, I was seized by one of those despondent moods which overwhelm the most spirited of us. What could I do? Heaven help me, what could I do? I would have given £20 for the suggestion of any conceivable amusement. Finding my mind barren of ideas, I decided merely to smoke a good cigar, and I went in search of the tobacco shop. I recognized it very shortly by its red lantern, and I went in. The saleswoman proffered me several boxes to choose from. Having glanced at the cigars, which I perceived to be as bad as possible, I directed my attention, quite by chance, to the woman in charge. She was a woman of about 45 years of age, stout and turning grey. She had a plump, decent-looking face, which seemed to me somehow familiar. However, I did not know this lady. No, most assuredly I did not know her. But could it be that I had met her? Yes, that was possible. The face in front of me must be an acquaintance known only to me by sight, an old acquaintance since lost to view, changed now, and certainly grown much stouter. I murmured, "Forgive me, madam, for staring at you like this, but I seem to have known you for a long time." She answered, blushing, "It's funny. I feel the same." I gave a cry. "Oh! Caira." She flung up both hands in exaggerated despair, absolutely overwhelmed by my words, and stammered, "Oh, suppose someone hears you." Then she herself cried suddenly, "Well, I never. It's you, George." Then she looked round in terror lest anyone were listening. But we were alone, quite alone. Caira. However had I succeeded in recognizing Caira, the skinny Caira, the forlorn Caira in this placid and stout official of the government? Caira. What memories woke to sudden life in my heart, Bougival, La Grenouillerie, Chatou, the Restaurant Fournaise, long days spent in skiffs along the riverside. 10 years of my life spent in this corner of the country, on this delightful stretch of river. At that time we were a company of 12, living in Gallipoy Place, at Chatou, and leading there a queer enough life, always half naked and half drunk. The habits of the present-day boating man are considerably changed. Nowadays these gentlemen wear monocles. In our set we had a score of river girls, regulars and casuals. Some Sundays we had 4. On other Sundays they were all there. Some of them were, so to speak, members of the family, the others came when they had nothing better to do. 5 or 6 lived in communal fashion on the men who had no women, and among these was Caira. She was a thin and wretched girl, and walked with a limp. This lent her the charms of a grasshopper. She was nervous, awkward, graceless in everything she did. She attached herself fearfully to the meanest, the most insignificant, the most poverty-stricken of us, who would keep her for a day or a month, according to his means. How she came to be one of us no one knew. Had we met her one Sunday evening, at the rowing club ball, and rounded her up in one of those drives of women that we often made? Had we asked her to a meal, seeing her sit lonely at a little table in a corner? None of us could have said, but she was one of the gang. We had christened her Caira, because she was always bewailing her fate, her misfortune, and her mortifications. Every Sunday we said to her, "Well, Caira, is life treating you better?" And she made an unvarying reply. "No, not much, but we'll hope things will get better one of these days." How came this wretched, unattractive, and graceless creature to be following a profession that demands infinite attractions, confidence, skill, and beauty? A mystery. Paris, moreover, is full of harlots ugly enough to disgust a policeman. What did she do during the remaining 6 days of the week? She had told us on several occasions that she went to work. At what? We did not care to know, we were quite indifferent to the way in which she managed to exist. Later, I had almost lost sight of her. Our little company gradually dispersed, leaving the way open for another generation, to whom we also left Caira. I heard about it on the odd occasions when I went to lunch at the Fournays. Our successors, unaware of our reason for bestowing that name upon her, had supposed it to be an Oriental name, and they named her Zaira. Then in their turn they bequeathed their canoes and some of their river girls to the next generation. Generally speaking, one generation of boating men lives on the water for 3 years, and then leaves the same to take up law, medicine, or politics. Zaira then became Zara, and, later still, Zara was modified into Sarah. By this time, she was supposed to be a Hebrew. The latest of all, the gentleman with the monocles, now called her simply, the Jewess. Then she disappeared. And here I had found her again, selling tobacco at Barville's. I said to her, "Well, things are better now, eh?" She answered, "A little better." I was seized with curiosity about this woman's life. In those earlier days, I had cared nothing at all about it. Today I felt intimately concerned, held, vividly interested. I asked her, "How did you manage to find an opportunity?" "I don't know. It happened just when I was least expecting it." "Was it at Chatou that you came upon it?" "Oh, no." "Then where was it?" "At Paris, in the boarding house where I lived." "Ah, so you did have a place in Paris?" "Yes, I was with Madame Ravelet." "And who is Madame Ravelet?" "You don't know Madame Ravelet?" "Oh. Indeed I don't." "The dressmaker, the fashionable dressmaker in the Rue de Rivoli." Whereupon she began to tell me about 1,000 little phases of her old life, 1,000 hidden phases of Parisian life, the inside working of a fashionable dressmaker's. The life led by these wenches, their adventures, their notions, the intimate psychology of a work-girl, that street hawk flitting along the sidewalks in the morning on her way to the shop, strolling bareheaded after the midday meal, and on her way home in the evening. "Delighted to talk of old times," she said. "If you knew how terrible we were, and what awful things we did. We used to tell each other our adventures every day. We don't think anything of men, I can tell you. As for me, the first trick I pulled off was over an umbrella. I had an old alpaca one, a disgraceful object. As I came in one rainy day, shutting it up, tall Louise says to me, 'I don't know how you dare go out with that thing. But I haven't another, and at the moment funds are low.' The funds were always low. 'Go and pick one up at the Madeleine,' she answers. That surprises me. She goes on. 'That's where we all get them, there are as many as you want.' She explains the method to me. It is simple enough. So I go off with Irma to the Madeleine. We find the verger and explain to him that the week before we forgot an umbrella. Then he asks us if we remember what the handle was like, and I describe to him a handle with an agate knob. He takes us into a room where there were more than 50 lost umbrellas. We look through them all and we don't find mine, but I choose a fine one, a very fine one with a handle of carved ivory. Louise went and claimed it some days later. She described it before she saw it, and they gave it to her without the least suspicion. For this sort of work, we dressed ourselves very smartly. And she laughed, opening and dropping the hinged lid of the big tobacco box. She went on. Oh, we played our little games, and very queer some of them were too. You see, there were 5 of us in the workroom, 4 ordinary girls and one quite different, Irma, the lovely Irma. She looked like a gentlewoman, and she had a lover in the State Council. That did not prevent her from being very friendly with the rest of us. There was one winter when she said to us, "You don't know what a jolly good thing we're going to pull off." And she unfolded her idea to us. Irma, you know, was so shapely that she simply went to men's heads, and she had such a figure too, and hips that made your mouth water. And now she had thought of a way for each of us to wangle 100 francs to buy ourselves rings, and she planned it out like this. You know I wasn't well off just then. And the others were no better. We hardly made 100 francs a month in the workshop, no more. We had to make the rest on the side. Of course each of us had 2 or 3 regular lovers who gave us a little money, but only a little. Sometimes during our noonday stroll we managed to catch the eye of a gentleman who came back again next day. We'd play him up for a fortnight and then give in. But these fellows didn't bring in much. And the fellows at Chateau were merely recreation. Oh, if you knew the tricks we were up to. They'd make you die of laughing. So when Irma said she'd thought of a way for us to make 100 francs, we were wild with joy. It's a disgraceful tale I'm going to tell you, but I don't care. You know a thing or two, since you've lived at Chateau for 4 years. Well, she said to us. We are going to pick up at the opera ball the very best, most distinguished, and richest specimen of manhood in Paris. I know them all. At first we couldn't believe it would come off, because that sort of man isn't really open to dressmakers, to Irma, yes, but not to us. Oh, she had style, had Irma. You know, we always said in the workroom that if the emperor had known her, he would certainly have married her. For this business, she made us put on our smartest clothes, and she said, "Now you won't come to the ball, you are each of you going to wait in a cab in one of the streets nearby. A gentleman will come and get into your carriage. As soon as he gets in, you will embrace him as enticingly as you know how, and then you will scream to make him understand you've made a mistake and are expecting someone else. The pigeon will be thoroughly excited to think he's taking another man's place and he'll want to insist on staying. You'll resist him, you'll struggle like the devil to get out, and then, you will go and have supper with him. Then of course he'll have to give you something for your trouble. You still don't understand?" Well, this is what she did, the sly little devil. She made all 4 of us get into 4 carriages, real private carriages, very swagger carriages, and then she sent us into the streets near the opera. Then she went to the ball by herself. As she knew all the most famous men in Paris by name, because Madame dressed their wives, she picked one of them out and played him. She said all kinds of things to him, my word, she was witty too. When she saw that he was well worked up, she dropped her mask and there he was caught in a noose. Then he wanted to take her off with him at once, and she gave him an appointment in half an hour's time in a carriage standing opposite number 20 in the Rue Taitbout. In the carriage was me. I was all wrapped up and my face veiled. Suddenly a gentleman put his head in at the window and said, "Is it you?" I answered softly, "Yes, it's me, come in quickly." He comes in, and I take him in my arms and hug him until he couldn't breathe, then I go on. "Oh, how happy I am, how happy I am." And then all at once I cry. "But it's not you." Oh, heavens! Heavens! And I begin to weep. Imagine how embarrassed the man is. At first he tries to console me, he apologizes, and protests that he has made a mistake himself. I went on weeping, but less bitterly, and then sighed deeply. Then he talked tenderly to me. He was everything a gentleman should be, and now he was delighted to see my tears gradually stopping. In short, one thing led to another, and he suggested my going to supper with him. I refused. I tried to jump out of the carriage. He caught me round the waist, and then held me, as I had held him when he came in. And then, we had supper, you understand, and he gave me, just guess, he gave me 500 francs. Believe me, some men are free with their money. Well, it came off all right with every one of us. Louise did least well with 200 francs. But, you know, Louise really was too thin. The tobacco shop woman chattered on, pouring out in one wild rush all the memories stored so long in her heart, the cautiously closed heart of a government licensee. All the days of poverty and adventure stirred in her memory. She thought with regret of the gay bohemian life of the Paris streets, a life of privation and sold kisses, of laughter and misery, of trickery and love that was not always feigned. I said to her, "But how did you get your license to sell tobacco?" She smiled. "Oh, that's quite a story. I must tell you that in my boarding house I had right next door to me a law student. But, don't you know, one of those students who never study. This one lived in cafes from morning to night, and he adored billiards, as I have never known anyone adore it. When I was alone we sometimes spent the evening together. It was by him that I had Roger." "Who's Roger?" "My son." "Oh. He allowed me a little money to bring up the brat, but I knew very well that the fellow wouldn't be any real good to me. I was the surer of it because I'd never seen a man so slack, except him, never. At the end of 10 years he hadn't got through his first exam. When his people saw that he would never come to anything, they sent for him to come back home somewhere in the provinces, but we kept up a correspondence about the child. And then would you believe it? At the last election, 2 years ago, I heard that he had been made a deputy for his district. And then he spoke in the chamber. It's quite true what they say, that in the kingdom of the blind. Well, to cut the story short, I sought him out and made him get a tobacco shop for me at once. On the strength of my being the daughter of a deported man. It's quite true that my father was deported, but I never thought that would be any use to me. In short, but here's Roger. There came in a tall young man, a correct, serious, self-conscious young man. He dropped a kiss on his mother's forehead, and she said to me, "Now, monsieur, this is my son, head clerk at the town hall. You know what that means, future assistant prefect." I greeted this functionary with all proper respect, and departed to go to my hotel after gravely pressing the hand held out to me by Caira. Saved. Chapter 1. The little Marquise de Renaudin burst into the room like a ball crashing through a window, and began to laugh before she had said a word. She laughed until she cried, just as she had laughed a month before when she came to tell her friend that she had deceived the Marquis to revenge herself, for no reason but to revenge herself. And only once, because he really was too stupid and too jealous. The little Baronne de Grangerie had thrown down on her vast couch the book she was reading, and she stared curiously at Annette, laughing already herself. At last she asked, "What have you done now?" "Oh, my dear, it's too funny, think of it. I'm saved. What do you mean, saved?" "Yes, saved." "From what?" "From my husband, darling, saved. Delivered. Free. How are you free?" "In what way?" "Divorce." "Yes, divorce. I can get a divorce." "You're divorced?" "No, not yet." "How silly you are. You can't get divorced in 3 hours. But I've got evidence that he is deceiving me, absolutely caught in the act, in the act. I can prove it." "Oh, tell me about it." "So he has deceived you?" "Yes, that's to say, no, yes and no." "Oh, I've been clever, vastly clever. For the last 3 months he has been detestable, utterly detestable, brutal, coarse, tyrannical, too mean to live. I said to myself, this can't go on, I must get a divorce. But how? It wasn't easy. I tried to get him to beat me. He wouldn't. He crossed me from morning to night, made me go out when I didn't want to, and stay at home when I was longing to drive in town. He made my life unbearable from one week's end to another, but he didn't beat me. Then I tried to find out if he had a mistress. Yes, he had one, but he took every precaution when he went to visit her. It simply wasn't possible to take them together. So, guess what I did? I can't guess. Oh, you'd never guess. I begged my brother to get me a photograph of his girl. Of your husband's mistress? Yes. It cost Jacques 15 louis, the price of one evening, from 7 o'clock to 12, dinner included, 3 louis an hour. He got the photograph thrown in. I should have thought he could have got it cheaper by any other method, and without being obliged to take the original as well. Oh, but she's pretty. Jacques didn't mind it at all. And besides, I wanted to know all sorts of physical details about her figure, her breast, her skin, and all that. I don't understand. You will in a minute. When I had found out all I wanted to know, I went to a man, what shall I call him? A very clever man, you know, one of those men who arrange things of all kinds, one of those agents who can get you detectives and accomplices, one of those men, now do you understand? Yes, I think so. And what did you say to him? I showed him the photograph of Clarisse, she's called Clarisse, and I said, I want a lady's maid like this photograph. She must be pretty, graceful, neat, clean. I'll pay any price you like. If it costs me 10,000 francs, so much the worse for me. I shan't need her for more than 3 months. The man looked most surprised. You want a girl with a good character, madam? He asked. I blushed and stammered, yes, certainly, so far as knowing her duties is concerned. And as far as her morals, he added. I didn't dare to answer. I could only shake my head to mean no. And all at once I realized that he had a dreadful suspicion, and I lost my head and cried, oh, monsieur. It's for my husband, he is deceiving me, he's deceiving me up in town, and I want him to deceive me at home, you see, so that I can catch him at it. Then the man burst out laughing. And I saw by his face that I had regained his opinion of me. He even thought me rather splendid. I'd have been ready to bet that he wanted to shake hands with me on the spot. I'll arrange it for you within the week, madam, he said. And if necessary we'll change the attraction. I'll guarantee success. You won't pay me until we have been successful. So this is the photograph of your husband's mistress? Yes. She's got a good figure, not so thin as she appears. And what scent? I didn't understand. How do you mean, what scent? I repeated. He smiled. Yes, madam, scent is of the first importance in seducing a man. Because it stirs hidden memories that prepare his mind for the necessary impulse, scent works a subtle confusion in his mind, disturbs him and weakens his defense by reminding him of past pleasures. You should also try to find out what your husband usually eats when he dines with this lady. You could arrange to give him the same dishes the evening you put it over him. Ah, we'll pull it off, madam, we'll pull it off. I went away delighted. I really had discovered a most intelligent man. Chapter 2. 3 days later, a tall dark girl presented herself before me. She was very beautiful, with an expression at once demure and provocative, a strangely sophisticated expression. Her manner to me was correctness itself. As I didn't know quite on what footing to put her, I called her Mademoiselle, then she said, "Oh, Madame need not call me anything but Rose." We began to talk. "Well, Rose, you know why you are here?" "I know quite well, Madame." "Excellent, my girl. And you don't mind at all?" "Oh, Madame, this is the 8th divorce I've helped to arrange, I'm used to it. That's splendid. Will it take you long to bring it off? Oh, madam, that depends entirely on the gentleman's temperament. As soon as I have seen him alone for 5 minutes, I shall be able to tell you with some certainty. You shall see him at once, my child. But I warn you that he's not beautiful. That doesn't matter to me, madam. I've come between wives and some very ugly husbands before this. But I must ask madam if she has ascertained what scent I ought to use. Yes, my good Rose, vervain. So much the better, madam, I'm very fond of that scent. And perhaps madam can also tell me if her husband's mistress wears silk. No, my child, very fine lawn trimmed with lace. Oh, she must be very smart. Silk is beginning to be so common. I quite agree with you. Very well, madam, I'll begin my duties. She did begin her duties on the spot, as if she had never done anything else in all her life. An hour later my husband came in again. Rose didn't even look at him, but he looked at her. She was already smelling strongly of vervain. After 5 minutes she left the room. Who's that girl? He asked me at once. Oh, that's my new maid. Where did you get her? The Baron de Grangery sent her to me, with an excellent recommendation. Well, she's pretty enough. You think so? I do, for a lady's maid. I was overjoyed. I was sure he was nibbling already. The same evening Rose said to me, I can now promise madam that it won't take a fortnight. The gentleman is very easy. Ah, you've tried already? No, madam, but it's obvious at a glance. Even now he'd like to put his arms round me as he walks past. He hasn't said anything to you? No, madam, he has only asked my name, to hear the sound of my voice. Excellent, my good Rose. Get on as quickly as you can. Don't be afraid of that, madam. I shall resist just long enough not to make myself cheap. By the end of the week my husband hardly left the house at all. I used to see him all afternoon wandering about the house. And what was more significant than anything else of his state of mind, was that he no longer stopped me from going out. I was out all day, I was, to leave him free. On the 9th day, as Rose was undressing me, she said meekly. It's happened, madam, this morning. I was a little surprised, even a little distressed, not by the thing itself, but by the way in which she had said it to me. I stammered. And, it went off all right? Oh, very well, madam. He has been urging me for 3 days now, but I didn't want to go too quickly. Perhaps madam will tell me what time she would like the flagranti delicto. Yes, my girl, let's see, we'll make it Friday. Friday then, madam. I'll not allow any more liberties until then, so as to keep monsieur eager. You're sure you won't fail? Oh, yes, madam, quite sure. I'll go on keeping monsieur from the point, so that he's just ready to come to it at any hour madam likes to fix. Let's say 5 o'clock, my good Rose. 5 o'clock, madam, and where? Well, in my room. Right, in madam's room. Well, my dear, you see what I did. I went and brought papa and mamma first, and then my uncle d'Orvlin, the president, and then Monsieur Raplet, the judge and a friend of my husband. I didn't warn them what I was going to show them. I made them all creep on tiptoe to the door of my room. I waited until 5 o'clock, exactly 5 o'clock. Oh, how my heart was beating. I made the concierge come up too, so as to have one more witness. Then, the moment the clock began to strike, bang, I flung the door open. Oh, there they were in the very middle of it, my dear. Oh, what a face, if you had only seen his face. And he turned round, the fathead. Oh, it was funny. I laughed, and laughed. And papa was furious and wanted to whip my husband. And the concierge, an excellent servant, helped him to dress himself again, in front of us, he buttoned his braces for him. It was wildly funny. As for Rose, she was perfect, quite perfect. She cried beautifully. She's a priceless girl. If ever you want a girl like that, remember her. And here I am. I came away at once to tell you all about it. At once, I'm free. Hurrah for divorce. She began to dance in the middle of the drawing room, while the little Baron murmured, in a voice full of dreamy disappointment. Why didn't you invite me to see it? Little Roque. Médéric Rampal, postman, familiarly addressed as Médéry by the country folk, left the post office of Rueil-les-Tours at his usual hour. He passed through the little town with the long strides of an old campaigner, and cut across the meadows of Willems to reach the bank of the Brindle. Following the course of the stream, he reached the village of Carvelin, where his delivery began. He went at a rapid pace, keeping alongside the narrow brook, which threaded its way, frothing, gurgling, and eddying, over a weedy bed, beneath an arch of willows. The great boulders that blocked its passage were each encircled by a little noose of water, a kind of cravat finished off with a knot of foam. Occasionally there were cascades a foot deep, often unseen, but falling on a sonorous note, fretful yet soothing, under the green roof of leaves and creepers. Further on, the banks widened out into a small quiet lake, where the trout swam through green tresses of weed that waved under the gentle current. Médéric went steadily forward, observing nothing, and thinking only, my first letter is for the Poivrons, and then I have one for Monsieur Renardet. I shall have to go through the copse, then. His blue blouse, caught tightly round his waist in a black leather belt, moved with steady speed past the green line of willows. His stick, a stout branch of holly, moved at his side with the same action as his legs. He crossed the Brindle by a bridge made of a single tree trunk, thrown across from one bank to the other. Its only rail was a rope supported by stakes sunk into the banks. The copse belonged to Monsieur Renardet, the mayor of Carvelin, and the most important landowner in the district. It was almost a wood of huge old trees, as straight as pillars, and stretched the length of half a league along the brook that bounded this vast leafy vault. Along the waterside large shrubs had sprung up under the sun's heat, but deep in the copse nothing was to be found but moss, thick, sweet, and soft, filling the still air with a faint odor of decay and rotten wood. Médéric slowed down, took off his black cap with its scarlet trimming, and wiped his brow, for, though it was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning, it was already hot in the meadows. He had just put on his hat, and was resuming his rapid stride, when he noticed, at the foot of a tree, a small knife, a child's knife. As he picked it up, he found a thimble too, then, 2 steps farther on, a needle case. He picked them up and thought, better give them to the mayor. And continued his journey, but now with his eyes wide open, expecting all the time to find something more. Suddenly he stopped dead, as though he had bumped into a wooden barrier, for 10 paces in front of him there lay upon its back the body of a child, stark naked on the moss. It was the body of a little girl about 12 years old. Her arms were flung wide apart, her feet were separated, and her face was covered with a handkerchief. A little blood stained her legs. Médéric crept forward on tiptoe, as though he feared to make a sound, scenting danger. His eyes were wide open. What was this? She must be asleep. Then he reflected that people do not sleep naked like that at 7:30 in the morning, in a cold wood. She was dead, then, and he was in the presence of a crime. At this thought, old soldier as he was, a cold shiver ran up his back. Murder, and child murder at that, was so rare a happening in the district that he could not believe his eyes. But there was no wound upon her, nothing but the blood congealed upon her leg. How long had she been killed? He had stopped quite close to her, and was looking at her, leaning on his stick. He must know her, since he knew all the local inhabitants, but, not being able to see her face, he could not guess her name. He bent down to remove the handkerchief from her face, then stopped, with outstretched hand, restrained by a sudden thought. Had he the right to interfere in any way with the disposition of the body before the judicial inquiry? He imagined the law as a kind of general whose notice nothing can escape, and who attaches as much importance to a lost button as to a stab in the stomach. Beneath that handkerchief damning evidence might be found, a real clue, which might well lose its value if touched by a clumsy hand. So he rose, to run to the mayor's house. A second thought held him back. Suppose that by any chance the little girl were still alive, he could not leave her like this. Quickly he knelt down at a discreet distance from her and, thrusting out his hand, touched her foot. It was cold, frozen into that ghastly chill that makes dead flesh so terrifying, and leaves no room for doubt. The touch of it put the heart across him, as he expressed it later, and the saliva dried in his mouth. He rose at once and began to run through the wood towards Monsieur Renardet's house. He ran with the gait of an athlete, his stick under his arm, his fists closed, his head thrust forward, his leather bag, full of letters and newspapers, pounded rhythmically against his back. The mayor's house was at the end of the wood whose trees served as its park. One corner of the surrounding wall was washed by the Brindle, which here ran into a small pond. It was a large square house of grey stone. It was very old, and in former times had been besieged. At the far end of it was a huge tower, 60 feet high and built in the water. Once, from the summit of this keep, watch had been kept over all the district. It was called the Tower of Renard, no one knew quite why. It was doubtless from this name that the name Renardet came, borne by all the owners of this property, which had been in the same family, it was said, for more than 200 years. For the Renardets belonged to that almost noble yeoman class so often found in the country before the Revolution. The postman rushed into the kitchen where the servants were having breakfast, shouting, "Is the mayor up? I must speak to him at once." Maderick was known for a man of weight and authority, and they knew at once that something serious had happened. Monsieur Renardet was notified, and ordered the man to be brought in. Pale and out of breath, the postman, cap in hand, found the mayor seated at a long table covered with scattered papers. He was a tall, stout man, with an unwieldy figure and a ruddy skin. He was as strong as a bull, and much loved in the locality, for all his quick temper. About 40 years of age, and for the past 6 months a widower, he lived on his land in the style of a country nobleman. His impetuous nature had landed him in many awkward places, from which he had always been rescued by his indulgent and tactful comrades, the magistrates of Rueil-Latours. Was it not he, indeed, who one fine day threw the driver of the mail coach from his box, because the fellow had almost run over his pointer Micmac? Had he not broken the ribs of a gamekeeper who prosecuted him for carrying his gun across a piece of land belonging to a neighbor? Had he not even arrested the sub-prefect who was stopping in the village in the pursuit of his administrative duties, styled by Monsieur Renardet an electioneering campaign? Because it was opposed to the good old tradition of government by the family? "What's the matter, Maderick?" asked the mayor. "I've found a little girl in your wood, dead." Renardet rose, his face brick-red. "What did you say, a little girl?" "Yes, sir, a little girl, quite naked, lying on her back, and there was some blood. She's dead as a doornail." "My God," swore the mayor, "I bet it's Madame Roque's little girl. I've just been told that last night she never came home to her mother's." "Where did you find her?" The postman began a detailed explanation, and offered to guide the mayor to the spot. But Renardet turned gruff. "No, I don't need you. Send the constable, the town clerk, and the doctor to me as soon as you can, and go on with your delivery. Hurry, man, hurry, and tell them to meet me in the wood." The postman, accustomed to discipline, obediently withdrew, angry and disgusted at being excluded from the inquiry. The mayor thereupon went too, taking his hat, a large soft hat of grey felt, with a very broad brim. He halted a moment upon the threshold of his dwelling. Before him stretched a wide lawn where gleamed 3 great splashes of red, blue, and white, 3 monstrous baskets of flowers in full bloom, one right opposite the house. The other 2 at the sides. In the background thrust the first few trees of the wood. On the left, on the far side of the brindle which here widened into a pool, a wide expanse of meadows lay open to his view, a green, flat landscape intersected by ditches and hedges of pollard willows. These fantastic tree creatures, standing there like ghosts or hunchbacks, bore upon their short thick trunks a waving fan of little branches. On the right were the stables, the outhouses, and all the buildings dependent upon the property. Behind them began the village, a prosperous little place chiefly inhabited by cattle breeders. Renardet walked slowly down his steps and, turning to the left, reached the bank of the stream, which he followed at a slow pace, his hands behind his back. His head was bent, and from time to time he sent a piercing glance round him in search of the men he had sent for. When he reached the shelter of the trees, he stopped, took off his hat, and wiped his brow, as Maderic had done, for the blazing July sun fell like a rain of fire upon the earth. Then the mayor resumed his journey, stopped once more, and retraced his steps. Suddenly he bent down and soaked his handkerchief in the stream running at his feet. He spread it upon his head, under his hat, drops of water trickled over his temples, over his purple ears, over his strong red neck, and, one after another, ran beneath the white collar of his shirt. As no one had yet appeared, he began to tap with his foot, then he shouted, "Hey! Hey!" From the right a voice answered, "Hey! Hey!" The doctor appeared under the trees. He was a small thin man, once an army surgeon, with a local reputation for great skill. He was lame, having been wounded on active service, and walked with a stick. The constable and the town clerk appeared next. They arrived together, having both received the news at the same time. They ran up panting, with scared faces, walking and running by turns in their haste, and waving their arms so wildly that they seemed to do more work with them than with their legs. "You know what the trouble is," said Renardet to the doctor. "Yes, a dead child found in the wood by Maderic." "That's right. Come along." They set off side by side, following the other pair. Their steps made no sound upon the moss, their eyes continually searched the ground in front of them. Suddenly Dr. Labarbe stretched out his arm. "There it is." Far off, under the trees, something bright could be seen. Had they not known what it was, they would never have guessed. So shining white it looked that anyone would have thought it a sheet dropped on the ground. For a sunbeam came through the branches and lit up the pale flesh with a great ray flung obliquely over the stomach of the corpse. As they drew near, they gradually made out the form, the veiled head turned towards the water, and the two arms flung wide apart as in a crucifixion. "I'm damned hot," said the mayor, and, stooping down to the brindle, he again wetted his handkerchief and replaced it on his head. The doctor hurried on, interested by the discovery. As soon as he reached the corpse, he bent down to examine it, without touching it at all. He had put on his glasses, as one does when studying a curiosity, and he walked quietly round it. Without rising he said, "Rape and murder. We'll verify it directly. The girl's almost a woman too, look at her throat." The two breasts, already well formed, sagged on the bosom that death had robbed of its firmness. Carefully the doctor lifted the handkerchief that covered the head. The face was black and ghastly, with tongue and eyes protruding. "Strangled," he said, as soon as the job was done. He felt the neck, strangled with the bare hands. There's no special trace besides, no nail mark or fingerprint. That's that, and it is Madame Roque's little girl. Gingerly he replaced the handkerchief. "I can do nothing. She's been dead for at least 12 hours. The police must be told." Renardet was standing up with his hands behind his back, gazing at the little body laid upon the ground. "Poor little thing," he muttered. "We must find her clothes." The doctor felt her hands, her arms, her legs. "She'd just had a bathe," he said. "They must be on the riverbank." The mayor gave his orders. "You, Principe," this to the town clerk, "you hunt along the stream for her clothes. And you, Maxim, this to the constable, you run to Rueil-Latour's and fetch me the examining magistrate and the police. They must be here within an hour. You understand? The two men departed quickly, and Renardet said to the doctor, "What blackguard in the district could do such a thing?" "Who can say?" the doctor murmured. "Everyone is capable of it. Everyone in particular, and no one in general. It must have been a tramp, some fellow out of work. Now we're a republic, they are the only people you meet on the roads." Both were supporters of the Bonapartist cause. "Yes," answered the mayor, "it must have been a passing stranger, a vagabond without hearth or home." "Or wife," added the doctor with a faint smile. "Having neither supper nor bed, he got himself the rest. There are I don't know how many men on this earth who are capable, at any moment, of committing a crime. Did you know that the little girl was missing?" With the end of his stick he touched, one after another, the dead child's stiffened fingers, pressing on them as on the keys of a piano. "Yes. The mother came to see me last night, about 9 o'clock, as the child had not come in at 7 for her supper. We shouted for her on the roads till midnight, but we never thought of the wood. Besides, we needed daylight to make a really effective search." "Have a cigar," said the doctor. "No, thanks. I don't want to smoke. This business has given me rather a turn." The two remained standing, in front of the frail young body, so pale upon the dark moss. A great bluebottle walked up one thigh, stopped at the bloodstains, and went on up the body, running over the hip with its hurried, jerky little steps. It climbed up one breast, then came down again and explored the other, seeking for something to drink. The two men watched the roving black speck. "How pretty it is," said the doctor, "a fly on human skin. The ladies of the last century were quite right to wear them on their faces. I wonder why the custom has gone out." The mayor, lost in thought, appeared to hear nothing. Abruptly, he swung round, startled by a noise. A woman in a blue bonnet and apron came running through the trees. It was the mother, Madame Roque. As soon as she caught sight of Renardet she began to scream, "My little darling, where's my little darling?" so wild with grief that she never looked down. Suddenly she saw her darling, and stopped dead. She clasped her hands and flung up her arms. Piercing and heartrending screams came between her lips, the screams of a wounded animal. She flung herself upon her knees beside the body, and snatched at the handkerchief with a violent gesture. When she saw that dreadful face, black and distorted, she drew back shuddering, then buried her face in the moss, her body shaken with ceaseless heartbreaking sobs. The clothes clung round her tall bony frame that heaved and shook. They could see the ghastly quivering of her thin ugly ankles and her withered calves, in their coarse blue stockings. Her crooked fingers burrowed in the earth as though she would make a hole and hide in it. The doctor, deeply moved, murmured, "Poor old thing." Renardet felt a curious disturbance in his stomach. Then he uttered a sort of violent sneeze, vented simultaneously from nose and mouth. He pulled his handkerchief from his pocket and cried noisily into it, choking, sobbing, and blowing his nose. My God," he blubbered, "I like to see them guillotine the swine that did it." But Principe returned empty-handed and disconsolate. "I've found nothing, sir," he muttered to the mayor, "nothing anywhere." "What can't you find?" the other demanded thickly. "The little girl's clothes." Well, go on looking, and find them, or you'll get into trouble with me." Knowing that there was no opposing the mayor, the fellow went off again with a discouraged air, casting a timid sideways glance at the body. Distant voices were heard among the trees, a confused din, the uproar of an approaching crowd, for on his round Maderic had spread the news from door to door. The country folk, at first dumbfounded, had talked it over in the street on one another's doorsteps. Then they gathered together, and, after 20 minutes' chattering, discussion, and comment, were coming to see it for themselves. They arrived in groups, a little hesitant and uneasy, fearing their own feelings at first sight of the body. When they saw it they stopped, not daring to come closer, and talking in low tones. Then they grew bold, advanced a few steps, stopped again, advanced a few more, and soon grouped themselves round the dead child, the mother, the doctor, and Renardette. They formed a deep circle, swaying and clamorous, and pushed ever closer by the sudden onrush of the latecomers. In a few moments they were touching the body. Some of them even bent down to handle it. The doctor kept them at a distance. But the mayor, roused suddenly from his stupor, became furious. Seizing Dr. Labarbe's stick, he fell upon his subjects, stammering, "Clear out! Clear out! Pack of beasts! Clear out!" In 1 second the circle of inquisitive spectators widened by 200 yards. Madame Roque had risen and turned round, and was now sitting weeping, with her hands in front of her face. The crowd was discussing the affair, and the boy's greedy eyes devoured the nude young body. Renardette noticed it and, hastily tearing off his linen coat, he threw it over the girl's form, which was completely hidden by that huge garment. The inquisitive spectators drew quietly nearer. The wood was getting fuller and fuller, a continuous murmur of voices rose to the thick foliage of the tall trees. The mayor stood there in his shirt-sleeves, stick in hand, in a pugnacious attitude. He seemed exasperated by the curiosity of the crowd, and repeated, "If one of you comes a step nearer, I'll break his head like a dog's." The peasants had a wholesome dread of him, and kept clear. Dr. Labarbe, who was smoking, sat down beside Madame Roque and talked to her, trying to distract her attention. The old woman promptly took her hands from her face and answered him in a rush of tearful words, venting her grief in the sheer flood of her speech. She told him her whole life history, her marriage, the death of her husband, a cowherd, gored to death, her daughter's childhood, her wretched existence as a widow with a child and no resources. She was all she had, was little Louise, and now she'd been killed here in this wood. Suddenly she felt a wish to see her child again and, dragging herself to the body upon her knees, she lifted a corner of the garment that covered it, then let it fall again and broke into fresh sobs. The crowd was silent, gazing eagerly at the mother's every movement. There was a sudden disturbance, and a cry of, "The police, the police!" 2 policemen appeared in the distance, advancing at a rapid trot, escorting their captain and a short, ginger-whiskered gentleman, who bobbed up and down like a monkey on his big white mare. The constable had found Monsieur Pictoin, the examining magistrate, at the very moment when he was mounting his horse to take his daily ride. It was his ambition to be taken for a smart young fellow which vastly amused the officers. He dismounted, with the captain, and shook hands with the mayor and the doctor, casting a sneaking glance at the linen coat on the ground, filled out as it was by the body lying beneath it. When he had been thoroughly acquainted with the facts of the case, his first act was to disperse the crowd, which the police cleared out of the wood, but which soon reappeared in the meadow and formed a hedge, a long hedge of excited, moving heads, all along the brindle, on the far side of the brook. In his turn the doctor made his statement, and Renardette wrote it down with a pencil in his notebook. All the verifications were made, registered, and commented upon, without any discovery being made. Maxim had returned also, without finding a trace of the missing clothes. Everyone was amazed at their disappearance, no one could explain it except by the theory of robbery, and, since the rags were not worth a shilling, even this theory was inadmissible. The examining magistrate, the mayor, the captain, and the doctor searched in couples, looking between even the smallest twigs along the waterside. "How is it," said Renardette to the magistrate, "that the wretch hid or stole the clothes, yet left the body right in the open, in full view?" The other was crafty and sagacious. "Aha," he answered, "possibly a trick. This crime was committed either by a brute or by a very sly dog. Anyhow, we'll soon find him all right." The sound of carriage wheels made them turn their heads. The deputy, the doctor, and the clerk of the police station were arriving. The search continued, amid animated conversation. Renardette said suddenly, you know you're all lunching with me?" Everyone accepted with smiles. The examining magistrate, thinking that they had had enough, for that day, of Madame Roque's little girl, turned to the mayor. "I can have the body taken to your house, can't I? You have a room there where it can be kept till tonight." The mayor was distressed, and stammered, "Yes, no, no. To tell you the truth, I'd sooner not have it, on account of the servants, you know. They're already talking of ghosts and things, in my tower, the Tower of Renard. You know what it is. I couldn't get one to stay on. No. I'd sooner not have it in the house." The magistrate smiled, "Very well. I'll get it taken straight to Rouen for the inquest." And turning to the deputy, he said, "I may have the use of your carriage, may I not?" "Certainly." They all came back to the body. Madame Roque was seated beside her daughter now, holding her hand and staring in front of her with wild, blurred eyes. The two doctors tried to lead her away, so that she should not see the child taken from her. But she understood at once what they were about to do and, throwing herself upon the body, seized it with both arms. Lying beside it, she shrieked, "You shan't have it, it's mine, mine, now. They've killed my child, I'll keep her, you shan't have her." The men, disturbed and irresolute, stood round her. Renardet went down on his knees to speak to her. "Listen, we must have her, so as to know who killed her. Otherwise we shan't know, we must find him to punish him. You shall have her back when we've found him, I promise you." This reason moved her, hate burned in her crazed eyes. "Then he'll be caught?" she said. "Yes, I promise you he will." She rose, determined to let them have their own way. But, hearing the captain murmur, curious that her clothes can't be found, a new and strange idea entered the peasant woman's brain. "Where are her clothes?" she asked. "They're mine, I want 'em. Where've they been put?" It was explained to her that they were still lost, whereupon she persisted with despairing obstinacy, weeping and moaning, demanding, "They're mine, I want 'em. Where are they? I want 'em." The more they tried to calm her, the more obstinately she sobbed. She did not want the body any longer, only the clothes, her daughter's clothes. Perhaps less from maternal affection than from the blind cupidity of a wretch to whom a single coin represents a fortune. And when the little body, rolled in a wrap fetched from Renardet's house, disappeared into the carriage, the old woman stood under the trees, supported by the mayor and the captain. And cried, "I've got nothing, nothing, nothing at all, nothing, not even her lil bonnet. I've got nothing, 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 not even her lil bonnet." The parish priest had now come on the scene. He was still quite young but already very plump. He undertook to get Mother Roque away, and they set off together towards the village. The mother's grief abetted under the honeyed consolation of God's servant, who promised her 1,000 assuagements. But she repeated incessantly, "If only I had her lil bonnet," clinging stupidly to this thought, which now completely obsessed her. Renardet shouted after them, "You'll lunch with us, father? In an hour's time." The priest turned his head and replied, "Willingly, Mr. Mayor. I'll be there about 12. All the guests made their way towards the house that lifted over the trees its grey front and the great tower built beside the brindle. The meal was a long one. They talked about the crime. Everyone there held the same theory: it had been the work of some tramp, who had happened to wander that way while the child was bathing. Then the magistrates returned to Rouen, after announcing that they would return early next day. The doctor and the parish priest went home, while Renardet took a long walk through the meadows and came back to the copse, where he walked up and down until nightfall, with slow steps, his hands clasped behind his back. He went to bed very early, and the next morning he was still asleep when the examining magistrate entered his bedroom. He was rubbing his hands, and his face expressed great satisfaction. "Ah," he said, "you're still in bed. Well, my dear fellow, we've news this morning." The mayor sat up in bed. "What is it?" "Oh, an odd enough thing. You'll remember that yesterday the mother was making a terrible fuss about wanting something to remind her of her daughter, particularly her little bonnet. Well, when she opened her door this morning, she found on the doorstep the child's 2 little wooden shoes. This proves that the crime was committed by someone in the district, by someone who now feels sorry for her. Besides, Postman Mederick has brought me the dead girl's thimble, knife, and needle case. There's no doubt that the man was carrying off her clothes to hide them when he dropped the things in the pocket. For my part, I attach a special importance to the incident of the wooden shoes, which points to a degree of moral sensibility and a quality of compassion in the murderer. If you are ready, we will therefore consider in turn the leading people of your district. The mayor got out of bed. He rang for hot water to shave himself. Very well, he said, but it will be a long job, and we can begin at once. Monsieur Pictoin straddled across his chair, indulging his passion for equestrian exercises even indoors. Renardet, staring at himself in the glass, was now covering his chin with a white foam. Then he drew his razor over the skin and went on. The name of the leading citizen of Carvelin is Joseph Renardet, mayor, well-to-do landowner, a hot-tempered man who beats keepers and drivers. The examining magistrate laughed aloud. That's enough, go on to the next. The next in importance is Monsieur Pelladant, deputy mayor, cattle farmer, quite as well-to-do a landowner, a shrewd peasant, uncommon tricky, uncommon sharp in money matters. But in my opinion incapable of such a monstrous crime. Next, said Monsieur Pictoin. So Renardet shaved and washed, and went through his inspection of the morals of all the inhabitants of Carvelin. After debating for 2 hours, their suspicions narrowed down to 3 sufficiently dubious characters, a poacher called Caval, one Paquette who dealt in trout and crabs, and a cowherd called Clovis. Chapter 2. The investigations went on all summer. The criminal was not discovered. The men suspected and arrested were easily able to prove their innocence, and the police had to abandon their search for the guilty man. But this murder seemed in some strange fashion to have stirred the whole countryside. An uneasy feeling lurked in people's hearts, a vague fear, an inexplicable sense of terror, sprung not only from the impossibility of discovering any clue, but also and in a special degree from that strange discovery of the wooden shoes at Mother Roque's doorstep on the next morning. The certainty that the murderer had been present at the discussions, that he must still be living in the village, haunted and obsessed all minds, seemed to hover over the countryside like a perpetual menace. The copse, besides, had become a terrifying place. It was avoided, and they believed it haunted. Before the murder, the villagers used to walk there every Sunday afternoon. They sat on the moss below great tall trees, or wandered contentedly along the stream, peering at the trout gliding under the grasses. The lads played at bowls, skittles, cork pool, and ball in special places which they had taken for themselves, leveling the ground and treading it down hard and firm. And the girls walked up and down, arms linked, in groups of 4 and 5. Twittering their village romances in shrill voices that grated on the ear, the tuneless notes shivered the quiet air and set the listener's teeth on edge like drops of vinegar. Nowadays the villagers ventured no more under the high thick vault, as if they expected to find dead bodies lying there every day. Autumn came, the leaves were falling. Day and night they fell, curled and fluttering, twirling as they came down past the great trees. Sometimes, when a gust of wind swept over the tops of the trees, the slow ceaseless rain grew suddenly heavier and became a confused and rushing downpour covering the moss with a thick yellow carpet that crackled faintly under the feet. The almost inaudible murmuring, the fluttering ceaseless murmur of their falling, so sweet and so sad, seemed a lament, and these ever-dropping leaves seemed tears. Great tears poured out by the great sad trees weeping day and night for the end of the year, for the end of warm dawns and quiet dusks, for the end of hot breezes and blazing suns. And perhaps too for the crime they had seen committed under their shadow, for the child violated and killed at their feet. They wept in the silence of the deserted empty wood, the shunned forsaken wood, where the soul, the little soul of the dead child surely wandered, lonely. Tawny and angry-looking, swollen by the storms, the brindle ran swifter between its dried-up banks, between two rows of slender bare willows. Suddenly Renardette took to walking in the copse again. Every day at nightfall he left his house, slowly descended the steps of the terrace, and disappeared between the trees with a dreamy air, his hands in his pockets. He strode for a long time over the soft wet moss, while an army of crows who had gathered from the country round to nest in the lofty treetops swept out across the sky like a vast morning veil floating in the wind, with a monstrous sinister clamor. Sometimes they settled, a horde of black spots clustered on the tangled branches against the red sky, the blood-red sky of an autumn twilight. Then all at once they flew off again, cawing frenziedly and spreading above the wood again the long somber line of flying wings. They sank at last in the highest tops and little by little ceased their crying while the advancing darkness merged their black feathers with the blackness of the hollow night. Still Renardette wandered slowly under the trees. Then, when the shadows drew so thickly down that he could no longer walk about, he returned home and fell heavily into his big chair before the glowing chimney-piece, stretching towards the hearth-damp feet that steamed in front of the flames for hours. Then, one morning, startling news ran through the countryside: the mayor had given orders to cut down his copse. 20 woodcutters were already at work. They had begun with the corner nearest the house, and under the master's eye were progressing at a great rate. First of all, the men who were to lop off the branches scrambled up the trunk. Fastened to the tree by a rope round their bodies, they first take a grip of it with their arms, then raise one leg and drive the steel spike fixed to the soles of their boots firmly into the trunk. The point pierces the tree, and is wedged there. And as if he were walking, the man raises himself and drives in the spike of the other foot, then he supports himself on this one and makes a fresh advance with the first foot. And at each step he carries higher the rope that holds him to the tree, at his waist the steel hatchet dangles and glitters. He climbs gently and steadily like a parasite animal attacking a giant, he mounts clumsily up the vast column, twisting his arm round it and digging in his spurs to raise himself high enough to decapitate it. As soon as he reaches the first branches, he stops, detaches the sharp axe from his thigh, and strikes. He strikes with slow regular blows, severing the limb close to the trunk. And all of a sudden the branch cracks, bends, hangs, tears apart, and rushes down, brushing past the surrounding trees in its fall. Then it is dashed on the earth with a crash of shattered wood, and for a long time all its smallest twigs quiver and shake. The earth is covered with fallen branches that the rest of the men take and saw into smaller pieces, fastening them in bundles and piling them in heaps. While the trees still left standing look like monstrous pillars of wood, gigantic stakes amputated and shorn by the sharp steel of the axes. And when the last branch has fallen, the woodman leaves the noose of rope he has carried up with him fastened to the peak of the straight slender pillar. Then, digging in his spurs, he climbs down the pillaged trunk and the woodcutters proceed to attack it at the foot, striking heavy blows that echo all through the forest. When the cut at the foot seems deep enough, a number of men haul on the rope fastened to the top, shouting all together with each heave. And the great mast suddenly cracks and falls to the earth with the hollow vibrating roar of a distant cannon shot. And day by day the wood grew less, losing its felled trees as an army loses its soldiers. Renardette never left it. He stayed there from morning to evening, immobile, his hands clasped behind his back, contemplating the slow death of his forest. When a tree had fallen, he placed his foot on it as if it were a dead body. Then he turned his gaze to the next with a kind of secret and dispassionate impatience, as if he expected something, hoped for something to come of this massacre. Meanwhile, they drew near the place where little Roque had been found. They came to it at last, one evening, at dusk. As the shadows were drawing down under a darkened sky, the woodcutters wanted to stop work, and put off until tomorrow the felling of an enormous beech. But the owner refused to allow it and insisted that they should forthwith lop off its branches and haul down the monstrous tree that had lent its shadow to the crime. When the man had stripped it bare of all its branches and made it ready for its doom, when the woodcutters had undermined its base, 5 men began to haul on the rope fastened to the summit. The tree resisted, hacked half through as it was, the powerful trunk was rigid as an iron girder. The workmen, lying right back on the rope, pulled all together, heaving steadily, and accompanied every pull with a breathless shout. 2 woodcutters stood near the giant, grasping their axes, like 2 executioners ready to strike another blow, and Renardet, motionless, his hand on the bark, waited for the fall in the grip of a nervous agitation. One of the men said to him, "You are standing too close, Mr. Mayor, when it falls, you might get hurt." He neither replied nor drew back. He looked prepared to fling himself upon the beach with both arms and throw it like a wrestler throwing his man. At the foot of the great wooden column, there was a sudden rending that seemed to run through it to the very top like a mournful shudder. And it swayed a little, on the verge of falling, but resisting still. With tense bodies and straining arms, the men gave another and mightier heave. And as the shattered tree swayed over, Renardet made a sudden step forward, then stopped, his shoulders braced to take the inevitable shock, the fatal shock that would crush him to the ground. But the tree, falling a little to one side, only grazed his body, flinging him face downwards 5 yards away. The workman rushed forward to lift him up, he had already raised himself on his knees. He was dazed, with eyes staring wildly, and he drew his hand across his forehead as if he had come to his senses after an access of madness. When they had helped him to his feet, the astonished men questioned him, unable to understand what he had done. Stammering, he told them that for a moment he had lost his head, or, rather, slipped for a second back into his childhood. And he had imagined that he had time to cross beneath the tree as youngsters rush across in front of hurrying carriages, that he had played at taking risks. That for a week he had felt the desire to do it growing in him, and every time a tree cracked as it fell had wondered if one could run under it without being touched. It was a fool's trick, he admitted, but everyone has these moments of insanity and these puerile and idiotic temptations. He explained all this very slowly in a muffled voice, hesitating for words. Then he went off, saying, "We'll be here again tomorrow, my men, tomorrow." As soon as he reached his room, he sat down at his table, flooded with light reflected from the shade of the lamp, and wept, his face between his hands. He wept for a long time, then he dried his eyes, lifted his head, and looked at his clock. It was not yet 6. He thought, "I have time before dinner," and he went and locked his door. Then he came back and sat down again at his table. He pulled out the middle drawer, took a revolver from inside, and placed it on his papers, in the full glare of the lamp. The steel of the weapon gleamed, and threw out flashes of light like flames. Renardet stared at it for a time with the uncertain eye of a drunken man, then he stood up and began to walk about. He walked from one end of the room to the other, and from time to time he stopped, to begin again at once. Suddenly he opened the door of his dining room, soaked a napkin in the water jug, and wiped his forehead, as he had done on the morning of the crime. Then he began to walk about again. Every time he walked past his table, the shining weapon attracted his glance, almost fitted itself into his hand. But he kept his eye on the clock and thought, "I have still time." 6:30 struck. Then he grasped the revolver, and, his face twisted into a horrible grimace, he opened his mouth and thrust the barrel inside as if he wanted to swallow it. He stood so for some moments, motionless, finger on the trigger, then, seized with a sudden shuddering horror, he spat the pistol out onto the carpet. He dropped into his chair, shaken with sobs. "I can't. I daren't. My God, my God. What shall I do to get the courage to kill myself?" There was a knock at the door. He leaped to his feet in a frenzy. A servant said, "Dinner is ready, sir." "Very well," he answered, "I'm coming down." So he picked up the weapon, shut it away in the drawer again, then looked at himself in the glass over the chimney-piece to assure himself that his face was not too convulsed. He was flushed, as always, a little more flushed perhaps. That was all. He went downstairs and sat down to dinner. He ate slowly, like a man anxious to prolong a meal, anxious not to be left alone with himself. Then he smoked several pipes in the dining room while the table was cleared. Then he went back to his room. As soon as he had shut himself in it, he looked under his bed, opened every cupboard, explored every corner, moved every piece of furniture to look behind it. After that he lit the wax candles on the chimney-piece, and swung round time and again, his eyes peering into every corner of the room in an agony of fear that distorted his face. For he knew that he would assuredly see, as every night he saw, little Roque, the little girl he had violated and after strangled. Every night, the horrible scene enacted itself. It began with a sort of muttering in his ears, like the noise of a grinding machine or the sound of a distant train crossing a bridge. Then his breath came in gasps, he stifled, and had to unbutton the collar of his shirt, and his belt. He walked about to stir the blood in his veins, he tried to read, he tried to sing. It was all in vain. Willy-nilly, his mind went back to the day of the murder and forced him to live it over again in every secret detail. And to suffer again all its most violent emotions from the first minute of the day to the last. When he rose that morning, the morning of that dreadful day, he had felt a slight dizziness and a headache which he attributed to the heat. And for that reason remained in his room until he was called for lunch. The meal over, he had taken a nap, then, towards the end of the afternoon, he had gone out to enjoy the fresh and cooling breeze under the trees of the copse. But as soon as he was outside the house, the heavy burning air of the flat countryside oppressed him more than ever. The sun, still high in heaven, poured floods of blazing sunshine down on the burnt-up earth, dry and dying of thirst. No breath of wind stirred the leaves. Beasts, birds, even the grasshoppers were silent. Renardette reached the great trees and began to walk over the moss where a faint fresh odor rose from the brindle under the vast roof of branches. But he felt ill at ease. It seemed to him that an unknown invisible hand was clutching his throat, and he hardly thought of anything, having at all times very few ideas in his head. Only, a vague thought had been obsessing him for 3 months, the thought of marrying again. He suffered from a solitary life, suffered in body and soul. Accustomed for 10 years to feel a woman near him, accustomed to her constant presence, to her daily embrace, he felt the need, a confused and overmastering need, of her perpetual nearness and her habitual kiss. Since Madame Renardette's death, he suffered all the time, hardly understanding why. He suffered because he missed her dress brushing past his leg every hour of the day, and especially because he could no longer find peace and ease of body in her arms. He had been a widower for barely 6 months and already he was looking round the neighborhood for some young girl or some widow he might marry when his period of mourning was at an end. His soul was chaste, but it was housed in the powerful body of a Hercules, and carnal visions began to trouble his sleep and the hours when he lay awake. He drove them from him, they returned. And now and then he murmured, smiling to himself, "I'm a Saint Anthony, I am." On this particular morning he had had several of these persistent visions, and a sudden desire seized him to bathe in the brindle to refresh himself and cool the heat of his blood. A little farther on, he knew a wide deep stretch of river where the country folk sometimes came to dip themselves in summer. He went there. Thick-grown willows hid this clear pool, where the current paused and drowsed a little before rushing on again. As he drew near, Renardette thought he heard a slight sound, a faint lapping sound which was not the river lapping against its banks. He parted the leaves carefully and looked through. A very young girl, quite naked, showing white through the translucent water, was splashing the water with both hands, making little dancing movements in the water, turning and swaying with gracile gestures. She was no longer a child, and she was not yet a woman grown, she was plump and shapely, and had with all the air of a precocious child, developed beyond her years, almost mature. He did not stir, transfixed with amazement and a dreadful pain, the breath strangled in his throat by a strange and poignant emotion. He stood there, his heart beating as if one of his sensual dreams had just come to life, as if an evil fairy had conjured up before him this disturbing and too youthful creature. This little peasant Venus, rising from the ripples of the stream as that other diviner Venus from the sea waves. The child finished her bathe suddenly, she did not see him, and came towards him to get her clothes and dress herself. As she came nearer and nearer to him, taking little delicate steps to avoid the sharp stones, he felt himself driven towards her by an irresistible force, a mad animal lust that pricked his flesh, filled his mind with madness, and made him tremble from head to foot. For a moment she stood still behind the willow where he was hiding. Then he lost all self-control, and, parting the branches, he flung himself on her and seized her in his arms. She fell down, too terrified to resist, too stunned to call out, and he possessed her without realizing what he was doing. He woke from his criminal madness like a man waking from a nightmare. The child began to cry. "Hush," he said, "hush then. I'll give you some money." But she did not listen, she went on sobbing. He began again, "Now hush then. Hush then. Hush then." She screamed and writhed in the effort to escape. Abruptly he realized that he was lost, and he seized her by the throat to silence on her lips those terrible rending sounds. As she went on struggling with the desperate strength of a creature trying to fly from death, he tightened his great hand on the little throat swelling with her cries. And so savagely did he grip her that he had strangled her in a few seconds without ever dreaming of killing her, wanting only to silence her. Then he got to his feet, dazed with horror. She lay stretched out before him, stained with blood, and her face black. He was on the point of rushing away, when the confused mysterious instinct that prompts all human beings in their moments of peril, stirred in his distraught mind. He was about to throw the body in the water, but a second impulse drove him to make a small parcel of the clothes. He had some string in his pockets, and he tied it up and hid it in the stream in a deep hole under the trunk of a tree whose foot was washed by the waters of the Brindle. Then he strode rapidly away, reached the meadows, made a wide detour in order to be seen by the peasants living far from the place at the other side of the district, and returned home for dinner at the usual hour, telling his servants where his walk had taken him. That night he slept, he fell into a profound sodden sleep, such a sleep as must sometimes visit men condemned to death. He did not open his eyes until the first gleams of dawn, and, tortured by fear of the discovery of the hideous crime, lay waiting for the hour at which he always rose. Afterwards he had to be present at all the investigations. He went through these like a somnambulist, in a half-crazed state in which he saw men and things like the figments of a dream, his clouded mind hardly conscious. In the grip of that sense of unreality which oppresses all our faculties in times of appalling disaster. Nothing but the mother's agonized cry found its way to his heart. At that moment he was ready to fling himself at the old woman's knees and cry, "I did it." But he stifled the impulse. He did, however, go during the night to fish out the dead girl's sabots and carry them to her mother's doorstep. So long as the inquest lasted, and so long as he had to direct and mislead justice, he was calm, master of himself, cunning and smiling. With the magistrates he discussed placidly all the theories which they conceived, disputed their opinions, confounded their reasoning. He even found a certain bitter and melancholy pleasure in upsetting their examinations of the accused, in confusing their ideas on the subject, and proving the innocence of the men they suspected. But from the very day when the inquiries were given up, he became gradually more nervous, more excitable than ever before, carefully as he controlled his bursts of rage. Sudden noises made him start fearfully, he shuddered at the least thing, sometimes shaking from head to foot when a fly settled on his face. Then an overmastering desire for movement seized on him, impelled him to long, violent walks, kept him walking about his room through whole nights. It was not that he was torn with remorse. His gross and unreasoning mind was not susceptible to any refinement of sentiment or moral fear. A man of action, even a violent man, born to fight, to ravage conquered countries and massacre the conquered, full of the savage instincts of the hunter and the soldier. He had little or no respect for human life. Although for political reasons he supported the church, he believed neither in God nor the devil, and consequently did not look to any life after death for either punishment or reward for his deeds in this life. He believed in nothing but a vague philosophy made up of all the notions of the encyclopedists of the previous century. And he regarded religion as a moral sanction of the law, both of them having been invented by men to regulate social relationships. To kill a man in a duel, or in war, or in a quarrel, or by accident, or for revenge, or even in an ambush, he found an amusing and laudable affair. And it would have left no more impression on his mind than a shot fired at a hare. But the murder of this child had stirred the very depths of his heart. He had done the deed in a madness of uncontrollable lust, in something like a storm of physical desire that swept aside his reason. And he had kept still in his heart, kept in his flesh, kept on his lips, kept even in his murderous fingers. Something like a gross and brutal love and a frightful horror of this young girl surprised and foully killed by him. His thoughts recurred perpetually to the horrible scene. And although he compelled himself to dismiss the vision, although he rejected it in terror and disgust, he felt it wandering in his mind, twisting in his thoughts, waiting relentlessly for the chance to reappear. Then he grew afraid of the evenings, afraid of the darkness creeping round him. He did not know yet why he found the shadows terrifying, but he had an instinctive dread of them. He felt that they were peopled with frightful things. The light of day did not encourage horrors. Things and creatures alike were clearly visible in it. Moreover, only such things and creatures as can show themselves in full light are ever encountered by day. But night, shadowy night, thicker than walls and empty, infinite night, so black, so vast, was filled with frightful things that brushed his skin in passing. He felt that a mysterious horror was abroad and roving about at night, and he thought the darkness hid an unknown danger, imminent and threatening. What was it? Before long he knew. Late one sleepless night, as he sat in his chair, he thought he saw the curtains at his window move. He waited, uneasy, with a beating heart. The hangings stirred no more. Then, all at once, they shook again, at least he thought they shook. He dared not rise from his chair, he did not dare even to breathe, and yet he was a brave man. He had fought many times and he would have rejoiced at finding thieves in the house. Had the curtains really moved? He asked himself the question, afraid that his eyes were playing him tricks. Besides, it was the very least movement, a faint quiver of the drapery, a sort of trembling of the folds rather than such a lifting movement as the wind makes. Renardet sat there with staring eyes and out-thrust neck, and abruptly, ashamed of his fear, he stood up, took 4 steps, seized the hangings in both hands and drew them wide apart. At first he saw nothing but the black panes, as black as squares of gleaming ink. Night, the vast impassable space of night, stretched beyond them to the unseen horizon. He stood thus looking out onto illimitable darkness, and suddenly he noticed a gleam that moved and seemed a long way off. Then he pressed his face against the glass, thinking that a crab-fisher must be poaching in the brindle, for it was past midnight. And this gleam was moving along the edge of the water under the trees of the copse. Renardet was still unable to make it out and he shaded his eyes with his hands. In a flash the gleam became a bright light, and he saw little Roque naked and bleeding on the moss. He shrank back, convulsed with horror, hurling his chair aside and falling on his back. He lay there for some minutes, his brain reeling, then he sat up and began to reflect. He had had an hallucination, that was all, an hallucination caused by nothing more alarming than a night robber prowling along the edge of the stream with his lantern. What could be less surprising, indeed, than that the memory of his crime should sometimes call up in his mind the image of the dead girl? He got up, drank a glass of water, and seated himself in his chair. He thought, what shall I do, if it begins again? And it would begin again, he felt it, he was sure of it. Even now the window was tempting him to lift his eyes, calling to them, drawing them. He turned his chair round so that he should not see it, then he took up a book and tried to read. But soon he thought he heard something moving behind him, and he swung his chair round violently on one leg. The curtain was moving again, there was no doubt this time that it had moved. He could doubt it no longer, he rushed at it and grasped it so violently that he tore it down, rod and all, then he pressed his face desperately against the pane. There was nothing to see. All outside was dark, and he drew his breath again as gladly as a man rescued from imminent death. Then he went back and sat down again. But almost at once he was seized with a desire to look out of the window again. Now that the curtain was down, it looked like a shadowy hole opening onto the darkened countryside. It fascinated and terrified him. To keep himself from yielding to this fatal temptation, he undressed, blew out his light, lay down in bed, and closed his eyes. Hot and wet with sweat, he lay there stiff on his back and waited for sleep. Suddenly a bright light fell on his eyelids. He opened them, thinking the house was on fire. All was dark, and he lifted himself on one elbow, and tried to make out the window that still beckoned him relentlessly. Straining his eyes to see it, he saw at last a few stars. And he got out of bed, groped across the room, found the windowpanes with his outstretched hands, and rested his forehead against them. There below, under the trees, the body of the young girl shone with a phosphorescent glow, lighting up the shadows round it. With a great cry, Renardet rushed back to his bed, where he remained until morning, his head hidden under the pillow. From that night, his life was intolerable. His days were filled with dread of his nights, and every night the vision came again. As soon as he had shut himself in his room, he tried to struggle against it, but in vain. An irresistible force dragged him to his feet and thrust him to the window as if to summon the phantom, and he saw it at once, lying at first in the place where he had committed the crime. Lying with arms outstretched and legs apart, just as the body had lain when it was found. Then the dead child rose and drew near with little delicate steps, just as the child had done when she came out of the river. She drew near, very lightly, her straight small limbs moving over the grass and the carpet of drooping flowers, then she rose in the air towards Renardet's window. She came towards him, as she had come on the day of the crime, towards her murderer. The man drew back before the apparition, he drew back as far as his bed and there collapsed. Well knowing that the little girl had come in and now was standing behind the curtain that would move in a moment. He watched the curtain until daybreak, with staring eyes, waiting all the time to see his victim emerge. But she did not show herself any more. She stayed there, behind the hangings, and now and then a faint trembling shook them. Renardet, his fingers twisted in the bedclothes, gripped them as he had gripped little Roque's throat. He listened to the striking of the hours, in the silence he heard the ticking of his clock and the loud beating of his heart. And he suffered, poor wretch, more than any man had ever suffered before. Then, when a streak of light crept across the ceiling and announced the coming of day, he felt himself released, alone at last, alone in his room, and he lay down to sleep. He slept now for some hours, a restless fevered sleep, and often in his dreams he again saw the frightful vision of his waking nights. Afterwards, when he came downstairs for lunch, he felt bowed down like a man who has been enduring the most exhausting labor. He ate little, perpetually haunted by dread of what he would see when night fell again. At the same time he knew quite well that it was not an apparition, that the dead do not return, and that it was his sick mind, obsessed by one thought and by one unforgettable memory. And only his mind that evoked the dead child itself had raised from the dead, had summoned and had set before his eyes, branded as they were with an ineffaceable sight. But he knew too that he would not be made whole again, that he would never escape from the frightful lash of this memory, and he determined to die rather than endure these torments any longer. He began to seek a means of killing himself. He wanted to find some simple natural way that would not rouse suspicions of a suicide. For he valued his reputation and the name handed down by his ancestors, and if people found the manner of his death suspicious they would certainly recall the inexplicable crime and the undiscovered murderer, and it would not be long before they were accusing him of the vile deed. A strange thought came into his head: he would have himself crushed to death by the tree at whose foot he had killed little Roque. So he decided to have his copse cut down, and to stage an accident. But the beach refused to break his back. Back in his house, he had endured a frightful despair, he had seized his revolver and then he had been afraid to fire. Dinner time came, he had eaten, and then come upstairs again. And he did not know what he was going to do. After escaping once, he felt a coward now. In that moment by the beach, he was ready, strengthened, resolute, master of his courage and his determination. Now he was weak and as afraid of death as of the dead. He stammered, "I daren't do it now, I daren't do it now," and he looked with equal horror at the weapon on the table and the curtain that hid his window. He thought too that some frightful thing would have happened as soon as life had left him. Something? What? Perhaps he would have met her again? She was spying on him, waiting for him, calling him, and it was because she wanted to trap him now. To take him in the snare of her revenge and force him to die that she showed herself to him like this every evening. He began to cry like a child, repeating, "I daren't do it now, I daren't do it now." Then he fell on his knees, stammering, my God, my God." He did not believe in God, for all that. And now he dared neither look at the window where he knew the apparition crouched, nor at the table on which his revolver lay gleaming. He stood up again and said aloud, "This can't go on, I must put an end to it." A shudder of fear ran through his limbs at the sound of his voice in the silent room. But he decided to make no more resolutions, knowing too well that the fingers of his hand would always refuse to press the trigger of the weapon. And so he took refuge with his head under the bedclothes, and considered what to do. He must find some expedient that would compel him to die, he must plan a trick against himself that would remove every possibility of further hesitation, delay, or regret. He envied the condemned led to the scaffold in a guard of soldiers. Oh, if he could but implore someone to shoot him, if he could but confess his state of mind, confess his crime to some friend who would never divulge it, and take at his hands the boon of death. But from what man could he ask so terrible a service? What man? He sought among all the men he knew. The doctor? No. Wouldn't he be sure to tell the whole story later? And all at once a fantastic thought flashed across his mind. He would write to the examining magistrate, who was his intimate friend, and denounce himself. He would tell him everything in the letter, the crime, the tortures he endured, his resolution to die, his hesitation, and the means he was employing to stimulate his weakening courage. He would beg him in the name of their old friendship to destroy the letter as soon as the news was brought him that the guilty man had done justice on himself. Renardet could count on the magistrate, he knew him steadfast, discreet, absolutely incapable of a careless speech. He was one of those men whose inflexible conscience is controlled and directed and ordered by pure reason. The plan had hardly taken shape in his mind when a fantastic joy flooded his heart. Now he was at peace. He would write his letter, leisurely, then when day broke he would put it in the box nailed to the wall of his farm, then he would climb to the top of his tower so that he could see the postman come. And when that blue-bloused man had gone, he would throw himself head first onto the rocks from which rose the foundations of the tower. He would take care to be seen first by the workmen who were cutting down his wood. Then he would climb out onto the jutting platform that carried the flagstaff for the flags on holidays. He would break the flagstaff with a sudden shake and crash to the ground along with it. Who would doubt that it was an accident? And considering his weight and the height of the tower, he would be killed on the spot. He rose from his bed at once, went to his table, and began to write. He forgot nothing, no detail of the crime, no detail of his life of agony, no detail of the tortures his heart had endured, and he ended by declaring that he had sentenced himself to death. That he was going to execute the criminal, and he begged his friend, his old friend, to take care that no one ever insulted his memory. As he finished the letter, he saw that day had come. He closed it, sealed it, wrote the address, then walked lightly downstairs and almost ran to the little white box nailed to the wall at the corner of the farm. The paper was heavy in his hand. He dropped it inside the box, came quickly back, drew the bolts of the great door. and climbed to the top of his tower to wait for the coming and going of the postman who would carry away his death sentence. Now he felt calm, set free, saved. A cold dry wind, an icy wind blew in his face. He drew a deep greedy breath, his mouth open, drinking in its bitter caress. The sky was red, with the fiery red of a winter sky, and all the white frost-bound plain glittered in the early rays as though it were powdered with crushed glass. Upright, bare-headed, Renardet looked out over the wide countryside. There were meadows on his left hand, and on his right lay the village. From its chimneys spirals of smoke rose from the fires lit for breakfast. He saw the Brindle running below him, between the rocks where he would very soon lie crushed. He felt newborn in this lovely frozen dawn, full of vigor and full of life. He was bathed in light, wrapped round in it, filled with it as with hope. 1,000 memories assailed him, memories of other such mornings, of swift walks over the hard earth that rang under his feet, of good sport on the edge of the marshes where the wild duck nested. All the pleasant things he loved, the pleasant things of life, rushed through his memory, stabbed him with fresh desires, woke all the sharp appetites of his powerful active body. And he was going to die. Why? Was he going to kill himself violently because he was afraid of a shadow? Afraid of nothing? He was rich and still young. What madness! All he needed to help him to forget was some distraction, to go away for a while, to travel. This very night he had not seen the child, because his mind had been preoccupied and lost itself in other thoughts. Perhaps he would never see her again. And if she continued to haunt him in this house, she would certainly not follow him anywhere else. The earth was wide and the future long. Why should he die? His glance wandered over the meadows, and he caught sight of a blue patch in the path that ran by the Brindle. It was Médéric coming to deliver the letters from town and take away the village letters. Renardet started violently as a pang of grief ran through him, and he rushed down the winding staircase to take back his letter, to make the postman give it to him. Little he cared now whether he was seen or not. He ran across the grass covered with the frozen crystals of the night's frosts, and he reached the box at the corner of the farm at the same moment as the postman. The man had opened the little wooden box and was taking out several letters put there by the people of the parish. "Good day, Médéric," Renardet said to him. "Good day, Mr. Mayor. I say, Médéric, I've dropped a letter in the box that I want. I've come to ask you to give it me back." "Certainly, Mr. Mayor, I'll give it to you." And the postman raised his eyes. He was thunderstruck at the sight of Renardet's face. His cheeks were purple, his eyes were restless, black-rimmed, and sunk in his head, his hair wild, his beard tangled, his tie awry. It was evident that he had not been to bed. "Are you ill, Mr. Mayor?" the man demanded. The other man realized in a flash that he must present an odd appearance. He became confused and stammered, "No, no. It's only that I jumped out of bed to ask you for that letter. I was asleep. Don't you see?" A vague suspicion crossed the old soldier's mind. "What letter?" he answered. "The one you're going to give me back." Médéric was hesitating now. He did not think the mayor's manner was natural. Perhaps there was a secret, a political secret in the letter. He knew that Renardet was not a Republican, and he knew all about the queer shifts and all about the underhand dealings in use at elections. "Who's this letter addressed to?" he demanded. "To Monsieur Pictoin, the examining magistrate. You know him quite well, my friend Monsieur Pictoin." The postman sought among the letters and found the one he was being asked to return. Then he began to scrutinize it, turning it over and over in his fingers, very perplexed, very disturbed between his fear of committing a serious fault and his fear of making an enemy of the mayor. Seeing his hesitation, Renardet made a movement to seize the letter and snatch it from him. This abrupt gesture convinced Médéric that he had stumbled on an important secret, and he decided to carry out his duty at all costs. So he threw the envelope in his bag, shut it up, and answered, "No, I can't, Mr. Mayor. As soon as ever it's been posted to the judge, I can't do anything about it. Renardet's heart contracted with a frightful anguish. But you know me quite well, he babbled. You can recognize my writing itself. I need that letter, I tell you. I can't do it. Come, Médéric, you know that I'm not the sort of man to deceive you, and I tell you I need it. No, I can't. A sudden anger clouded Renardet's violent mind. You'd better mind what you're doing, damn you, I mean what I say and well you know it, and I can lose your job for you, my good man, and that before you're much older, too. Besides, I'm mayor of the district after all, and I order you now to give me that letter. The postman answered firmly, No, I can't do it, Mr. Mayor. Then Renardet lost his head. He seized him by the arm and tried to snatch his bag, but the man shook himself free and, stepping back, lifted his thick holly stick. He was quite unmoved. Don't lay a hand on me, Mr. Mayor, he said deliberately, or I'll lay this across you. Be careful. I intend to do my duty. Renardet felt that he was lost. Suddenly he became humble, soft-voiced, imploring like a tearful child. Come, come, my friend, give me that letter, I'll reward you, I'll give you some money, wait, I'll give you 100 francs, do you hear, 100 francs. The man swung on his heels and began to walk off. Renardet followed him, panting, babbling. Médéric, listen, I'll give you 1,000 francs, do you hear, 1,000 francs. The other man held on his way, without a word. Renardet went on, I'll make your fortune, do you hear? I'll give you anything you like. 50,000 francs. 50,000 francs for that letter. What do you say to that? You don't want it? Well, 100,000 francs, do you understand? 100,000 francs, 100,000 francs. The postman turned round, his face hard and his glance unrelenting. And that'll do, and I'll take care to repeat to the judge all you've just been saying to me. Renardet stopped dead. It was all over. He had no hope left. He turned round and rushed towards the house, running like a hunted animal. And now Médéric himself stood still and regarded his flight in amazement. He saw the mayor re-enter his house, and he went on waiting in the certain expectation of some astonishing happening. And before long, indeed, the tall figure of Renardet appeared at the summit of Renard's tower. He ran round the flat parapet like a madman. Then he grasped the flagstaff and shook it furiously without managing to break it, then all at once, his hands flung out like a swimmer making a dive, he leaped into space. Médéric rushed to his help. As he crossed the park, he saw the woodcutters going to work. He hailed them with shouts of the accident. And at the foot of the walls they found a bleeding body with its head crushed on a rock. The brindle flowed round the rock, and just here, where its waters widened out, clear and calm, they saw, trickling through the water, a long scarlet thread of blood mixed with brains. The wreck. It was yesterday, December the 31st. I had just lunched with my old friend, Georges Guérin. The servant brought him a letter covered with seals and foreign stamps. May I? Georges asked. Certainly. And he began to read 8 pages written in a large English hand and crossed in all directions. He read it slowly with a grave intentness, and the deep interest we take in the things that lie near our hearts. Then he placed the letter on a corner of the chimney-piece and said, Well, that's a queer story and one I've never told you, a love story too, and it happened to me. A queer New Year's Day I had, that year. It's 20 years since. I was 30 then, and now I'm 50. In those days I was an inspector of the maritime insurance company that today I direct. I had arranged to spend New Year's Day on holiday in Paris, since it's usual to keep holiday that day, when I had a letter from the director ordering me to set out immediately for the island of Rye, where a 3-master of St. Nazaire, insured by us, had run aground. It was then 8 o'clock in the morning. I reached the company's offices at 10 to receive my orders, and the same evening I took the express, which landed me at La Rochelle the following day, December the 31st. I had 2 hours to spare before going aboard the boat belonging to Rai, the Gingitan. I took a walk round the town. La Rochelle really is a fantastic and strangely individual town, with its twisting labyrinthine streets, where the pavements run under endless galleries with covered arcades, like those of the Rue de Rivoli. But these stooping galleries and arcades are low and mysterious and look as if they had been built and left there as a setting for conspirators, the ancient and impressive setting of old wars. Heroic, savage wars of religion. It is indeed the old Huguenot city, grave, discreet, not superbly built, and with none of those splendid monuments that make Rouen so magnificent, but remarkable by virtue of its whole air of austerity and a lurking cunning that it wears, this city of hard-fought battles, fated to hatch fantastic causes. This town which saw the rise of the Calvinist faith, and gave birth to the conspiracy of the 4 sergeants. When I had wandered for some time through these odd streets, I went aboard a little steam tug, black and tubby, which was to take me to the island of Rai. She moved out, in an irritated sort of way, her whistle blowing off, slipped between the 2 old towers that guard the harbor, crossed the roadstead, got through the breakwater built by Richelieu, with enormous stones that are visible at the surface of the water and shut in the town like a vast collar. Then she veered to the right. It was one of those melancholy days that oppress and crush the mind, weigh on the heart, and deaden in us all strength and energy. A grey bitter day, darkened by a thick fog, as wet as rain, as cold as ice, and as unhealthy to breathe as a whiff from the sewers. Under this roof of low-hanging, sinister haze, the yellow sea, the shallow sandy sea of these endless beaches, lay without a ripple, motionless, lifeless, a sea of discolored, oily, stagnant water. The Gingitan drove forward, rolling a little, as she always did. She cut through the sleek cloudy surface, leaving behind her a few waves, a brief heaving of the water, a slight rippling that shortly died away. I began to talk to the captain, a short, almost limbless man, as tubby as his ship and with just such a rolling gait. I wanted to gather some details of the loss that I was going to examine. A big square-built 3-master of St. Nazaire, the Marie Joseph, had run aground during a wild night, on the sandy shore of the island of Rai. The owner wrote that the storm had flung the vessel so high up that it had been impossible to refloat her, and that it would be necessary to get everything off her that could be got off. It was my duty to examine the situation of the wreck, to form an opinion as to what must have been her condition before the disaster, and to judge whether every effort had been made to get her off. I had come as the company's agent, to be a witness for the defense, if need be, in the legal inquiry. On receiving my report, the director had to take such measures as he judged necessary to protect our interests. The captain of the Gingitan knew all the details of the affair, having been summoned to help, with his boat, in the attempts at salvage. He told me the story of the loss, a perfectly simple story. The Marie Joseph, running before a furious gale, lost in the darkness, steering as best she could through a foaming sea, a milk-soup sea. The captain called it, had run aground on the vast sandbanks which at low tide turn the coasts of these parts into endless Saharas. As I talked, I looked round me and in front of me. Between the sea and the lowering sky was a clear space that gave a good view ahead. We were hugging a coast. "Is this the island of Rai?" I asked. "Yes, sir." And all at once the captain stretched his right hand in front of us and showed me an almost indistinguishable object lying right out at sea. "Look, there's your ship," he said. "The Marie Joseph?" "Yes, that's her." I was astounded. This almost invisible object, which I had taken for a reef, seemed to me to lie at least 3 kilometers from land. "But, Captain," I answered, "there must be 100 fathoms of water at the place you're pointing out." He burst out laughing. 100 fathoms, my friend. There aren't 2, I tell you." He was from Bordeaux. He went on. "It will be high tide at 20 minutes to 10. You go out on the shore, your hands in your pockets, after you've launched at the Dauphin, and I promise you that at 10 to 3, or 3 at the latest, you'll be able to walk dryfoot to the wreck. My friend, and you'll have 1.75 to 2 hours to stay on board, not more, mind, you'd be caught by the tide. The farther out the sea goes, the faster it comes in. This coast is as flat as a louse. Mark my words and start back at 10 to 5. At 7:30 you come on board the Gingotin, which will land you this same evening on the quay at La Rochelle. I thanked the captain, and I went and sat down in the bows of the tug to look at the little town of St. Martin with which we were rapidly coming up. It was like all the miniature ports that serve as chief towns to every barren little island lying off the coasts of continents. It was a large fishing village, 1 foot in the sea, 1 foot on land, living on fish and poultry, vegetables and cockles, turnips and mussels. The island is very low-lying, and sparsely cultivated. It seems to be thickly peopled nonetheless, but I did not penetrate inland. After lunch, I crossed a little headland. Then, as the tide was rapidly going out, I walked across the sands to a sort of black rock which I could see above the water, far, far away. I walked quickly on this yellow plain, which had the resilience of living flesh and seemed to sweat under my feet. A moment ago the sea had been there. Now I saw it slipping out of sight in the distance, and I could no longer distinguish the verge that separated sand and sea. I felt that I was watching a gigantic and supernatural transformation scene. One moment the Atlantic was in front of me, and then it had disappeared in the shore, as stage scenery disappears through trapdoors, and now I was walking through a desert. Only the scent and the breath of the salt sea was still round me. I caught the smell of seaweed, the smell of salt water, the sharp healthy smell of the land. I walked quickly, I was no longer cold. I looked at the stranded wreck which grew larger as I approached and now looked like a huge stranded whale. She seemed to spring from the ground, and in this vast flat yellow plain she assumed surprising proportions. She lay over on her side, split, broken, and through her sides, like the sides of a beast, showed her broken bones, bones of tarred wood pierced with great nails. The sand had already invaded her, entering by all the rents. It held her, possessed her, would never let her go again. She looked as if she had taken root in it. Her bows were deeply buried in this soft treacherous beach, while her stern, lifted clean off the ground, seemed to fling to heaven, like a desperate and appealing cry. The 2 white words on the black bulwarks, Marie-Joseph. I scrambled into this corpse of a ship over the lower side, then I reached the bridge and explored below. The daylight, coming in through the shattered hatches and the rents in the sides, flooded the long, somber, cave-like spaces, full of smashed woodwork, with a dim light. There was nothing left inside her but the sand that formed the flooring of this wooden-walled underworld. I began to make notes on the state of the vessel. I sat down on an empty broken barrel, and I wrote by the light of a large porthole through which I could see the boundless stretch of shore. Every now and again, I felt my skin contract with a strange shudder of cold and loneliness. And sometimes I stopped writing to listen to the vague mysterious sounds of the wreck, the sound of crabs scratching at the bulwarks with their hooked claws. The sound of 1,000 small sea creatures already at work on the body of this death, and the gentle regular sound of the teredo worm ceaselessly gnawing, like the grinding of a gimlet. In every part of the old-timers, eating out their insides and devouring them all together. Suddenly I heard human voices quite near me. I leaped up as if I had seen a ghost. For a brief moment I verily thought I was going to see 2 drowned men rising from the bottom of this sinister shell to tell me the manner of their death. You may be sure it did not take me long to climb in all haste to the bridge, and I saw standing beside the ship a tall gentleman with 3 young girls. Or rather a tall Englishman with 3 little English girls. They were certainly far more frightened than I had been when they saw a man rush violently up from the depths of the deserted 3-master. The youngest of the little girls ran away. The 2 others clutched their father with both arms. As for him, his mouth opened, he gave no other sign of surprise. Then, after a brief pause, he spoke. "Are you the owner of this vessel, sir?" Yes, sir. Can I look over her? Yes, sir. He then delivered himself of a long sentence in English, of which I could distinguish only the one word gracious, recurring several times. He looked round for a place to climb on board and I pointed him out the best place and offered him a hand. He got up, then we helped up the 3 little girls, now recovered from their fright. They were charming, especially the eldest, a fair-haired girl of 18, fresh as a flower, and so dainty, so adorably slender. Upon my word, a pretty English girl is like nothing so much as a frail sea flower. This one might just have sprung from the sand, and kept its gold in her hair. The exquisite freshness of these English girls makes one think of the faintly lovely colors of rosy shells, of mother of pearl, rare and mysterious, hidden in the fathomless depths of the seas. She spoke French a little better than the father, and interpreted between us. I had to tell the story of the wrecking in all its details, which I extemporized as if I had been present at the disaster. Then the whole family descended into the interior of the wreck. Little cries of astonishment broke from them as soon as they entered this dim shadowy gallery. And in a moment father and all 3 daughters were displaying sketching books which they had doubtless had concealed in their bulky waterproofs. And they all set themselves forthwith to make 4 pencil sketches of this strange and gloomy place. They sat side by side on a jutting beam, and the 4 sketching books supported on 8 knees were covered with little black lines which evidently represented the gaping belly of the Marie Joseph. The eldest girl talked to me as she worked, and I continued my inspection of the skeleton of the ship. I learned that they were spending the winter at Biarritz and that they had come to the island of Rye on purpose to look at this foundered 3-master. These people had none of the English insolence, they were just jolly, kind-hearted idiots, born wanderers such as England sends out over the whole world. The father, lank, lean, his red face encased in drooping white whiskers, for all the world like an animated sandwich, a slice of ham in the shape of a human head, between 2 little hair cushions. The daughters, long-legged, like half-grown storks, as lean as their father, except the eldest, and all 3 of the girls charming, but especially the eldest. She had such a quaint way of speaking, of describing things, of understanding and failing to understand, of lifting to question me eyes as blue as the deep sea. Of stopping the sketch to study the scene of her efforts, of setting to work again, and of saying, yes, or no. That time went unheeded while I stood there watching and listening to her. Suddenly she murmured, "I hear something moving lightly on this boat." I listened carefully, and at once I heard a faint sound, a strange regular sound. What was it? I got up and went to look out of the porthole, and a wild shout broke from me. The sea had come up with us, it was on the point of surrounding us. We rushed to the bridge. It was too late. The sea was all round us, and running in towards the shore at a terrific speed. No, it didn't run, it slid, it glided over the ground, spread out like a monstrous stain. Only a few inches of water covered the sand, but the swiftly moving verge of the stealthy flood was already beyond our sight. The Englishman was in favor of plunging through it, but I restrained him. Flight was impossible, on account of the deep pools that we had had to pick our way round as we came, and into which we should fall on the way back. We felt a sudden pang of mortal agony. Then the little English girl managed to smile and murmured, "We're shipwrecked now." I wanted to laugh. But I was paralyzed with fear, a frightful cowardly fear, as vile and treacherous as this advancing sea. In one moment of insight I saw all the dangers we were running. I wanted madly to cry, "Help!" But who was there to hear me? The 2 smaller English girls huddled against their father, who was looking in consternation at the vast stretch of water round us. And night was falling, as swiftly as the sea was swelling, a heavy damp icy night. "There's nothing for it but staying on the boat," I said. "Oh, yes," the Englishman answered. We stayed up there a quarter of an hour, half an hour, I really don't know how long, watching the yellow water that deepened all round us. And swirled and seemed to boil and leap for joy over the wide recaptured shore. One of the little girls was cold, and we conceived the idea of going below to shelter from the small but icy wind that blew lightly in our faces and pricked our skin. I leaned over the hold. The ship was full of water, so we were forced to crouch against the aft bulwark, which afforded us a little shelter. Now the shadows of night were falling round us, and we pressed close together, surrounded by the darkness and the waters. I felt the English girl's shoulder trembling against my shoulder. Her teeth chattered a little, but I felt too the gentle warmth of her body through her clothes, and this warmth thrilled me like a caress. We did not talk now. We stayed there motionless, mute, crouching as beasts in a ditch crouch against a storm. And yet, in spite of everything, in spite of the night, in spite of the terrible and growing damp, I began to feel glad to be there, glad of cold and danger. Glad to be spending long hours of darkness and terror on this narrow hulk, close to this pretty and adorable young girl. I wondered why I was filled with so strange a sense of well-being and joy. Why? Who knows? Because she was there? And who was she? An unknown little English girl. I did not love her, I did not know her, and a passion of pity for her filled me, overwhelmed me. I longed to save her, to devote myself to her, to commit 1,000 follies. A strange thing. How is it that the nearness of a woman bowls us over like this? Is it her grace that enslaves and enfolds us? The seductive charm of youth and beauty mounting to our heads like wine? Isn't it rather a fugitive touch of love, this mysterious love that never ceases to drive human beings into each other's arms, that tries its power the moment a man and a woman meet? Piercing their hearts with a vague and deep and secret emotion, as the earth is given water that it may bear flowers? But the silence of the night and the sky grew terrifying, for we heard surging faintly round us the gentle swishing of wide waters, the hollow murmur of the rising sea, and the monotonous lapping of the tide against the boat. Suddenly I heard sobs. The smallest of the English girls was crying. Then the father tried to comfort her, and they began to talk in their own tongue, which I did not understand. I guessed that he was reassuring her, and that she was still afraid. "You are not too cold?" I asked my neighbor. "Oh, I'm dreadfully cold." I wanted to give her my cloak. She declined it, but I had taken it off. I wrapped it round her in spite of her protests. In the brief struggle, I touched her hand and a marvelous thrill ran through my whole body. For some little time the air had been growing sharper and the water surging with more violence against the sides of the boat. I stood up, a great gust of wind blew in my face. The wind was rising. The Englishman noticed it at the same moment, and said simply, "This is bad for us, this is." It was bad indeed, it was certain death if a swell, even a light swell, got up to batter and shake the boat. Already so broken and knocked about that the first fair-sized wave would carry it away in fragments. Our misery increased every moment as the gusts of wind grew more and more violent. The waves were breaking a little now, and through the shadows I saw white lines, lines of foam, rise and vanish. While each surge struck the hulk of the Marie Joseph and sent through her a brief shudder that communicated itself to us. The English girl was trembling, I felt her shivering against me, and I felt a wild desire to seize her in my arms. In the distance, ahead of us, to left and right of us, and behind us, the lamps of lighthouses shone out down the coasts, white lights, yellow lights, red lights, revolving lights. Like enormous eyes, like giant eyes watching us, spying on us, waiting hungrily to see us disappear. I found one of them particularly maddening. It went out and flashed on again every third second, it really was an eye, with an ever-winking eyelid dropping over its fiery glance. Every now and then the Englishman struck a match to look at the time, then he replaced the watch in his pocket. All at once he spoke to me over his daughters' heads, with the utmost seriousness. "Sir, I wish you a happy New Year." It was midnight. I held out my hand, and he shook it. Then he spoke a few words of English, and suddenly he and his daughters began to sing, "God Save the King." The sound rose in the darkness, in the silent air, and died in the vast gulf of space. For a moment I wanted to laugh, then a strange fierce emotion seized me. There was something at once menacing and superb in this song sung by these doomed and shipwrecked people. It was a prayer and it was magnificent, and worthy of that ancient glorious Ave, Caesar, morituri te salutant. When they had finished, I asked my neighbor to sing something alone, a song, a hymn, anything she liked, to help us forget our woes. She consented, and a moment later her clear young voice sounded out in the darkness. She sang what must have been a plaintive song, for the notes were long drawn, fell slowly from her lips and fluttered like wounded birds above the waves. The sea was rising, it was flinging itself against the wreck now. But I was conscious of nothing but this voice. I thought of the sirens too. If a boat had passed close by us, what would the sailors have said? My troubled mind lost itself in a dream. A siren. Was she not in very truth a siren, this sea maiden, who had kept me on this worm-eaten ship and in a little time would plunge with me into the waters? The whole 5 of us were flung violently across the bridge, for the Marie-Joseph had rolled over on her right side. The English girl fell on top of me. I had seized her in my arms and I pressed passionate kisses on her cheek, the hollow of her temple, her hair, madly, not knowing or realizing what I was doing, thinking my last moment had come. The boat did not roll again, nor did we stir hand or foot. "Kate," said her father. The girl in my arms answered, "Yes," and made a movement to draw away. I swear that at that moment I could have wished the boat to break in two, so that she and I fell into the water together. A little seesaw, the Englishman added. "It's nothing. I have my 3 daughters safe." Not seeing the eldest, he had at first believed her lost. I stood up slowly, and all at once I saw a light on the sea, quite near us. I shouted, there was an answering shout. It was a boat in search of us, the landlord of the hotel had foreseen our imprudence. We were saved. I was very sorry for it. They got us off our raft and took us back to St. Martin. The Englishman was rubbing his hands, and muttering. "Now for a good supper. Now for a good supper." We had supper. I was not happy. I was regretting the Marie-Joseph. Next day we had to go our separate ways, after many embraces and promises to write. They set off for Biarritz. For 2 pins I'd have followed them. I was a silly ass, I all but asked that young girl to marry me. I give you my word that if we had spent 8 days together, should have married her. How weak and incomprehensible man often is. 2 years passed before I heard a word about them, then I received a letter from New York. She was married, and wrote to tell me so. And since then we have written every year, on the 1st of January. She tells me of her life, talks to me about her children, her sisters, never about her husband. Why? Ah, why? As for me, I write to her of nothing but the Marie-Joseph. She is perhaps the only woman that I have loved, no, that I would have loved. Ah, well, who knows? Life hurries us on. And then, nothing is left. She must be old now. I shouldn't recognize her. Ah, the girl of those days, the girl of the wreck, what a woman, divine. She wrote to me that her hair is quite white. My God, that hurts me intolerably. Her hair white. No, the girl I knew no longer exists. How sad it is, all this. Mademoiselle Pearl. Chapter 1. It really was an odd notion of mine to choose Mademoiselle Pearl for queen that particular evening. Every year I went to eat my 12th night dinner at the house of my old friend Chantal. My father, whose most intimate friend he was, had taken me there when I was a child. I had continued the custom, and I shall doubtless continue it as long as I live, and as long as there is a Chantal left in the world. The Chantals, moreover, lead a strange life. They live in Paris as if they were living in Grasse, Yvetot, or Pont-à-Mousson. They owned a small house with a garden, near the observatory. There they lived in true provincial fashion. Of Paris, of the real Paris, they knew nothing and suspected nothing, they were far, very far away. Sometimes, however, they made a journey, a long journey. Madame Chantal went to the big stores, as they called it among themselves. And this is the manner of an expedition to the big stores. Mademoiselle Pearl, who keeps the keys of the kitchen cupboards, for the linen cupboards are in the mistress's own charge, Mademoiselle Pearl perceives that the sugar is coming to an end. That the preserves are quite finished, and that there's nothing worth talking about left in the coffee bag. Then, put on her guard against famine, Madame Chantal passes the rest of the stores in review, and makes notes in her memorandum book. Then, when she has written down a quantity of figures, she first devotes herself to lengthy calculations, followed by lengthy discussions with Mademoiselle Pearl. They do at last come to an agreement and decide what amount of each article must be laid in for a 3-month supply: sugar, rice, prunes, coffee, preserves, tins of peas, beans, crab, salt and smoked fish, and so on and so forth. After which they appoint a day for making the purchases, and set out together in a cab with a luggage rack on top, to a big grocery store over the river in the new quarters. With an air of great mystery, and return at dinner time, worn out but still excited, jolting along in the carriage, its roof covered with packages and sacks like a removal van. For the Chantals, all that part of Paris situated at the other side of the Seine constituted the new quarters inhabited by a strange noisy people, with the shakiest notions of honesty, who spent their days in dissipation, their nights feasting, and threw money out of the windows. From time to time, however, the young girls were taken to the theatre, to the Opéra Comique or the Française, when the play was recommended by the paper Monsieur Chantal read. The young girls are 19 and 17 years old today. They are 2 beautiful girls, tall and clear-skinned, very well trained, too well trained, so well trained that they attract no more attention than 2 pretty dolls. The idea never occurred to me to take any notice of them or to court the Chantal girls. I hardly dared speak to them, they seemed so unspotted from the world. I was almost afraid of offending against the proprieties in merely raising my hat. The father himself is a charming man, very cultured, very frank, very friendly, but desirous of nothing so much as repose, quiet, and tranquility. And mainly instrumental in mummifying his family into mere symbols of his will, living and having their being in a stagnant peacefulness. He read a good deal, from choice, and his emotions were easily stirred. His avoidance of all contact with life, common jostlings and violence had made his skin, his moral skin, very sensitive and delicate. The least thing moved and disturbed him, hurt him. The Chantals had some friends, however, but friends admitted to their circle with many reserves, and chosen carefully from neighboring families. They also exchanged 2 or 3 visits a year with relatives living at a distance. As for me, I dine at their house on the 15th of August and on Twelfth night. That is as sacred a duty to me as Easter communion to a Catholic. On the 15th of August a few friends were asked, but on Twelfth night I was the only guest and the only outsider. Chapter 2. Well, this year, as in every other year, I had gone to dine at the Chantals to celebrate Epiphany. I embraced Monsieur Chantal, as I always did, Madame Chantal, and Mademoiselle Pearl, and I bowed deeply to Mesdemoiselles Louise and Pauline. They questioned me about 1,000 things, boulevard happenings, politics, our representatives, and what the public thought of affairs in Tonkin. Madame Chantal, a stout lady whose thoughts always impressed me as being square like blocks of stone, was wont to enunciate the following phrase at the end of every political discussion: all this will produce a crop of misfortunes in the future. Why do I always think that Madame Chantal's thoughts are square? I don't really know why, but my mind sees everything she says in this fashion: a square, a solid square with 4 symmetrical angles. There are other people whose thoughts always seems to me round and rolling like circles. As soon as they begin a phrase about something, out it rolls, running along, issuing in the shape of 10, 20, 50 round thoughts, big ones and little ones. And I see them running behind each other out of sight over the edge of the sky. Other persons have pointed thoughts. But this is somewhat irrelevant. We sat down to table in the usual order, and dinner passed without anyone uttering a single memorable word. With the sweets, they brought in the 12th night cake. Now, each year, Monsieur Chantal was king. Whether this was a series of chances or a domestic convention I don't know, but invariably he found the lucky bean in his piece of cake, and he proclaimed Madame Chantal queen. So I was amazed to find in a mouthful of pastry something very hard that almost broke one of my teeth. I removed the object carefully from my mouth and I saw a tiny china doll no larger than a bean. Surprise made me exclaim, "Oh!" They all looked at me and Chantal clapped his hands and shouted, "Gaston's got it! Gaston's got it! Long live the king! Long live the king!" The others caught up the chorus, "Long live the king!" And I blushed to my ears, as one often does for no reason whatever, in slightly ridiculous situations. I sat looking at my boots, holding the fragment of china between two fingers, forcing myself to laugh, and not knowing what to do or what to say, when Chantal went on, "Now he must choose a queen." I was overwhelmed. 1,000 thoughts and speculations rushed across my mind in a second of time. Did they want me to choose out one of the Chantal girls? Was this a way of making me say which one I liked the better? Was it a gentle, delicate, almost unconscious feeler that the parents were putting out towards a possible marriage? The thought of marriage stalks all day and every day in families that possess marriageable daughters. It takes innumerable shapes and guises and adopts every possible means. I was suddenly dreadfully afraid of compromising myself, and extremely timid too, before the obstinately correct and rigid bearing of Mademoiselle Louise and Pauline. To select one of them over the head of the other seemed to me as difficult as to choose between 2 drops of water. And I was horribly disturbed at the thought of committing myself to a path which would lead me to the altar willy-nilly, by gentle stages, and incidents as discreet, as insignificant, and as easy as this meaningless kingship. But all at once I had an inspiration, and I proffered the symbolic little doll to Mademoiselle Pearl. At first everyone was surprised, then they must have appreciated my delicacy and discretion, for they applauded furiously, shouting, "Long live the Queen! Long live the Queen!" As for the poor old maid, she was covered with confusion, she trembled and lifted a terrified face. "No, no, no," she stammered, "not me. I implore you, not me. I implore you." At that, I looked at Mademoiselle Pearl for the first time in my life, and wondered what sort of a woman she was. I was used to seeing her about this house, but only as you see old tapestried chairs in which you have been sitting since you were a child, without ever really noticing them. One day, you couldn't say just why, because a ray of sunlight falls across the seat, you exclaim, "Why, this is a remarkable piece of furniture." And you discover that the wood has been carved by an artist and that the tapestry is very uncommon. I had never noticed Mademoiselle Pearl. She was part of the Chantal family, that was all. But what? What was her standing? She was a tall thin woman who kept herself very much in the background, but she wasn't insignificant. They treated her in a friendly fashion, more intimately than a housekeeper, less so than a relation. I suddenly became aware now of various subtle shades of manner that I had never troubled about until this moment. Madame Chantal said, "Pearl." The young girls, Mademoiselle Pearl, and Chantal never called her anything but Mademoiselle, with a slightly more respectful air perhaps. I set myself to consider her. How old was she? 40? Yes, 40. She was not old, this maiden lady. She made herself look old. I was suddenly struck by this obvious fact. She did her hair, dressed herself, and got herself up to look absurd, and in spite of it all she was not at all absurd. So innately graceful she was, simply and naturally graceful, though she did her best to obscure it and conceal it. What an odd creature she was, after all. Why hadn't I paid more attention to her? She did her hair in the most grotesque way in ridiculous little grey curls. Under this crowning glory of a middle-aged Madonna, she had a broad placid forehead, graven with 2 deep wrinkles, the wrinkles of some enduring sorrow, then 2 blue eyes, wide and gentle. So timid, so fearful, so humble, 2 blue eyes that were still simple, filled with girlish wonder and youthful emotions, and griefs endured in secret, softening her eyes and leaving them untroubled. Her whole face was clear-cut and reserved, one of those faces grown worn without being ravaged or faded by the weariness and the fevered emotions of life. What a pretty mouth, and what pretty teeth! But she seemed as if she dared not smile. Abruptly, I began to compare her with Madame Chantal. Mademoiselle Pearl was undoubtedly the better of the two, 100 times better, nobler, more dignified. I was astounded by my discoveries. Champagne was poured out. I lifted my glass to the Queen and drank her health with a pretty compliment. I could see that she wanted to hide her face in her napkin. Then, when she dipped her lips in the translucent wine, everyone cried, "The Queen's drinking, the Queen's drinking." At that she turned crimson and choked. They laughed. But I saw clearly that she was well liked in the house. Chapter 3. As soon as dinner was over, Chantal took me by the arm. It was the hour for his cigar, a sacred hour. When he was alone, he went out into the street to smoke. When he had someone to dinner, he took them to the billiard room, and he played as he smoked. This evening they had lit a fire in the billiard room, since it was 12th night, and my old friend took his cue, a very slender cue which he chalked with great care. Then he said, "Now, sonny." He always spoke to me as if I were a little boy. I was 25 years old, but he had known me since I was 4. I began to play, I made several cannons, I missed several more. But my head was filled with drifting thoughts of Mademoiselle Pearl, and I asked abruptly, "Tell me, Monsieur Chantal, is Mademoiselle Pearl a relation of yours?" He stopped playing, in astonishment, and stared at me. "What, don't you know? Didn't you know Mademoiselle Pearl's story?" "Of course not." "Hasn't your father ever told you?" "Of course not." Well, that's queer, upon my word, it's queer." "Oh, it's quite an adventure." He was silent, and went on. "And if you only knew how strange it is that you should ask me about it today, on 12th night." "Why?" "Why, indeed." "Listen. It's 41 years ago, 41 years this very day, the day of Epiphany. We were living then at Rueil-les-Tours, on the ramparts. But I must first tell you about the house, if you're to understand the story properly. Rueil is built on a slope, or rather on a mound which thrusts out of a wide stretch of meadow land. We had there a house with a beautiful hanging garden, supported on the old ramparts. So that the house was in the town, on the street, while the garden hung over the plain. There was also a door opening from this garden onto the fields, at the bottom of a secret staircase which went down inside the thick masonry of the walls, just like a secret staircase in a romance. A road ran past this door, where a great bell hung, and the country people brought their stuff in this way, to save themselves going all the way round. Can you see it all? Well, this year, at Epiphany, it had been snowing for a week. It was like the end of the world. When we went out onto the ramparts to look out over the plain, the cold of that vast white countryside struck through to our very bones. It was white everywhere, icy cold, and gleaming like varnish. It really looked as if the good God had wrapped up the earth to carry it away to the lumber room of old worlds. It was rare and melancholy, I can tell you. We had all our family at home then, and we were a large family, a very large family, my father, my mother, my uncle and my aunt, my 2 brothers and my 4 cousins. They were pretty girls. I married the youngest. Of all that company, there are only 3 left alive, my wife, myself, and my sister-in-law at Marseilles. God, how a family dwindles away, it makes me shiver to think of it. I was 15 years old then, and now I'm 56. Well, we were going to eat our 12th night dinner and we were very gay, very gay. Everybody was in the drawing-room waiting for dinner, when my eldest brother, Jacques, took it into his head to say, "A dog's been howling out in the fields for the last 10 minutes. It must be some poor beast that's got lost." The words were hardly out of his mouth when the garden bell rang. It had a heavy clang like a church bell and reminded you of funerals. A shiver ran through the assembled company. My father called a servant and told him to go and see who was there. We waited in complete silence. We thought of the snow that lay over the whole countryside. When the man came back, he declared he had seen nothing. The dog was still howling, the howls never stopped, and came always from the same direction. We went in to dinner, but we were a little uneasy, especially the young ones. All went well until the joint was on the table, and then the bell began to ring again. It rang 3 times, 3 loud long clangs that sent a thrill to our very fingertips and stopped the breath in our throats. We sat staring at each other, our forks in the air, straining our ears, seized by fear of some supernatural horror. At last my mother said, "It's very queer that they've been so long coming back. Don't go alone, Baptiste, one of the gentlemen will go with you." My uncle François got up. He was as strong as Hercules, very proud of his great strength and afraid of nothing on earth. "Take a gun," my father advised him. "You don't know what it might be." But my uncle took nothing but a walking stick, and went out at once with the servant. The rest of us waited there, shaking with terror and fright, neither eating nor speaking. My father tried to comfort us. "You'll see," he said, "it'll be some beggar or some passerby lost in the snow." He rang once, and when the door wasn't opened immediately, he made another attempt to find his road. He didn't succeed and he's come back to our door. My uncle's absence seemed to us to last an hour. He came back at last, furiously angry, and cursing. "Not a thing, by God, it's someone playing a trick. Nothing but that cursed dog howling 100 yards beyond the walls. If I'd taken a gun, I'd have killed him to keep him quiet." We went on with our dinner, but we were still very anxious. We were quite sure that we hadn't heard the last of it. Something was going to happen, the bell would ring again in a minute. It did ring, at the very moment when we were cutting the Epiphany cake. The men leaped to their feet as one man. My uncle François, who had been drinking champagne, swore that he was going to murder it, in such a wild rage that my mother and my aunt flung themselves on him to hold him back. My father was quite calm about it. He was slightly lame too. He dragged one leg since he had broken it in a fall from his horse, but now he declared that he must know what it was, and that he was going out. My brothers, who were 18 and 20 years old, ran in search of their guns, and as no one was paying any attention to me, I grabbed a Roque rifle and got ready to accompany the expedition myself. It set off at once. My father and my uncle led off, with Baptiste, who was carrying a lantern. My brothers Jacques and Paul followed, and I brought up the rear, in spite of the entreaties of my mother, who stayed behind in the doorway, with her sister and my cousins. Snow had been falling again during the last hour and it lay thick on the trees. The pines bent under the heavy ghostly covering, like white pyramids or enormous sugar loaves. The slighter shrubs, palely glimmering in the shadows, were only dimly visible through the grey curtain of small hurrying flakes. The snow was falling so thickly that you couldn't see more than 10 paces ahead. But the lantern threw a wide beam of light in front of us. When we began to descend the twisting staircase hollowed out of the wall, I was afraid, I can tell you. I thought someone was walking behind me and I'd be grabbed by the shoulder and carried off. I wanted to run home again, but as I'd have had to go back the whole length of the garden, I didn't dare. I heard them opening the door on to the fields. Then my uncle began to swear, "Blast him, he's gone. If I'd only seen his shadow, I wouldn't have missed him, the bee." The look of the plain struck me with a sense of foreboding, or rather the feel of it in front of us, for we couldn't see it. Nothing was visible but a veil of snow hung from edge to edge of the world, above, below, in front of us, to left of us and right of us, everywhere. "There, that's the dog howling," added my uncle. I'll show him what I can do with a gun, I will. And that'll be something done, at any rate. But my father, who was a kindly man, answered, we'd do better to go and look for the poor animal, he's whining with hunger. The wretched beast is barking for help. He's like a man shouting in distress. Come on. We started off through the curtain, through the heavy ceaseless fall, through the foam that was filling the night and the air, moving, floating, falling. As it melted, it froze the flesh on our bones, froze it with a burning cold that sent a sharp swift stab of pain through the skin with each prick of the little white flakes. We sank to our knees in the soft cold feathery mass, and we had to lift our legs right up to get over the ground. The farther we advanced, the louder and clearer grew the howling of the dog. There he is, cried my uncle. We stopped to observe him, like prudent campaigners coming upon the enemy at night. I couldn't see anything, then I came up with the others and I saw him. He was a terrifying and fantastic object, that dog, a great black dog, a shaggy sheepdog with a head like a wolf. Standing erect on his 4 feet at the far end of the long track of light that the lantern flung out across the snow. He didn't move, he stared at us with never a sound. It's queer he doesn't rush at us or away from us, said my uncle. I've the greatest mind to stretch him out with a shot. No, my father said decidedly, we must catch him. But he's not alone, my brother Jacques added. He has something beside him. He actually had something behind him, something gray and indistinguishable. We began to walk cautiously towards him. Seeing us draw near, the dog sat down on his haunches. He didn't look vicious. He seemed, on the contrary, pleased that he had succeeded in attracting someone's attention. My father went right up to him and patted him. The dog licked his hands. And we saw that he was fastened to the wheel of a small carriage, a sort of toy carriage wrapped all round in 3 or 4 woolen coverings. We lifted the wrappings carefully. Baptiste held his lantern against the opening of the carriage, which was like a kennel on wheels, and we saw inside a tiny sleeping child. We were so astonished that we couldn't get out a single word. My father was the first to recover, he was warm-hearted and somewhat emotional. He placed his hand on the top of the carriage and said, "Poor deserted thing, you shall belong to us." And he ordered my brother Jacques to wheel our find in front of us. A love child, my father added, whose poor mother came and knocked at my door on Epiphany night, in memory of the Christ child. He stood still again, and shouted into the darkness 4 times, at the top of his voice, to all the 4 corners of the heavens, "We have got him safe." Then he rested his hand on his brother's shoulder and murmured, "Suppose you'd fired at the dog, François?" My uncle said nothing, but crossed himself earnestly in the darkness. He was very devout, for all his swaggering ways. We had loosed the dog, who followed us. Upon my word, our return to the house was a pretty sight. At first we had great difficulty in getting the carriage up the rampart staircase. We succeeded at last, however, and wheeled it right into the hall. How comically surprised and delighted and bewildered Mamma was. And my poor little cousins, the youngest was 6, were like 4 hens round a nest. At last we lifted the child, still sleeping, from its carriage. It was a girl about 6 weeks old. And in her clothes we found 10,000 francs in gold, yes, 10,000 francs, which Papa invested to bring her in a dowry. So she wasn't the child of poor parents, she may have been the child of a gentleman by a respectable young girl belonging to the town, or even, we made innumerable speculations. And we never knew anything, except that, never a thing, never a thing. Even the dog wasn't known to anyone. He didn't belong to the district. In any event, the man or woman who had rung 3 times at our door knew very well what sort of people my parents were, when they chose them for their child. And that's how Mademoiselle Pearl found her way into the Chantal house when she was 6 weeks old. It was later that she got the name of Mademoiselle Pearl. She was first christened Marie Simone Claire, Claire serving as her surname. We certainly made a quaint entry into the dining room with the tiny wide-awake creature, looking round her at the people and the lights, with wondering troubled blue eyes. We sat down at the table again, and the cake was cut. I was king and I chose Mademoiselle Pearl for queen, as you did just now. She hadn't any idea that day what a compliment we were paying her. Well, the child was adopted, and brought up as one of the family. She grew up, years passed. She was a charming, gentle, obedient girl. Everyone loved her and she would have been shamefully spoiled if my mother had not seen to it that she wasn't. My mother had a lively sense of what was fitting and a proper reverence for caste. She consented to treat little Claire as she did her own children, but she was none the less insistent that the distance between us should be definitely marked and the position clearly laid down. So as soon as the child was old enough to understand, she told her how she had been found, and very gently, tenderly even. She made the little girl realize that she was only an adopted member of the Chantal family, belonging to them but really no kin at all. Claire realized the state of affairs with an intelligence beyond her years and an instinctive wisdom that surprised us all. And she was quick to take and keep the place allotted to her, with so much tact, grace, and courtesy that she brought tears to my father's eyes. My mother herself was so touched by the passionate gratitude and timid devotion of this adorable and tender-hearted little thing that she began to call her my daughter. Sometimes, when the young girl had shown herself more than commonly sweet-natured and delicate, my mother pushed her glasses onto her forehead, as she always did when much moved, and repeated, "The child's a pearl, a real pearl." The name stuck to little Claire. She became Mademoiselle Pearl for all of us from that time and for always. Chapter 4. Monsieur Chantal was silent. He was sitting on the billiard table, swinging his feet. His left hand fiddled with a ball and in his right hand he crumpled the woolen rag we called the chalk rag, and used for rubbing out the score on the slate. A little flushed, his voice muffled, he was speaking to himself now, lost in his memories, dreaming happily through early scenes and old happenings stirring in his thoughts. As a man dreams when he walks through old gardens where he grew up, and where each tree, each path, each plant, the prickly holly whose plump red berries crumble between his fingers, evoke at every step some little incident of his past life, the little insignificant delicious incidents that are the very heart, the very stuff of life. I stood facing him, propped against the wall, leaning my hands on my useless billiard cue. After a moment's pause he went on, "God, how sweet pretty she was at 18, and graceful, and perfect. Oh, what a pretty, sweet, gay, and charming girl. She had such eyes, blue eyes, limpid, clear. I've never seen any like them, never." Again he was silent. "Why didn't she marry?" I asked. He didn't answer me, he answered the careless word marry. Why? Why? She didn't want to. She had a dowry of 90,000 francs too, and she had several offers. She didn't want to marry. She seemed sad during those years. It was just at the time I married my cousin, little Charlotte, my wife, to whom I'd been engaged for 6 years. I looked at Monsieur Chantal and thought that I could see into his mind, and that I'd come suddenly upon the humble cruel tragedy of a heart at once honorable, upright, and pure. That I'd seen into the secret unknown depths of a heart that no one had really understood, not even the resigned and silent victims of its dictates. Pricked by a sudden savage curiosity, I said deliberately, "Surely you ought to have married her, Monsieur Chantal?" He started, stared at me, and said, "Me? Marry whom?" "Mademoiselle Pearl." "But why?" "Because you loved her more than you loved your cousin." He stared at me with strange, wide, bewildered eyes, then stammered, "I loved her." "I? How? What are you talking about? It's obvious, surely. Moreover, it was on her account that you delayed so long before marrying the cousin who waited 6 years for you." The cue fell from his left hand, and he seized the chalk rag in both hands and, covering his face with it, began to sob into its folds. He wept in a despairing and ridiculous fashion, dripping water from eyes and nose and mouth all at once like a squeezed sponge. He coughed, spat, and blew his nose on the chalk rag, dried his eyes, choked, and overflowed again from every opening in his face, making a noise in his throat like a man gargling. Terrified and ashamed, I wanted to run away, and I did not know what to say, or do, or try to do. And suddenly Madame Chantal's voice floated up the staircase, "Have you nearly finished your smoke?" I opened the door and called, "Yes, ma'am, we're coming down." Then I flung myself on her husband, seized him by the elbows, and said, "Monsieur Chantal, Chantal my friend, listen to me. Your wife is calling you, pull yourself together, we must go downstairs, pull yourself together." "Yes, yes," he babbled. "I'm coming, poor girl. I'm coming, tell her I'm just coming." And he began carefully drying his face on the rag that had been used to rub the score off the slate for 2 or 3 years. Then he emerged, white and red in streaks, his forehead, nose, cheeks, and chin dabbled with chalk, his eyes swollen and still full of tears. I took his hands and led him towards his bedroom, murmuring, "I beg your pardon, I humbly beg your pardon, Monsieur Chantal, for hurting you like this, but I didn't know, you see." He shook my hand. "Yes, yes, we all have our awkward moments." Then he plunged his face in his basin. When he emerged, he was still hardly presentable, but I thought of a little ruse. He was very disturbed when he looked at himself in the glass, so I said, "You need only tell her you've got a speck of dust in your eye, and you can cry in front of everyone as long as you like." He did at last go down, rubbing his eyes with his handkerchief. They were all very concerned. Everyone wanted to look for the speck of dust, which no one could find, and they related similar cases when it had become necessary to call in a doctor. I had betaken myself to Mademoiselle Pearl's side and I looked at her, tormented by a burning curiosity, a curiosity that became positively painful. She really must have been pretty, with her quiet eyes, so big, so untroubled, so wide that you'd have thought they were never closed as ordinary eyes are. Her dress was a little absurd, a real old maid's dress, that hid her real charm but could not make her look graceless. I thought that I could see into her mind as I had just seen into the mind of Monsieur Chantal, that I could see every hidden corner of this simple humble life, spent in the service of others. But I felt a sudden impulse to speak, an aching persistent impulse to question her, to find out if she too had loved, if she had loved him. If like him she had endured the same long bitter secret sorrow, unseen, unknown, unguessed of all, indulged only at night in the solitude and darkness of her room. I looked at her, I saw her heart beating under her high-necked frock. And I wondered if night after night this gentle wide-eyed creature had stifled her moans in the depths of a pillow wet with her tears, sobbing, her body torn with long shudders. Lying there in the fevered solitude of a burning bed. And like a child breaking a plaything to see inside it, I whispered to her, "If you had seen Monsieur Chantal crying just now, you would have been sorry for him." She trembled. "What, has he been crying?" "Yes, he's been crying." "Why?" She was very agitated. I answered. "About you." "About me?" "Yes. He told me how he loved you years ago, and what it had cost him to marry his wife instead of you." Her pale face seemed to grow a little longer. Her wide quiet eyes shut suddenly, so swiftly that they seemed closed never to open again. She slipped from her chair to the floor and sank slowly, softly, across it, like a falling scarf. "Help, quick, quick, help!" I cried. "Mademoiselle Pearl is ill." Madame Chantal and her daughters rushed to help her, and while they were bringing water, a napkin, vinegar, I sought my hat and hurried away. I walked away with great strides, sick at heart and my mind full of remorse and regret. And at the same time I was almost happy. It seemed to me that I had done a praiseworthy and necessary action. Was I wrong or right? I asked myself. They had hidden their secret knowledge in their hearts like a bullet in a healed wound. Wouldn't they be happier now? It was too late for their grief to torture them again, and soon enough for them to recall it with a tender pitying emotion. And perhaps some evening in the coming spring, stirred by moonlight falling through the branches across the grass under their feet, they will draw close to one another and clasp each other's hands, remembering all their cruel hidden suffering. And perhaps, too, the brief embrace will wake in their blood a faint thrill of the ecstasy they have never known, and in the hearts of these two dead that for one moment are alive. It will stir the swift divine madness, the wild joy that turns the least trembling of true lovers into a deeper happiness than other men can ever know in all their life. The Hermit. Together with some friends, we had been to see the old hermit living on an ancient tumulus, covered with great trees, in the midst of the vast plain that stretches from Cannes to La Napoule. On the way back, we talked about these strange solitary laymen, once so numerous, whose kind have now almost disappeared from the earth. We sought for the moral motives, and made an effort to realize what could be the nature of the sorrows that formerly drove men into solitary places. One of our companions said abruptly, "I've known two recluses, a man and a woman. The woman must be still living. For 5 years she lived at the summit of an absolutely deserted hill on the Corsican coast, 15 or 20 miles from any other house. She lived there with a nurse. I went to see her. She must undoubtedly have been a well-known woman of the world. She received us with courtesy, even with pleasure, but I knew nothing about her, and I discovered nothing. The man, now, well, I'll tell you his unfortunate fate. Turn round. Away over there, you see the peaked and wooded hill that stands out behind La Napoule, thrust up by itself in front of the peaks of the Estoril. Its local name is the Hill of Serpents. That's where my recluse lived for about 12 years, within the walls of a small ancient temple. When I heard of him, I decided to make his acquaintance, and one March morning I set out for Cannes on horseback. I left my mount at the Napoule Inn, and began to climb this strange conical hill on foot. It is perhaps 150 or 200 yards high and covered with aromatic plants, mostly cytisus, whose scent is so strong and pungent that it is quite overpowering and makes you feel positively ill. The ground is stony and you often see long vipers slithering over the stones and disappearing in the grass. That's what gives the place its well-merited nickname of the Hill of Serpents. There are some days when the ground under your feet seems to give birth to these reptiles as you climb the bare, sun-scorched slope. They are so numberless that you daren't walk any farther. You are conscious of a strange uneasiness, not fear, for the creatures are harmless, but a kind of mystic terror. Several times I have had an odd sense that I was climbing a hill sacred of old, a fantastic hill, scented, mysterious, covered with and peopled by serpents and crowned with a temple. The temple is still there. At least, I am told that it was a temple. And I have refrained from trying to find out more about it, because I don't want to destroy the emotional appeal it has for me. Well, I climbed it that March morning, ostensibly to admire the scenery. As I approached the top I did indeed see walls, and, sitting on a stone, a man. He was hardly more than 45 years old, although his hair was quite white, but his beard was still almost black. He was stroking a cat that curled on his knees, and he appeared to take no interest in me. I explored the ruins. A corner of them, roofed over, enclosed behind a construction of branches, straw, grass, and stones, formed his dwelling place. Then I returned and stood beside him. The view from the hill is splendid. On the right the Estoril hills lift their strange truncated peaks. Beyond them the rimless sea stretches to the far-off Italian coast with its innumerable headlands, and over against Cannes the flat green islands of Larens seem to float on the water. The farther of them thrusting into the open sea a massive great castle, ancient and battlement, its walls rising from the waves. Then the Alps, their heads still hooded in the snows, rear their great bulk and dominate the green coast with its string of villas and white tree-fast towns that at this distance look like innumerable eggs laid on the edge of the shore. I murmured, "Gad, what a view!" The man lifted his head and said, "Yes, but when you see it every day and all day, it gets monotonous." So he could speak, my recluse, he could talk and he was bored. I had him. I did not stay very long that day, and I did not try to do more than find out the form his misanthropy took. The impression he made on me was that of a man utterly weary of his fellow creatures, tired of everything, hopelessly disillusioned, and disgusted with himself and with the rest of mankind. I left him after half an hour's conversation. But I came back a week later, and once again the following week, and then every week, so that long before the end of 2 months we were friends. Then, one evening in late May, I decided that the moment had come, and I carried up some food to have dinner with him on the Hill of Serpents. It was one of those southern evenings heavy with the mingled perfume of flowers that this countryside grows as the north grows corn. To make almost all the scents that women use for their bodies and their clothes, an evening when old men's senses stir and swoon in dreams of love born of the fragrance of innumerable orange trees filling the gardens and all the folds of the valley. My recluse greeted me with obvious pleasure, and willingly consented to share my dinner. I made him drink a little wine, to which he had long been unused. It exhilarated him and he began to talk of his past life. I got the impression that he had always lived in Paris, and the life of a gay bachelor. I asked him abruptly, "What mad impulse made you come and perch on this hilltop?" He answered readily, "Oh, because I had the severest blow a man could have. But why should I hide my unhappy fate from you? It might make you pity me, perhaps. And besides, I have never told anyone, never, and I should like to know, just once, how it struck another person, what he thought of it. I was born in Paris, educated in Paris, and I grew up and lived in that city. My parents had left me a few thousand francs income, and I had enough influence to get a quiet subordinate post which made me well off, for a bachelor. Since early youth I had led the life of a bachelor. You know what that's like. Free, with no family ties, determined never to burden myself with a wife, I spent now 3 months with one woman, now 6 months with another, then a companionless year. Sipping honey among the multitude of girls on offer or on sale. This easygoing manner of life, call it commonplace if you like, suited me well enough, and satisfied my natural love of change and novelty. I lived on the boulevard, in theaters and cafés, always out, almost homeless, although I had a comfortable house. I was one of the thousands of people who let themselves drift through life, like corks, for whom the walls of Paris are the walls of the world, who trouble themselves for nothing, since there is nothing they ardently desire. I was what you call a good sort, with no outstanding virtues and no vices. There you have me. And I've a quite accurate knowledge of myself. So, from the time I was 20 to my 40th year, my life ran on, slow or fast, with nothing to disturb its even flow. They go so quickly, those uneventful Parisian years when nothing ever happens that the mind remembers as a turning point, those long crowded years. Gay trivial years, and you eat and drink and laugh without knowing why, and desiring nothing, yet touch your lips to all the savor of life and every kiss that offers. You were young. And then you are old without having done any of the things that other men do, without any ties, any roots, any place in life, almost without friends, without parents, without wives, without children. Well, I reached the 40th year of my easy pleasant life, and to celebrate this anniversary I invited myself to a good dinner in one of the best restaurants. I was alone in the world. It pleased my sense of what was fitting to celebrate the day alone. Dinner over, I could not decide what to do next. I rather wanted to go to a theatre. And then I was struck with the idea of making a pilgrimage to the Quartier Latin where I studied law. So I made my way across Paris and wandered unthinkingly into one of those cafés where you are served by girls. The one who looked after my table was very young, pretty, and bubbling over with laughter. I offered her a drink, which she readily accepted. She sat down opposite me and looked me over with an expert eye, unable to make out what kind of masculine creature she had to deal with. She was fair-haired, fair altogether. She was a clear-skinned, healthy girl, and I guessed her to be plump and rosy under the swelling folds of her bodice. I murmured all the meaningless gallantries that one always says to these girls, and as she was really very charming. The whim suddenly seized me to take her out, just to celebrate my 40th birthday. It was neither long nor difficult to arrange. She was unattached, had been for a fortnight, she told me, and she at once agreed to come and have supper with me at the Halleys when her work was over. As I was afraid that she wouldn't stick to me, you never know what will happen, nor who'll come into these beer shops. Nor what a woman will take into her head to do, I stayed there the whole evening, waiting for her. I had been unattached myself for a month or two, and as I watched this adorable neophyte of love flitting from table to table, I wondered if I shouldn't do as well to take her on for a time. What I'm describing to you is one of the daily commonplace adventures in a Parisian's life. Forgive these crude details. Men who have never known an ideal love take and choose their woman as they choose a chop at the butcher's, without bothering about anything but the quality of their flesh. Well, I went with her to her house, for I've too much respect for my own sheets. It was a workgirl's tiny room, on the 5th floor, clean and bare. I spent 2 delightful hours there. She had an uncommonly graceful and charming way with her, that little girl. When I was ready to go, I walked towards her mantelshelf to deposit thereon the usual present. I had arranged a day for a second interview with the little wench, who was still lying in bed. I saw dimly a clock under a glass case, 2 vases of flowers, and 2 photographs, one of which was very old, one of those negatives on glass called daguerreotypes. I bent casually to look at this portrait, and I stood there paralyzed, too surprised to understand. It was myself, my first portrait, one that I had made long ago when I was a student living in the Quartier Latin. I snatched it up to examine it more closely. I'd made no mistake, and I felt like laughing, it struck me as so queer and unexpected. "Who is this gentleman?" I demanded. "That's my father, whom I never knew," she answered. "Mama left it to me and told me to keep it, because it would be useful to me some day." She hesitated, burst out laughing, and added, "I don't know what for, upon my word. It's not likely he'll come and recognize me." My heart leaped madly, like the galloping of a runaway horse. I laid the picture on its face on the mantelshelf, put 200-franc notes that I had in my pocket on top of it, without at all thinking what I was doing, and hurried out crying, "See you again soon. Goodbye, my dear, goodbye." I heard her answer, "On Wednesday." I was on the darkened stairs and groping my way down them. When I got outside, I saw that it was raining, and I set off with great strides, taking the first road. I walked straight on, dazed, bewildered, raking my memory. Was it possible? Yes, I suddenly remembered a girl who had written to me, about a month after we had broken off relations, that she was with child by me. I had torn up or burned the letter, and forgotten the whole thing. I ought to have looked at the photograph of the woman on the little girl's mantelshelf. But should I have recognized her? I had a vague memory of it as the photograph of an old woman. I reached the quay. I saw a bench and sat down. It was raining. Now and then people hurried past under umbrellas. Life had become for me hateful and revolting, full of miserable shameful things, infamies willed or predestined. My daughter, perhaps I had just possessed my own daughter. And Paris, vast sombre Paris, gloomy, dirty, sad, black, with all its shuttered houses, was full of such like things, adulteries, incests, violated children. I remembered all I'd been told of bridges haunted by vicious and degraded wretches. Without wishing or knowing it, I had sunk lower than those vile creatures. I had climbed into my daughter's bed. I could have thrown myself in the water. I was mad. I wandered about until daybreak, then I went back to my house to think things out. I decided on what seemed to me the most prudent course. I would have a solicitor send for the girl and ask her under what circumstances her mother had given her the portrait of the man she believed to be her father. I would tell him that I was acting on behalf of a friend. The solicitor carried out my instructions. It was on her deathbed that the woman had made a statement about the father of her child, and before a priest whose name I was given. Then, always in the name of this unknown friend, I made half my fortune over to this child, about 140,000 francs. Arranging it so that she could only touch the interest of it. Then I sent in my resignation, and here I am. I was wandering along this coast, and I found this hill and stopped here, since. I have forgotten how long since that was. What do you think of me, and of what I did? I gave him my hand and answered. You did the right thing. There are plenty of men who would have attached less importance to such a vile accident. I know that, he replied, but I almost went mad. I must have had a tender conscience without ever guessing it. And I'm afraid of Paris now, as believers must be afraid of hell. I've had a blow on the head, that's all, a blow like a tile falling on you as you walk down the street. Time is making it more bearable. I left my recluse. His story disturbed me profoundly. I saw him again twice, then I went away, because I never stay in the south after the end of May. When I came back the following year, the man was no longer living on the Hill of Serpents, and I have never heard a word about him since. That's the story of my hermit. On cats. Cape of Antibes. Seated on a bench, the other day at my door, in the full sunlight, with a cluster of anemones in flower before me, I read a book recently published, an honest book. Something uncommon and charming, The Cooper by George Duval. A large white cat that belonged to the gardener jumped upon my lap, and by the shock closed the book, which I placed at my side in order to caress the animal. The weather was warm. A faint suggestive odor of new flowers was in the air, and at times came little cool breezes from the great white summits that I could see in the distance. But the sun was hot and sharp, and the day was one of those that stir the earth, make it alive, break open the seed in order to animate the sleeping germs, and cleave the buds so that the young leaves may spring forth. The cat rolled itself on my knees, lying on its back, its paws in the air, with claws protruding, then receding. The little creature showed its pointed teeth beneath its lips, and its green eyes gleamed in the half-closed slit of its eyelids. I caressed and rubbed the soft, nervous animal, supple as a piece of silk, smooth, warm, delicious, dangerous. She purred with satisfaction, yet was quite ready to scratch, for a cat loves to scratch as well as to be petted. She held out her neck and rolled again, and when I took my hand from her, she raised herself and pushed her head against my lifted hand. I made her nervous, and she made me nervous also, for, although I like cats in a certain way, I detest them at the same time, those animals so charming and so treacherous. It gives me pleasure to fondle them, to rub under my hand their silky fur that sometimes crackles, to feel their warmth through this fine and exquisite covering. Nothing is softer, nothing gives to the skin a sensation more delicate, more refined, more rare, than the warm, living coat of a cat. But this living coat also communicates to me, through the ends of my fingers, a strange and ferocious desire to strangle the animal I am caressing. I feel in her the desire she has to bite and scratch me. I feel it, that same desire, as if it were an electric current communicated from her to me. I run my fingers through the soft fur and the current passes through my nerves from my fingertips to my heart, even to my brain, it tingles throughout my being and causes me to shut my teeth hard. And if the animal begins to bite and scratch me, I seize her by the neck, I give her a turn and throw her far from me, as I would throw a stone from a sling. So quickly and so brutally that she never has time to revenge herself. I remember that when I was a child I loved cats, yet I had even then that strange desire to strangle them with my little hands. And one day at the end of the garden, at the beginning of the woods, I perceived suddenly something grey rolling in the high grass. I went to see what it was, and found a cat caught in a snare, strangling, suffocating, dying. It rolled, tore up the ground with its claws, bounded, fell inert, then began again, and its hoarse, rapid breathing made a noise like a pump, a frightful noise which I hear yet. I could have taken a spade and cut the snare, I could have gone to find the servant or tell my father. No, I did not move, and with beating heart I watched it die with a trembling and cruel joy. It was a cat. If it had been a dog, I would rather have cut the copper wire with my teeth than let it suffer a second more. When the cat was quite dead, but yet warm, I went to feel of it and pull its tail. These little creatures are delicious, notwithstanding, delicious above all, because in caressing them, while they are rubbing against our skin, purring and rolling on us, looking at us with their yellow eyes which seem never to see us, we realize the insecurity of their tenderness, the perfidious selfishness of their pleasure. Some women, also, give us that sensation, women who are charming, tender, with clear yet false eyes, who have chosen us entirely for their gratification. Near them, when they open their arms and offer their lips, when a man folds them to his heart with bounding pulses, when he tastes the joy of their delicate caress, he realizes well that he holds a perfidious, tricky cat, with claws and fangs, an enemy in love, who will bite him when she is tired of kisses. Many of the poets have loved cats. Baudelaire has sung of them divinely. I had one day the strange sensation of having inhabited the enchanted palace of the White Cat, a magic castle where reigned one of those undulant, mysterious, troubling animals, the only one, perhaps, of all living creatures that one never hears walk. This adventure occurred last year on this same shore of the Mediterranean. At Nice there was atrocious heat, and I asked myself as to whether there was not, somewhere in the mountains above us, a fresh valley where one might find a breath of fresh air. Florence was recommended to me, and I wished to see it immediately. To get there I had first to go to Grasse, the town of perfumes, concerning which I shall write some day, and tell how the essences and quintessences of flowers are manufactured there, costing up to 2,000 francs the liter. I passed the night in an old hotel of the town, a poor kind of inn, where the quality of the food was as doubtful as the cleanliness of the rooms. I went on my way in the morning. The road went straight up into the mountains, following the deep ravines, which were overshadowed by sterile peaks, pointed and savage. I thought that my advisers had recommended to me a very extraordinary kind of summer excursion, and I was almost on the point of returning to Nice the same day, when I saw suddenly before me, on a mountain which appeared to close the entrance to the entire valley, an immense and picturesque ruined castle, showing towers and broken walls, of a strange architecture, in profile against the sky. It proved to be an ancient castle that had belonged to the Templars, who, in bygone days, had governed this country of Florence. I made a detour of this mountain, and suddenly discovered a long, green valley, fresh and reposeful. Upon its level were meadows, running waters, and willows, and on its sides grew tall pine trees. In front of the ruins, on the other side of the valley, but standing lower, was an inhabited castle, called the Castle of the Four Towers, which was built about the year 1530. One could not see any trace of the Renaissance period, however. It was a strong and massive square structure, apparently possessing tremendous powers of resistance, and it was supported by 4 defensive towers, as its name would indicate. I had a letter of introduction to the owner of this manor, who would not permit me to go to the hotel. The whole valley is one of the most charming spots in summer that one could dream of. I wandered about there until evening, and after dinner I went to the apartment that had been reserved for me. I first passed through a sort of sitting room, the walls of which were covered by old Cordova leather. Then went through another room, where, by the light of my candle, I noticed rapidly, in passing, several old portraits of ladies, those paintings of which Théophile Gautier has written. I entered the room where my bed was, and looked around me. The walls were hung with antique tapestries, where one saw rose-colored donjons in blue landscapes, and great fantastic birds sitting under foliage of precious stones. My dressing-room was in one of the towers. The windows wide on the inside and narrow to a mere slit on the outside, going through the entire thickness of the walls, were, in reality, nothing but loopholes, through which one might kill an approaching enemy. I shut my door, went to bed, and slept. Presently I dreamed. Usually one dreams a little of something that has passed during the day. I seemed to be traveling. I entered an inn, where I saw at a table before the fire a servant in complete livery, and a mason, a strange association which did not astonish me. These people spoke of Victor Hugo, who had just died, and I took part in their conversation. At last I went to bed in a room, the door of which I could not shut. And suddenly, I saw the servant and the mason, armed with sabres, coming softly toward my bed. I awoke at once, and a few moments passed before I could recollect where I was. Then I recalled quickly my arrival of the day before at Thorrance, the occurrences of the evening, and my pleasant reception by the owner. I was just about to close my eyes, when I saw distinctly in the darkness, in the middle of my room, at about the height of a man's head, 2 fiery eyes watching me. I seized a match, and while striking it I heard a noise, a light, soft noise, like the sound of a wet rag thrown on the floor. But after I had lighted the candle I saw nothing but a tall table in the middle of the room. I rose, went through both apartments, looked under the bed and into the closets, and found nothing. I thought then that perhaps I had continued dreaming after I was awake, and so I went to sleep again, but not without trouble. I dreamed again. This time I traveled once more, but in the Orient, in the country that I love. I arrived at the house of a Turk, who lived in the middle of a desert. He was a superb Turk, not an Arab, but a Turk, fat, friendly, and charming. He was dressed in Turkish attire, with a turban on his head, and a whole shopful of silk on his back, a real Turk of the Théâtre Français, who made me compliments while offering me sweetmeats. Sitting on a voluptuous divan. Then a little black boy took me to a room. All my dreams ended in this fashion in those days. It was a perfumed room decorated in sky blue, with skins of wild beasts on the floor, and before the fire, the idea of fire pursued me even in the desert. On a low chair, was a woman, lightly clothed, who was waiting for me. She was of the purest oriental type, with stars tattooed on her cheeks and forehead and chin. She had immense eyes, a beautiful form, and slightly brown skin, a warm and exciting skin. She looked at me, and I thought, this is what I understand to be the true meaning of the word hospitality. In our stupid and prudish northern countries, with their hateful mawkishness of ideas, and silly notions of morality, a man would never receive a stranger in this fashion. I went up to the woman and spoke to her, but she replied only by signs, not knowing a word of my language, which the Turk, her master, understood so well. All the happier that she would be silent, I took her by the hand and led her toward my couch, where I placed myself by her side. But one always awakens at those moments. So I opened my eyes and was not greatly surprised to feel beneath my hand something soft and warm, which I caressed lovingly. Then, my mind clearing, I recognized that it was a cat, a big cat rolled up against my cheek, sleeping there with confidence. I left it there and composed myself to sleep once more. When daylight appeared he was gone, and I really thought I had dreamed he had been with me, for I could not understand how he could have come in and gone out, as my door was locked. When I related my dream and my adventure to my agreeable host, not the whole of it, he began to laugh, and said, he came in through his own door, and raising a curtain, he showed me a little round hole in the wall. I learned then that the old habitations of this country have long narrow runways through the walls, which go from the cellar to the garret, from the servants' rooms to the rooms of the seigneur. And these passages render the cat king and master of the interior of the house. He goes where it pleases him, visits his domain at his pleasure, sleeps in all the beds, sees all, hears all, knows all the secrets, all the habits, all the shames of the house. Everywhere he is at home, the animal that moves without noise, the silent prowler, the nocturnal rover of the hollowed walls. And I thought of Baudelaire. Rosalie Prudent. There certainly was in this affair an element of mystery which neither the jury, nor the president, nor the attorney general himself could understand. The girl Prudent, Rosalie, a maid employed by the Varambot family, of Mantes, became pregnant unknown to her employers, was brought to bed during the night in her attic bedroom, and had then killed and buried her child in the garden. The story was like all other stories of every infanticide committed by a servant. But one fact remained inexplicable. The investigations conducted in the girl Prudent's bedroom had led to the discovery of a complete set of baby clothes, made by Rosalie herself, who for 3 months had spent her nights in cutting out and sewing them. The grocer, from whom, out of her own wages, she had bought the candles burned in this long labor, had come forward as a witness. Moreover, it was known that the local midwife, whom the girl had informed of her condition, had given her all instructions and practical advice necessary in case her time happened to come at a moment when no help was at hand. She had further sought a place at Poissy for the girl Prudent, who foresaw her dismissal, since the Varambot couple took questions of morality very seriously. They were there present at the assizes, the man and his wife, an ordinary provincial middle-class couple of small means, furiously annoyed with this slut who had defiled their house. They would have liked to see her guillotined on the spot, without a trial, and they overwhelmed her with malicious evidence that in their mouths became veritable accusations. The guilty woman, a fine strapping girl from Basse Normandy, with as much education as a girl of her class would have, wept incessantly and made no reply. There was nothing for it but to suppose that she had committed this barbarous action in a moment of despair and madness, since everything pointed to the fact that she had hoped to keep and rear her child. The president made one more attempt to get her to speak, to wring a confession from her. He urged her with the utmost kindliness, and at last made her understand that all these men come together to judge her did not wish for her death and could even pity her. Then she made up her mind. "Come," he asked, "tell us first who is the father of this child." So far she had obstinately withheld this information. She answered suddenly, staring angrily at the employers who had spoken with much malice against her. It was Monsieur Joseph, Monsieur Varambot's nephew. The couple started violently and cried out with one voice, "It's a lie. She's lying. It's a vile slander." The president silenced them and added, "Go on, please, and tell us how it happened." Then she poured out a sudden flood of words, comforting her shut heart, her poor lonely bruised heart, spilling out her grief, the full measure of her grief, before the severe men whom until this moment she had looked upon as enemies and inflexible judges. Yes, it was Monsieur Joseph Varambot, when he came on leave last year. What does Monsieur Joseph Varambot do? He's an NCO in the artillery, sir. He spent 2 months in the house, you see. 2 summer months. I didn't think anything of it, I didn't, when he began staring at me, and then saying sweet things to me, and then coaxing me all day long. I let myself be taken in, I did, sir. He kept on telling me that I was a fine girl, that I was nice to look at, that I was his sort. I was pleased with this, I was, for sure. What do you expect? You listen to these things when you're alone, all alone, like me. I'm alone in the world, sir. I've no one to talk to, no one to tell about things that vexed me. I haven't a father, or mother, or brother, or sister, no one. I felt as if he was a brother who'd come back when he began talking to me. And then he asked me to go down to the river bank with him one evening, so we could talk without being heard. I went. I did. How did I know what I was doing? How did I know what I did after that? He put his arm round me. I'm sure I didn't want to, no. I couldn't. I wanted to cry, it was such a lovely night, the moon was shining. I couldn't, he did what he wanted. It went on like that for 3 weeks, as long as he stayed. I would have followed him to the end of the world, he went away. I didn't know I was going to have a baby, I didn't. I didn't know until a month after. She broke into such a passion of weeping that they had to give her time to control herself again. Then the president spoke to her like a priest in the confessional, "Come now, tell us everything." She went on with her tale. "When I saw I was pregnant, I went and told Madame Boudin, the midwife, who's there to tell you I did. And I asked her what I ought to do supposing it happened when she wasn't there. And then I made all the little clothes, night after night, until 1 o'clock in the morning, every night. And then I looked out for another place, for I knew quite well I'd be dismissed, but I wanted to stay in the house up to the very last, to save my bit of money. Seeing I hardly had any and I had to have all I could, for the little baby. So you didn't want to kill it? Oh, for sure I didn't, sir. Then why did you kill it? It's like this. It happened sooner than I'd have believed. The pains took me in my kitchen, as I was finishing my washing up. Monsieur and Madame Varambot were already asleep, so I went upstairs, not without pain, dragging myself from step to step. And I lay down on the floor, on the boards, so I shouldn't soil my bed. It lasted maybe an hour, maybe 2, maybe 3, I don't know, it hurt me so dreadful. And then I pressed down with all my strength, I felt him coming out, and I gathered him up. Oh, I was so pleased, I was. I did everything that Madame Boudin had told me, everything. And then I put him on my bed. And then, if I hadn't another pain, a mortal pain. If you knew what it was like, you men, you'd think a bit more about doing it, you would. I fell on my knees, then on my back, on the floor. And I had it all over again, maybe another hour, maybe 2, all by myself, there, and then another one came out, another little baby, 2, yes, 2, think of it. I took him up like the first and laid him on the bed, side by side, 2. Could I do with it now? 2 children. Me that earns £1 a month. Tell me, could I do with it? 1, yes, could be managed, with scraping and saving, but not 2. It turned my head. I didn't know what I was doing, I didn't. How do you think I could choose one? I didn't know what I was doing. I thought my last hour had come. I put the pillow over them, without knowing what I was doing. I couldn't keep 2, and I lay down again on top of it. And then I stayed there tossing and crying until I saw the light coming in at the window. They were dead under the pillow for sure. Then I took them under my arm, I got down the stairs, I went out into the kitchen garden, I took the garden spade, and I buried them in the ground, as deep as I could, one in one place. The other in another, not together, so that they couldn't speak about their mother, if little dead babies can speak. I don't know about it, I don't. And then I was so ill in my bed that I couldn't get up. They fetched the doctor and he knew all about it. It's the truth, your worship. Do what you like, I'm ready. Half the jury were blowing their noses violently, to keep back their tears. Women were sobbing in the court. The president questioned her. Where did you bury the other one? Which did you find, she asked. Well, the one who was in the artichokes. Oh, well. The other one is among the strawberries, at the edge of the well. And she began to sob so dreadfully that her moans were heartbreaking to hear. The girl Rosalie Prudent was acquitted. Madame Parisse. Chapter 1. I was sitting on the breakwater of the little harbor of Aubernon, near the small town of La Salis, watching Antibes in the setting sun. I have never seen anything so startling or so lovely. The little town, shut within the heavy ramparts built by M. de Vauban, thrusts out into the sea, in the center of the wide Bay of Nice. The great waves of the open sea run in and break at its feet, wreathing her with flowers of foam. And above the ramparts, the houses climb on each other's shoulders up to the 2 towers lifting to the sky like the 2 horns of an old helmet. And these 2 towers are sharply outlined on the milky whiteness of the Alps, on the vast and far-off wall of snow that bars the whole horizon. Between the white foam below the walls and the white snow on the rim of the sky the little town stands like a brilliant flower against the deep blue of the nearest hills. And lifts to the rays of the setting sun a pyramid of red-roofed houses whose white walls are yet all so different that they seem to hold every subtle shade. And the sky above the Alps is an almost white blue itself, as if the snow had colored off onto it. A few silver clouds float just above the pale peaks. And at the other side of the bay, Nice, lying at the edge of the water, stretches like a white thread between sea and mountain. 2 large 3-cornered sails, driven before a strong breeze, seemed to run over the waves. Filled with wonder, I looked at it all. It was a sight so fair, so divine, so rare that it made itself a place in your heart, as unforgettable as remembered joys. It is through the eyes that we live and think and suffer and are moved. The man who can feel through his eyes enjoys, in the contemplation of things and human beings, the same deep, sharp, subtle joy as the man whose heart is ravished by the music striking on a delicate sensitive ear. I said to my companion, Martini, a true Southerner. That is really one of the rarest sights it has ever been my good fortune to admire. I have seen the monstrous granite jewel of Mont Saint-Michel rise from its sands at dawn. I have seen in the Sahara the lake of Rein-Echirgi, 50 miles long, gleaming under a moon as brilliant as our sun's, with a white wraith of mist like a milky vapor rising from it to the moon. I have seen, in the Lipari Islands, the fantastic sulfur crater of Vulcanello, a giant flower that smokes and flames, a monstrous yellow flower blossoming in the middle of the sea, with a volcano for a stem. And after all I've seen nothing more marvelous than Antibes outlined against the Alps at sunset. I don't know why my mind is haunted by echoes of old tales, lines of Homer are ringing in my head, it's an old eastern town, a town from the Odyssey, it's Troy, although Troy was not on the sea. Martini drew his Sardi guide from his pocket and read. The town had its beginnings in a colony founded by the Phoenicians from Marseilles, towards 340 BC. They gave it the Greek name of Antipolis, that is to say, against town, a town facing another, because it did actually face Nice, another Marseilles colony. After the conquest of Gaul the Romans made Antibes a city, its inhabitants enjoyed the rights of Roman citizenship. We know, by one of Martial's epigrams, that in his time he was going on. I interrupted him, I don't care what it was. I tell you that I am looking down at a town from the Odyssey. Asiatic or European coast, the coasts of both are alike, and the coast on the other side of the Mediterranean is not the one that stirs in me, as this one does, a dream of old heroic days. A sound made me turn round. A woman, a tall, dark-skinned woman, was walking along the road that runs beside the sea towards the headland. Martini murmured, sounding the final sibilance of the name, that's Madame Parisse, you know. No, I didn't know, but the chance sound of this name, the name of the Trojan shepherd, deepened my illusion. Who is this Madame Parisse? I asked, however. He seemed amazed that I did not know the story. I swore that I didn't know it. And I looked at the woman who walked dreamily past without seeing us, walking gravely and slowly as the women of the old world must have walked. She must have been about 35 years old and she was still beautiful, very beautiful, although a little stout. And this is the story that Martini told me. Chapter 2. Madame Parisse, a young girl of the Combelhomme family, had married, 1 year before the War of 1870, a government official called Parisse. She was then a beautiful young girl, as slender and merry as she was now stout and sad. She had reluctantly accepted Parisse, who was one of those pot-bellied, short-legged little men who mince along in trousers that are always cut too wide. After the war, Antibes was occupied by a single infantry regiment commanded by Jean de Carmelin, a young officer who had been decorated during the campaign and who had just become a major. As he was bored to death in this fortress, in this stifling molehill shut in between its double rampart of enormous walls, the major formed the habit of walking on the headland. A sort of park or pine wood lashed by all the sea winds. He met Madame Parisse there, she too came, on summer evenings, for a breath of fresh air under the trees. How did they fall in love? Who could say? They met, they looked at each other, and out of each other's sight doubtless they thought of one another. The image of the young woman, brown-eyed, black-haired, pale-skinned, the beautiful glowing southern woman who showed her teeth when she smiled, hovered before the eyes of the officer as he continued his walk, chewing his cigar instead of smoking it. And the image of the major in his tight-fitting tunic, scarlet-trousered and covered with gold lace, his fair mustache curling above his lip, must have flitted past the eyes of Madame Parisse in the evening when her husband, badly shaven and badly dressed, short-limbed and paunchy, came home to supper. Perhaps they smiled, seeing each other again, meeting so often. And seeing each other so often, they began to fancy that they knew each other. He must have saluted her. She was surprised and bowed, ever so slightly, just enough not to seem discourteous. But at the end of a fortnight she was returning his greeting from afar, before ever they had drawn near each other. He spoke to her. Of what? Probably of the sunset. And they admired it together, looking into each other's eyes oftener than at the horizon. And every evening for a fortnight this was the unvarying conventional excuse for a few minutes' talk. Then they were bold enough to walk a little way together, talking of various things. But already their eyes were saying 1,000 more intimate things, delightful secret things that are reflected in soft tender glances and quicken the heart's wild beating, revealing the hidden desires more plainly than any protestations. Then he must have taken her hand, and stammered those words that a woman understands and pretends not to hear. And they told each other that they loved without proving their love by any gross and sensual act. The woman would have stayed indefinitely in this halfway house of affection, but the man wanted to go further. He pressed her each day more fiercely to yield herself to his violent desire. She resisted, she would not, seemed determined not to give in. However, one evening she said to him casually, "My husband has just gone to Marseilles. He will be away for 4 days." Jean de Carmelin threw himself at her feet, and entreated her to open her door that very evening, about 11 o'clock. But she did not listen and went home in seeming anger. The Major was in an ill humor all evening. And that day at dawn he stalked furiously up and down the ramparts, from the band school to the squad drill, flinging punishments at officers and men, like a man flinging stones in a crowd. But when he returned from breakfast, he found under his napkin an envelope containing these 4 words. "Tonight at 10 o'clock. And he gave the orderly who was serving him 5 francs for no reason at all. The day seemed far too long for him. He spent part of it in curling and scenting himself. Just as he sat down to dinner, another envelope was handed to him. Inside he found this telegram. "Darling, business finished. I return this evening 9 o'clock train. Parisse." The commandant let fly an oath so heartfelt that the orderly dropped the soup tureen on the floor. What was to be done? He wanted her that evening, at all costs, and he would have her. He would have her by hook or by crook, even if he had to arrest and imprison the husband. Suddenly a wild idea came into his head. He sent for paper and wrote. "Madam. He will not come home this evening, I swear it, and at 10 o'clock I will be at the appointed place. Don't be afraid of anything. I promise you it will be all right, on my honor as an officer. Jean de Carmelin." He sent off the letter, and placidly finished his dinner. Towards 8 o'clock, he sent for Captain Griboy, his second in command, and crushing M. Parisse crumpled telegram between his fingers, he said. "Captain Griboy, I have received a strange telegram, the contents of which I cannot possibly tell you. You will shut the town gates at once and set a guard, so that no one, you understand, can come in or go out before 6 o'clock in the morning. You will also send patrols through the streets and compel the townspeople to be in their houses at 9 o'clock. Any person found outside after that hour will be conducted to his house manu militari. If your men meet me tonight they will walk in the opposite direction, without making any sign of recognition. You have that quite clear?" "Yes, sir." "I make you responsible for the carrying out of these orders, Griboy." "Yes, sir." "Will you have a chartreuse?" "Delighted, sir." They touched glasses, drank the tawny liqueur, and Captain Griboy went off. Chapter 3. The Marseilles train came into the station to the minute of 9 o'clock, deposited 2 travelers on the platform and continued its journey to Nice. One was tall and thin, M. Saribi, oil merchant, the other fat and short, Parisse. They set off side by side, carrying their suitcases, towards the town, which was a mile away. But when they reached the harbor gate, the sentries fixed bayonets and ordered them to keep out. Startled, stupefied, quite dazed with surprise, they drew off and deliberated. Then after taking counsel together, they returned cautiously to parley and gave their names. But the soldiers must have had the strictest orders, for they threatened to shoot. And the two terrified travelers fled with all possible agility, leaving behind the suitcases that weighed them down. Then they walked round the ramparts and presented themselves at the Ken gate. It was as closely shut, and it too was guarded by menacing sentries. Cerebi and Parisse, being prudent men, pursued the matter no further, but returned to the station in search of shelter, for the road round the fortifications was not very safe after sundown. A surprised and sleepy porter allowed them to spend the night in the waiting room. They spent it side by side, without a light, on the green velvet sofa, too terrified to think of sleeping. They found it a long night. Towards 6:30 they learned that the gates were open, and that they could at last get into Antibes. They set out, but they did not find their abandoned suitcases on the road. When, a little uneasy, they stepped through the town gate, the commanding officer himself, with the ends of his mustache twisted up and veiled impenetrable glance, came up to identify and question them. Then he saluted them politely and apologized for having made them spend an unpleasant night. But he had been compelled to carry out his orders. The citizens of Antibes were utterly bewildered. Some people said that the Italians had been planning a surprise attack, others said that the prince had gone away by boat, and yet others believed there had been an Orleanist plot. The truth was not suspected until later, when it came out that the battalion had been posted to a distant station and de Carmelin severely punished. Chapter 4. Martini had finished speaking. Madame Parisse, her walk over, was returning. She passed near me, gravely, her eyes turned to the Alps whose peaks were rosy now in the last rays of the sun. I wanted to speak to her, the poor unhappy woman who must have thought long of that night of love, now so far in the past. And of the bold man who for one kiss of hers had dared to put a town in a state of siege and jeopardize his whole future. He had doubtless forgotten her now, or remembered her only when his tongue was loosened by wine and he told the story of that audacious, comic and passionate jest. Had she seen him again? Did she still love him? I thought, it is an admirable instance of modern love, absurd and still heroic. The Homer who would sing this Helen, and the adventure of her Menelaus, would have to possess the mind of Paul de Kock. And yet the hero of this forsaken woman is brave, daring, beautiful, as strong as Achilles, and craftier than Ulysses. Julie Romain. One spring 2 years ago I was tramping along the Mediterranean coast. Is there anything pleasanter than striding along a road, lost in dreams? You walk in a world full of light, through the caressing wind, on the slopes of mountains and on the edge of the sea. And you dream. What phantom loves and adventures the vagabond imagination lives through in a 2 hours tramp. Born in the warm light air, 1,000 dreamy joyous expectations jostle each other in your mind. You breathe them in with the gentle wind, and in the depths of your heart they wake an appetite for happiness that grows with the hunger whetted by much walking. Happy winged thoughts soar and sing like birds. I was tramping down the long road that runs from Asti, Raphael to Italy, less a road than a magnificent shifting scene that seems made to form a background for all the love poems in the world. And I thought that from Cannes, which is full of determined poseurs, to Monaco, which is full of gamblers, hardly a soul comes to this part of the world except to swagger and fling money about and to display, under this glorious sky, in this garden of roses and orange blossom, every form of mean vanity, senseless pretension and vile covetousness, and to reveal the soul of man for what it is, abject, ignorant, arrogant and greedy. Suddenly I saw, in the curve of one of those ravishing bays that each bend of the mountain road reveals, a small group of villas. There were not more than 4 or 5 and they lay at the foot of the mountain. between the sea and a dense pine wood that stretched far away behind them down two great valleys. There were no roads through the valley and probably no way out of them. One of these chalets was so charming that I stood stock still in front of the gate. It was a small white house with brown timbers, and covered with roses climbing to the very roof. And the garden, a veritable cloth of flowers, of all colors and all sizes, mingled in a capricious and inspired disorder. They covered the lawn. Every step of the terrace had a clump of flowers at each end, blue or yellow clusters drooped from the windows over the gleaming wall. And the stone balustrade of the veranda that roofed this adorable home was garlanded with great scarlet bellflowers, like drops of blood. Behind the house I saw a long alley of orange trees running back to the foot of the mountain. On the door, in small golden letters, this name, Villa d'Anton. I wondered what poet or fairy lived there, what inspired recluse had discovered this place and created this dream house that seemed to have sprung up in the heart of a bunch of flowers. A stone breaker was crushing stones a little farther down the road. I asked him the name of the owner of this jewel. Madame Julie Romain, he answered. Julie Romain. Long ago, when I was a child, I had heard of her, the great actress, Rachel's rival. No woman had ever been more applauded or more beloved, especially more beloved. What duels and suicides there were for her sake, how the town rang with tales of her adventures. How old would this Circe be now? 60, 70, 75? Julie Romain. Here, in this house. The woman whom our greatest musician and our greatest poet had adored. I could still remember the excitement roused through the whole of France. I was 12 years old then, when she fled to Sicily with the poet after her terrific quarrel with the musician. She had gone one evening, after a first night at which the audience had applauded her for half an hour and called her before the final curtain 11 times. She had set out with the poet in a fast chaise. Post-chaises were in use then. They had crossed the sea to enjoy their love in the island of antiquity, Sicily. Daughter of a Grecian mother, under the shadow of the vast orange grove that encircles Palermo and bears the name of Conque d'Or. The story spread abroad of their ascent of Etna, and how they hung over the immense crater, locked in each other's arms, cheek to cheek. As if they were going to fling themselves into the fiery depths. He was dead, the man who had written that disturbing poetry, so profound that it had made a whole generation dizzy, so subtle, so mysterious that it had opened a new world to the new poets. The other one, the man she had left, was dead too, he who had found for her melodies that lingered in the memories of all living men, melodies of triumph and despair, maddening. Plucking the heart out of their bodies. And she was here, in this house veiled with flowers. I didn't hesitate a moment, I rang the bell. A small servant opened the door, an awkward boy of 18 with clumsy hands. I wrote on my card a happy compliment to the old actress and an earnest request that she would see me. Perhaps she would know my name and consent to open her door to me. The young footman went away, then came back and asked me to follow him. He showed me into an austerely tidy room in the style of Louis Philippe, with uninteresting heavy furniture from which a small 16-year-old maid, very thin but rather pretty, was removing the dust covers in my honor. Then I was left alone. There were 3 portraits on the walls, one of the actress in one of her roles. One of the poet in a long, close-fitting frock coat and frilled shirt, and one of the musician sitting at a clavichord. She was fair, charming and blue-eyed, with the mannered beauty of her age, and her mouth curved into a gracious smile. The painting was done with a patient care, detailed, elegant and lifeless. They seemed to have an eye to their effect on posterity even then. All 3 belonged to another age, to days that were no more and a generation that had passed. A door opened and a little woman came in, old, very little, with folds of white hair, white eyebrows, a veritable white mouse, moving with swift furtive steps. She held out her hand, and said in a voice that was still clear and rich and thrilling. "I am glad to see you. How kind it is of a young man to remember an old woman. Please sit down." And I told her how I had been fascinated by her house and had wanted to know the owner's name, and how, hearing it, I had not been able to resist the desire to knock at her door. "I am all the more delighted," she answered, "because this is the first time that such a thing has happened. When they brought me your card, with its charming little phrase, I trembled as if they had announced an old friend not seen for 20 years. I am dead, you see, and no one remembers me, no one will think of me, until the day when I die for good. And then for 3 days all the papers will write about Julie Romain, with anecdotes, details, memories of my past, and enthusiastic eulogies. Then that will be the end of me." She paused, and, after a silence, added, "And that won't be long now. In a few months, in a few days, nothing will remain of this little living woman but a little skeleton." She lifted her eyes to her portrait, which smiled at her, smiled at this old woman, this caricature of itself. Then she looked at the two men, the haughty poet and the inspired musician, who seemed to say, "What has this ravaged creature to do with us?" A poignant indefinable grief overwhelmed me, wringing my heart, grief for the living dead who go on struggling in their memories like a man drowning in deep waters. From my chair I could see smart swiftly driven carriages rolling along the road from Nice to Monaco. Inside them sat young women, lovely, rich, happy women, and smiling complacent men. She followed my glance, guessed what I was thinking, and murmured, with a smile of resignation, "One can't live and have lived. How wonderful your life must have been," I said. She sighed deeply. "Wonderful and sweet. That is why I regret it so bitterly." I saw that she was in a mood to talk about herself, and very gently, with the utmost care, as if I were touching a painful wound, I began to question her. She told me about her successes, her wild joys, her friends, the whole story of her triumphant life. I asked her, "Did you find your keenest joys and your real happiness in the theater?" "Oh, no," she said emphatically. I smiled. She threw a sorrowful glance at the two portraits and added, "I found it in them." I could not resist asking, "Which of them?" "Both. Sometimes I even confuse them with each other when I recall the past, and besides I feel remorseful towards one of them now." "Then, madam, it's not to them but to love itself that you are grateful. They were only love's interpreters." "Perhaps so. But what interpreters? Are you sure that you haven't, that you wouldn't have been as well loved, better loved, by a simple gentleman, a man who would not have been famous, who would have given you his whole life? His whole heart, all his thoughts, his every hour, his whole being. Whereas those two men gave you two formidable rivals, music and poetry." She cried out passionately, in that still youthful voice of hers with its strange thrilling note. "No, monsieur, no. Another man might have loved me better, but he wouldn't have loved me as they did. They too sang me music and love as no one else in the world could have sung them. What ecstasy I had of them! Could another man, any other man, have drawn what they too were able to draw from sounds and words? Is it enough to love, if you can't put into your love all the music of heaven and earth? They knew how to sweep a woman off her feet with song and words. Yes, perhaps there was more illusion than reality in our passion. But illusions lift you to the clouds while realities always leave your feet planted on the ground. Others may have loved me more, but only through them did I understand love, and know it and adore it." And she fell into a sudden weeping. She wept without a sound, hopeless tears. I pretended not to see her, and sat looking into space. After a while she went on. "You see, monsieur, for most people the heart ages with the body. It hasn't been so with me. My poor body is 69 years old and my poor heart is 20. And that is why I live alone, with my flowers and my dreams." A long silence fell on us. She recovered her self-control and began to talk again, with a smile. "How you would laugh at me if you knew how I spend my evenings, when it is fine. I am ashamed and sorry for myself both at once." I begged her in vain, she would not tell me what she did. Then I rose to go. "Already?" she cried. And when I announced that I must dine in Monte Carlo, she asked me diffidently, "You wouldn't care to dine with me? I should be so glad if you would." I accepted at once. She was delighted, and rang the bell. Then, when she had given some orders to the little maid, she took me round the house. The dining room opened on to a kind of glass veranda filled with shrubs. And through it I could see from one end to the other of the long alley of orange trees that stretched away back to the mountain. A low seat, hidden under the plants, indicated that the old actress often sat there. Then we went into the garden to look at the flowers. The evening stole down, one of those warm quiet evenings that release all the sense of earth. It was almost dark when we sat down to the table. The dinner was a long and excellent one, and we became intimate friends, she and I, when she realized what profound sympathy for her filled my heart. She had drunk 2 fingers of wine, as they used to say, and was becoming more confidential and expansive. "Let us go and look at the moon," she said. "I adore the kind moon. She has witnessed all my dearest joys. I think sometimes that all the things I remember are in her, and that I have only to look at her to have them come back to me at once. And even, sometimes, in the dusk, I allow myself a pretty sight, pretty, do you know? But no, you'd laugh too much at me. I can't. I daren't, no, indeed I daren't." I implored her. "Let me see it, what is it? Tell me, I promise you I won't laugh. I promise, let me see it." She hesitated. I took her hands, her poor little hands, so thin and cold, and I kissed them one after the other, several times, as her lovers had done in the old days. She was touched. She hesitated. "You promise you won't laugh?" "Yes, I promise." "Then come." She rose. And as the little servant, awkward in his green livery, drew away her chair, she spoke a few low quick words in his ear. "Yes, madam," he answered, at once. She took my arm and led me on to the veranda. The orange grove was truly a marvelous sight. The risen moon, a full moon, flung down it a thin silver path, a long line of light that fell across the yellow sand between the thick round tops of the somber trees. The trees were in blossom and their sweet heady scent filled the night. In their dark green shadows flitted a cloud of gleaming fireflies like star dust. I cried, "Oh, what a setting for a love scene!" She smiled. "Isn't it? Isn't it? Wait and see." She made me sit beside her. "This is what makes me regret my spent life. But you hardly think of these things, you modern men. You are all stockbrokers, tradesmen, men of affairs. You are hardly able to talk to us. When I say us, I mean the young. Love affairs have become intrigues that often begin with an unpaid dressmaker's bill. If you think the bill is dearer than the lady, you withdraw. But if you think more of the lady than of the bill, you pay. Charming ways, charming loves." She took my hand. "Look." I sat there in an ecstasy of surprise and delight. From the far end of the alley, down the path of moonlight, came 2 young people with arms round each other's waists. They came towards us, locked together, charming, walking with tiny steps, stepping through pools of light that flung a sudden glory round them before they were lost in the shadows again. He was dressed in the white satin coat of a past century and a hat covered with an ostrich feather. She wore a paniard gown, and the high powdered hair of the lovely ladies of the Regency. 100 paces from us they paused, standing in the middle of the alley, and embraced with a pretty ceremony. And all at once I recognized the 2 little servants. Then one of those dreadful spasms of mirth that grip your very bowels bent me double in my chair. I did not laugh out, however. Sick and convulsed, I fought it down as a man whose leg is being cut off fights down the cry that forces open his throat and his jaw. But the children were turning back towards the end of the alley. And once more they were enchanting. They went slowly farther and farther away and at last vanished, like the vanishing of a dream. Now they were out of sight. The empty alley wore an air of sadness. And I went away too. I went away so that I shouldn't see it again. For I realized that it would go on for a very long time, this spectacle that recalled all the past years of love and play acting, the mannered deceitful seductive past. With all its false and all its real charms, this spectacle that could still stir the pulses of the old woman who had been an actress and a great lover. The sign. The little Marquise de Renedon was still asleep, in the warm-scented room, in her soft low wide bed, between her sheets of fine lawn, as fragile as love, as caressing as a kiss. She slept alone, peacefully, the deep happy sleep of the divorced. She was awakened by the sound of sharp voices in the little blue drawing-room. She recognized her dearest friend, the little Baroness de Grangery, arguing her right to come in with the maid who was guarding her mistress's door. Then the little Marquise rose, drew the bolts, turned the key, lifted the curtain and thrust out her head, only her fair head, hidden under a cloud of hair. "What has brought you here so early?" she said. "It's not 9 o'clock yet." The little Baroness, very pale, nervous and feverish, answered. "I must speak to you. A dreadful thing has happened to me. Come in, darling." She came in, they kissed, and the little Marquise climbed back into bed while the maid opened the windows, letting in air and light. Then, when the servant was gone, Madame de Renedon went on, "Now tell me." Madame de Grangery began to cry, shedding those pretty crystal drops that add so to a woman's charm, and stammered, without drying her eyes, which would have made them red, "Oh, my dear. What's happened to me is dreadful, too dreadful. I haven't slept all night, not a minute, not 1 minute, I tell you. There, feel my heart, how it's beating." And, taking her friend's hand, she pressed it against her breast, on that firm rounded barrier that protects the hearts of women and is all that most men ask. So that they do not inquire what lies beneath it. Her heart was beating quite steadily. She went on. "It happened yesterday during the day, about 4 o'clock, or 4:30. I don't know the exact hour. You know all about my apartment, you know that my little first-floor drawing-room, the one I always use, looks out onto the Rue Saint-Lazare. And that I adore sitting in the window to watch the people passing. The road to the station is so gay, so busy and full of people. I love it. Well, yesterday I was sitting in the low chair I have drawn across my window. The window was open, and I was thinking of nothing at all, I was enjoying the fresh air. You remember how lovely it was yesterday. Suddenly, on the other side of the street, I saw another woman sitting at her window, a woman in a red dress. I was wearing mauve, don't you know, my pretty mauve frock. I did not recognize the woman, a new tenant, who has only been in a month, and as it has rained for the last month I'd never seen her before. But I saw at once that she was no good. At first I was thoroughly disgusted and very shocked to see her sitting at the window just as I was doing, and then, gradually, I found it amusing to watch her. She was leaning on her elbows and she stared at the men, and the men stared at her, all of them, or almost all of them. You'd have thought something warned them as they got near the house, and they scented her out as dogs scent game, for they lifted their heads suddenly and exchanged quick glances with her. A freemasonry of glances. Hers said, "Won't you?" Theirs answered, "No time," or "Another day," or "Not a cent," or "Take yourself out of sight, you hussy." This last phrase was signaled from the eyes of fathers of families. You can't imagine how odd it was to watch her practicing her wiles, or rather her profession. Sometimes she shut the window down quickly and I saw a gentleman turn in at the door. She had hooked him as a fisherman hooks a gudgeon. Then I took out my watch. They stayed a dozen or 20 minutes, never longer. I got wildly excited over her at last, spider that she is. And she wasn't an ugly wench either. I wondered, what does she do to make herself so clearly, quickly and completely understood. Does she make a sign with her head or wave her hand as well as look at them? And I took my opera glasses to investigate the process. Oh, it was quite simple, first a glance, then a smile, then just the least inclination of the head that meant, "Are you coming up?" But so slight, so casual and so discreet that one would have to be very clever to do it as well as she did. And I wondered, could I do it as cleverly, that little upward tilt, bold and graceful? For it really was a graceful gesture. I went to my looking-glass and tried. My dear, I did it better than she did, much better. I was delighted, and I went back to my place in the window. She wasn't getting anyone now, poor girl, not a single person. In fact, she hadn't the chance. It really must be dreadful, don't you know, to earn your living like that, dreadful, and sometimes amusing, because the men one meets in the street aren't so bad, after all. They were all walking along my pavement now, and not a single one on hers. The sun had come round. One after another they came, young and old, dark and fair, grey heads and white heads. I noticed some very charming ones, oh, very charming, my dear, much better than my husband or yours, your former husband, now you've divorced him. You can make your choice now. I said to myself, if I, a virtuous woman, were to make them the sign, would they understand me? And then the mad longing took me to make them the sign, such a longing, like women get when they're going to have a child, the maddest longing, don't you know? The sort of longing one simply can't resist. I feel like that sometimes. Don't you think it's silly? I believe we have the souls of monkeys, we women. I've been told, it was a doctor who told me, that the brain of a monkey is very like ours. We must always be imitating someone. We imitate our husbands, when we love them, during the honeymoon, and then after that our lovers, our friends, our confessors if we like them. We adopt their manner of thinking, their manner of speaking, their words, their gestures, everything about them. It's silly. Well, when I'm too strongly tempted to do a thing, I always do it. So I said to myself, now, I'll try it on one of them, just one, to see what happens. What can happen to me? Nothing. We shall exchange a smile, and that's all, and I shall never see him again, and if I see him I shan't recognize him, and if he recognizes me I shall disclaim any acquaintance, and there you are. So I began choosing. I wanted a really good one, a very good one. All at once I saw a tall fair man coming, a very beautiful young man. I love fair men, don't you know? I looked at him. He looked at me. I smiled, he smiled, I made the right gesture, oh, ever so little, the least little movement, he nodded, yes, Anne, what do you think, in he came, my dear. He came in by the front door of the house. You can imagine what my thoughts were at that moment. I thought I should go off my head. Oh, I was terrified. Think of it, he must be speaking to the servant. To Joseph, who is devoted to my husband. Joseph would certainly have believed that I had known this gentleman for a long time. What could I do? What could I say? What could I do? He would be ringing in a minute, this very minute. What could I do or say? I thought that the best thing would be to run and meet him, to tell him that he was making a mistake and beg him to go away. He would take pity on a woman, a helpless woman. I flung myself at the door and I opened it just as he put his hand on the bell. Utterly distracted, I stammered, "Go away, sir, go away, you are making a mistake. I am a good woman, a married woman. It's a mistake, a frightful mistake, I took you for a friend of mine who is very like you. Let me alone, sir. And, what do you think, my dear?" He burst out laughing and answered, "Good afternoon, dearie. I know all about your little tale, you know. You're married, and it will be 2 louis instead of 1. You shall have them. Now show me the way." And he pushed me aside, he shut the door and as I stood in front of him, absolutely terrified, he kissed me, put his arm round me and led me back into the drawing room. the door of which was standing open. And then he began to look round him as if he had come to value the place, and he went on, "Damn it, you've a charming place here, it's very smart. You must be in a bad way just now to play the window game." And then I began to implore him again, "Oh, sir, go away. Go away. My husband will be coming in. He'll be in any moment, it's his time. I assure you you're making a mistake." He answered calmly, "Now, my dear girl, that's enough of that. If your husband comes in, I'll give him 5 francs to go and stand himself a drink across the road." He saw a photograph of Raoul on the mantelpiece and asked, "Is that your husband?" "Yes, that's he. He's got a face on him, hasn't he?" "And who's this?" "One of your friends." "It was your photograph, my dear, you know, the one in evening dress." I didn't know what I was saying by this time, and I stammered. "Yes, it's a friend of mine. She's very charming. You must introduce me to her." And the clock was just going to strike 5. And Raoul was in every day at 5:30. If he came back before the other man had gone, think of it. Then, I lost my head, altogether. I thought that the best thing to do was to get rid of this man as quickly as possible. The sooner it was finished, you understand, and so, since it had to be done, and it did have to be done. My dear, he wouldn't go away without, so I locked the drawing-room door. There. The little Marquise of Renaudin had begun to laugh. She laughed uncontrollably, her head buried in the pillow, shaking the whole bed. When she was a little quieter, she demanded, And he was a handsome young man?" "He was." "And you're dissatisfied?" But, don't you see, my dear? He said, he would come back tomorrow at the same time, and I'm dreadfully afraid. You've no idea how insistent he is, and headstrong. What shall I do, or say? What shall I do?" The little Marquise sat up in bed to consider the problem, then she said decisively, "Have him arrested." The little Baroness was thunderstruck. She stammered. "What? What do you say? What are you thinking about? Have him arrested? On what pretext?" "Oh, it's quite simple. You go to the police. You'll tell them that a gentleman has been following you for 3 months, that he had the insolence to force his way into your home yesterday. That he has threatened to make another visit tomorrow, and that you demand the protection of the law. They'll give you 2 officers who'll arrest him. But, my dear, suppose he tells. But no one will believe him, idiot, when once you've told your tale to the police. They'll believe you, because you're a woman of the world and above suspicion. Oh, I'll never dare do it. You must, my dear, or you're ruined. Remember that he will insult me, when they arrest him. Well, you'll have witnesses and you can get him sentenced." "Sentenced to what?" "To pay damages. You've got to be quite ruthless in an affair like this." "Oh, talking of damages, there's one dreadfully annoying thing, dreadfully annoying. He left me 2 louis, on the mantelpiece." 2 louis? "Yes. No more than that?" "No. It isn't much. I'd have felt humiliated." Well? What ought I to do with the money?" The little Marquise hesitated a moment, then answered gravely. "My dear, you must make your husband a little present, it's only fair." Old Amable. Chapter 1. The grey rainy sky seemed to press down on the vast brown plain. The scents of autumn, the melancholy scents of bare wet earth, fallen leaves and dead flowers, made the stagnant evening air duller and heavier. The peasants were still working, scattered through the fields. And waiting for the hour of Angelus, it would recall them to the farms whose thatched roofs showed here and there through the branches of the bare trees that sheltered the orchards from the wind. At the edge of a road, a very small child sat on a heap of clothes, legs apart, playing with a potato that every now and then he let fall into his frock, while 5 women, bent double, with rumps in the air, were setting out colza seedlings in the nearby field. Moving slowly and methodically all down the big trench that the plough had just turned up, they thrust in a pointed wooden stick. The plant, already a little withered and lying limply over on its side, was thrust into the hole. Then they covered up the root and went on with their work. A man walking past, a whip in his hand, his feet thrust into sabots, stopped beside the child and lifted him up to be kissed. At that, one of the women straightened herself and came to him. She was a big red-faced girl, large of hip and waist and shoulder, a tall Norman female, with yellow hair and florid skin. She spoke in a decided voice. "Hello, Césaire, well?" The man, a slight sad-faced boy, murmured. "There's nothing doing, as usual." "He won't?" "He won't." "What you going to do?" "How do I know?" "Go and see the priest." "All right." "Go and see him right now." "All right." They stood looking at each other. He was still holding the child in his arms. He kissed it again and set it down once more on the women's clothes. Across the skyline, between 2 farms, moved a horse plough driven by a man. Beast, machine and laborer passed with slow easy movements across the somber evening sky. "What did he say, your dad?" "He said he wouldn't have it." "Why wouldn't he have it?" With a gesture the boy drew her attention to the child he had just set down on the ground, then with a glance he indicated the man behind the distant plough. "Because your brat's his," he said slowly. The girl shrugged her shoulders. "Lord, doesn't everyone know it's Victor's?" "And what oh, that? I got myself into trouble. Am I the only one? My ma was in trouble before me, and yours too, before she married your dad. Who hasn't got themselves into trouble about here? I went wrong with Victor, but didn't he catch me in the barn when I was asleep? And then I went wrong again when I wasn't asleep. I'd have married him, I would, if he hadn't been a servant. Am I any the worse for that?" The man said simply. "I want you as you are, I do, with or without the brat. It's only my dad that's against it. But I'll get over that." "Go and see the priest at once," she answered. "I'm going." And he lumbered off with his heavy countryman's gait, while the girl, her hands on her hips, went back to planting colza. The fact was that the man now walking away, Césaire Holdreich, son of old deaf Amable Halbrecht, wanted, against his father's will, to marry Céleste Levesque, who had had a child by Victor Lecoq. A mere servant lad employed at the time on her parents' farm, and dismissed for that very reason. In the fields, moreover, caste divisions do not exist, and if the servant is thrifty, he can take a farm himself and become the equal of his old master. So Césaire Halbrecht went off, his whip under his arm, chewing the cud of his thoughts, and lifting one after another his heavy wooden shoes slimed with mud. He was sure he wanted to marry Céleste Levesque, he wanted her with her child, because she was the woman he needed. He couldn't have said why, but he knew it, he was sure of it. He had only to look at her to be convinced of it and feel all strange and stirred up, and half dazed with happiness. It even gave him pleasure to kiss the little boy, Victor's little boy, because he was born of her body. And he stared without any resentment at the distant outline of the man driving the plough at the edge of the sky. But old Amable would not have the marriage. He opposed it with the pig-headed obstinacy of a deaf man, a fury of obstinate rage. In vain Césaire had shouted in his ear, the ear that could still hear a little. "I'll look well after you, Dad. I tell you she's a good girl, a decent girl, and a good manager too. As long as I live," the old man repeated, "I'll not see it happen." And nothing could persuade him, nothing could break down his savage determination. One hope only was left to Césaire. Old Amable feared the priest because he dreaded the death he felt approaching. He feared little enough the good God, or the devil, or hell, or purgatory, of which he had the haziest notions, but he feared the priest, who stood in his mind for the day of his burying. Very much as a man might dread doctors through a horror of disease. For the past week Celeste, who knew this weakness of the old man, had been urging Césaire to see the priest, but Césaire had hesitated, because he was not himself very fond of black gowns. In his mind they stood for hands always outstretched for alms or for the holy bread. He had made up his mind now, however, and he went towards the rectory, turning over in his mind how he would set forth his business. Father Raffin, a small active priest, thin and always clean-shaven, was waiting for his dinner hour and warming his feet in front of his kitchen fire. He merely turned his head as he saw the peasant come in, and demanded, "Well, Césaire, what is it you want?" "I want to talk to you, father." The man stood there, daunted, his cap in one hand and his whip in the other. "Talk, then." Césaire looked at the servant, an old woman dragging one foot after the other as she laid a place for her master on a corner of the table before the window. It's, as you might say, a confession," he stammered. At that, Father Raffin looked closely at his peasant. He noticed his confused face, uneasy bearing and wandering eye, and ordered, "Marie, go to your room for 5 minutes while I talk to Césaire." The servant flung an angry look at the man, and went off muttering. "Now," the priest added, "let's hear all about it." The lad still hesitated, staring at his sabots, twisting his cap. He made up his mind abruptly. "It's like this. I want to marry Celeste Levesque." "Well, my lad, what's to prevent you?" "Its dad won't have it." "Your father?" "Yes, my dad." "What did your father say to you?" "He said she's had a babby. She's not the first since our mother Eve to have that happen to her." "A babby by Victor Lecoq, the servant at Mathilde Loisel." Ah, so he won't have it?" "He won't have it. Not at any price?" "No more than an ass that won't budge, saving your honor." "What did you say to him, to persuade him?" "I said to him she was a good girl, and decent, and a good manager." "And that didn't persuade him? So you want me to speak to him?" "That's just it. You talk to him." "And how shall I talk to your father?" "Well, as if you were preaching to make us give our pennies." To the peasant mind the sole end of religion was to unloosen purses and empty men's pockets to fill the coffers of heaven. It was a sort of vast trading house where the priests were the salesmen, as cunning, shifty and sharp as anyone, carrying on business for the good God at the expense of the country folk. He knew quite well that the priests were of service, of great service to the poorest, the sick and the dying, helping, consoling, advising, sustaining, but all as a matter of money. In exchange for white coins, lovely shining silver paid out for sacraments and masses, advice and protection, pardon for sins and indulgences. Purgatory and paradise depending on the income and the generosity of the sinner. Father Raffin, who knew his man and was by no means disturbed, began to laugh. "Very well, I'll go and tell my little tale to your father, but as for you, my lad, you'll have to come to church." Halbrecht stretched out his hand and swore he would. "If you fix this for me, I promise I will, on a poor man's word." "That's a good lad. When do you want me to come and see your father?" "The sooner the better, tonight if you can." "In half an hour, then, after supper." "In half an hour." "That's settled, then. Goodbye, my lad." "Goodbye, father, thank you." "None at all, my lad." And Césaire Halbrecht returned home, his heart eased of a great load. He leased a very small farm, for his father and he were not well off. They kept one servant, a 15-year-old girl who made their soup, looked after the poultry, milked the cows and churned the butter, and they lived sparsely, although Césaire was a good husbandman. But they did not own enough land or enough stock to do more than make both ends meet. The old man had given up working. Melancholy, as the deaf are, riddled with aches and pains, bent, twisted, he wandered through the fields, leaning on his stick, regarding man and beast with a harsh scornful stare. Sometimes he sat down on the edge of a ditch and remained there for hours, motionless, his thoughts drifting among the things that had been his whole life, the price of eggs and corn, the sun and the rain that spoiled or brought on the crops. And, racked with rheumatism, his old limbs still sucked up the dampness of the soil, as for 70 years they had sucked up the moisture exhaled from the walls of his low thatched cottage, roofed, too, with damp straw. He returned home at dusk, took his place at the end of the table, in the kitchen, and when he had in front of him the earthenware bowl that held his soup, he grasped it in bent fingers that seemed to have taken on the curved shape of the bowl, and winter and summer he warmed his hands on it before beginning to eat, so as to lose nothing. Not one particle of warmth that came from the fire which cost so much money, nor a drop of the soup that took fat and salt to make, nor a morsel of the bread that was made from the corn. Then he climbed up a ladder to the attic where he had his mattress, while his son slept downstairs, in the depths of a sort of niche near the chimney-place. And the servant shut herself in a kind of cell, a black hole which had once been used for storing potatoes. Césaire and his father rarely spoke to each other. Only from time to time, when it was a question of selling a crop or buying a calf, the young man consulted the old one, making a speaking trumpet of his hands and shouting his reasons into his father's ear. And Father Amable approved or disapproved in a slow hollow voice issuing from the pit of his stomach. Césaire approached him after this fashion one evening as if it were a question of acquiring a horse or a young cow and conveyed to him, shouting in his ear at the top of his voice, his intention of marrying Céleste Levesque. At that, the old man was angry. Why? On moral grounds? Probably not. A girl's virtue is lightly enough esteemed in the country. But his avarice, his deep-rooted savage instinct to thrift, revolted at the idea of his son bringing up a child who was not his own. His mind had leaped instantly to the thought of all the soup the child would swallow before he was old enough to make himself useful on the farm. He had reckoned up all the pounds of bread and all the pints of cider that the youngster would eat and drink until his 14th year. And he felt growing in him a crazy resentment against Césaire who had thought of none of these things. He answered, in a voice of unwonted vigor, "Have you taken leave of your senses?" Then Césaire had set himself to enumerate his reasons, to relate Céleste's good points, and prove that she would save 100 times the cost of the child. But the old man doubted the existence of these merits, while he could not doubt the existence of the child, and he reiterated stolidly, without offering any further reasons, "I'll not have it. I'll not have it. You'll not do it as long as I'm alive." And for 3 months they stuck at that deadlock, neither giving way an inch, and once a week, at least, they went over it all again, with the same arguments, the same words, the same gestures, and the same futile result. It was after this that Céleste had advised Césaire to go and ask their priest's help. When the young peasant got home he found his father already at the table, for his visit to the rectory had delayed him. They dined in silence, sitting opposite each other, ate a little butter on their bread after the soup and drank a glass of cider. Then they sat motionless on their chairs, in the dim glimmer of the candle brought by the little servant to give her light to wash the bowls, dry the glasses and cut chunks of bread in preparation for the breakfast eaten at dawn. There was a knock at the door, it opened immediately and the priest appeared. The old man lifted uneasy distrustful eyes, and, with a foreboding of danger, started to climb his ladder. But Father Raffin put a hand on his shoulder and yelled in his ear, "I have a word to say to you, old Amable." Césaire had disappeared, profiting by the door left open by the priest. He did not want to listen, so much he dreaded the discussion. He did not want to feel his spirits gradually sinking with each obstinate refusal of his father, he preferred to learn the truth, good or bad, in one word afterwards. And he went out into the darkness. It was a moonless starless evening, one of those misty evenings when the air feels heavy with moisture. A faint smell of apples hung round the yard, for it was the time when the earliest apples were gathered, the yearables, as they say in the cider country. As Césaire walked past the walls of the cowsheds, the warm smell of living animals asleep in the straw floated through the narrow windows. And by the stable he heard the stamping of the horses, and the sound of their jaws snatching and chewing the oats from the mangers. He walked straight ahead, thinking about Celeste. In his simple mind, where ideas were hardly more than images born of direct contact with objects, thoughts of love took form only when he evoked the image of a big red-haired girl, standing in a sunken road, laughing, hands on hips. It was thus he had seen her on the day when he first desired her. He had, however, known her since they were children, but never before this morning had he taken any particular notice of her. They had talked for some minutes, then he left her, and as he walked away, he kept on saying to himself, "Christ, that's a fine girl all the same. A pity she went wrong with Victor." He thought about it until evening, and all the next day as well. When he saw her again, he felt a tickling sensation at the bottom of his throat, as if a feather had been pushed down his mouth into his chest. And after that, every time he found himself near her, he was surprised at the nervous tickling feeling that invariably attacked him. 3 weeks later he decided to marry her, so taken was he with her. He could not have said what had roused in him this overweening desire, but he expressed it by saying, "I'm possessed by her." As if the passion he bore within him for this girl was mastering him like an evil spirit. He did not mind at all that she had lost her virtue, it was only so much the worse, it did not spoil her, and he bore no ill will to Victor Lecoq for it. But if the priest failed, what was he to do? He dared not think about that, so tortured was he by anxiety. He had reached the rectory, and he sat down near the little wooden fence to wait for the priest's return. He had been there perhaps an hour when he heard footsteps on the road, and despite the blackness of the night, he soon made out the still blacker shadow of a cassock. He stood up, his legs trembling under him, afraid to speak, afraid to be told. The priest saw him and said gaily, "Well, my boy, it's all right." Césaire stammered. "All right, it can't be." "Yes, my lad, but not without some trouble." "What an obstinate old donkey your father is." "It can't be," the peasant repeated. "But it is. Come and see me tomorrow noon, to arrange for the banns." The man had seized the priest's hand. He gripped it, shook it, crushed it, babbling, "Indeed, indeed, indeed, father, on the word of an honest man, you'll see me next Sunday in church." Chapter 2. The wedding took place towards the middle of December. It was a simple one, since the pair had not much money. Césaire, all in new clothes, was ready at 8 in the morning to go and call for his betrothed and take her to the registrar. But as he was too early, he sat down by the kitchen table and waited for those of his relations and friends who were to accompany him. It had been snowing for a week, and the brown earth, already made fruitful by the autumn sowing, had turned livid and slept under a vast sheet of ice. It was cold in the cottages, whose thatched roofs wore a white bonnet. And the round apple trees in the orchards looked as if they were in flower, powdered over as in the lovely month of their blossoming. Today, the heavy clouds from the north, grey clouds swollen with fleecy showers, had vanished, and the blue sky opened on a white earth on which the rising sun flung silver rays. Césaire sat staring in front of him through the window, thinking of nothing, quite happy. The door opened, 2 women came in, peasants in their Sunday clothes, the aunt and cousin of the bridegroom, then 3 men cousins, then a woman neighbor. They found themselves chairs, and sat silent and motionless, the women on one side of the kitchen and the men on the other, overwhelmed by a sudden timidity. The embarrassed melancholy that seizes people gathered together for a ceremony. Shortly one of the cousins asked, "Isn't it time?" "I'm sure 'tis," Césaire answered. "Let's be off, then," cried another. They rose to their feet. Césaire had been growing more and more uneasy. He stood up now and climbed the attic ladder to see if his father was ready. The old man, always up so early in the morning, had not yet put in an appearance. His son found him on his mattress, his eyes open and a malicious expression on his face. He shouted right inside his ear. "Come, Dad, get up. It's time to go to tea-wedding." The deaf man murmured in a dying voice. "I can't. I've gotten such a chill it stiffened my back. I can't move hand nor foot." The young man stared at him in horror, seeing through the maneuver. "Come, Dad, you must make yourself get up." "I can't." "Here, I'll help you." And he bent over the old man, pushed back the quilt, took him by the arm and lifted him up. But Father Amable began to groan. "Ho, ho, ho! The pain! Ho, ho, I can't. My back's all knotted up." Césaire realized that he could not do anything, and, furious with his father for the first time in his life, he cried. "Very well, you won't get any dinner, for I'm having a meal at Paulette's Inn. That'll teach you to behave like a mule." And he scrambled down the ladder and set off, followed by his relatives and guests. The men had turned up their trousers to keep the edges from getting sodden in the snow. The women held their petticoats well up, showing their thin ankles, their grey woolen stockings, and their bony shins, as stiff as broomsticks. The whole company rolled along in silence, one behind the other, picking their way with great caution, for fear of losing the road, which had quite vanished under the flat monotonous unbroken covering of snow. As they approached each farm, they saw one or two people waiting to join them, and the procession grew longer and longer. It wound along, following the unseen line of the road, looking like a living rosary of black beads slithering over the white fields. In front of the bride's door, a number of people were stamping their feet while they waited for the bridegroom. They hailed him when he appeared. And Celeste came out of her room at once, dressed in a blue gown, her shoulders covered with a little red shawl, and wearing a wreath of orange flowers on her head. But everyone asked Césaire, "Where's your dad?" He made the embarrassed answer. He couldn't move with rheumatics. The farmers shook their heads, and looked at him with malicious incredulity. They set off for the registrar's. A peasant woman carried Victor's child behind the future husband and wife, as if they were going to a christening. And the peasants, arm in arm now, in double file, made their way through the snow with the motion of a sloop on the sea. After the mayor had married the betrothed in the little town hall, the priest proceeded to unite them in the modest house of God. He blessed their marriage and promised them a fruitful union. Then he preached to them of wedded virtue, the simple healthy virtue of the country, work, peace and faithfulness, while the child, feeling the cold, whimpered behind the bride's back. The moment the couple reappeared on the threshold of the church, shots rang out in the cemetery moat. Nothing was visible but the barrels of the guns from which issued quick spurts of smoke. Then a head emerged and looked at the procession. It was Victor Lecoq celebrating the marriage of his dear friend, congratulating her on her happiness and throwing her his vows with each flash of powder. He had recruited some of his friends, 5 or 6 hired men, to deliver these musketry salvos. Everyone agreed that he was behaving very well. The meal took place at the inn kept by Paulette Cashprune. 20 places had been laid in the big dining room where the people dined on market day. And the great joint turning on the spit, the birds roasting in their juice, the black puddings crisping on the clear hot fire, filled the house with a pungent fragrance. The smoke of red-hot charcoal spattered with drops of grease, and the strong heavy smell of country food. They sat down at the table at noon, and the soup was soon poured into the plates. Faces were already animated, mouths open to utter broad jests, eyes wrinkled up in malicious mirth. They were going to enjoy themselves, by God. The door opened, and old Amable appeared. He looked spiteful and furiously angry, and he dragged himself along on his sticks, groaning at every step to let them see how he was suffering. Everyone fell silent at sight of him, but all at once old Malivoire, his neighbor and a fat jolly man who knew everyone's little ways, began to shout, as Césaire always did. Making a speaking trumpet of his hands, "Hey, old fox, you've a good nose, you have, to smell Paulette's cooking from your house. A great laugh burst from the throats of the guests. Malevoire, excited by his success, went on, "There's nothing like a plaster of black pudding for the rheumatics. It'll warm your inside, with a glass of brandy." All the men shouted, hammering the table with their fists, rolling with laughter, bending and straightening their bodies as if they were working at a pump. The women clucked like hens, the servants writhed with amusement as they stood by the walls. Only old Amable did not laugh, and waited, without replying, while they laid a place for him. They put him in the center of the table, facing his daughter-in-law, and he began to eat as soon as he was seated. It was his son who was paying, after all, and he must have his share of it. With each ladleful of soup that dropped into his stomach, with each mouthful of bread or meat chewed by his gums, with each glass of cider and wine that rolled down his gullet, he felt that he was getting back some of his property, taking back a little of his money that all these gluttons were devouring, saving a fragment of his possessions, in fact. And he ate in silence, with the obstinacy of a miser who hides halfpennies, with the gloomy tenacity that he used to bring to his persevering toil. But all at once he saw Celeste's child at the foot of the table, sitting on a woman's knee, and his eyes never left it again. He continued to eat, his glance fixed on the little creature. The woman nursing him kept putting between his lips little bits of stew which he nibbled. And the old man suffered more from the few mouthfuls sucked by this grub than from all that the rest of the guests swallowed. The meal lasted till evening. Then everyone went home. Césaire helped old Amable to his feet. "Come, Dad, time to get home," he said. And he put his 2 sticks into his hands. Celeste took the child in her arms, and they went slowly through the somber night lit by the gleaming snow. The deaf old man, 3 parts drunk, and made all the more spiteful thereby, refused obstinately to get on. Several times he even sat down, with the idea that his daughter-in-law might take cold. And he groaned, without saying a word, delivering himself of a sort of long-drawn dolorous wail. When they reached home, he climbed up to his attic at once, while Césaire made up a bed for the child near the wide nook where he and his wife were going to lie. But as the newly married pair did not go to sleep at once, they heard the old man tossing on his mattress for a long time, and several times he even spoke aloud. As if he were dreaming and giving away his thoughts despite himself, unable to keep them back, so obsessed he was by the one idea. When he came down his ladder in the morning he saw his daughter-in-law hurrying round at work. "Come, Dad," she cried, "hurry up, here's some good soup." And at the end of the table she set a round black earthen pot full of steaming liquid. He made no reply but sat down and took up the scalding bowl, and warmed his hands on it as he always did. It was such a cold day that he even pressed it against his chest and tried to get a little of the quick heat of the boiling water into his old body that so many winters had stiffened. Then he sought his sticks and went out into the frozen fields until noon, until dinner-time, for he had seen Celeste's baby installed in a big soap box, still asleep. He kept altogether to himself. He went on living in the cottage as before, but he bore himself as if he were no longer part of it, no longer interested in anything, regarding these people, his son, the woman and the child, as strangers whom he did not know and to whom he never spoke. The winter dragged on. It was long and hard. Then the first days of spring burst the seeds. And once more the peasants, like industrious ants, spent their days in the fields, working from dawn to dark, in the northeast wind, in rain, along the furrows of the brown earth that bore in its bosom the bread of man. The year promised well for the newly married pair. The crops pushed up thick and hardy, there were no late frosts. And the blossoming apple trees scattered over the grass a pink and white snow that foretold a bumper harvest. Césaire worked very hard, rising early and going to bed late, to save the cost of a hired man. Sometimes his wife said to him, "You'll make yourself ill in the long run." "No, I'll not," he answered, "I'm used to it." But one evening he came home so exhausted that he had to lie down without any supper. He rose at the usual hour in the morning. But he could not eat, in spite of his fast of the night before, and he had to come home in the middle of the afternoon to rest again. During the night, he began to cough. And he tossed on his mattress, feverish, with burning forehead, and dry tongue, consumed with a frightful thirst. He did, however, go as far as his fields at daybreak. But the next day the doctor had to be called in, and pronounced him very ill, and down with inflammation of the lungs. He never left now the nook which served him for bedroom. He could be heard coughing, panting and tossing in the depths of his hole. A candle had to be carried to the opening, in order to look at him, to give him his medicine or apply a cupping glass. Then his sunken face, disfigured by its growth of beard, became visible under a thick canopy of spiderwebs, which hung and floated, stirred by the draught. And the sick man's hands lay on the grey bedclothes as if they were dead. Celeste cared for him with an anxious activity, made him drink remedies, applied blisters, came and went in the house. While old Amable remained on the edge of his attic, peering from that distance at the dark hollow where his son lay and suffered. He would not come any nearer, for his hatred of the woman, and he squatted there sulking like a jealous dog. 6 more days went by. Then one morning when Celeste, who slept now on 2 wretched heaps of straw, went to see if her man was better, she could not hear his hurried breathing coming from his hidden bed. Terrified, she asked, "Now, Césaire, how've you been tonight?" He did not answer. She put out her hand to touch him, and felt the cold flesh of his face. A long wail broke from her, the long wail of a woman in mortal fear. He was dead. At her cry, the old deaf man appeared at the top of his ladder. And seeing Celeste rushing out to bring help, he hurried down and touched his son's face himself. The truth broke on him and he bent to fasten the door from the inside. To keep the woman from coming back to take possession of his home again, now that his son was no longer alive. Then he sat down on a chair beside the dead man. Neighbors arrived and shouted and knocked. He did not hear them. One of them broke a pane of the window and jumped into the room. Others followed. The door was opened again, and Celeste reappeared, weeping violently, with swollen cheeks and red eyes. Then old Amable, beaten, climbed back to his attic without saying a word. The burial took place next day. Then, after the ceremony, father-in-law and daughter-in-law found themselves alone in the farmhouse, with the child. It was the usual hour for dinner. She lit the fire, prepared the soup, and set the plates on the table, while the old man sat in his chair and waited without appearing to notice her. When the meal was ready, she shouted in his ear, "Come, Dad, we must eat." He rose, took his place at the end of the table, emptied his bowl, chewed his bread spread thin with butter, drank 2 glasses of cider and then went out. It was one of those moist warm days, one of those beneficent days when life ferments, palpitating and blossoming, over the whole surface of the earth. Old Amable followed a little path across the fields. He looked at the green shoots of corn and barley, and thought that his young lad was under the ground now, his poor young lad. He walked wearily along, dragging his legs and limping a little. And as he was alone in the fields, all alone under the blue sky, in the middle of growing crops, all alone with the larks he saw hovering over his head but whose airy song he could not hear, he began to weep as he walked. Then he sat down near a pool and stayed there until evening, watching the little birds that came to drink. Then, at nightfall, he went home, supped without saying a word and climbed to his attic. And his life went on as in the past. Nothing was changed, except that his son Césaire slept in the cemetery. What could the old man have done? He could not work now, he was only fit to eat the soup prepared by his daughter-in-law. And he swallowed it in silence, morning and night, glaring furiously at the child who sat facing him at the other side of the table and ate too. Then he went out, wandered over the country like a vagabond, went and hid himself behind barns to get an hour or 2 hours sleep as if he was afraid of being seen. Then as dusk fell he came home. But weighty anxieties began to fill Celeste's thoughts. The fields needed a man to watch over them and work them. Someone ought to be there in the fields all the time, not just a hired man, but a real husbandman, a master, who knew his job and would have a real interest in the farm. A woman alone could not cultivate them, follow the prices of corn, direct the selling and buying of stock. Certain ideas came into her head, simple practical ideas, over which she pondered all night. She could not marry again before the year was up, and the immediate pressing needs must be attended to at once. Only one man could help her in this quandary, Victor Lecoq, the father of her child. He was steady, and land-wise, with a little money in his pocket he would have made an excellent farmer. She knew that, having seen him working on her parents' farm. So one morning, seeing him going along the road with a load of manure, she went out after him. When he saw her, he stopped his horses, and she spoke to him as if she had met him only the day before. "Good day, Victor, how are you today?" "I'm all right," he answered, "and how's yourself?" "Oh, me, I'd be all right if I wasn't alone on the place, which worries me because of the land." Then they talked on a long time, leaning against the wheel of the heavy wagon. Now and then the man scratched his forehead under his cap and reflected, while she, with crimson cheeks, talked earnestly, setting forth her reasons, all her affairs, her future plans. At last he murmured, "Yes, it could be done." She held out her hand like a peasant concluding a bargain, and asked, "Is it settled?" He gripped the outstretched hand. "It's settled." "On Sunday, then." "On Sunday." "All right, goodbye, Victor." "Goodbye, Madame Hulbrecht." Chapter 3. That Sunday was a feast day in the village, the yearly feast of their patron saint, called in Normandy the Assembly. For a week, strange vehicles were seen coming by every road, dragged along by grey or roan hacks, and housing the travelling families of regular showmen, with gambling outfits, shooting galleries, and amusements of all kinds, and men showing curiosities, for whom the peasants had a curious name of their own. Dirty caravans, with flapping curtains, and accompanied by a melancholy dog slinking with hanging head between the wheels, drew up one after the other in the village square. Then a tent was put up before each travelling house, and shining objects, glimpsed through holes in the canvas, roused to fever pitch the cupidity and curiosity of the village youngsters. Early on the morning of the feast, all the booths were opened, displaying their glories of glass and porcelain. And the peasants on their way to Mass were already casting open complacent glances on the unimposing stalls which were the same they saw year after year. The square was crowded from early in the afternoon. Farmers with their wives and children came in from all the nearby villages, jolting along in two-wheeled carts that rattled like old iron and rocked like seesaws. They unharnessed at friends' houses. And the farmyards were filled with strange covered wagons, grey, lofty, narrow curving wagons, like long-legged deep-sea beasts. And each family, infants in front, grown-ups behind, walked quickly to the assembly, with smiling faces and hands hanging open. Great red bony hands that were accustomed to toil and seemed embarrassed to have nothing to do. A slight of-hand man blew his trumpet. The harmonium belonging to the wooden horses wafted its jerky wailing notes into the air, the wheel on the gaming table ground round with a noise like tearing cotton. Rifle shots rang out in rapid succession. The slow-moving crowd ambled past the booths like a mass of slowly oozing paste, pushed about like a herd of beasts, and moving clumsily round like lumbering animals accidentally let loose. The girls, arms locked together in rows of 5 or 6, twittered and sang. The lads followed them round, bandying jests, caps over one ear and blouses stiff with starch and puffed out like blue balloons. The whole countryside was there, masters, labourers and servants. Old Amable himself, clad in an ancient and greenish frock coat, had come to see the assembly, for he had never missed a single one. He watched the gambling, halted in front of the shooting galleries to criticize the marksmanship, and took particular interest in a very simple game that consisted in throwing a big wooden ball into the open mouth of a fat man painted on a plank. Suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was old Malivoire shouting, "Dad, come and have one with me." And they sat down at a table in a drinking booth set up in the open air. They drank 1 brandy, then 2 brandies, then 3 brandies, and old Amable began to wander through the assembly again. His thoughts were becoming a little confused, he smiled without knowing why he did, he stood smiling in front of the gaming table, and the wooden horses, and most of all in front of the coconut shy. He spent a long time at that, overcome with joy when a player knocked over the policeman or the priest, 2 authorities that he instinctively mistrusted. Then he went back and sat down in the drinking booth, and took a glass of cider to refresh himself. It was late and night was falling. A neighbor said warningly, "You'll get home too late for your supper stew, Dad." Then he set out for the farm. A pleasant dusk, the warm dusk of spring evenings, stole slowly over the earth. When he reached his door he thought he saw through the lighted window 2 people in the house. He halted, very surprised, then he went in and saw Victor Lecoq sitting at the table before a plateful of potatoes, eating supper in the very place where his son had always sat. He turned abruptly round as if he meant to go out again. The night was quite dark now. Celeste stood up and shouted at him. "Come here quick, Dad, we've got a good stew to celebrate the assembly." At that he obeyed her mechanically and sat down, looking slowly round at the man, the woman and the child. Then he began to eat placidly, as he did every day. Victor Lecoq seemed to be quite at home, he kept talking to Celeste, and took the child on his knees and fondled it. And Celeste gave him another helping of food, filled his glass, seemed quite happy to be talking to him. Old Amable regarded both of them with a fixed stare, unable to hear anything they said. When he had finished his supper, and he had hardly eaten anything, so upset did he feel, he got to his feet, and instead of climbing to his attic as he did every night, he opened the door and went out into the fields. When he had gone, Celeste, a little uneasy, asked, "Now what's to be done?" Victor answered indifferently, "Don't worry. He'll come back when he's tired." Then she tidied the room, washed the plates and dried the table while the man calmly undressed. Then he slipped into the dark cave-like bedroom where she had slept with Césaire. The yard door opened. Old Amable reappeared. As soon as he got inside, he looked all round the room, like an old dog with his nose on the scent. He was looking for Victor Lecoq. As he did not see him, he took the candle from the table and brought it near the dark nook where his son had died. In its dark recesses he saw the man stretched out under the clothes and already asleep. At that the deaf man turned softly away, put the candle down, and once more went out into the yard. Celeste had finished her work, she had put her son to bed, made everything tidy, and sat waiting until her father-in-law came in, to lie down in her turn beside Victor. She remained sitting in the chair, her hands idle in her lap, staring at nothing. He did not come in, and she murmured, worried and annoyed, "He'll make us burn a pennorth of candle, the old good-for-nothing." Victor answered from the depths of his bed, "He's been out more than an hour. Better go and see if he's fallen asleep on the seat in front of the door." "I'll go," she said, and, standing up, she took the light and went out, shading her eyes with her hand to help her to see in the darkness. She saw nothing in front of the door, nothing on the seat, nothing on the dung heap where the old man sometimes used to sit on warm days. But just as she was turning back into the house, she happened to lift her eyes to the big apple tree that made a shade over the farm gate, and saw suddenly 2 feet, a man's 2 feet, dangling at the level of her face. She screamed in terror, "Victor! Victor! Victor!" He came running out in his shirt. She could not speak, and with her head turned aside so that she should not see it, she pointed to the tree with outstretched arm. He did not understand, and he took the candle to see what was wrong. In the green thickness lit up by the light he was holding below it, he saw old Amable hung by the neck at a considerable height, in a halter from the stable. A ladder was leaning against the trunk of the apple tree. Victor ran for a hatchet, climbed the tree and cut the cord. But the old man was already cold. His tongue protruded horribly in a frightful grimace. A family. I was on my way to revisit my friend Simon Raidvin, whom I had not seen for 15 years. Once he had been my best friend, the true guest of my mind, that friend with whom a man spends long evenings, quiet or gay, to whom he tells the intimate secrets of his heart, for whom he finds talking at ease, rare, delicate, ingenious and exquisite thoughts, born of a mutual sympathy that inspires and releases the mind. For many years we had rarely been separated. We had lived, traveled, thought, and dreamed together, had the same love for the same things, admired the same books, appreciated the same works of art, quivered to the touch of the same sensations, and laughed so often at the same things that we understood one another completely, merely by the interchange of a glance. Then, all of a sudden, he had married a provincial girl who had come to Paris to find a husband. How had this flaxen-haired, thin little creature, with silly hands, clear, empty eyes and a fresh, stupid voice, a girl like all the other 100,000 marriageable dolls, how had she managed to pick up this youth of delicate perceptions and fine intelligence? It is one of those things one cannot understand. Doubtless he had hoped for happiness, the simple, sweet, lasting happiness to be found in the arms of a good, loving, faithful wife. And he had fancied that he saw all this in the transparent eyes of this pale-haired chit of a girl. He had not reflected that an active man, quivering with eager life, tires of anything as soon as he has acquired the stupid reality of it. Unless he becomes so besotted as to lose his proper understanding of things. What sort of man was I going to find him? Still lively, witty, laughing, and enthusiastic, or sunk in the slumber born of life in the provinces? A man may well change in 15 years. The train stopped at a little station, and, as I was getting out of the carriage, a very stout man, with red cheeks and a tubby stomach, rushed towards me with open arms, shouting, "Georges!" I embraced him, but I had not recognized him. "By gad, you're no thinner," I murmured in bewilderment. "What can you expect?" he laughed in reply. "Happy days. Good living. Good nights. Eating and sleeping, that's my life." I stared at him, searching his large face for the features I had loved. The eyes alone had not changed, but I could no longer see the old light in them, and said to myself, if it is true that the light in the eyes is the reflection of the brain, then the brain in that head is not the one I once knew so well. But his eyes were shining, full of joy and friendship, only they no longer held the intelligent clarity that is as true an index to the worth of a mind as are words. "Look, these are my two eldest," said Simon, suddenly. A girl of 14, almost a woman, and a boy of 13, in school clothes, advanced with a timid, awkward air. "Yours?" I murmured. "Yes," he replied with a laugh. "How many have you?" "5. 3 more at home." He had answered with a proud, pleased, almost triumphant air. I was smitten with a feeling of profound pity, touched to vague contempt, for the innocent, frank vanity of this reproductive animal who spent his nights generating children between asleep and asleep, in his provincial house, like a rabbit in a hutch. I got into a carriage that he drove himself, and we set off through the town, a sad, sleepy, dull little place, with nothing moving on the streets but a few dogs and 2 or 3 servants. From time to time a shopkeeper at his door would touch his hat, and Simon would return his greeting and tell me the man's name, doubtless to prove to me that he knew all the inhabitants by name. It occurred to me that he might be thinking of becoming a deputy, the favorite dream of all men buried in small towns. We were soon through the place, and the carriage turned into a rather pretentious garden, masquerading as a park, and stopped in front of a turreted house that did its best to be taken for a country mansion. "This is my poor little place," said Simon, fishing for a compliment. "It's delightful," I replied. On the front steps appeared a lady, attired for the visitor, with hair dressed for the visitor, and phrases prepared for the visitor. She was no longer the fair-haired, colorless girl whom I had seen at the church 15 years before, but a stout, overdressed lady, one of those ladies with no age, no character, no elegance, no wit, nor any of the attributes that constitute a woman. She was merely a mother, a fat, commonplace mother, the breeder, the human broodmare, the procreating machine made of flesh, with no interests but her children and her cookery book. She bade me welcome, and I stepped into the hall, where 3 children stood arrayed in order according to their height, looking as though they were placed there for a review. Like firemen before a mayor. "Ah-ha! So these are the others," said I. Simon, radiant, gave me their names, Jean, Sophie and Gontran. The drawing-room door was open. I went in, and saw in an armchair something that trembled, a man, an old paralyzed man. Madame Radvin came forward. "That is my grandfather. He is 87. She shouted into the palsied old man's ear. "A friend of Simon's, grandpapa." Her ancestor made an effort to say good evening to me, and mumbled, "Wah, wah, wah," waving his hand. "You are too kind, sir," I replied, and sank into a chair. Simon had just come in. "Ah-ha," he laughed, "so you've made the acquaintance of Grandpa? He's a treasure. He keeps the children constantly amused. He's so greedy that every meal is nearly the death of him. You can't imagine what he would eat if he were left to himself. But you'll see for yourself. He leers at sweet things as if they were girls. You've never come across anything so funny, you'll see presently." Then I was shown my room, to wash and dress, for it was nearly dinner time. On the stairs I heard a great noise of footsteps, and turned round. All the children were following me in a procession, behind their father, doubtless to do me honor. My room looked out over the plain, an endless, bare expanse, a sea of grass, wheat and oats, without a single clump of trees or the suspicion of a hill. It was a sad and striking image of life as it must be lived in that house. A bell rang. It was for dinner. I went down. "Madame." Radvin took my arm with a ceremonial air and we went into the dining room. A servant was pushing up the old man's armchair, and as soon as it was in position by his plate, he threw a greedy and inquisitive look towards the pudding, with difficulty turning his shaking head from one dish to the other. Simon rubbed his hands. "You will be amused," he said, and all the children, realizing that I was to be regaled with the spectacle of greedy grandpa, burst into a chorus of laughter, while their mother merely smiled and shrugged her shoulders. Radvin made a megaphone with his hands and bawled at the old man. "Sweet rice mold this evening." The ancient's wrinkled face lit up and he trembled more violently from head to foot, to indicate that he had understood and was pleased. Dinner was begun. "Look," murmured Simon. Grandpapa did not like the soup, and refused to eat it. He was forced to do so, for the sake of his health. The servant forcibly thrust a spoonful into his mouth, while he blew violently to keep from swallowing the broth. It spurted out like a fountain, all over the table and over those sitting nearest him. The children shrieked with laughter, while their father, highly pleased, repeated, "Funny old man, isn't he?" Throughout the meal he monopolized the attention of the whole family. His eyes devoured the dishes on the table, and his frantically trembling hands tried to snatch them and pull them to him. Sometimes they were placed almost in his reach, so that the company might see his desperate efforts, his palsied clutches, the heartbroken appeal manifested in his whole body, his eyes, his mouth, his sensitive nose. His mouth watered so that he dribbled all over his napkin, uttering inarticulate whines. And the entire family was delighted by this odious and grotesque mode of torture. Then a very small piece would be put on his plate, and he would eat it with feverish voracity, so that he might the sooner have something else. When the sweet rice came, he almost had a fit. He moaned with longing. "You have eaten too much, you shan't have any," shouted Gontran, and they made as though he were not to be given any. Then he began to cry. And as he wept he trembled still more violently, while all the children roared with laughter. At last his portion, a very small one, was given him. And, as he ate the first mouthful of the sweet, he made a comically gluttonous noise in his throat, and a movement of the neck like that of a duck swallowing too large a morsel of food. When he had finished, he began to stamp his feet for more. Seized with pity at the heartrending spectacle of the tortures inflicted on this ridiculous Tantalus, I implored my friend on his behalf. "Do give him a little more rice." "Oh, no, my dear chap," replied Simon, "if he ate too much at his age, it might be bad for him." I was silent, musing on this speech. O morality, O logic, O wisdom! At his age. So, they deprived him of the only pleasure he could still enjoy, out of care for his health. His health. What was that inert and palsied wreck to do with his health if he had it? Were they husbanding his days? His days? How many, 10, 20, 50, or 100? And why? For his own sake? Or was it in order to preserve to the family the spectacle of his impotent greed? He had nothing to do in this life, nothing. Only one desire, one pleasure, remained to him. Why not give him full measure of that last pleasure, give it him until he died of it? At last, after a long game of cards, I went up to my room to bed. I was sad, very, very sad. I stood by my window. There was no sound outside save the faint, soft, sweet chirp of a bird in some nearby tree. It must have been the bird's soft, night-long lullaby for his mate, sleeping upon the eggs. And I thought of the 5 children of my poor friend, who must now be snoring beside his ugly wife. The devil! The peasant faced the doctor across the dying woman's bed. The old woman, calm, resigned, quite conscious, looked at the 2 men and listened to their words. She was going to die. She made no complaint, her time was come. She was 92 years old. The July sun poured through the window and the open door, its blazing warmth falling over the floor of brown earth. Its surface worn into gentle undulating hollows by the sabots of 4 generations of countrymen. Smells of the fields came borne on the scorching breeze, smells of grass, corn, and leaves burned up in the blaze of the noon. The grasshoppers kept up their ceaseless crying, filling the countryside with a thin crackling noise like the noise of the wooden cricket's children buy at fairs. The doctor, raising his voice, said, "Honoré, you can't leave your mother all alone in this state. She will die any moment." And the peasant repeated dejectedly, "But I've got to get my corn in, it's been lying too long. The weather's just right, I tell you. What d'you say, mother?" And the dying old woman, still in the grip of the Norman avarice, said yes, with eyes and face, and gave her son leave to get his corn in and to leave her to die alone. But the doctor grew angry and, stamping his foot, said, "You're nothing but a brute, do you hear? And I'll not let you do it, do you hear that? If you must get your wheat today of all days, go and fetch the rapid woman, I say, and make her look after your mother. I insist on it, do you hear? And if you don't obey me, I'll leave you to die like a dog when it's your turn to be ill, do you hear?" The peasant, a tall lean man, slow of gesture, tortured by indecision, between fear of the doctor and the ferocious passion of the miser, hesitated, calculated, and stammered. "What'll she want? The rapid woman, for looking after her?" "How do I know?" the doctor cried. "It depends on the length of time you want her. Arrange it with her, damn it. But I want her to be here in an hour's time, do you hear?" The man made up his mind. I'm going, don't get angry, doctor." The doctor took himself off, calling, "Now you know, mind what you're about, for I don't play the fool when I'm angry." As soon as he was alone, the peasant turned to his mother, and said resignedly, "I'm going to get the rapid woman, seeing T-man says so. Don't worry yourself while I'm gone." And he went out too. The rapid woman, an old washerwoman, looked after the dead and dying of the village and the district. Then, as soon as she had seen her clients into the sheet which they can never throw off, she went home and took up the iron with which she smoothed the garments of the living. Wrinkled like a last year's apple, malicious, jealous, greedy with a greed passing belief. Bent in two as if her loins had been broken by the ceaseless movement of the iron she pushed over the clothes, one might have thought she had a monstrous cynical love for agony. She never talked of anything but the persons she had seen die and of all the manner of deaths at which she had been present. And she talked about them with a wealth of minute and identical details as a hunter talks about his bags. When Honoré Bontemps entered her house he found her getting blue water ready for the village women's handkerchiefs. "Well, good evening," he said. "You all right, Mrs. Rappet?" She turned her head to look at him. "Same as always, same as always. What about you?" "Oh, I'm getting on fine, I am, but mother's not." "Your mother?" "Yes, my mother." "What's the matter with your mother?" "She's going to turn her toes up, she is." The old woman drew her hands out of the water, bluish transparent drops rolled to the tips of her fingers and fell back into the bucket. She asked with a sudden sympathy. "She's as bad as that, is she? The doctor says she'll not last through the afternoon." "She must be bad, then." Honoré hesitated. He considered various ways of approaching the proposal he meditated. But, finding none of them satisfactory, he broke out suddenly. "How much d'you want to look after her for me until she's gone? You know I'm not rich. I can't even pay for so much as a servant. That's what has brought her to this pass, my poor mother, overmuch worrying, overmuch hard work. She worked like 10 men, in spite of her 92 years. They don't make them like that now." La Rappet replied gravely, "I've 2 charges, 40 sous a day and 3 francs a night to the rich. 20 sous a day and 40 a night to t'others. You can give me 20 and 40. But the peasant reflected. He knew his mother too well. He knew that she was tenacious of life, vigorous, and sprung of hard stock. She might last 8 days in spite of the doctor's opinion. He spoke resolutely. "No. I'd rather you had a sum down, to do the whole job. I've got to take a risk one way and the other. The doctor says she'll go any minute. If that happens, you win, and then I lose. But if she holds out till tomorrow or for longer, I win and you lose." The nurse looked at the man in surprise. She had never yet treated death as a gamble. She hesitated, tempted by the thought of making a lucky bargain. Then she suspected that she was being tricked. "I'll not say one way or the other until I've seen your mother," she replied. "Come on, then, and look at her." She dried her hands and went with him at once. On the way not a word passed between them. She walked with a hurried step, while he stretched his great limbs as if he had a brook to cross at each stride. The cows, lying down in the fields, overpowered by the heat, raised their heads heavily, lowing faintly as the couple passed them, as if asking for fresh grass. As he drew near the house, Honoré murmured, "Perhaps it's all over after all." His unconscious wish spoke in the tones of his voice. But the old woman was far from dead. She was lying on her back, in her wretched bed, her hands outside the purple oriental counterpane, her terrible emaciated hands, knotted like the talons of some strange beast, or like a crab's claws. Doubled up by rheumatism, fatigue and the daily toil which had been her lot. Mother Rappet went over to the bed and considered the dying woman. She felt her pulse, touched her chest and listened to her breathing, asked her a question to hear her voice in reply, then, having looked at her again for a long time, she went out. Followed by Honoré. His conviction was strengthened. The old woman would not last out the night. He asked, "Well?" The nurse answered, "She'll last 2 days, perhaps 3. You can make it 6 francs the lump sum." He cried out at that. 6 francs. 6 francs. Have you lost your wits? I swear she won't live more than 5 or 6 hours, no longer. They argued for a while, both very obstinate. At last he had to give way. The nurse was at the point of going, time was passing, and his corn couldn't be got in without him. "All right," he said. 6 francs, all told, including the washing of the corpse. "Done." 6 francs. He went out with great strides towards his corn, which lay on the ground under the fierce sun that ripens the harvest. The nurse went back into the house. She had brought her sewing, for when she was tending the dying or dead, she worked unceasingly, sometimes for herself, sometimes for the family who employed her in this double task for an extra fee. All at once, she asked, "I suppose you've seen the priest at any rate, Mother Bontemps?" The old woman shook her head, and Mother Rapet, who was pious, got up with alacrity. "Good God! Is it possible? I'll go and fetch him, le curé." With that she ran to the presbytery in such haste that the urchins in the marketplace, seeing her hurrying thus, thought some accident had happened. The priest came out immediately in his surplice, preceded by a choir boy who rang a little bell to herald the passing of God through the calm, brilliant countryside. Men who were working a long way off took off their great hats and stood without moving, until the white robe disappeared behind a farm. The women who were gathering the sheaves stood upright and made the sign of the cross. Some black hens, terrified, flew along to ditches with a wild, jerky gait to a hole well known to them, where they disappeared hurriedly. A colt tethered in a field took fright at the sight of the surplice and started running round and round at the end of his string, throwing his hind legs high in the air. The choir boy in his red skirt walked quickly, and the priest with his head drooping slightly on one side and crowned with its square biretta, followed him, murmuring his prayers as he went. Last of all came old Rapet, all bowed down, nearly doubled in two as though she were trying to walk and prostrate herself at the same time, her fingers clasped as in church. Honoré, from the distance, saw them pass. He asked, "Where's to going, father?" His laborer, quicker-witted than he, replied, "He's taking the sacrament to your mother, bless you." The peasant was not at all astonished. "That's all to the good, anyhow." And he went on with his work again. Mother Bontemps made her confession, received absolution and was given communion. And the priest went home again, leaving the 2 women alone in the stifling bedroom. Then old Rapet began to think about the dying woman, and wondered whether she was going to last much longer. The day was drawing in, fresher air came in sharp gusts, a picture of Epinal, held by 2 pins, fluttered against the wall. The little curtains at the window, once white but yellowed now and spotted with fly blow, looked ready to take flight, to tear themselves free, as if they, like the soul of the old woman, would like to depart. She lay there, motionless, her eyes open, seeming to await with utter indifference the death which was so close, yet so slow to come. Her breathing, sharp now, whistled a little in the contracted throat. She would die very soon, and the world would hold one woman less whom nobody would regret. As night fell, Honoré came indoors. Going up to the bed, he saw that his mother was still living, and he asked, "How are you?" just as he used to do when she was sick. Then he sent old Rapet away, telling her, "Tomorrow at 5 o'clock without fail." She repeated, "Tomorrow, 5 o'clock." She came, in fact, at daybreak. Honoré was drinking the soup he had made for himself before going out into the fields. The nurse asked him, "Well, has your mother gone yet?" He replied with a malicious smile, "She's getting on a bit better." Then he went out. Old Rapet suddenly felt uneasy. She went up to the sufferer, who was lying in the same state, breathing painfully and imperceptibly, her eyes open and her clenched hands on the counterpane. The nurse saw that this state might continue 2 days, 4 days, or even 8 days, and fear gripped her miserly heart. Then she was shaken by a furious anger against this trickster who had cheated her and against this old woman who would not die. She set to work, however, and waited, her eyes fixed on the wrinkled face of Mother Bontemps. Honoré came back to breakfast. He seemed happy, almost cheerful. Then he went out again. He was certainly getting in his corn under excellent conditions. Old Rapet was getting irritated, each minute that went by now was stolen time, stolen money. She wanted madly, to take this mulish old woman. This obstinate and pig-headed old woman by the neck and with a little shaking make an end of the little short breath that was stealing her time and her money. Then she thought of the danger of doing that, and other ideas came into her head. She came up close to the bed and asked, "Have you seen the devil yet?" Mother Bontemps murmured, "No." Then the nurse began to talk, telling her tales that would terrify the feeble soul of this dying woman. Some minutes before one breathed one's last, the devil appeared, she said, to all sick people. He had a broom in one hand, and a saucepan on his head. He made strange noises. If you saw him, it was all over, you had only a few seconds to live. She enumerated all those in her charge to whom the devil had appeared that year: Josephine Loisel, Eulalie Radier, Sophie Pedagnan, Seraphine Grospide. Mother Bontemps, disturbed at last, shook in her bed, waved her hands, trying to turn her head so that she could see to the farthest corner of the room. Suddenly old Rappet disappeared from the foot of the bed. She took a sheet from the cupboard and wrapped herself in it. Then she set a stewpan on her head so that the three short curved legs stood on end like three horns. She grabbed a broom in her right hand and in her left a metal water jug which she threw sharply in the air so that it fell down with a great noise. It struck the floor with a terrible clatter. Then, clambering onto a chair, the nurse lifted the curtain that hung at the end of the bed and there appeared, waving her arms, uttering hoarse shrieks from the bottom of the iron pot that hid her face, and with her broom threatening the old dying peasant woman, like the devil in a Punch and Judy show. Mad with fear, her eyes wild, the dying woman made a superhuman effort to get up and get away from it. She managed to get her shoulders and chest out of bed, then she fell back with a great sigh. It was all over. Old Rappet placidly put everything back, the broom in the corner of the cupboard, the sheet inside, the stewpan on the stove, the water jug on the shelf and the chair against the wall. Then with a professional gesture she closed the wide-staring eyes of the dead, placed on the bed a dish, poured into it a little of the water from the holy water vessel, dipped in it the sprig of yew nailed on to the cupboard door and, kneeling down, began to recite fervently the prayers for the dead which she knew by heart, and which were part of her trade. When Honoré returned, at nightfall, he found her there praying, and his first thought was that she had cheated him of 20 sous, for she had only spent 3 days and 1 night. Which only came to 5 francs instead of the 6 which he owed her. A divorce case. Madame. Chassel's counsel began his speech: "My lord, gentlemen of the jury. The case which I am called on to defend before you would more suitably be treated by medicine than by justice and constitutes much more a pathological case than an ordinary case of law. At first sight the facts seem simple. A young man, of considerable wealth, of a high-minded and ardent nature, a generous heart, falls in love with a supremely beautiful young girl, more than beautiful, adorable, as gracious, as charming, as good, and as tender as she is pretty, and he marries her. For some time, he conducts himself towards her as a solicitous and affectionate husband. Then he neglects her, bullies her, seems to feel for her an insurmountable aversion, an unconquerable dislike. One day even, he strikes her, not only without any right, but even without any excuse. I will not labor to represent to you, gentlemen, his strange behavior, incomprehensible to everyone. I will not paint for you the unspeakable life of these two creatures and the frightful grief of this young woman. To convince you I have only to read to you some fragments from a diary written each day by this poor man, this poor madman. For it is with a madman that we have to do, gentlemen, and the case is all the more curious, all the more interesting in that it recalls in many particulars the mania of the unfortunate prince who died recently, the fantastic king who reigned platonically in Bavaria. I will recall that case, the madness of a romantic. You will remember all the tales told of that strange prince. He had built in the heart of the most magnificent scenery in his kingdom veritable fairy castles. Even the reality of the beauty of things and places were not enough for him, he imagined and created in these fantastic dwellings artificial horizons produced by means of theatrical devices. Changes of scene, painted forests, fabled domains where the leaves of the trees were of precious stones. He had Alps and glaciers, steppes, sandy deserts scorched by the sun, and at night, under the rays of the real moon, lakes illuminated below by fantastic electric lights. On these lakes swans floated and small boats glided, while an orchestra composed of the finest musicians in the world, intoxicated the royal madman's senses with romance. This man was chaste, this man was a virgin. He had never loved anything save a dream, his divine dream. One evening he carried off in his boat a young woman, a great artiste, and begged her to sing. She sang, herself intoxicated by the beauty of the courtyards, by the warm, sweet air, by the fragrance of flowers and by the ecstasy of this young handsome prince. She sang, as women sing whom love has touched, then, distraught, trembling wildly, she fell on the king's heart and sought his lips. But he threw her in the lake, and taking up his oars, gained the shore, without troubling whether she were rescued or not. Gentlemen of the jury, we have before us a case in all respects similar. I will do no more than read to you now some passages from the diary which we discovered in the drawer of a bureau. How dull and ugly everything is, always the same, always hideous. How I dream of a lovelier, nobler, more changeful world. How wretched would be the imagination of their God, if their God existed or if he had not created other things as well. Always woods, little woods, rivers that are like all other rivers, plains like all other plains, all things are alike and monotonous. And man? Man? What a horrible animal, wicked, proud and disgusting. One should love madly, without seeing the object of one's love. For to see is to understand, and to understand is to despise. One should love, intoxicating oneself with the beloved as one gets drunk on wine, in such a way as to lose consciousness of what one is drinking. And drink, 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 without drawing breath, day and night. I have found her, I think. She has in all her person something ideal that does not seem of this world and lends wings to my dream. Oh, how far otherwise than in reality do people seem to me in my dreams. She is fair, very fair, with hair full of inexpressible delicate shades. Her eyes are blue. Blue eyes are the only ones that ravish my soul. The whole being of a woman, the woman who exists in the depths of my heart, shows itself to me in the eye, only in the eye. Oh, a mystery! What mystery? The eye? The whole universe lies therein, because it sees it, because it reflects it. It contains the universe, things and beings, forests and oceans, men and beasts, sunsets, stars, the arts, all, it sees, plucks, and bears everything away. And it holds still more, it holds the soul, it holds the thinking man, the man who loves, who laughs, who suffers. Oh, look into the blue eyes of women. They are deep as the sea, changing as the sky, so sweet, sweet as gentle winds, sweet as music, sweet as kisses, transparent, so clear that one sees behind, one sees the soul. The blue soul that colors them, that animates them, that makes them divine. Yes, the soul shares the colors of the glance. Only the blue soul bears the dream in its depths, it has stolen its azure from sea and space. The eye. Think of it. The eye. It drinks in the visible creation to feed thought. It drinks in the world, color, movement, books, pictures, all beauty, all ugliness, and creates ideas therefrom. And when it looks at me, it fills me with the sense of a happiness not of this world. It foreshadows to us the things of which we are forever ignorant. It makes us realize that the realities of our thoughts are despicable and filthy things. I love her too for her manner of walking. Meme quand loiseau marque, on Saint Chuil a de Ailes 26. The poet said. When she passes, one feels that she is not of the same race as ordinary women, she is of a finer, more divine race. I marry her tomorrow. I am afraid. I am afraid of so many things. 2 beasts, 2 dogs, 2 wolves, 2 foxes, prowl through the woods and meet. The one is male, the other female. They mate. They mate because of an animal instinct which drives them to continue the race, their race, the race whose form, skin, stature, movements and habits they have. All beasts do as much, without knowing why. We too. All that I have done in marrying her is to obey this senseless urge that drives us towards the female. She is my wife. So long as I desired her ideally, she was for me the irrealizable dream on the verge of being realized. From the very second when I held her in my arms, she was no more than the being of whom nature has made use to bring to naught all my hopes. Has she brought them to naught? No. Yet I am tired of her, tired of being unable to touch her, to brush her with my hand or my lips, without my heart swelling with an inexpressible disgust, not perhaps disgust with her, but a loftier, wider, more contemptuous disgust, disgust with the embrace of love, so vile as it has become for all refined beings, a shameful act which must be hidden, which is only spoken of in low tones. With blushes. I can no longer endure the sight of my wife approaching me, calling to me with smile and glance and arms. I can no longer endure it. I imagined once that her kiss would transport me to the heavens. One day she was suffering from a passing fever, and I caught in her breath the faint subtle almost imperceptible odor of human decay. I was utterly overcome. Oh! Flesh, seductive living dung, a mass of decay that walks, thinks, speaks, looks and smiles, full of fermenting food, rosy, pretty, tempting, full of deceit as is the soul. Why is it only flowers that feel so good, great pale or brilliant flowers, whose tones and hues make my heart flutter and trouble my eyes? They are so beautiful, so delicate in structure, so varied and so sensual, half open like mouths, more tempting than mouths, and hollow, with lips curled back, toothed, fleshy, powdered with a seed of life that engenders in each one of them a different perfume. They reproduce themselves, they, only they, in all the world, without defilement of their inviolable race, giving off round themselves the divine incense of their love. The fragrant sweat of their caresses, the essence of their incomparable bodies, of their bodies that are adorned with all grace, all elegance, all form, and possess the fascination of all color forms, and the intoxicating charm of all scents. Selected fragments, 6 months later. I love flowers, not as flowers but as delicate and material beings. I pass my days and my nights in the greenhouses where I hide them like women in harems. Who, except myself, knows the sweetness, the maddening charm, the shuddering, sensual, ideal, superhuman ecstasy of these tender caresses? And these kisses on rosy flesh, on red flesh, on white flesh, the miraculously varied, delicate, rare, fine, unctuous flesh of these wonderful flowers? I have greenhouses where no one enters but myself and the man who looks after them. I enter them as if I were stepping into a place of secret delight. In the high glass gallery, I pass first between 2 throngs of corollas, shut, half open or spread wide, which slope from ground to roof. It is the first kiss they send me. Those particular ones, those flowers, those that adorn this anteroom of my mysterious passions, are my servants and not my favorites. They greet me, as I pass, with their changing brilliance and their fresh exhalations. They are darlings, coquettes, rising tier upon tier in 8 rows on my right hand and 8 rows on my left, and so crowded that they have the aspect of 2 gardens coming down to my feet. My heart palpitates, my eye lights up at sight of them, the blood runs madly through my veins, my soul leaps within me, and my hands tremble already with the desire to touch them. I pass on. There are 3 closed doors at the end of this high gallery. I can make my choice. I have 3 harems. But I turn oftenest to the orchids, my drowsy favorites. Their room is low, stifling. The damp, warm air makes my skin moist, my throat contract for want of air, and my fingers tremble. They come, these stranger women, from swampy, burning, unhealthy countries. They are as fascinating as sirens, deadly as poison, marvelously grotesque, soul-destroying, terrifying. See how like they are to butterflies with their enormous wings, their tiny paws, their eyes. For they have eyes. They look at me, they see me, prodigious, unbelievable beings, fairies, daughters of the holy earth, the impalpable air, and warm light, the mother of the world. Yes, they have wings and eyes and delicate shades that no painter can catch, all the charms, all the graces, all the shapes that one can dream of. Their sides are cleft, perfumed and transparent, open for love and more tempting than any woman's flesh. The unimaginable contours of their tiny bodies thrust the soul, drunk, into a paradise of visions and ideal delights. They quiver on their stems as if about to take flight. Will they fly, will they come to me? No, it is my heart which hovers above them like some mystic male creature, tortured with love. No insect's wing can brush them. We are alone, they and I, in the translucent prison that I have built them. I watch them and I contemplate them, I admire them, I adore them, one after the other. How sleek they are, how mysterious, rosy, with a rosiness that moistens the lips with desire. How I love them. The rim of their calyx is curled, paler than their throats, and the corolla hides itself there, mysterious seductive mouth, sweet to the tongue and displaying and concealing the delicate, wonderful and sacred organs of these divine little creatures which smell pleasant and do not talk. Sometimes I am seized with a passion for one of them which endures as long as its existence, a few days, a few nights. Then it is taken from the common gallery and enclosed in a darling little glass retreat where a thread of water murmurs through a bed of tropic grass come from the islands of the great Pacific. And there I stay, at her side, ardent, feverish and tormented, knowing her death so close and watching her fade, while I possess her, while I breathe, drink, pluck her short life with one inexpressible caress. When he had finished reading these fragments, counsel continued. Decency, gentlemen of the jury, restrains me from continuing to lay before you the curious confessions of this shamefully idealistic madman. The few passages that I have just laid before you will be sufficient, I think, for you to understand this case of mental disease. Less rare than one thinks in our age of hysterical dementia and corrupted decadence. I feel therefore that my client is entitled more than any other woman to demand her divorce in the exceptional position in which she has been placed by the strange mental derangement of her husband. The inn. Looking just like all the other wooden hostelries set down amid the high Alps, at the feet of the glaciers, in the bare and rocky corridors that cleave the white peaks of the mountains. The Schwerenbach Inn serves as a refuge for travelers over the Gemmi Pass. For 6 months in the year it remains open, inhabited by Jean Hauser's family. Then, as soon as the snow lies in deep drifts, filling the valley and making the descent to Loch impassable, the women, the father and the 3 sons depart, leaving the old guide, Gaspard Hari, to look after the house, with the young guide, Ulrich Kunze, and Sam, the biggest Bernard dog. The 2 men and the beast remain till the spring in this prison of snow, with nothing before their eyes save the immense white slope of the Baumhorn. They are surrounded by pale, gleaming peaks, shut in, blockaded, and buried under the snow that rises round them, enveloping, embracing and crushing the little house, heaping itself high upon the roof, reaching to the windows, and walling up the door. It was the day on which the Hauser family was to return to Loch, for winter was approaching and the descent becoming perilous. 3 mules went in front, loaded with clothes and luggage, and led by the 3 sons. Then the mother, Jean Hauser, and her daughter Louise mounted a 4th mule, and set off in their turn. The father followed them, accompanied by the 2 guides, who were to escort the family as far as the summit of the actual descent. First they rounded the little lake, frozen now, at the bottom of the great cavity in the rocks that lay in front of the inn, then they pursued their way along the valley, featureless as a sheet and dominated by snow peaks on every side. The sun poured down on this dazzling white frozen desert, illuminating it with a cold, blinding glare. No life stirred in this sea of hills, there was no movement in the limitless solitude. No sound disturbed the profound silence. Little by little the young guide, Ulrich Kunzi, a tall, long-legged Swiss, drew away from Hauser and old Gaspard Hari, and overtook the mule that bore the two women. The younger of them watched him coming, and seemed to call him with her sad eyes. She was a small, fair peasant girl, whose milky cheeks and pale hair seemed bleached by her long sojourn amid the ice. When he had caught up with the animal that carried her, he put his hand on its buttock and slowed his pace. Old Madame Hauser began to speak to him, enumerating with infinite detail all her recommendations for the winter. It was the first time that he was staying up, whereas old Hari had already spent 14 winters under the snow at the Schwerenbach Inn. Ulrich Kunzi listened, but did not appear to understand. He never took his eyes off the young girl. From time to time he would answer, "Yes, Madame Hauser," but his thoughts seemed far away, and his calm face remained impassive. They reached the lake of Daube, whose long frozen surface stretched, perfectly motionless, at the bottom of the valley. To their right, the Daubenhorn thrust up its black rocks, rising to a peak, near the enormous moraines of the Lommern Glacier, dominated by the Wildstrubel. As they drew near the Gemmi Pass, where the descent to Loch begins, they came suddenly upon the vast rim of the Alps of the Valais, from which they were separated by the deep broad valley of the Rhône. It was a distant host of white, uneven summits, some sharp, others flattened at the top, and all gleaming in the sun, the Mischabel with its two horns, the powerful bulk of the Wishorn, the weighty Brunighorn, the high and formidable pyramid of the murderous Matterhorn, and that monstrous jade, the Dent Blanche. Then, right below them, in an enormous cavity at the bottom of a fearful abyss, they caught sight of Loch, whose houses were like grains of sand thrown into that huge crevice, ended and enclosed by the Gemmi, and opening out, below, onto the Rhône. The mule halted at the edge of the path that runs, twisting, turning endlessly, and coiling back in fantastic and marvelous fashion, down the mountains on the right, as far as to the almost invisible little village at their feet. The women jumped down into the snow. The two old men had caught them up. "We must be off," said Hauser. "Goodbye, and keep your spirits up, friends, see you next year." "Next year," repeated old Hari. They embraced. Then Madame Hauser, in her turn, offered her cheeks, and the girl did the same. When it was Ulrich Kunzi's turn, he murmured into Louise's ear, "Don't forget the men up above." "No, I won't," she replied, so softly that he guessed it without hearing. "Well, goodbye," repeated Jean Hauser, "and good health to you." And, passing in front of the women, he began the descent. Soon all three vanished at the first bend in the road. And the two men turned back towards the Schwerenbach Inn. They walked slowly, side by side, without speaking. It was over, they would be shut up alone together, for 4 or 5 months. Then Gaspard Hari began to talk about his life there the previous winter. He had stayed up with Michel Canel, who was now too old to try it again, for an accident may easily happen during the long period of solitude. They had not been bored. It was all a matter of playing one's proper part from the very first day, and one always succeeded in inventing various distractions, games, and other ways of passing the time. Ulrich Kunzi listened with lowered eyes, following in thought the friends descending to the village down the winding ways of the Gemmi Pass. Soon they caught sight of the inn, scarcely visible, so small was it, a black speck at the foot of the monstrous wave of snow. When they opened the door, Sam, the big curly-haired dog, began to gambol round them. "Come, my son," said old Gaspard, "we have no woman here now. We must get dinner ready, and you will peel the potatoes." They both sat down on wooden stools and began to dip their bread in the soup. The next morning seemed a long one to Ulrich Kunzi. Old Hari smoked and spat into the fireplace, while the young man stared through the window at the dazzling mountain opposite the house. He went out in the afternoon and followed the route of the day before, searching on the ground for the shoe prints of the mule that had borne the two women. When he was at the summit of the pass, he lay down on his face at the edge of the abyss and gazed at Loche. The village in its well of rock was not yet drowned in snow, although the snow had drawn very near it, to be halted abruptly by the pine forests that protected the outlying houses. From above, the houses looked like paving stones in a meadow. Louise Hauser was there, now, in one of those grey buildings. In which? Ulrich Kunze was too far away to tell them apart. How he longed to go down, while it was still possible. But the sun had disappeared behind the great crest of Wildstrubel, and the young man returned. Old Harry was smoking. At sight of his companion, he proposed a game of cards, and they sat down face to face on either side of the table. They played for a long time, a simple game called brisk, and after supper they went to bed. The days that followed were like the first, bright and cold, with no fresh snow. Old Gaspard spent the afternoons watching the eagles and rare birds that ventured on the frozen heights, while Ulrich returned regularly to the summit of the Gemmi to gaze at the village. Then they would play cards, dice or dominoes, winning or losing trifling objects to give an interest to their game. One morning Harry, the first to get up, called his companion. A moving, deep, light cloud of white foam was falling on them and round them, silently, burying them little by little under a thick, frothy coverlet that deadened all sound. It lasted 4 days and 4 nights. They had to free the door and the windows, hollow out a passage and cut steps in order to walk out over the surface of this powdered ice that 12 hours of frost had made harder than the granite of the moraines. Thenceforward they lived the life of prisoners, hardly venturing outside their dwelling place. They had divided up the housework, and each regularly performed his share. Ulrich Kunze made himself responsible for the washing and cleaning, in fact, for all the labor of keeping the house neat. It was he also who split the wood, while Gaspard Hari cooked and tended the fire. Their tasks, regular and monotonous, were interrupted by long games of cards or dice. They never quarreled, both being of calm and peaceful temper. They never even indulged in moments of impatience, ill humor or sharp words, for they had determined to possess their souls in patience throughout their winter on the heights. Sometimes old Gaspard would take his gun and go off after chamois. Occasionally he killed one. Then there would be rejoicings at the Schwerenbach Inn, and a great feast of fresh meat. One morning he went out for this purpose. The outside thermometer had dropped to 0. The sun had not yet risen, and so the hunter hoped to catch the animals on the lower slopes of the Wildstrubel. Ulrich, left by himself, stayed in bed till 10. He was by nature a heavy sleeper, but had never dared to abandon himself to his weakness in the presence of the old guide, always energetic and early out of bed. He lunched slowly with Sam, who also spent his days and nights sleeping in front of the fire. Then he felt sad, frightened by the solitude. He was suffering from his need of their daily game of cards, as a man does suffer under the prick of a powerful habit. So he went out to meet his companion, who was due back at 4 o'clock. The snow had leveled the whole deep valley, filling the crevasses, and quilting the rocks. It formed, between the immense peaks, nothing but an immense white bowl, smooth, blinding, and frozen. It was 3 weeks since Ulrich had last gone to the edge of the abyss and gazed down at the village. He was anxious to pay a visit thither before climbing the slopes that led to Wildstrubel. Loche was now also covered by the snow, and it was scarcely possible to distinguish the houses buried under its pale cloak. He turned to the right, and reached the glacier of Lommern. He walked with his long, mountaineer stride, striking his iron-tipped stick upon the snow, itself as hard as stone. With his keen eyes he sought for the little moving black speck, far away on that enormous tablecloth. When he was at the edge of the glacier, he stopped, wondering if the old man really had gone that way. Then he set off again, skirting the moraines, at a swifter, more uneasy pace. The light was fading, the snows were turning pink, a dry icy wind ran in hurried gusts over their crystal surface. Ulrich uttered a shrill cry, quivering and prolonged. His voice fled abroad in the silence that covered the sleeping mountains. It ran far away over the deep, motionless billows of icy foam, like the cry of a bird over the waves of the sea. Then it died out, and there was no reply. He resumed his march. The sun had sunk below the far horizon, behind the peaks still reddened by the glow in the sky. But the hollows of the valley were growing gray. And suddenly the young man was afraid. He felt as though the silence, the cold, the solitude, the winter death of the mountains were flowing into his own body, would stop and freeze his blood, stiffen his limbs, and turn him into a still, frozen creature. He began to run, fleeing towards his dwelling place. The old man, he thought, would have returned during his absence. He must have taken another route. He would be sitting before the fire, with a dead chamois at his feet. Soon he came in sight of the inn. No smoke was coming from it. Ulrich ran faster, and opened the door. Sam dashed up to greet him, but Gaspard Hari had not returned. Frightened, Kunzi turned about, as though expecting to find his companion hiding in a corner. Then he relit the fire and made the soup, still hoping to see the old man come in. From time to time he would go out to see whether he were not in sight. Darkness had fallen, the one darkness of the mountains, a pale, livid darkness, illumined on the sky's rim by a slender yellow crescent that hovered on the verge of sinking behind the peaks. Then the young man would return, sit down, warm his feet and hands, and turn over in his mind various possible accidents. Gaspard might have broken his leg, have fallen into a hole or made a false step and sprained his ankle. And he must be lying in the snow, overcome and stiffened by the cold, in agony of mind, screaming, lost, shouting for help, perhaps. Shouting with all the strength of his voice through the silence of the night. But where? The mountains were so vast, so cruel, and their lower slopes so perilous, especially at that time of year, that it needed 10 or 20 guides, walking for a week in every direction, to find a man lost in their immensity. But Ulrich Kunzi resolved to go out with Sam if Gaspard Hari did not return between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning. He made his arrangements. He put provisions for 2 days into a bag, took his steel climbing irons, wound a long, thin, strong cord about his waist, and made sure that his iron-tipped stick and the axe he used for cutting steps in the ice were in order. Then he waited. The fire blazed in the hearth, the big dog snored in the light of the flames, in its sonorous wooden case the clock sounded its regular tick, like the beating of a heart. He waited, his ear attuned for distant sounds, shivering when the light breeze swept along the roof and the walls. Midnight struck, he shuddered. Then, feeling shaky and frightened, he set water on the fire, so as to have a drink of good hot coffee before he set out. When the clock struck 1, he rose, woke Sam, opened the door, and set off in the direction of the Wildstrubel. For 5 hours he ascended, scaling the rocks by means of his climbing irons, cutting steps in the ice, always pressing forward, and sometimes using the rope in order to haul up the dog from the bottom of a wall of rock too steep for him. It was about 6 o'clock when he reached one of the peaks to which old Gaspard often went in search of chamois. He waited for daybreak. The sky paled overhead, and suddenly a fantastic glow, lit none knows whence, came at one stride over the immense sea of pale crests that extended all round him for 100 leagues. This vague light seemed to pour from the snow and spread itself abroad. Little by little the loftiest summits in the distance were all tinged with a pink soft as flesh, and the red sun rose behind the massive giants of the Bernese Alps. Ulrich Kunzi set off again. He walked like a hunter, stooping, searching for traces, and bidding the dog, "Rout him out, boy, rout him out." He was now going back down the mountain, examining the crevasses, and sometimes calling, sending forth a prolonged shout that died very swiftly in the mute immensities of space. Then he would set his ear to the ground to listen, he fancied he could discern a voice, would begin to run, shouting again, would hear nothing more and would sit down, exhausted and despairing. At about midday he had lunch and gave food to Sam, who was as weary as himself. Then he recommenced his search. When evening came on he was still walking, having scoured over 50 kilometers of the mountains. Finding himself too far from the house to return to it, and too tired to drag himself any further, he dug a hole in the snow, and huddled inside it, with the dog, under a blanket he had brought. There they lay, one against the other, the man and the beast, warming each other's bodies, but, even so, frozen to the marrow. Ulrich scarcely slept at all. His mind was haunted by visions, and his limbs racked by shivering fits. Day was breaking when he rose. His legs were as stiff as iron bars, his spirit so weak that he was ready to scream with anguish. And his heart so wildly pulsing that he grew dizzy with excitement whenever he thought he heard a noise. Suddenly he thought that he too was doomed to die of cold out in the solitude, and his terror of such a death whipped up his energy and revived his strength. He was descending now towards the inn, stumbling and recovering himself, followed in the distance by Sam, who was limping along on 3 legs. They did not reach Schwerenbach until about 4 in the afternoon. The house was empty. The young man lit the fire, ate some food, and went to sleep, too stupefied with exhaustion to think of anything. He slept for a very long time, in a slumber like death. But suddenly a voice, a cry, a name, Ulrich, broke through to the depths of his unconsciousness and made him start up. Had he been dreaming? Was this one of the fantastic calls that pierce the dreams of an uneasy mind? No, he heard that quivering cry still, piercing his ears and still present in his body's being, in the tips of his muscular fingers. Assuredly someone had shouted, someone had called Ulrich. Someone was there, near the house. He could not doubt it. So he opened the door and yelled, "Is that you?" gasped, with all the strength in his throat. Nothing answered. No sound, no murmur, no groan, nothing. It was dark. The snow was ghostly. The wind had risen, the icy wind that cracks stones and leaves nothing alive upon these deserted heights. It swept by in sharp gusts, more parching and more deadly than the fiery wind of the desert. Again Ulrich shouted, gasped, gasped, gasped. Then he waited. All was silent in the mountains. Then a wave of terror shook him to the bone. With one bound he got back inside the inn, shut the door, and thrust home the bolts. Then he fell shivering into a chair, certain that he had just been called by his companion at the moment when he rendered up his soul. Of that he was sure, as a man is sure of being alive or of eating bread. Old Gaspard Hari had been dying for 2 days and 3 nights, somewhere out there, in a hole. In one of those deep untrodden ravines whose whiteness is more sinister than the darkness of a subterranean dungeon. He had been dying for 2 days and 3 nights, and a moment ago had succumbed, thinking of his companion. And his soul, scarce freed, had flitted to the inn where Ulrich lay sleeping, and had called him by the mysterious and awful power that the souls of the dead have to haunt the living. It had cried aloud, that voiceless soul, in the afflicted soul of the sleeper, had cried its last farewell, or its reproach, or its curse upon the man who had given up the search too soon. And Ulrich felt it there, quite close, behind the wall, behind the door he had just shut. It was wandering, like a night bird brushing against a lighted window with its feathers. The frenzied youth was on the point of screaming with horror. He wanted to run away and dared not go out, for there the phantom would remain, day and night, round the inn. So long as the old guide's body remained undiscovered and unburied in the hallowed ground of a cemetery. Dawn came, and Kunzi recovered some measure of confidence at the sun's shining return. He prepared his meal, and made broth for the dog. Then sat motionless in a chair, in agony of soul, thinking of the old man lying under the snow. Then, as soon as night covered the mountains again, new terrors began to assail him. He was walking now about the dark kitchen, badly lit by the flame of a single candle. He walked from one end of the room to the other, in long strides, listening for that terrifying scream of the other night to come again across the melancholy silence outside. The poor wretch felt lonelier than any man had ever been. He was alone in that immense desert of snow, alone, 2,000 meters above the inhabited earth, above human dwellings, above the roaring, palpitating stir of life, alone in the frozen sky. He was tortured by a mad desire to escape, anywhither, anyhow, to get down to Loch by flinging himself into the abyss. But he dared not even open the door, certain that the other man, the dead man, would bar his way, that he too might not be left alone in the heights. Towards midnight, weary of walking, overcome with anguish and terror, he drowsed at last in his chair, for he dreaded his bed as a man dreads a haunted place. And suddenly the piercing cry of the previous night tore at his ears, so loud and shrill that Ulrich stretched out his arms to repel the ghost, and, chair and all, fell over onto his back. Sam, awakened by the noise, began to bark as frightened dogs will bark, and prowled round the room, seeking the spot whence came the danger. Coming to the door, he sniffed beneath it, panting, sniffling, and whining, with hair on end and tail erect. Kunzi had risen in terror and, holding his chair by one of its legs, cried out, don't come in, or I'll kill you." And the dog, excited by his threats, barked furiously at the invisible foe against whom his master was shouting defiance. Little by little, Sam calmed down and went back and lay down on the hearth, but he remained uneasy, with head erect and shining eyes, and snarled through his teeth. Ulrich too recovered his composure, but, feeling that his fear was sapping his strength, he went to get a bottle of brandy from the cupboard, and drank several glasses of it, one after another. His thoughts became vague, his courage was strengthened, a burning fever glided into his veins. He ate practically nothing next day, limiting his diet to alcohol. And for several days on end he lived in a state of bestial drunkenness. As soon as thoughts of Gaspard Hari returned to him, he started drinking again, and continued till he fell to the ground, completely intoxicated. There he would lie, face downwards, dead drunk, his limbs twisted, snoring, with his forehead to the floor. But no sooner had he digested the maddening, burning liquor than the same cry, Ulrich, woke him like a bullet piercing his skull, and he rose, still tottering, stretching out his hands to keep from falling, and calling Sam to his aid. And the dog, who seemed to be going mad like his master, would rush at the door, scratching it with his claws and gnawing it with his long white teeth, while the young man, with upturned face and neck straining backwards, swallowed the brandy in great gulps, like cold water drunk after a race. And presently the spirit dulled his thoughts again, and his memory, and his frantic terror. In 3 weeks he got through his entire stock of alcohol. But this perpetual drunkenness merely dulled his terror, and it rose with renewed fury as soon as he could no longer assuage it. Then his obsession, made worse by a month of drunkenness, and constantly growing in that utter solitude, pierced his brain like a gimlet. He had come now to striding up and down his dwelling like a caged animal, setting his ear to the door to listen if the thing were there and defying it through the wall. And each time he dozed, overcome by fatigue, he heard the voice that made him leap to his feet. At last, one night, he rushed to the door, like a coward pushed to the last extremity, and opened it, to see the thing that called him, and force it to be silent. A gust of cold air struck him full in the face, freezing him to the bone, and he shut the door and thrust home the bolts, without noticing that Sam had rushed out. Then, shuddering, he piled wood on the fire and sat down to warm himself, but suddenly he started. Something was scratching the wall, and weeping. "Go away," he cried frantically. He was answered by a long-drawn melancholy wail. At that, all that was left of his reason succumbed to abject terror. "Go away," he said again, turning round and round to find a corner to hide in. But the thing outside, still weeping, went all along the side of the house, rubbing against the wall. Ulrich dashed to the oaken sideboard, full of plates and provisions, and, lifting it with superhuman strength, dragged it to the door, to secure himself with a barricade. Then, heaping up all the remaining furniture, bedsteads, mattresses, and chairs, he blocked up the window, as though he were preparing for a siege. But the thing outside was now uttering great mournful moans, and the young man began to answer in like moans. Whole days and nights went by, and neither ceased to howl. One ran constantly about the house, scratching at the wall with its nails with such violence that it seemed eager to pull it down. The other, inside, followed its every movement, all huddled up, his ear glued to the stone wall, answering its cries with horrible screams. One evening Ulrich heard no more noises, and sat down, so worn out with fatigue that he fell asleep immediately. He woke without memory, without thought, as though his head had been emptied during his sunken slumber. He was hungry, he ate. The winter was over. The Gemmi Pass became practicable again, and the Hauser family set off on their way back to the inn. As soon as they had reached the summit of the ascent, the women clambered onto their mule and began to talk of the two men whom they would shortly see again. They were surprised that neither of them had descended a few days earlier, as soon as the road was open, to bring news of their long wintering. At last they caught sight of the inn, still covered and quilted with snow. The door and the window were closed, a little smoke issued from the roof, a fact that reassured old Hauser. But, drawing nearer, he perceived on the threshold the skeleton of an animal picked clean by the eagles, a large skeleton lying on its side. They all examined it. "It must be Sam," said Madame Hauser, and she shouted, "Hey, Gaspard!" A cry answered from within, a shrill cry, that sounded like the cry of some animal. "Hey, Gaspard," repeated old Hauser. Another cry like the first was heard. Then the three men, the father and the two sons, tried to open the door. It stood fast. They took from the empty cowshed a long beam to use as a battering ram, and swung it with all their strength. The wood rang and yielded, the planks flew to pieces. Then a great crash shook the house and they saw a man standing inside behind the fallen sideboard, with hair falling to the shoulders, a beard on his chest, gleaming eyes, and rags of cloth upon his body. They could not recognize him, but Louise Hauser exclaimed, "It's Ulrich, mother." And her mother saw that it was indeed Ulrich, although his hair was white. He let them come up to him. He let them touch him, but he made no answer to their questions, and had to be taken to Loch, where the doctors decided that he was mad. And no one ever knew what had become of his companion. Louise Hauser nearly died that summer of a decline attributed to the mountain cold. Are we to teach Latin? This question of Latin in our schools, with which we have been bored for some time, reminds me of a story of my youth. I was finishing my school life with the proprietor of one of those boarding schools in a large town in the provinces, the Institution Robineau. Celebrated throughout the province for the high standard of the Latin which was taught there. For 10 years the Institution Robineau had beaten in the scholarship examinations the imperial school of the town and all the colleges of the sub-prefecture, and its constant success was due, people said, to an usher, a simple usher, M. Peak-Dent, or rather Daddy Peak-Dent. He was one of those grey men, whose age it was impossible to guess, but whose history was plain to read. He had probably taken a place as usher in some school at the age of 20 so that he might have leisure to study for the licentiate in letters, and afterwards for the degree of Doctor of Literature. And had found himself so entangled in this ill-fated life that he had remained an usher forever. But his love for Latin had not left him, and tormented him like a morbid passion. He continued to read poets, prose writers, historians, to interpret them, to penetrate their meaning, to comment on them with a perseverance which bordered on madness. One day the idea struck him to make all the pupils of his class answer him only in Latin, and he kept them at it until they were capable of keeping up an entire conversation with him, just as if they were speaking their mother tongue. He listened to them like a conductor at a rehearsal of an orchestra, every now and then striking his desk with his ruler. Lefrère, you are making a solecism. Don't you remember the rule? Plantel, the turn of your phrase is French, not in the least Latin. Try to understand the genius of the language. Listen to me. As a consequence, the pupils of the institution Robineau carried off at the end of the year all the prizes for Latin composition, translation and oratory. Next year, the proprietor, a little man as clever as a monkey and nearly as grotesque in his grimaces, printed on his programs and advertisements and printed on the board of the institution. Speciality of Latin Studies. 5 first prizes obtained in the 5 classes of the lycée. 2 prizes with special mention in the general examination of all schools and colleges of France. During 10 years the institution Robineau triumphed in this way. So my father, attracted by this success, put me as a day boarder with this Robineau, whom we called Robinetto or Robinettino, and made me take private lessons from Daddy Piquedent at the rate of 5 francs per hour, of which he had 2 and the proprietor 3. I was 18 then and in the highest form. These private lessons took place in a little room looking out over the street, and so it happened that Daddy Piquedent, instead of talking Latin to me, as he did in the class, told me all his troubles in French. Having neither relations nor friends, the poor chap became very fond of me and poured out all his misery on my bosom. Never in the last 10 or 15 years had he been alone with anyone. I am like an oak in the desert, said he. Sicut quercus in solitudine. The other ushers disgusted him. He knew no one in the town, since he had no free time in which to make acquaintances. Not even the nights, my friend, and that is the hardest for me. My only dream would be to have a room, furnished with my books and with little things of my own which no one else had the right to touch. And I have nothing of my own, nothing but my clothes, nothing, not even my mattress and my pillow. I have not even 4 walls where I can shut myself up except when I come to give a lesson in this room. Can you understand that? A man who passes all his life without ever having the right, without even having the time, to shut himself up alone, no matter where, to think, to reflect, to work, to dream. Ah, my friend, a key, the key of a door that I could lock, that would be happiness, the only happiness I want. Here, in the daytime the classroom with all those rascals shuffling about. At night the dormitory with the same rascals snoring, and I sleep in public in a bed at the end of 2 rows of these little imps over whom I have to keep watch. I can never be alone, never. If I go out, the street is crowded, and if I am tired of walking, I can only go into a café full of smokers and billiard players. I tell you it is a prison. I asked him, "Why have you not tried some other career, M. Piquedent?" He cried out. "And which, my young friend, which? I am neither bootmaker nor carpenter, nor hatter, nor baker, nor barber. I know nothing but Latin, and I have no diploma allowing me to sell it dear. If I were a doctor of literature, I could sell for 100 francs what I sell for 5, and probably give less value for it, for my degree would be enough to justify my interpretation." Sometimes he used to say to me, "I have no rest in life except the hours I pass with you. Don't be afraid, you will lose nothing. I will make up for it by making you answer twice as often as the others in the classroom." One day I was bold enough to offer him a cigarette. He looked at me at first almost stupefied, then at the door. "Suppose someone came in, my boy?" "Well, we will smoke at the window," said I to him. We went to lean on the windowsill above the street, hiding the little cylinders of tobacco in the hollows of our hands. Opposite us was a laundry, for women dressed in white cotton running the heavy hot iron up and down over the linen before them, raising a thin vapor. Suddenly another, a fifth, carrying in her arms a large basket that bent her double, came out, to carry home to the customers their shirts, handkerchiefs and sheets. She stopped at the door as if she were already tired, then she raised her eyes, smiled on seeing us smoking, threw us with her free hand the knowing kiss of a careless workgirl, and went away with a slow step, dragging her feet. She was a girl of 20, little, rather thin, pale, quite pretty, a knowing look, laughing eyes under light hair badly arranged. Daddy Piquedent, moved, murmured, "What a life for a woman! Only fit for a horse." And he grew sentimental over the wretchedness of the people. He had the overexcited heart of the sentimental democrat, and he spoke of the fatigues of the working classes with phrases borrowed from Rousseau and tears in his voice. Next day, as we were leaning out of the window, the same girl saw us and called out, "Hello, boys," in a funny little voice, offering us a catch with her hands. I threw her a cigarette, which she began to smoke at once. And the 4 other Ironers rushed to the door, holding out their hands to get one too. Day by day, friendly gestures passed between the workers of the pavement and the idlers of the boarding school. Daddy Peakdent was comic to watch. He was shaking with fright that he would be seen, for he might have lost his place, and he used to make timid and ridiculous gestures, as if he were the lover in a play. To which the women answered with a volley of kisses. A wicked idea was germinating in my head. One day, as I came into our room, I said under my breath to the old usher, "You would hardly believe me, M. Peakdent, I have met the little laundress. You know the one I mean, the one with the basket, and I have spoken to her." "What did she say to you?" "She said, good heavens," she told me, "that she liked the look of you. In fact, I believe she is a little bit in love with you." I saw him turn pale. He replied, "She is laughing at me, no doubt. Things like that do not happen at my age." I said in a serious tone, "Why not? You are very presentable." I felt he was taken in by my scheme, and so I said no more. But every day I pretended that I had met the girl and spoken to her about him, so successful was I that he ended by believing me and by sending her ardent and convinced kisses. Then it happened one morning that I really did meet her on my way to school. I stepped up to her on the spot as if I had known her for 10 years. "Good day, mademoiselle. How are you?" "Very well, thanks, sir. Would you like a cigarette?" "Oh. Not in the street. You can smoke it at home." "Then I should like one." "I say, mademoiselle, you don't know." "What don't I know?" "The old man, my old teacher." "Daddy Peakdent?" "Yes, Daddy Peakdent." "So you know his name?" "I should say I did." "Well? Well, then, he is in love with you." She began to laugh wildly, and cried, "What a lark!" "Not at all, it's no lark. He talks about you all the lesson hour. I bet he'd marry you." She stopped laughing. The thought of marriage sobers all girls. Then she repeated, still incredulous, "What a lark! I swear it's true." She picked up the basket lying at her feet. "Very well, we shall see," said she. And she went away. No sooner had I entered the school than I took Daddy Peakdent on one side. "You must write to her, she is out of her wits about you." And he wrote a long letter, sweetly tender, full of phrases and periphrases, of metaphors and comparisons, of philosophy and scholastic gallantry, a true masterpiece of burlesque grace, which I undertook to deliver to the young person. She read it gravely, with emotion, and then she murmured, "How well he writes. You can see he has had an education. Is it true that he would marry me?" I answered boldly, "I should say so. He is off his head about it. Then he must invite me to dinner on Sunday at the Isle of Flowers." I promised that she should get an invitation. Daddy Peakdent was very much moved by all that I told him about her. I added, "She loves you, M. Peakdent, and I believe her to be a respectable girl. You must not seduce her and leave her in misery." He answered with decision, "I myself am a respectable man, my friend." I had not, I own, any plan. I was planning a hoax, a schoolboy hoax, nothing more. I had guessed the simplicity of the old usher, his innocence and his weakness. I was amusing myself without a thought of the consequences. I was 18, and I had had the reputation in the school of a sly dog for a long time. So it was agreed that Daddy Peakdent and I should take a fly to the boathouse at the Cow's Tail, where we would find Angela, and that I should row them up in my boat, for at that time I had a boat. I was to take them then to the Isle of Flowers, where we would all three have dinner. I had insisted on being there, to enjoy my success, and the old fellow accepted my plan, proving beyond doubt that he had lost his head, by running the risk of dismissal. When we got to the quay, where my boat had been moored since the morning, I saw in the grass, or rather above the high herbage of the brink, an enormous red umbrella like a gigantic toadstool. Under the umbrella was the little laundress in her Sunday best. I was surprised. She was really very nice, though a little on the pale side, and graceful, even though she had rather a suburban air. Daddy Peakdent took off his hat with a bow. She held out her hand, and they looked at each other without saying a word. Then they got into the boat and I took the oars. They were sitting side by side in the stern. The old fellow spoke first. "What pleasant weather for a jaunt on the river." "Oh, yes," she murmured. She let her hand drag in the stream, skimming the water with her fingers, that raised a thin translucent sheet like a blade of glass, making a tiny noise. A pleasant lapping along the sides of the boat. When we were in the restaurant, she found her voice again, and ordered the dinner, whitebait, a chicken, and salad. Afterward she took us for a walk on the island, which she knew thoroughly. She was light-hearted now, playful, and even a little inclined to mockery. Until dessert, nothing was said about love. I had provided some champagne, and Daddy Peakdent had taken too much. A little excited herself, she called him, Peaknez. Without any preparation, he said. "Mademoiselle Raoul has told you my feelings." She became as serious as a judge. "Yes, sir." "Do you feel any response to them?" "People don't answer such questions." He heaved with emotion and went on. "But will a day come when I could please you?" She smiled. "You great stupid. You are very nice. But, mademoiselle, do you think that later we could?" She hesitated a second, then, with a trembling voice, said, "It is marriage you mean when you say that, isn't it? Otherwise nothing doing, you know." "Yes, mademoiselle." "Very well, all right, Peaknez." And thus it happened that these two chuckleheads resolved to get married to each other, by the machinations of a careless boy. But I did not believe it serious, nor perhaps did they. A thought occurred to her. "You know, I have nothing, not a penny." He stammered, for he was as drunk as Silenus. "But I have saved 5,000 francs. She cried out in triumph. "Then we could set up together?" He became uneasy. "Set up what? How should I know?" "We'll see. You can do a lot of things with 5,000 francs. You don't want me to come and live in your boarding school, do you?" He had not looked so far ahead, and stammered perplexedly. "Set up what? It's not so easy. I don't know anything but Latin." She reflected in her turn, passing in review all the professions which she had dreamed of. "Couldn't you be a doctor?" "No, I have no diploma." "Nor a chemist?" "Not that either." She uttered a cry of joy. She had found the solution. "Then we will buy a grocer's shop." "Oh! What luck! We will buy a grocery. Not a big one, of course, you can't go very far on 1,000 francs. The idea revolted him. "No, I can't be a grocer. I am too well known. All I know, is Latin. But she answered by putting a full glass of champagne between his lips. He drank and was silent. We got into the boat again. The night was dark, very dark. I could see, however, that they were sitting with their arms round each other's waists, and that they kissed each other now and then. It was a frightful catastrophe. The discovery of our escapade led to the dismissal of Daddy Peakdent. My father, justly offended, sent me to finish my course in the Ribaudet boarding school. I passed my entrance examination 6 weeks later. Then I went to Paris to study law at the university, and only came back to my native city 2 years later. Turning into the Rue du Serpent, a shop caught my eye. On it appeared, Colonial Products Pique Dent, and below, for the benefit of the more ignorant, grocery. I cried out. Quantum mutatis abillo. He raised his head, left his customer, and rushed at me with his hands outstretched. Ah, my young friend, here you are at last. Splendid. Splendid. A fine plump woman suddenly jumped from behind the desk and threw herself round my neck. I could hardly recognize her, she had grown so stout. I asked. So you're doing well? Pique Dent had returned to his weighing. Oh. Very well, very well, very well. I made 3,000 francs net this year. And the Latin, Pique Dent? Oh. Good heavens, Latin, Latin, Latin. I tell you there's no nourishment in it for a man. The whole. Inflicting blows and wounds sufficient to cause death. Such was the charge upon which Master Leopold Renard, upholsterer, made his appearance at the assizes. Present also were the chief witnesses, the woman, Flamèche, widow of the victim, and Louis Laduro, cabinetmaker, and Jean Durdant, plumber, who had both been called. Near the criminal sat his wife, dressed in black, a little ugly creature looking like a monkey in woman's clothes. And this is how Renard, Leopold, unfolded the drama. I tell you, it is an unfortunate accident of which I was all along the chief victim and which I didn't plan at all. The facts speak for themselves, your worship. I am a decent man, a working man, I've carried on business as an upholsterer in the same street for 16 years, known, liked, respected, esteemed by all, as the neighbors have deposed. Even the janitress, who isn't altogether a fool. I like work, I like thrift, I like decent people and decent amusements. That has been my ruin, so much the worse for me, since it was not my fault, I still respect myself. Well, every Sunday for 5 years my wife here and I have been in the habit of spending the day at Poissy. It gets us out into the fresh air, not to speak of pleasing our taste for river fishing, which we love as much as spring onions. It was Mealy who gave me the taste for it, the wretch, and she's crazier about it than I am, the little beast, so that she's responsible for all the mischief in this affair. As you'll see in a minute. I'm strong and gentle, I am, without an ounce of wickedness in me. But as for her, oh, Lord, she looks as mild as milk, she's a little thin thing, and, well, she's nastier tempered than a polecat. I don't say that she hasn't some good points, she has, and useful ones in trade. But her disposition. Ask the next floor people, and even the janitress who gave me notice the other day, she can tell you things. Every day she kept abusing me for my quiet ways. I wouldn't stand for this. I wouldn't stand for that. If I listened to her, your worship, I'd have been in 3 fights a month. Madame Renard interrupted him, go on talking, he laughs longest who laughs last. He turned towards her defiantly. Oh, well, I can give you away since you're not up for trial, you're not. Then, turning to the president again. I'll go on, then. So we went to Poissy every Saturday evening to be able to start fishing the next morning at daybreak. It's a habit of ours that's become second nature, as they say. 3 years ago this summer I discovered a place, such a place. You should see it, shady, 8 feet of water at least, maybe 10, hole, look you, with hollows under the bank, a regular lurking place for fish, a paradise for the fisher. This here hole, Mr. President, I could consider as mine, since I was its Christopher Columbus. Everyone in the district knew that, no one disputed it. They said, that's Renard's place, and no one would come there, not even M. Plumeau, and it's well known, and no offense meant to say it, that he pinches other people's places. So, sure of my rights, I used to go back there as a proprietor. On Saturday, the moment I arrived, I went aboard the Delilah with my old woman. Delilah is my Norwegian boat, a boat I had built for me at Fumer's place, what you might call both light and safe. I say, we get aboard Delilah and we set our bait. As for baiting, no one can do it like me, and, well, my pals know it. Do you want to know what bait I use? I can't tell you. It has nothing to do with this accident, it's my secret. More than 200 people have asked me about it. I've been offered drinks, fried fish and pickled fish, to make me talk. You should see the carp rise. Yes, people talk to me like a Dutch uncle to get the secret out of me. There's only my wife knows it, and she wouldn't tell it any more than me. Isn't that so, Mealy? The president interrupted him. Come to the point as quickly as possible. The accused went on. I'm getting to it. Well, on Saturday the 8th of July, we left by the 5:25 train, and before dinner we went to set our bait, like we did every Saturday. The weather promised to be fine. I said to Mealy, thumbs up for tomorrow. And she answered, it looks like it. We never have any more to say to each other. And then we came back and had dinner. I was happy and thirsty. That's to blame for the whole thing, Mr. President. I said to Mealy, well, Mealy, it wouldn't be a bad notion if I had a bottle of nightcap. That's a thin white wine, we've christened that because if you drink too much of it, it keeps you from sleeping and takes the place of a nightcap. You understand? She answered, you can do as you like, but you'll be ill again, and you won't be able to get up tomorrow. What she said was true, it was sensible, it was prudent, it was far-sighted, I grant you that. But all the same, I couldn't restrain myself, and I drank my bottle. That began the whole trouble. Well, I couldn't sleep. God, it kept me awake until 2 o'clock. And then, poof, I fell asleep, but I slept so that I couldn't have heard the angel blow the last trump on the day of judgment. To cut a long story short, my wife woke me at 6. I jumped out of bed, pulled on my trousers and jersey as quick as I could, a dash of water on my ugly mug, and we jumped into the Delilah. Too late. When I reached my hole, there was someone there. Such a thing had never happened before, Mr. President, never in all the 3 years. It felt as if I'd had my pocket picked under my nose. I said, damn and blast it. And then my wife began to nag at me. You and your nightcap. Get out, you drunken swine. You great beast, I hope you're satisfied. I had nothing to say, it was all true. All the same, I tied up near the spot, to try and get what fish were left. Maybe the man wouldn't have any luck and then he'd clear off. He was a little skinny fellow, in white ducks, with a big straw hat. He had his wife with him too, a fat woman who was sitting sewing behind him. When she saw us installing ourselves near the spot, she muttered, "Is this the only place on the river?" And my wife, who was furious, answered, "Decent folk find out what's what in a place before pushing themselves into other people's preserves." As I didn't want a row, I said to her, "Hold your tongue, Mealy, let them be, we'll see what happens." Well, we drew Delilah up under the willows, and we stepped ashore and began to fish side by side, Mealy and I, right alongside the 2 others. At this point, Mr. President, I must go into details. We hadn't been there 5 minutes before our neighbor's line was tugged twice, 3 times, and then, look you, he got a carp, fat as my thigh, not quite so fat maybe, but nearly. My heart jumped. A sweat broke out on me, and Mealy said to me, "Look, you gomless idiot, do you see that?" At this moment, M. Brew, the grocer from Poissy, who knows a bit about gudgeon, came past in his sailing boat and shouted to me, "Has someone taken your place, M. Renard?" "Yes, M. Brew," I answered. There are some low-bred people in this world who don't know what's what. The little cottonback beside me pretended not to hear, and his wife the same, his great fat wife, a cow of a woman. Once more the president interrupted, "Be careful what you say. You are insulting Madame Flamèche, the widow, here present. Renard began excuses. I beg pardon, my feelings made me forget myself. Well, not a quarter of an hour passed before the little cottonback got another carp, and another right on top of that, and, 5 minutes later, another. I tell you there were tears in my eyes. I could see Madame Renard was boiling with rage. She went on at me all the time. Look, you miserable fool, can't you see, he's robbing you of your fish? Can't you see? You'll not get anything, not even a frog, not a single thing, nothing. Oh, my hands itched to get at them, only to think about it. I kept saying, wait till noon. The poacher will go away for lunch, and I'll get my place back. Because, Mr. President, I lunched on the spot every Sunday. We carried provisions in the Delilah. Ouch! 12 struck. He had a bird wrapped up in newspaper, the scoundrel, and while he was eating, he got another carp, he did. Mealy and I swallowed a few bites, next to nothing, we hadn't the heart to eat. Then I began to read my paper to digest my lunch. I read Gil Blas every Sunday like that, in the shade on the bank of the river. It is Colombine's day, as you know, Colombine, who writes the articles in Gil Blas. I always make Madame Renard angry by pretending that I know Colombine. It's not true, I don't know her, I've never seen her, but never mind, she knows how to write, and then she has a very pointed way of putting things, for a woman. She pleases me, she does, there aren't many can write like her. Well, I began to chip my old woman, but she got angry right away and was soon angrier. So I held my tongue. It was at this moment that our two witnesses here, M. Laduro and M. Durdant, arrived from the other side of the river. We know them by sight. The little man had begun fishing again. He had so many bites that I fairly shook with it, I did. And his wife was saying, this is a mighty good spot, we'll always come here, Desire. I felt a cold shiver down my spine. And Madame Renard kept on saying, you're not a man, you're not a man. You haven't the spirit of a chicken. Look here, I said suddenly, I'd rather get away from here, I shall do something silly. Then she whispered, as if she was holding a red-hot iron under my nose, you're not a man. You're going to run away now, are you, you're going to surrender the place? Run away, then, you bloody quitter. She'd got me there. However, I didn't make a false move. But the other fellow got a bream, oh, I've never seen such a fish. Never. And then my wife began to talk aloud, as if she was just thinking. You can see how clever that is. She said, you might say they were stolen fish, since we baited the place ourselves. They ought at least to hand over a little of the money we spent on bait. Then the little cottonback's fat wife began to talk too. Are you referring to us, madam? I'm referring to stealers of fish who profit by the money spent by other people. Are you calling us stealers of fish? And so they began to explain themselves, and then they came to words. Lord, they'd plenty, the sluts, and rare shrewd ones. They screamed so savagely that our two witnesses, who were over on the other bank, began shouting for fun, hi, you over there, a little silence. You'll spoil your men's chances of fish. The fact is that the little cottonback and I were as still as two stocks. We sat there, our noses down to the water, as if we didn't hear them. But, God bless us, we could hear all right. You're no better than a liar. You're no better than a trollop. You're no better than a drab. You're no better than a slut. And so on, and so forth. A sailor couldn't have taught them anything. All at once I heard a noise behind me. I turned round. It was the other woman, that fat creature, falling on my wife with her parasol. Bang! Bang! Mealy got 2 whacks. But she was in a rage, was Mealy, and when she's in a rage, she hits out. She grabs the fat woman by the hair, and then, smack, 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 slaps rain down like bullets. I'd have left them to it, I would. Let women deal with women, and men with men. There's no need to mix your quarrels. But the little cottonback came on like a devil and tried to jump on my wife. But no, that's too much, my friend. I caught the little fellow one with my fist. And thwack, thwack. One to the nose, one in the wind. He threw up his arms, he threw up his legs and fell on his back right into the river, in the middle of the hole. I would certainly have fished him out, Mr. President, if I had had time right then. But to cap all, the fat woman was getting the better of it, and she was handling Mealy pretty roughly. I know I ought not to have rescued her while the fellow was getting his belly full of water. But I didn't think he would be drowned. I said to myself, that'll cool him. So I ran to separate the women. I got thumped and scratched and bitten. Lord, what a pair of devils. To cut a long story short, it took me 5 minutes, perhaps 10, to separate those two diehards. I turned round. There was nothing there. The water was as smooth as a lake. And the men on the other side were shouting, "Fish him out, fish him out." Easily said, but I can't swim, I can't, let alone dive. At last, after a good quarter of an hour of it, the lock-keeper came, and 2 gentlemen with boat hooks. They found him at the bottom of the hole under 8 feet of water, as I said, but there he was, the little cottonback. I swear those are the facts. On my word of honor, I am innocent. The witnesses having sworn to the same effect, the accused was acquitted. The Marquis of Fumerol. Roger de Tourneville was talking, straddling a chair in the middle of a circle of his friends. He held a cigar in his hand and now and then took a pull at it and blew out a little cloud of smoke. We were sitting at the table when a letter was brought in. Papa opened it. You all know that Papa considers himself regent of France. I call him Don Quixote because he has tilted for 12 years against the Republican windmill without ever being really sure whether he did it in the name of the Bourbons or of the Orleans. Today, he breaks his lance only for the Orleans because they alone are left. In any event, Papa considers himself the first gentleman of France, the best known, the most influential, the head of his party. And as he is senator for life, he considers neighboring kings to occupy less secure thrones than his. As for Mama, she is Papa's soul, the soul of religion and the monarchy, the right hand of God on earth and the scourge of evil thinkers. Well, a letter was brought in while we were at table. Papa opened it, read it, then looked at Mama and said, "Your brother is on the point of death." Mama turned pale. My uncle's name was hardly even spoken in the house. I did not know the whole story. I only knew that common gossip had it that he had led and was leading a wild life. After wasting his fortune in the company of an incredible number of women, he had kept for himself only 2 mistresses, with whom he lived in a small apartment in the Rue des Martyrs. An old peer of France and an old cavalry colonel, he believed, they say, neither in God nor the devil. Doubting the existence of a future life, he had misused this one in every conceivable way. And he had become the gnawing canker of Mama's heart. "Give me the letter, Paul," said she. When she had finished reading it, I asked for it too. This is what it said. "Monsieur le Comte, I think it's only right to tell you your brother-in-law the Marquis de Fumerol is dying. Perhaps you'll be wanting to see about the will, and don't forget it was me warned you. Yours respectfully, Melanie." Papa murmured, "We must act prudently. In my position, I ought to keep an eye on your brother's last moments." Mama answered, "I will send for Father Poivron, and ask his advice. Then I, the Abbé, and Roger will go to see my brother. You stay here, Paul. You must not be compromised. A woman can and must do these things. But it's quite another matter for a political man in your position. An enemy would like nothing better than to turn against you your most praiseworthy actions." "You are right," said my father. "Do what you think best, my dear." A quarter of an hour later, Father Poivron entered the drawing room and the situation was set out, analyzed and discussed in all its phases. If the Marquis de Fumerol, one of the great names of France, died without the offices of religion, the blow would assuredly be a terrible one for the nobility in general and the Comte de Tourneville in particular. The freethinkers would triumph. The gutter press would rejoice over the victory for 6 months, my mother's name would be dragged in the mud and the columns of socialist rags, and my father's name covered with infamy. Such a thing could not be allowed to happen. So it was at once agreed to make a crusade, with Father Poivron as leader. He was a neat plump little priest, faintly perfumed, a typical vicar of a big church in a rich and aristocratic quarter. A landau was made ready and the 3 of us set out, Mamma, the priest and I, to administer the last sacraments to my uncle. It had been decided that we should see first the writer of the letter, Madame Melanie, who was doubtless the janitress or my uncle's servant. I got out at a 7-storied house to reconnoiter the position and I walked into a dark passage where I had the greatest difficulty in finding the porter's obscure den. The man eyed me contemptuously. "Can I see Madame Melanie?" I asked. "Don't know her. But I've had a letter from her." "Very likely, but I don't know her. Is it some wench or other you're wanting?" "No, a servant probably. She wrote to me about a place." "A servant, a servant? Maybe it's her the Marquis has. Go and see, 5th floor on the left." As soon as he knew I was not looking for a woman of the town, he had become more friendly and he stepped out into the passage. He was a tall thin fellow with drooping, white whiskers, his gestures were magnificent and he had the air of a verger. I ran up a long greasy spiral staircase, not daring to touch the rail, and I gave 3 discreet knocks on the door of the 5th floor left. It opened immediately. And a slovenly massive woman stood in front of me, barring the entrance with open arms stretched across the doorway. "What d'you want?" she growled. "You are Madame Melanie?" "Yes. I am the Vicomte de Tourneville." "Good. Come in." "Well, Mamma is downstairs with a priest." "Good. Go and fetch them. But mind the porter." I went down and came back again with Mamma, followed by the abbé. I thought I heard other footsteps behind us. As soon as we were in the kitchen, Melanie drew out chairs and we all 4 sat down to consider the situation. "Is he very low?" Mamma asked. "Oh, yes, madam, he is not long for this world." "Does he seem disposed to receive the attention of a priest?" "Oh. I don't think so." "Can I see him?" "Well, yes. Madam, but, there's those young women with him." "What young women?" "Well, his friends." "Ah." Mamma had blushed crimson. Father Poivron lowered his eyes. I was beginning to find it amusing and I said, "Suppose I were to go in first? I should see how he received me and I could perhaps prepare his heart." My malice was lost on Mamma, who answered, "Yes, do, my child." But a door opened somewhere and a woman's voice, called, "Melanie." The clumsy servant jumped up and answered, "What is it you want, Mademoiselle Claire?" "The omelette, at once." "In a minute, Mademoiselle." And turning to us, she explained this request. They ordered me to make a cheese omelette at 2 o'clock for lunch. Whereupon she broke the eggs into a salad bowl and began to beat them vigorously. I went out onto the staircase and rang the bell by way of an official announcement of my arrival. Melanie opened the door, gave me a seat in an anteroom, went to tell my uncle I was there, then returned and asked me to come in. The abbé hid himself behind the door, ready to make an appearance at the first sign. The first sight of my uncle certainly surprised me. He was very handsome, very majestic, very elegant, the old rake. Sitting, almost reclining in a big armchair, his legs wrapped in a quilt, his hands, long pale hands, lying limply on the arms of the chair, he was waiting for death with patriarchal dignity. His white beard fell over his chest, and hair as white as the beard fell down his cheeks to mingle with it. Standing behind his armchair, as if they were defending him against me. 2 young women, 2 plump women, regarded me with the bold stare of their kind. Bare-armed, hair black as the devil down their necks, clad in petticoats and peignoirs, wearing gold-embroidered oriental slippers, they looked, standing round the dying man, like figures of evil in a symbolic painting. Between the armchair and the bed a little table covered with a cloth and set with 2 plates, 2 glasses, 2 forks and 2 knives, awaited the cheese omelette just ordered from Melanie. My uncle spoke in a faint, muffled voice, but clearly. "How do you do, my boy? You are very late coming to see me. Our acquaintance will not be a long one." "It is not my fault, uncle," I stammered. "No," he answered, "I know. It is more your father's and your mother's fault than yours. How are they?" "Fairly well, thanks. When they heard you were ill, they sent me for news of you." "Ah, why didn't they come themselves?" I glanced at the 2 young women and said softly, "It's not their fault they can't come, uncle. It would be difficult for my father, and impossible for my mother to come here." The old man said nothing, but lifted his hand to mine. I took the pale cold hand and held it. The door opened, Melanie came in with the omelette and put it on the table. The 2 women sat down in their places at once and began to eat without even glancing at me. I said, "Uncle, it would make my mother very happy to come and see you." "I too," he murmured, "I would like." He fell silent. I could think of no suggestions to make him, and nothing was heard but the scraping of forks on china and the faint sound of moving jaws. But the abbé, who was listening behind the door, seeing our embarrassment and thinking the position carried, judged the time ripe for intervention, and revealed himself. My uncle was so thunderstruck by this apparition that he sat perfectly still for a moment, then he opened his mouth as if he were going to swallow the priest. Then, in a loud, deep, angry voice, he shouted, "What do you want here?" The abbé, at home in delicate situations, continued to advance, murmuring, "I come on behalf of your sister, sir, she sends me. She would, sir, be so happy." But the Marquis was not listening. Lifting his hand, he pointed to the door with a magnificent and tragic gesture, and said savagely, gasping for breath, "Get out of here, robber of souls. Get out of here, violator of consciences. Get out of here, picker of dying men's locks." The abbé recoiled, and I with him recoiled to the door, beating a retreat with my ecclesiastical reserves. And avenged, the 2 little women got to their feet, leaving the omelette half-eaten, and stationed themselves on each side of my uncle's armchair, placing their hands on his arms to calm him and protect him against the criminal enterprises of the family and the church. The abbé and I rejoined Mama in the kitchen. Again Melanie offered us chairs. "I was sure you couldn't pull it off like that," she said. "We'll have to think of something else or he'll slip between our fingers." We took counsel again. Mama had one plan, the abbé favored another. I contributed a third. We had been carrying on a low-voiced discussion for half an hour perhaps when a terrific noise of overturned furniture and my uncle's voice shouting more furiously and dreadfully than ever brought us all 4 to our feet. Through doors and partitions we heard, "Out, out, mountebanks, hedge parsons, out, scoundrels, out, out." Melanie rushed out, and came back immediately to summon me to help her. I ran in. My uncle, galvanized by anger, was almost standing up and shouting at the top of his voice, and 2 men, one behind the other, were staring at him with the apparent intention of waiting until he died of rage. By his absurd long-skirted coat, his long square shoes, his general air of an out-of-work schoolmaster, his stiff collar, white tie, sleek hair, and his meek face of the sham priest of a bastard religion, I recognized the first at once for a Protestant clergyman. The second was the house porter, who belonged to the Reformed faith, had followed us, seen our defeat, and run to fetch his own priest, hoping for better luck. My uncle seemed to have gone mad with rage. If the sight of a Catholic priest, the priest of his father's faith, had irritated the free-thinking Marquis de Fumerol. The appearance of his porter's minister drove him beside himself. I seized both men by the arms and threw them out so roughly that they cannoned violently into each other twice on their way through the 2 doors that led to the staircase. Then I withdrew myself and returned to the kitchen, our headquarters, to take counsel with my mother and the abbé. But a distracted Melanie ran in wailing. "He's dying, come at once, he's dying." My mother rushed out. My uncle had fallen down, and lay stretched out to his full height upon the floor. I was sure he was already dead. In the crisis, Mamma was magnificent. She walked straight up to the 2 wenches who were kneeling beside the body and trying to raise it. And showing them the door with an authority, a dignity and a majesty that were quite irresistible, she said carefully, "And now you will go." And they went, unprotesting, mute. I should add that I was prepared to expel them as joyfully as I had expelled the pastor and the porter. Then Father Poivron administered all the proper rites to my uncle and gave him absolution. Mamma was sobbing, prostrate at her brother's side. Suddenly she cried, "He knows me." He pressed my hand. "I am sure he knows me, and is thanking me. Oh, my God, how happy I am." Poor Mamma! If she had realized or guessed to whom and to what the thanks must have been addressed. We laid my uncle on his bed. He was dead this time. "Madam," said Melanie, "we have no sheets for laying him out. All the linen belongs to those women." As for me, I looked at the omelette they had not finished eating and I wanted to cry and laugh in the same breath. Life presents us with queer moments and queer sensations sometimes. Well, we gave my uncle a magnificent funeral, with 5 sermons over the grave. Senator Baron de Croissels proved, in an admirable speech, that the sometimes erring heart of your true aristocrat always opens at last to a victorious God. All the members of the Royalist and Catholic party followed the hearse with the enthusiasm of conquerors, talking of this good end to a life that had been a little restless. Vicomte Roger ceased. His listeners laughed. Someone said, "Bah! That's the true version of all deathbed repentances." The farmer. The Baron René de Trial said, "Won't you come to my farm at Marinville for the first of the shooting? It would be a real pleasure. Besides, I shall be alone. The shooting is so difficult of access and the house so primitive that I can only invite intimate friends." I accepted the invitation. We left on a Saturday by the line for Normandy and got out at Alvemare, where Baron René, pointing out a country conveyance drawn by a restive horse that a tall white-haired peasant was holding, said, "That is our carriage, old chap." The peasant held his hand out to the Baron, who, shaking it heartily, asked, "Well, Master Lebrement, how goes it?" "Always the same, sir." We got into the hen coop that hung and swung between 2 enormous wheels, and the young horse, after a violent swerve, started off at a gallop, throwing us up in the air like balls. Each bump back onto the wooden bench hurt me terribly. The peasant kept on repeating in his calm, monotonous voice, "There, gently, Mustard, gently." But Mustard paid no attention and gambled along like a young goat. Behind us, in the empty part of the coop, our 2 dogs were sitting up and sniffing the air that smelt of game. The Baron, with sad eyes, looked out at the spacious, undulating, melancholy Norman country landscape, so like an English park, one of those extensive parks with farmyards. Surrounded by 2 or 4 rows of trees and full of squat apple trees that hide the house, with an endless vista of hedges, groups and clusters of trees, which artistic gardeners engaged on developing large estates appreciate. René de Trials said suddenly, "I love this place, it is the home of my fathers." He was a pure Norman, tall and broad, rather stout, of the old stock of adventurers who set off to found new kingdoms on the shores of every ocean. He was about 50, maybe 10 years younger than the farmer who was driving and who was nothing but skin and bone, one of those men who live for a century. After 2 hours traveling over stony roads, through the green monotonous plain, the conveyance turned into a yard full of apple trees and stopped in front of an old, dilapidated building, where an antiquated servant waited beside a boy who seized hold of the horse. We went into the farmhouse. The well-smoked kitchen was high and roomy. The brasses and china shone in the reflection thrown by the fire. A cat was asleep on a chair and a dog asleep under the table. You could smell a mixture of milk, apple and smoke, and that indefinable odor of old peasant houses, the odor of earth, walls, furniture, of spilt soup, washing days, and former inhabitants. The mingled smell of beasts and human beings, of things and of people, the smell of time in its flight. I went out again to look at the farmyard, which was very large, full of old, gnarled, squat apple trees, covered with fruit that fell onto the grass round the roots. The Norman perfume of apples in the yard was as strong as that of the blossoming orange trees in the south. The enclosure was surrounded by 4 rows of beeches so tall that at nightfall they seemed to reach the clouds. The evening breeze stirred in the treetops, which tossed about restlessly, droning over a never-ending, sad lament. When I went back, the Baron was warming his feet and listening to the farmer's account of the countryside. He told of marriages, births and deaths, of the drop in the price of grain, and then he talked about the cattle. La Violard, a cow bought at Vuilles, had a calf in mid-June. Last year the cider was not good and apricots were dying out in the country. After this we had a good, leisurely, quiet dinner, simple but abundant, throughout which I kept noticing the very special friendly relations between the Baron and the peasant, which had struck me from the very first. Out of doors the beeches continued their lament under the lash of the night wind, and our 2 dogs, shut up in a stable, whined and howled in a foreboding manner. The fire on the open hearth got lower and the servant had gone to bed, and Master Lebrement said, "I will go to bed, if I may, sir. I am not accustomed to sit up late, that I am not." The Baron held out his hand and said, "Certainly, old fellow," in such a friendly tone that when the man had gone, I said, "This farmer is very devoted to you?" "Better than that, old chap. I am deeply attached to him because of the tragedy of his life, quite a simple and a very sad affair. But I will tell you the story. You know that my father was a colonel in a cavalry regiment. This boy, a farmer's son and now an old man, was his orderly. When my father retired he took the soldier, then about 40 years old, with him as valet. I was 30 at the time, and we lived in our castle de Varennes, near Caudebecancourt. My mother's chambermaid was one of the prettiest girls imaginable, alert, gay, fair and slight, a real soubrette, of the kind no longer with us. Now they are all no better than they should be. There is a railway to Paris, the city beckons to them. As soon as they grow up, Paris takes all these sluts who in the old days were simple serving maids. Every man passing by, like the recruiting sergeant looking for conscripts, entices them away and then seduces them, so that now we have only the fag end of the female race left as servants, thick-set, hideous, common, deformed, too ugly for love. As I was saying, this young girl was charming, and I occasionally kissed her in the dark passages. No more than that, oh. Nothing more, I swear. She was a good girl, and I respected my mother's house, which is more than can be said for the scamp of today. My father's valet, the former soldier, the old farmer you have just seen, fell madly in love with the girl, impossibly in love. At first we noticed that he forgot everything, that he did not seem to be able to think about anything, and my father was always saying, "Come, come, John, what is the matter? Are you ill?" To which he replied, "No, no, sir. I am all right." He got thinner and thinner, then he began to break the glasses and drop the plates when he was waiting at table. We thought he had some nervous complaint, and sent for the doctor, who thought the spinal cord was affected, so my father, anxious for the welfare of his servant, decided to send him to a hospital. But when told about the plan, he confessed. He chose a morning when his master was shaving, to make his confession. He began timidly. "Sir, Well, my boy? You see, it is not medicine I want. Well, what is it then? To be married. My father turned, very surprised, and said. What's that? What's that, eh? To be married. To be married? Well, then, you must be, in love, you? That's what's the matter, sir. My father burst into such a fit of uncontrollable laughter that my mother called out. What is the matter with you, Gontran? He replied, Come here, Catherine. When she came he told her with tears in his eyes that his idiot of a valet was simply ill with love. My mother's feelings were roused at once. Instead of laughing she asked, Who is it you love so madly, my boy? Without hesitating he replied, Louise, my lady, and my mother said very seriously, We must try and arrange things for the best. So Louise was called and when questioned by my mother said that she knew of John's love, that he had proposed several times, but that she did not want him, and refused to say why. 2 months passed by, during which father and mother were always urging the girl to marry John. As she swore she loved no one else, she could give no good reason for her refusal. At last her resistance was overcome by a substantial gift of money and they settled down here as farmers. They left the castle and I saw nothing of them for 3 years. After 3 years I learnt that Louise had died of consumption, but, my father and mother dying soon after, another 2 years had gone by before I saw John again. At last one autumn towards the end of October, I thought I would come down for the shooting season. For the estate had been very carefully looked after and my farmer declared there was plenty of game about. I arrived one wet evening and was amazed to find that my father's former orderly was quite white although he could not be more than 45 or 6. I made him join me at dinner, at this very table. It was raining in torrents and the rain could be heard beating on the roof, the walls, the windows, and flooding the courtyard. My dog was howling in the stable just as our dogs are howling this evening. Suddenly, after the servant maid had gone to bed, the peasant murmured. Sir. What is it, Master John? I have something to tell you. Tell away, John. Well, but it worries me. Go ahead all the same. You remember Louise, my wife? Of course I remember her. Well, she begged me to deliver something to you. What sort of thing? You might call it a confession. Ah, what is it? It is. I would be very glad not to tell you, but I must. Well, then, she did not die of consumption, it was, grief. I will just tell you all about it. As soon as she came here she got thinner and changed so much that you would not have known her after 6 months, not have known her, sir. Just like me before I was married to her, only the other way about, just the other way about. I sent for the doctor, who said her liver was affected, that she had a torpid liver, so I bought all kinds of drugs, which cost over 300 francs. But she would not take them, she would not, she said. Not worth while, my poor John, it will be all right. But I knew there was something wrong. Then once I found her crying. I didn't know what to do, no, I didn't. I bought her caps, dresses, pomade for the hair, earrings, but it was no use, and I saw that she would not live long. One snowy evening at the end of November, she had been in bed the whole day, she told me to go and fetch the priest, and I went. As soon as he came she said, John, I am going to confess to you. I owe you that. Listen, John. I have never deceived you, never, neither before nor after our marriage, never. The priest will tell you so, he knows everything. Listen, John, it is because I cannot get over leaving the castle that I am dying, because, my feeling for our young master, Baron René, was so great, only a too great friendship, you hear. Nothing but friendship. It is killing me. When I could not see him I felt that I was dying. If I could have seen him I would have gone on living, only seen him, nothing else. I want you to tell him some day, later on, when I am gone. You will tell him. Swear you will, swear. John, before the priest. It will be a consolation to feel that some day he will know what I died of. That's all, now swear. Well, I promised, sir. And I have kept my word, the word of an honest man. Then he was silent and sat gazing into my eyes. My God! You can have no idea what I felt on hearing this from the poor devil, whose wife's death I had unknowingly caused, told me so simply in this kitchen on a night of driving rain. I stammered, "Poor John. Poor John." He muttered, "That's how it is, sir. I couldn't do anything, nothing at all. It's all over now." I caught hold of his hands across the table, and wept. He asked, "Will you come and see her grave?" I nodded my head, for I could not speak. He got up, lit the lantern, and off we went through the wet. The slanting raindrops that fell as quickly as arrows in their flight were abruptly illuminated by the light of the lantern. He opened a gate and I caught sight of crosses, all in black wood. Then he said, "Here it is." In front of a marble slab on which he placed the lantern so that I might read the inscription. To Louise Hortense Marinette, wife of Jean-François Lebrement, agriculturer. She was a faithful wife. May her soul be with God. We were both of us on our knees in the mud, with the lantern between us, and as I watched the rain beat on the marble, spring up again in a fine feathery shower, and then escape over the edges of the cold impenetrable cold stone, I thought of the dead woman's love. That poor broken heart, her broken heart. I have come here every year since. And I don't know why, but I feel as uncomfortable as a culprit when I am with this man, who always seems to be forgiving me for what has happened. A cry of alarm. I have received the following letter. Thinking that it may be of help to many of my readers, I hasten to make it known to them. Paris, November 15, 1886. Sir. In short stories or newspaper articles you often write about subjects connected with what I shall call current morality. I wish to submit some ideas which I think you could use for one of your articles. I am not married. I am a bachelor, and apparently rather naive, but I think most men are naive in the same way. Being very trustful, it is difficult for me to recognize the natural astuteness of my neighbors. I go straight ahead, open-eyed, and don't look keenly enough behind either things or motives. Most of us are in the habit of taking appearance for reality, of accepting people at their own valuation. Very few possess the intelligence that enables them to detect the real secret character of others. The consequence of this particular and conventional way of looking at life is that we go through the world like moles, that we never believe what really is, but only what seems to be. That we exclaim, "How incredible!" when the truth is exposed. And that everything displeasing to our idealistic code of morality is classified as an exception without realizing that nearly all the cases in point are due to these exceptions. A further consequence is that credulous fools, like myself, are the dupes of everybody, more especially of women who are clever at the game. I have gone far afield before reaching the particular fact that is of interest to me. I have a mistress, a married woman. Like many other men, I thought I had found the exception, a poor unhappy woman who was deceiving her husband for the first time. I had been, or rather I thought I had been, courting her for some time. I thought I had won her by my love and consideration, had triumphed by dint of my perseverance. I had indeed taken thousands of precautions, used thousands of tricks, and thousands of exquisite hesitations in order to overcome her resistance. Well, this is what happened last week. Her husband being away for some days, she asked if she could come and dine with me alone, asking me to wait upon her so that we could dispense with the servant. She had been obsessed for the last 4 or 5 months by the idea that she wanted to get drunk, completely drunk, without any cause for fear, without having to go home, speak to her maid, or walk in the presence of witnesses. She had often been what she called cheerfully confused, without going any further, and had found it extremely pleasant, therefore she had promised herself to get thoroughly drunk, once. And only once. She told them at home that she was going to spend the night and following day with some friends near Paris, and arrived at my flat at dinner time. Of course a woman can only get drunk on iced champagne. She drank a large glassful fasting, and had begun to ramble on before the oysters were served. I could reach the plates and dishes by stretching out my arm, and I did the waiting with more or less success while listening to her chatter. She drank glass after glass, obsessed by her one idea. She began to tell me interminable, wishy-washy accounts of her feelings as a girl. She went on and on, her eyes bright but vague, her tongue untied, her feather-headed ideas rolling on interminably like the telegraphic bands of blue paper to which there seems no end, and which run on to the tapping of the electric machine that covers them with unknown words. Occasionally she would ask me, "Am I drunk?" "No, not yet." And she would start again. Soon she was drunk, not blind drunk but drunk enough, it seemed to me, to tell the truth. Her account of her girlhood's emotions was followed by more intimate confidences about her husband which were very complete and uncomfortable to listen to. On the following pretext repeated over and over again, "I can say everything to you, to whom could I say everything if not to you?" So I was made acquainted with her husband's habits and defects, all his little manias, and his most secret tastes. She would say, asking for approbation, "Isn't he a bore? Say, isn't he a bore? You know how he has bored me to death, eh? So the very first time I saw you I said to myself, hello, I like that man. I'll have him as my lover. After that you began to make love to me." I must have looked rather queer, for she noticed my expression in spite of her drunkenness, and said, bursting with laughter, "Ah, booby, what precautions you did take, but when men make love to us, you dear old stupid. It is because we are willing, and then you must do it quickly or else you make us wait. You must be an idiot not to understand, not to see by our looks, that we are saying yes. Ah, I had to wait for you, you softy. I didn't know how to make you understand that I was in a hurry, ah. Yes, all right, flowers, poems, compliments, still more flowers, and then nothing more. I nearly gave you up, old man, you took so long to decide. And only to think that half the men in the world are like you, but the other half, ah, ah, ah." Her laugh made me shiver. I stammered, "The other half, well, the other half?" She was still drinking, her eyes clouded by the wine, and her mind driven by the imperious desire to speak the truth peculiar to some drunkards. She continued, "Ah. The other half move quickly, but all the same they're right, they are. There are days when they are unsuccessful, but there are others when they get what they want, in spite of everything. Dear old chap, if you only knew, how funny they are, the two kinds of men. You know, the shy ones like you can't imagine what the others are like, what they do, directly, when they are alone with us. They take risks. They get their faces slapped, it is true, but that makes no difference, they know quite well that we'll never tell. They know us, they do." I was looking at her with the eyes of an inquisitor and with a wild desire to make her talk, to learn everything. How many times had I not asked myself the question, how do other men behave to women, to our women? I recognized, only by seeing in a drawing-room, anywhere in public, two men speaking to the same woman, that if they, one after the other, were to be alone with her, they would approach her quite differently, even though they were on exactly the same footing with her. At the first glance one feels that certain men, endowed by nature with the gift of pleasing, or even only more disillusioned, bolder than we are, will arrive in an hour's conversation with a woman they admire at a degree of intimacy which we could not reach in a year. Very well, these men, these professional, enterprising lovers, when the occasion presents itself, do they push the boldness of hands and lips to a point which would appear to us, the bashful sort, an odious outrage, but which women perhaps only consider a pardonable forwardness, a rather unbecoming homage to their irresistible charms? She threw herself back in her chair and burst into a fit of nervous, unnatural laughter, the laughter that leads to hysterics, and when she had calmed down a little, she said, "Ah. Ah. Old chap, improper, that is to say, they stick at nothing, right away, at nothing, you understand, and still more." I felt as indignant as if she had unmasked some monstrous evil. "And you allow this, you women?" "No, we don't allow it, we hit out, but we are amused, all the same. They are much more amusing than you others. Besides, one is always afraid, one is never sure, and it's delightful to be afraid, especially to be afraid of that. You have to watch them all the time, it is like fighting a duel. You look into their eyes to learn their thoughts, to see what they are going to do with their hands. You may say they are cads, but they love us better than you do." A curious unexpected sensation came over me. Although I was a bachelor and determined to remain one, these impudent confidences suddenly made me feel like a husband. I felt I was the friend, the ally, the brother of all the trustful husbands who, if not actually robbed, are at least defrauded by these ready-fingered lovers of feminine underclothing. In obedience to that strange emotion, which still persists, I am writing to beg you to send a cry of alarm out to the army of unsuspecting husbands. Nevertheless, I had doubts. The woman was drunk and must be telling lies. I returned to the subject, saying, "How is it that you never tell anybody, you women?" She looked at me with such profound, sincere pity that, for a moment, I thought astonishment had made her sober. "My dear fellow, how stupid you are. Does one ever talk about such things? Ah. 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 Does a servant tell about his little perquisites, his discount on the bills, etc.? Well, that's our discount. So long as we go no further, husbands should not complain. But how stupid you are. To talk about all that would be to give the alarm to every ninny. Besides, where's the harm so long as you do not yield?" Quite confused, I asked another question, "So you have often been kissed?" She replied with sovereign contempt for the man who could have a doubt on the subject, "Of course. Every woman has been kissed again and again. Try any one of them to see, you big idiot. Here, kiss Madame de X, she is quite young and straight. Kiss, my dear, kiss them and run your fingers over them, you'll see, you'll see. Ah. Ah. Ah." Suddenly she threw her full glass at the pendant cluster. The champagne, dripping down like drops of rain, put out 3 candles, stained the wallpaper, and wet the table, while the broken bits of crystal were scattered about the room. Then she tried to do the same thing with the bottle, but I stopped her. Then she began to shout at the top of her voice. The attack of hysterics had begun, just as I expected. I had almost forgotten this drunken woman's confession when, a few days later, I found myself by chance at the same reception as that Madame de X, whom my mistress had advised me to kiss. We lived in the same district, so I offered to take her home, as she was alone that evening. She accepted the offer. As soon as we were in the carriage I said to myself, "Now then, go ahead," but I dared not. I didn't know how to start, how to begin the attack. Suddenly, filled with the desperate courage of cowardice, I said, "How beautiful you were this evening." Laughingly she replied, "So this evening was an exception, since you noticed it for the first time?" I had no reply ready. It is quite clear that I am no good in the warfare of gallantry. However, after a few moments' reflection I hit upon the following remark, "No, but I never dared to tell you." She was astonished and said, "Why?" "Because it's rather difficult." "Difficult to tell a woman she's pretty? Where do you come from? You must always say it, even if you don't mean it, because it is always a pleasure to hear." Seized by a sudden fit of fantastic audacity, I caught her by the waist and tried to find her mouth with my lips. However, I must have been trembling and could not have appeared very terrible to her. I must also have made a mess of the attempt, for she only turned her head away and said, "Oh. No. That's too bad, too bad. You go too quickly, take care of my hair. You can't kiss a woman who wears her hair as I do." Desperate and heartbroken at my failure, I had sunk back into my seat when the carriage stopped at her door. She got out, shook hands with me, and said most graciously, "Thanks for bringing me home, dear monsieur, and don't forget my advice." 3 days after, I met her again. She had forgotten all about it. As for me, I am always thinking about those other men who know how to treat a woman's coiffure with consideration, and how to seize every opportunity. I hand this letter, without any addition, over to the meditation of my men and women readers, married or single. Love. 3 pages from a hunter's diary. I have just read, in a news item, a drama of passion. He killed her, then he killed himself, therefore he loved her. What do they matter, he and she? Their love alone has value. And it interests me not so much because I am moved or astonished by it or because it irritates me or makes me think, but because it brings back to me a memory of my youth. A strange reminiscence of my hunting days when love was made manifest to me, much as in the days of the early Christians the cross appeared in the sky. I was born with all the instincts and feelings of a primitive man, tempered by the reasoning and spiritual growth of the civilized. I love hunting above all things. To see the beast bleeding, blood on its fur, or on my hands, makes my heart contract until it almost stops breathing. That year, late in the autumn, the cold weather set in suddenly, and I was summoned by one of my cousins, Carl de Roville, to go and shoot duck with him in the marshes at daybreak. My cousin, a jolly fellow of about 40, red-faced, strong and heavily bearded, was a country gentleman. He was half like a good-tempered animal, a cheerful soul endowed with a native French wit that raised him above mediocrity. He lived in a sort of manor farm in a wide valley through which flowed a stream. Woods covered the slopes on the right and left side, lordly old woods full of superb trees, where one found the rarest game of all this part of France. They caught eagles there sometimes. And birds of passage, such as are seldom to be found in our overpopulated country, never failed to stop in those ancient branches as if they had seen in them or had recognized in them a little corner of the forests of the old days kept to serve them for a shelter in their short bivouac at night. In the valley were large pasture lands, drained by ditches and separated by hedges. The river, which in that part was navigable, overflowed further on into a great marsh. This marsh, the best hunting area that I have ever seen, was the great pride of my cousin, who kept it up like a park. Across the immense colony of rushes which, rustling and swelling like the waves of the sea, made it like a living thing, he had dug narrow canals on which flat-bottomed boats, urged and directed by poles, passed silent over the stagnant water, fluttering the reeds, scattering the swiftly swimming fishes towards the rushes, and making the wild birds whose black and pointed heads disappeared so briskly, dive into the water. I love water madly, I love the sea, too great, too restless, impossible of possession though it be, the pleasant rivers which pass, hurrying on, and are gone. Above all, the marsh quivering with the secret life of aquatic creatures. Marsh life is a world within a world to itself, a world living its own life with its own home-keeping citizens, its passing travelers, voices, sounds, and, most of all, its own mysteriousness. Nothing is more disturbing, more agitating, more terrifying even than marshlands. Whence comes this fear that lurks on these low water-covered plains? Is it the vague murmur of the rushes, the strange will-o'-the-wisp, the uncanny silence that wraps them round on calm nights? Or is it the peculiar mists that hang round the reeds like a shroud, or perhaps even more the vague lapping, so soft and gentle, but perhaps more terrifying than cannon of man or the thunder of God, that makes the marsh unreal, like a country in a dream, like some fearful land that hides an arcane fatal secret? No. There is more in it than that, another mystery, more profound, more solemn, flows in its thick fog. It is, perhaps, the wonder of creation itself. For was it not in water, stagnant and muddy, in the dark mugginess of a world weeping under the heat of the sun, the first germ of life moved, stirred, and saw the light of day? I reached my cousin's house in the evening. The very stones seemed frozen. During dinner, in the great dining room whose sideboards, walls, and ceiling were covered with stuffed birds, some with their wings extended, some perched on branches supported by nails. Among them sparrowhawks, herons, owls, goatsuckers, buzzards, vultures, falcons and birds of prey of all sorts, my cousin, looking himself like a strange animal from some colder region, in his sealskin coat, was telling me the plans he had made for that very night. We were to start at 3:30 in the morning so that we should reach the point chosen for the morning's shoot at about 4:30. There was at this spot a hut that had been built of pieces of glass to afford us a little shelter against the terrible wind which comes at daybreak, that icy wind which tears the flesh like a saw, which cuts into one like the blade of a knife, pricking like a poisoned arrow, biting like forceps, burning like fire. My cousin rubbed his hands together. "I have never seen such a frost," he said. "We were 12 degrees below zero at 6 o'clock this evening. I threw myself on my bed immediately the meal was over and fell asleep with the light from the great fire blazing in my chimney. As the clock struck 3 they woke me. I, too, put on a sheepskin and found my cousin Karl wrapped up in a bearskin. We both gulped down 2 cups of burning coffee and a couple of glasses of good champagne, and then set out accompanied by a keeper and our dogs Plongeon and Pierrot. Directly I took the first step outside, I felt frozen to the marrow. It was one of those nights when the world seems to have died of the cold. The frozen air seems to become solid and tangible, so savagely cold it is. Not a puff of wind stirs, it is congealed, motionless. It bites, cuts, numbs, kills trees, plants, insects, even the little birds. They fall from the branches onto the hard soil, and become as if in the bitter clutch of the frost. The moon was in the last quarter, she lay on her back, pale and swooning in midair, so feeble that she could climb no further. As if she stayed there, arrested, paralyzed by the harsh spaces of the sky. She shed a barren, mournful light on the earth, that pale funeral light with which she celebrates each month the end of her resurrection. We went side by side, Karl and I, our backs bent, hands in our pockets, and guns under our arms. Our boots, covered with felt to prevent our slipping on the frozen river, gave back no sound. I watched the breath of our dogs that was like a white smoke. Soon we were at the edge of the marsh, and we followed one of the little paths which cut across this miniature forest. Our shoulders, grazing long tattered leaves, left behind us a light rustling, and I felt as I have never felt before that passionate and extraordinary emotion which marshy land begets in me. It was dead, that marsh, frozen to death while we were walking over it, among its crowd of withered reeds. All at once, at a turn in the path, I discovered the small glass cabin that had been built to shelter us. I went in, and as we had still nearly an hour to wait until these wild birds should be awake, I rolled myself in my cloak to try to get warm. Then, lying on my back, I began looking at the diminished moon. It had 4 horns seen through the dimly transparent walls of this polar house. But the bitter cold of the frozen marsh, the cold of these walls, the cold dropping from the firmament affected me soon, so badly that I began to cough. My cousin Karl became anxious. "It will be a sell if we don't shoot anything today," he said. "I don't want you to catch cold. We'd better make a fire." And he told the keeper to cut some rushes. We made a heap in the middle of the hut that had a hole in the roof to let the smoke out. When the red flame leaped between the translucent crystal wells, they began to run with water, gently, unperceptibly, as if these glassy stones were sweating. Karl, who had stayed outside, cried out to me, "Come here. Just come and see this." I went out and was overcome with astonishment. Our cabin, shaped like a cone, looked like an enormous diamond with a fiery heart that had risen suddenly out of the frozen water of the marsh. Inside we could see 2 fantastic figures, those of our dogs, who were trying to get warm. Suddenly a cry rang out above our heads, a strange, mournful, savage cry. The gleam of our fire had wakened the wild birds. Nothing moves me so much as this first signal of life when nothing is visible. It stabs the darkness, so swiftly, and so far off, before even the first ray of daylight has appeared on the horizon. It seems to me in this glacial hour of dawn that this flying sound, carried on the wings of a bird, is a sigh from the very heart of the world. Karl spoke. Put out the fire. This must be daybreak. Indeed, at that moment the sky began to lighten and flights of wild duck fled over the heavens, like lines drawn in swift sweeping strokes and quickly effaced. There was a flash in the darkness. Karl had just fired, the two dogs rushed out. Then the two of us fired in rapid succession, as soon as there appeared above the rushes the shadow of a flying tribe. Pierrot and Plongeon, panting and happy, brought the birds to us, bleeding. Sometimes their eyes still seemed to be observing us. Daylight came at last, a day clear and blue. The sun came out at the bottom of the valley and we were just thinking of going back when two birds, with necks outstretched and wings extended, shot quickly over our heads. I fired. One of them fell right at our feet. It was a silver-breasted teal. Then from the sky above me, a bird's voice cried. It was a lament, short and repeated, heartbreaking. The bird, the little bird who had escaped, began to wheel round against the blue of the sky above us, staring at his dead comrade whom I held in my hands. Karl, on his knees, bright-eyed, his gun lifted, peered at her, waiting until she was near enough. "You have killed the female," he said. "The male won't go away." My goodness! He certainly would not. He wheeled round and round, all the time crying above us. Never has bitterness of grief so torn my heart as this desolate call, the mournful reproach of this poor bird lost in space. Sometimes he fled from the menace of the guns that followed his flight. Sometimes he seemed ready to continue his journey across the sky by himself. But he could not make up his mind to it, and would come back again a moment later to look for his mate. "Leave her on the ground," said Karl. "He'll come at once then." He did come, indeed, quite careless of any danger, drawn by his bird's love for the other whom I had killed. Karl took aim. It was as if someone had cut a string which held the bird suspended. I saw something, a black, tumbling creature. I heard among the rushes the noise of a fall. Then Pierrot brought him to me. I put them, already cold, into the same grave, and I departed that same day for Paris. Clochette. They are strange things, these old memories that haunt our minds and will not be dismissed. This is such an old one, so old that I cannot understand why it remains in my mind so vividly and so tenaciously. I have seen so many sinister things, so many moving and terrible things since, that it astonishes me to find that I cannot pass a day, one single day, without a vision of Mother Clochette appearing before me in her habit as I knew her once upon a time, so long ago, when I was 10 or 12 years old. She was an old dressmaker who came to my parents' house once a week, every Tuesday, to do the mending. My parents lived in one of those country houses called chateaux, which are merely old houses with high-pointed roofs, surrounded by 4 or 5 dependent farms. The village, a large village, a small town, stood some few hundred yards away, huddled round the church, whose red bricks were blackened by time. Every Tuesday, then, Mother Clochette arrived between 6:30 and 7 o'clock in the morning, and went directly to the linen room to begin her work. She was a tall thin woman, bearded, covered with hair, rather, her beard growing everywhere on her face. It was an amazing beard, an unexpected beard, bursting out into incredible bunches and curling tufts of hair that looked as if a madman had scattered them across a vast face like the face of a petticoat policeman. She had hair on her nose, under her nose, round her nose, on her chin, on her cheeks. And her eyebrows, extravagantly long and thick, bushy and bristling and quite grey, looked like nothing on earth but a pair of mustaches planted there in error. She limped, not just an ordinary cripple's limp, but like a ship riding at the anchor. When she rested the weight of her bony lopsided body on her one good leg, she seemed to be gathering herself to rise on a monstrous wave. Then she plunged all at once on the verge of disappearing into an abyss. she buried herself in the earth. Added to which, she swayed so wildly that her gait irresistibly suggested the thought of a storm. And her head, always covered with an enormous white bonnet, with its ribbons floating down her back, appeared to cross the horizon from north to south, and south to north, with her every movement. I adored this Mother Clochette. As soon as I got up, I climbed to the linen room, where I found her installed, sewing, a warming pan under her feet. As soon as I arrived, she made me take this warming pan and seat myself on it so that I should not catch cold in this great cold room, right under the roof. It draws the blood from the head, she said. She told me stories, while she stitched away at the linen with her long crooked fingers that moved so swiftly. The eyes behind her magnifying spectacles, age had weakened her sight, seemed to me enormous, strangely deep, double the usual size. She had, so much I can recall from the things she told me, things that stirred my child's heart, the kindly soul of a humble woman. She saw life with a crude simplicity. She told me the happenings of the town, the story of a cow that ran away from the stable and was found one morning in front of Prosper Mallet's mill, watching the wooden sails go round. Or the story of the hen's egg discovered in the belfry of the church, no one ever being able to understand what sort of a fowl had gone there to lay it. Or the story of Jean Pilar's dog who had recaptured 10 leagues from the village the breeches that a passerby had stolen from his master while they were drying before the door after a shower of rain. She told me these simple stories in such a way that they assumed in my mind the stature of unforgettable dramas, of sublime and mysterious poems. And the ingenious tales invented by poets that my mother told me in the evenings had not the savor, the breadth, the force of the peasant woman's narratives. But one Tuesday, as I had spent the whole morning listening to Mother Clochette, I took it into my head to go and see her again later in the day. After gathering walnuts with our manservant in Hallett's Wood behind Noirper Farm. I remember it all as vividly as the happenings of yesterday. But when I opened the door of the linen room I saw the old dressmaker stretched out on the floor beside her chair, face downwards, her arms flung out, one hand still holding a needle. The other one of my shirts. One of her legs, blue-stockinged, the long one I am sure, was lying under her chair, and her spectacles had rolled far away from her and were glittering beside the wall. I ran away, screaming wildly. People came running up, and a few minutes later I was told that Mother Clochette was dead. I could not tell you what profound grief, poignant dreadful grief, seized my childish heart. I crept downstairs to the drawing-room and hid myself in a dark corner, in the depths of a vast old couch where I knelt and cried. I must have been there a long time, for it grew dark. Suddenly a lamp was brought in, but no one saw me and I heard my father and mother talking to the doctor, whose voice I recognized. They had sent to fetch him at once and he was explaining the cause of the accident. I could not understand more of it than that. Then he sat down, and accepted a glass of wine and a biscuit. He went on talking, and what he said then remains and will remain graven on my heart till I die. I believe that I can reproduce almost exactly the phrases he used. Poor woman, he said. She was my first patient in this place. She broke her leg the day I arrived, and I hadn't had time to wash my hands after getting out of the coach when I was sent for in great haste, for it was serious, very serious. She was 17 years old, and she was a beautiful girl, very beautiful indeed. It's almost incredible, isn't it? As for the story, I've never told it, and no one has ever known it except me, and one other person who is no longer living in the district. Now that she is dead, there's no need for discretion. At that time a young assistant schoolmaster had just come to the town. He was a handsome fellow, with the figure of a sergeant major. All the girls were running after him, and he looked down his nose at them. Besides, he was afraid of his superior, old Grabu, the head master, who often got out of bed the wrong side. Old Grabu was even then employing as dressmaker the fair Hortense, who has just died in your house. She was nicknamed Clochette later, after her accident. The young assistant was pleased to notice the beautiful child, who was doubtless flattered at being chosen out by this superb scorner of women, she loved him at once, and he arranged a first meeting in the school loft, after dark. At the end of one of her sewing days. So she made a show of going home, but instead of going downstairs and leaving Grabu's house, she went up the stairs and hid herself in the hay to wait for her love. He was very soon with her and had begun to tell her how much he loved her when the door of this loft opened and the headmaster appeared and asked, "What are you doing up here, Sigisbert?" The young assistant felt that he was caught. At his wit's end, he made the stupid answer. "I came up here for a little rest in the hay, Monsieur Grabu." The loft was very high, very big and completely dark, and Sigisbert thrust the frightened young girl as far back as possible, repeating, "Get back, hide yourself. I shall lose my job, do you hear? Hide yourself, can't you?" The headmaster heard him murmuring and added, "So you're not here alone?" "Of course I am, Monsieur Grabu." "Of course you're not, you're speaking to someone." "I swear I am, Monsieur Grabu." "I'll soon find out," answered the old man. He shut and locked the door and went down to get a candle. Then the young man turned coward, as often happens in these affairs, and lost his head. It seems that he flew into a rage at once and repeated, "Hide yourself so that he can't find you. You'll have me starving all the rest of my life. You'll ruin my career. Hide yourself, I tell you." They heard the key turning in the lock again. Hortense ran to the loft door that gave on to the street, opened it quickly and said in a low resolute voice, "Come and pick me up when he's gone." And jumped. Old Grabu found no one and went down again, a very surprised man. A quarter of an hour later, Sigisbert came to my house and related the adventure. The young girl was still at the foot of the wall, unable to lift herself, having fallen 2 stories. I went with him to see her. He wept copiously, and I carried the unfortunate girl to my house. Her right leg was broken in 3 places and the bone had pierced the flesh. She made no complaint, only saying with heroic patience, "I'm being punished, well punished." I sent for the sewing girl's parents to come and help, and told them a tale of a runaway carriage which had knocked her down and maimed her before my door. The tale was believed, and for a whole month the police sought vainly for the author of the accident. There you are. And I consider that this woman was a heroine, of the company of women whose noble deeds are recorded in history. This was her only love affair. She died a virgin. She is a martyr, a great soul, a sublime vestal. And if I did not honor her above anyone I would not have told you this story, which I would never have told anyone while she lived, for reasons you can understand. The doctor was silent. Mamma wept. Papa uttered some words that I could not catch, then they went away. I remained kneeling on my couch sobbing, while I listened to strange sounds on the staircase, heavy footsteps and muffled thumps. They were carrying away the body of Clochette.